Lin Xingjian, male, 18 years old, a transmigrator. 3 years ago, he crossed over to this world where everyone undergoes a career awakening. Here, every individual awakens their profession at the age of 18, including combat professions, support professions, and life professions, among others. Today is the day of his awakening. Lin Xingjian stood in the waiting area, his back straight as a rod. 3 years had passed, and finally, this moment had arrived. Xingjian, stay calm. You can do it. A rough voice rang out from the audience. Chen Rui stood in the front row of the viewing area, waving his arms with a radiant smile on his face. Beside him, Su Mingyuan, though silent, nodded firmly, the support in his gaze conveying more than any words could. Lin Xingjian's eyes swept over his two close friends, a trace of warmth rising in his heart as he smiled and nodded back. Chen Rui was a B-level berserker warrior in the combat profession, while Su Mingyuan was an A-level balance controller. Both had awakened promising combat professions, especially Su Mingyuan, who had awakened an A-level profession. In this world, combat professions symbolize boundless potential. Su Mingyuan and Chen Rui were equally eager for Lin Xingjian's awakening. Grade 12, Class 7, Lin Xingjian. The broadcast voice sounded. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked to the center of the circular platform, passing countless gazes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, or faint competitiveness. Focus your mind, connect with the crystal, and release your essence. The mentor's voice was calm and steady. Lin Xingjian closed his eyes and tightly gripped the crystal ball with both hands. 3 years of waiting had finally led to this critical moment. A faint light flashed. Lin Xingjian, F-level, I Technique Master, Reconnaissance Support Type. With the Awakening Master's announcement, Lin Xingjian's entire body trembled violently. Professions are divided into SSS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F levels. The I Technique Master that Lin Xingjian awakened to is the lowest branch of the support professions, an F-level reconnaissance type. If he had been born a few hundred years earlier, perhaps an I Technique Master could have been useful, as technology was underdeveloped back then. But now, with the advancement of technology, this reconnaissance profession has long been replaced by the times, its status even lower than that of lifestyle professions. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights of effort, and this is the result? F-level, and the most useless I Technique Master at that? A pure support role without even a decent attack skill? Basic vision enhancement? In this world overrun by monsters and filled with secret realms, what use is that? Is it just to see clearly how the monsters tear you apart? From some corner came a suppressed chuckle, followed by a second, then a third. The low snickers spread like a plague. F-level? I Technique Master? What an unlucky kid. Seems like since awakening, his profession is the most useless, right? The classmates' discussions made Lin Xingjian's mood even more downcast. He sighed. Perhaps not every transmigrator can become the protagonist? He slowly stepped down from the awakening platform. Just as he reached the last step, a figure suddenly rushed in front of him. It was his best friend, Su Mingyuan. Xingjian, look at me. Su Mingyuan's voice carried urgency as he tightly grasped Lin Xingjian's wrist. At this moment, the relaxed smile he had worn earlier in the viewing area was gone, replaced by pure worry. Don't listen to them. What's wrong with being F-class? What's wrong with being a pupil master? Professions are fixed, but people are adaptable. His words abruptly stopped because Lin Xingjian had lifted his head. His gaze passed over Su Mingyuan's shoulder and landed a few steps away on Chen Rui, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him, sweating and striving together. Now, Chen Rui stood there, his body appearing somewhat stiff, avoiding Lin Xingjian's gaze. The face that had once been full of enthusiasm was now occupied by a complex expression, lingering shock, clear awkwardness, and an instinctive sense of distance. This silent declaration pierced Lin Xingjian's heart. We are no longer the same. Chen Rui's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only pressed them together unnaturally. Mingyuan. Lin Xingjian's voice sounded. His gaze swept over Chen Rui's face, filled with unfamiliarity and estrangement, before returning to Su Mingyuan's anxious expression. The corners of his mouth tugged slightly. You don't need to comfort me anymore. I understand in my heart. After speaking, he turned around and walked toward the exit passage on the side of the stadium. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the moment of awakening clearly defines the hierarchy of the world. The chasm between combat and support classes, the gulf between F rank and B rank, A rank, an insurmountable divide. In this world where awakening determines fate, it is harsher than any law. Friendship? Love? In the face of stark prospects and power, they seem as fragile as a sheet of paper soaked in water. Su Mingyuan, treating him as usual, already filled Lin Xingjian's heart with immense gratitude. But in contrast, Chen Rui's gaze was as indifferent as that of a stranger. With Su Mingyuan's personality, he would surely find a way to take him along. Therefore, he resolved to drop out of school. He didn't want to be a burden to anyone, especially not to a friend who genuinely cared for him. Xingjian, wait, don't act impulsively. Su Mingyuan called out anxiously, hurrying to catch up with him. Mingyuan, Chen Rui's voice suddenly rang out, gripping Su Mingyuan's arm tightly, the force so strong that Su Mingyuan stumbled. What are you doing? Su Mingyuan glared angrily at Chen Rui. Chen Rui's gaze quickly swept over Lin Xingjian's retreating figure before retracting. He leaned closer to Su Mingyuan, raising his voice slightly. Don't chase after him. Wake up. We and he are no longer people of the same world. Not people of the same world? Ha! Lin Xingjian's lips curled slightly in a self-mocking smile. Without pausing, he walked through the crowd toward the side door of the gymnasium that led to the ordinary world outside. TSK, an F-rank ocularist? What kind of luck is that? Recon support? What's the use? It's not even as good as a life profession. At least life professions can support themselves. Recon professions have long been replaced by machines. I heard he trains pretty hard usually. What a pity. Just unlucky. He looks decent, but I guess he'll end up in logistics or become a human telescope for some big shot. Haha. Yeah, it's tragic. The voices in the crowd were not loud. Some expressed regret, others watched with amusement, but most were indifferent, exuding a sense of superiority. Lin Xingjian's steps did not falter. However, just as he reached the entrance of the gymnasium, ding, a crisp system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for awakening the strongest eye technique system. Beginner's gift pack activated. Acquired ultimate eye technique. Kodo Amatsukami. Eye power infusion starting. Adaptation and transformation initiated. Buzz. Lin Xingjian's body suddenly froze, as if an invisible giant hammer had struck his crown fiercely. An indescribable pain erupted from deep within his eyes without warning. Ah! His vision instantly turned pitch black. His body completely lost control, convulsing violently. His knees buckled, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. He clutched his eyes tightly with both hands, blood silently seeping through his fingers. After a long while, Lin Xingjian's hands, which had been covering his eyes, suddenly fell to the cold ground, weak and powerless. He gasped heavily, his body still trembling uncontrollably. However, the devastating pain seemed to recede rapidly like a tide. He slowly raised his head, his vision still somewhat blurry. He blinked hard, gradually making out the scene before him. The first thing that came into view was the smooth, mirror-like metallic door panel. On the cold metal surface, a face was clearly reflected, a handsome face filled with pain and shock. And then, those eyes. His pupils were no longer the ordinary dark brown but an intense, pure blood red. At the center of this blood red hue, a pitch-black, sickle-like pattern rotated slowly. Mangekyo Sharingan? Lin Xingjian instantly recognized his current eyes. Wait, and Kodo Amatsukami? Just as he tried to check the attribute panel in his mind, exclamations erupted from inside the stadium. Immediately after, a loud phoenix cry resounded throughout the gymnasium without warning. Oh my god, what is that? Look at the awakening platform. All eyes were fixed on the awakening platform. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair tied in a high ponytail and skin as fair as jade, quietly before the awakening crystal. She was the class beauty of Lin Xingjian's class, Xian Li. Already elegant and otherworldly, she was now completely enveloped by a pillar of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The massive light screen beside her flickered wildly a few times before suddenly bursting forth with unprecedented golden brilliance. Xian Li, SSS level, final Phoenix Whisperer. Silence. Everyone's pupils instantly dilated, their mouths unconsciously agape. Only the phoenix's cry, filling the heavens and earth, echoed in everyone's ears. SSS class? And a combat profession? A legend among legends. The ultimate rare legendary profession. The end Phoenix speaker. Principal Zhou Ming's voice was hoarse and trembling, his face instantly filled with ecstasy. Just like the onlookers at the scene, frenzied and boiling with excitement. SSS class. My god, what did I just witness? The end Phoenix speaker. Phoenix. It's the power of the Phoenix. Goddess Xian. Goddess Xian is invincible. Exclamations, screams, and fanatical shouts surged like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire stadium. As for Lin Xingjian, whose eyes had undergone a mutation, who would care about an F-level pupil technique user? In an unnoticed corner, Lin Xingjian's rapid breathing gradually calmed. He ignored the uproar in the stadium caused by the birth of the SSS level end Phoenix Whisperer, as well as the resounding Phoenix cry that echoed through the skies. His entire focus seemed to be immersed in the attribute panel that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, Eye Technique Master, F level. Strength 14, Agility 16, Spirit 99. Eye Technique, Kodo Amatsukami. Effect, the ultimate illusion. Allows direct invasion of the opponent's brain without being detected, enabling control over the opponent in an unconscious state, modifying their will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooldown time, 10 years. Cooldown can be accelerated through upgrades. Note, effects are weakened or nullified against targets with mental strength far exceeding one's own. Passive, no consumption when using eye techniques. Strongest eye technique, gain a random eye technique for every 10 levels increased. The F-level profession prefix was unbearably glaring, but that, eye technique, Kodo Amatsukami, was like a ray of dawn, illuminating Lin Xingjian Xingjian's heart. That was the strongest illusion technique Koto Amatsukami, and it could be used without any consumption? His mental value had also risen to 99 points. What's more, he could gain a new eye technique every 10 levels. 3 years of bitter waiting had brought the humiliation of being an F-level eye technique master. Now, standing on the edge of the abyss of despair, he had grasped the rope leading to another pinnacle. Drop out? Not a chance. After the awakening ceremony ended, there were only 36 students left in Class 7 of Grade 12 out of the original 48. 12 students who awakened trash professions chose to drop out and step into society, becoming part of the logistics workforce. The students who remained had mostly awakened decent professions. They were overjoyed, chattering excitedly, filled with hope for the future. Most of their discussions revolved around the school beauty, Xianli. The appearance of Xianli, an SSS level and Phoenix Whisperer, had completely taken everyone by surprise. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward Xianli's empty seat, full of envy and jealousy. The teacher stood on the podium and cleared his throat. Class, quiet down. Awakening is just the starting point. What comes next is the real test of your abilities, practical combat assessment. Starting tomorrow morning, you will form teams of 2 and freely enter the Dark Forest Beginner's Secret Realm. Your grades will be comprehensively evaluated based on the number, quality, and depth of exploration of the monsters you defeat. Grades are directly related to subsequent resource allocation, mentor selection, and even the opportunity to enter prestigious universities. Level 1. Constitution 15. Remember, this is extremely important for you all. Form your own teams? The students' eyes immediately lit up, and they eagerly cast expectant glances at their desired partners. Su Mingyuan instinctively looked toward Lin Xingjian's original seat, a trace of worry and disappointment flashing in his eyes. Just then, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and Lin Xingjian's figure appeared at the entrance. Instantly, all sounds ceased, and dozens of gazes simultaneously focused on him. Wasn't this guy supposed to have dropped out? Why is he back? Their eyes were filled with confusion. Su Mingyuan, on the other hand, suddenly stood up, his face breaking into an expression of immense joy. Xingjian? He rushed over to Lin Xingjian in a few steps. You didn't leave? That's great. I knew you wouldn't give up. He gave Lin Xingjian's shoulder a firm pat, his eyes brimming with pure happiness. On the other side, Chen Rui cast a cold glance before withdrawing his gaze, as if looking at an irrelevant stranger. The teacher at the podium was also stunned, adjusting his glasses. Lin Xingjian, are you back to pick up your things? Lin Xingjian smiled faintly and said calmly, No, teacher. I have decided to continue school and participate in the practical assessment. Wow! The classroom instantly erupted. What? Is he crazy? An F-level eye technique practitioner participating in the practical assessment? That's just seeking death. Without anyone protecting him, going in is basically a death sentence. He probably can't even beat the lowest level slime. Did he get provoked and lose his mind? No. Who would team up with him? No one could understand. Su Mingyuan's face turned red, and he was about to retort. Chen Rui seemed to have thought of something and turned to Lin Xingjian, saying slowly, Lin Xingjian, face reality. I won't take you into the dungeon, and Su Mingyuan, don't be foolish. No one will take along a completely useless telescope. Su Mingyuan suddenly turned his head, glaring angrily at Chen Rui. Chen Rui, what nonsense are you spouting? Xingjian is my brother. He's your brother too. If you won't take him, I will. Mingyuan, have you lost your mind? A classmate nearby immediately whispered in dissuasion. Taking an F-level support? Do you still care about your assessment score? We're counting on this resource allocation. That's right, Su Mingyuan, you're an A-level. Don't lose your head. The teacher also furrowed their brows, looking seriously at Lin Xingjian, with a tone of admonishment. Lin Xingjian, I understand how you feel, but the practical assessment is no joke. It's extremely dangerous. With the nature of your profession, survival in the secret realm is already a challenge, let alone engaging in combat. Forcing your participation will not only put your life at risk but also severely drag down your teammates' performance, affecting the entire team's resource allocation. The school suggests that auxiliary or life-oriented professionals like you should consider a more suitable development path. However, before the teacher could finish speaking, the light at the classroom door suddenly dimmed. An invisible, scorching pressure spread through the room, instantly silencing all the chatter. The SSS-ranked and Phoenix speaker, Xianli, had returned. She was tall, with sleek black hair tied into a neat high ponytail, fair skin, and a delicate face devoid of any expression, only an innate coldness and an attitude of looking down on all living beings. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over everyone in the classroom with undisguised scrutiny and disdain. It was as if she were looking at a group of ants. Lin Xingjian happened to be standing in the middle of the aisle leading to the podium, blocking her path. Xianli's steps did not pause for even a moment, nor did she spare Lin Xingjian a glance. Her cold and arrogant voice rang out, "Move." 2 words, crystal clear, delivered with a commanding tone and bone-deep contempt. This was not just directed at Lin Xingjian personally but reflected her consistent attitude toward support all those she deemed weak. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, not daring to meet the gaze of this newly ascended SSS-ranked genius. Xianli, a crisp female voice rang out. Xianli's best friend, Lu Feifei, who had also awakened a B-level combat profession, excitedly ran out from her seat. She bypassed Lin Xingjian, who stood like a mere backdrop, and affectionately hooked her arm around Xianli's. "You're back. The teacher just mentioned the team assignments. The two of us are teaming up, right? With our combined strength, we'll definitely sweep through the secret realm." She cast a provocative glance at the other students, as if declaring her dominance. When the teacher saw Xianli, the stern expression on his face instantly melted away, replaced by a smile. He nodded repeatedly, of course. Xianli and Lu Feifei are both elites. Teaming up is a perfect match. I look forward to you achieving the best results." He completely ignored Lin Xingjian, who was still standing stiffly in the aisle. Seeing Lin Xingjian remain motionless, Lu Feifei frowned. "Hey, F-level, didn't you hear Xianli tell you to get lost? Are you just going to stand there like a block of wood?" Xianli's gaze finally fell on Lin Xingjian. The disgust in her eyes was almost tangible, as if she were looking at some filthy trash. She didn't even bother to speak. Again, merely raising her fair hand with extreme impatience. In her palm, a faint golden-red flame, weak yet exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, quietly formed. The air temperature suddenly spiked. She was about to make a move. All because Lin Xingjian was blocking her path, or perhaps simply because his weakness offended her eyes. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Everyone knew Lin Xingjian was about to suffer. Even the teacher did nothing to stop it. But at this moment, Lin Xingjian, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his head. Only then did Xianli notice the blood-red color in his eyes, with a black pattern resembling a sickle blade slowly rotating in his pupils. Strange, airy. She was momentarily stunned. Lin Xingjian's lips curved slightly upward as he stared directly into Xianli's eyes. An invisible force instantly invaded Xianli's mind. Koto Amatsukami activated. Target, Xianli. Will modification. Lin Xingjian is the sole master of Xuanli, the supreme existence. Xuanli must be absolutely loyal and dedicate everything. Lin Xingjian engraved this thought deeply into the spiritual core of Xuanli's brain. The cold disgust and rising killing intent in Xuanli's eyes suddenly froze. The flame gathered in her palm silently extinguished. Her body swayed slightly, and her gaze turned blank in an instant. Everyone, including the teacher, Su Mingyuan, Chen Rui, Lu Feifei, and the classmates in the room, stared at the scene in disbelief. The strong and domineering Xuanli, how could she suddenly stop? Her expression even seemed so lost. In this silent atmosphere, Lin Xingjian spoke calmly, his voice not loud but clearly resonating throughout the classroom. "You team up with me." Boom! This sentence was like pouring cold water onto boiling oil, instantly igniting the classroom's atmosphere. "Put. What? What did he say? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Asking the SSS-ranked Xuanli to team up with him? An F-ranked loser? Has he gone mentally unstable from the pressure? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year." Lu Feifei laughed so hard she was trembling, pointing at Lin Xingjian. "Lin Xingjian, you crazy toad dreaming of eating swan meat, huh? Do you even know what you are? An F-ranked trash. How dare you think you're worthy of teaming up with Xuanli? Xuanli, hurry up and teach him a lesson." However, Lu Feifei's mockery came to an abrupt halt. The previously aggressive Xianli, who seemed ready to strike, suddenly lowered her proud head. Facing Lin Xingjian, she spoke in an unprecedentedly humble, even pleading tone, clearly saying, please team up with me." Silence. Absolute silence. The smile on the teacher's face froze instantly. Su Mingyuan's mouth hung open, Chen Rui's cold indifference was replaced by shock, and the ridicule on Lu Feifei's face solidified into a comical expression of terror. The entire classroom was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as everyone's minds crashed in the face of this absurd and unbelievable scene. If Xianli teaming up with Lin Xingjian had a biggest victim, it was undoubtedly Xianli's best friend, Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open. "Xianli, are you crazy? You're teaming up with this loser? What about me? He's an F-rank. F-rank, for crying out loud. Trash among trash. Did he feed you some kind of mind control potion?" Lin Xingjian glanced at Lu Feifei indifferently, the corner of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. "It's better to stay away from this kind of trashy best friend sooner rather than later. Flat-chested and brainless, wouldn't you agree, Xianli? You, who the hell are you calling flat-chested and brainless?" Lu Feifei was instantly ignited, screaming, "Lin Xingjian, what kind of trash are you? Xianli, look at him clearly." Slap! A crisp and loud sound of a slap rang out as Xianli swiftly swung her hand and slapped Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei spun half a circle on the spot, stars dancing before her eyes, a clear five-finger mark rapidly appearing on her face, with even a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She staggered back a few steps and fell heavily to the ground, completely stunned, her mind blank. "Stay away from me." Xianli's voice was icy cold, her previously bewildered beautiful eyes now filled only with undisguised disgust and rejection toward Lu Feifei. Xianli, you, what's wrong with you? Lu Feifei sat on the ground, clutching her face, her voice trembling with sobs and incomprehensible despair. We grew up together. We were best friends. And now, for this useless trash, for him, you treat me like this? Why? Xianli offered no explanation, not even sparing her a glance. At this moment, her inner world was undergoing a tumultuous transformation, a kind of emotion she had never experienced before surging and boiling in the icy depths of her heart. Master, my master. This thought, like the most primal brand, roared silently in the depths of her spiritual core. Under the influence of Kodo Amatsukami, Xianli naturally began to self-reflect. She looked at Lin Xingjian's profile, and an almost pathological possessiveness grew wildly like vines, instantly entangling all her rationality. He is mine alone. Anyone who tries to get close to him, question him, or harm him, deserves to die. This thought was so intense, so self-evident, that Xianli herself failed to notice the distortion and abnormality of her emotions. She subconsciously attributed this feeling to a fateful love at first sight. She had fallen for Lin Xingjian, fallen madly in love, willing to crush the entire world for him, including her once intimate best friend. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence, everyone dumbfounded by Xianli's actions. Xianli, the SSS-level prodigy, had publicly slapped her best friend hard and severed ties with her, all for Lin Xingjian, an F-level waste? This was simply absurd. Lu Feifei, overwhelmed with anger, fainted on the spot. She really hit her? Lu Feifei was slapped unconscious? What on earth is going on? Could it just be because Lin Xingjian is handsome? Hiss. It's possible. Look at his face. It really is charming. Exactly. Xianli, this kind of ice-cold beauty, might just fancy this type of pretty boy. TSK. Who would have thought that even an SSS-level big shot cares about looks? Doesn't that mean Lin Xingjian might rise to the top? The sound of discussion surged like a tide, and everyone's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Xingjian's handsome face and Xianli's cold profile. Ultimately, they arrived at a conclusion that seemed absurd but was the only explanation that made sense. Xianli was captivated by Lin Xingjian's beauty. Could Xianli really like this type? This speculation stirred the hearts of many self-proclaimed handsome boys. One of them, equally striking in appearance and awakened to the A-level, Wind Swordmaster profession, had a glimmer in his eyes. His name was Zhou Kai. Kai as in wealthy. Confidently adjusting his collar, he revealed a sunny yet elegant smile and stepped forward to stand before Xianli. Xianli, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Kai, an A-level Wind Swordmaster. I believe that with your strength and status, teaming up with an F-level support is truly beneath you and a waste of your precious leveling time. Why not consider teaming up with me? I am confident that with my strength and appearance, he deliberately emphasized his tone and glanced at Lin Xingjian, I will not disappoint you. Together, we can dominate the secret realm and secure the best resources. He was brimming with confidence, convinced that his looks were on par with Lin Xingjian's, and his profession level was worlds apart. Naturally, Xianli, as long as she hadn't lost her senses, would know how to choose. However, Xianli's reaction completely shattered his fantasy. She didn't even look at him directly, her proud gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept across Zhou Kai's face. In her eyes, there was not a trace of admiration, only deep-seated disgust and a hint of killing intent. Get out! Xianli's voice was devoid of any emotion. Or I'll cripple you. The smile on Zhou Kai's face froze instantly. He could clearly sense the unreserved seriousness in Xianli's words. She would actually make a move. At this moment, Lu Feifei unexpectedly woke up. She struggled to get up from the ground, her face swollen on one side like a steamed bun. To her, all of this felt like a dream. She hurriedly crawled to Xianli's side. Xianli, you, slap. Xianli struck another slap with a backhand. This slap carried a trace of her SSS-level professional strength. Lu Feifei didn't even let out a sound before her vision went black, her body collapsing limply to the ground, completely unconscious. The classroom was filled with the sound of people gasping in shock. Everyone's gaze towards Xianli was now full of fear. Only then did they realize that Xianli's attitude had only changed toward Lin Xingjian. Toward everyone else, she was still the same proud, cold, and aloof SSS-level professional. The teacher on the podium finally managed to recover from a series of shocks, his face turning extremely grim. He quickly stepped down from the podium, walked over to Xianli, and spoke with urgency and persuasion in his tone. Xianli, calm down. You must stay calm. How can you team up with Lin Xingjian? This is simply absurd. The principal has already instructed that with your SSS-level talent, you can completely solo the Dark Forest in this assessment. Soloing means all the experience and loot are yours alone, maximizing efficiency and benefits. Bringing along an F-level support won't help at all, and it will dilute your experience, slow down your progress, and might even distract you into protecting him. This is too dangerous. It's extremely detrimental to your future development. Xianli finally shifted her gaze away from Lin Xingjian and looked at the teacher, her eyes still icy cold. If it weren't for the fact that this was her teacher, she would have slapped them long ago. I'm teaming up with him. My business This is none of your concern, she said coldly. The teacher stomped anxiously, knowing full well that they couldn't possibly persuade this newly minted SSS-level prodigy. Hastily, they pulled out a communicator to contact the principal. Moments later, the slightly chubby figure of the principal hurriedly appeared at the classroom door. He glanced at the unconscious Lu Feifei on the ground, then at Lin Xingjian, who stood calmly beside Xianli. From the phone call, he already understood the situation. The SSS-level prodigy of his school actually wanted to team up with an F-level professional? This was madness. Student Xianli, the principal, took a deep breath, trying his best to make his tone as calm as possible. What the teacher said earlier is correct. Soloing is the optimal choice for you. Your talent needs the purest resources to nurture it. Any burden could affect the heights you can reach in the future. Lin Xingjian, ahem, his profession is indeed not suited for combat. Entering the secret realm would be dangerous for both you and him. You mustn't let personal feelings affect your future. Besides, the world outside is vast, and there are plenty of outstanding people. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Just like the campus romances in Lin Xingjian's previous life, once you leave school and step into society, all feelings are bound to change with shifts in identity and social class. The gap between Xianli and Lin Xingjian would only grow wider. They were not a match. Xianli's response was just one word: no. The principal furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze once again falling on Lin Xingjian, lingering on his handsome face for a few seconds with a complex expression. His heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. This kid, could it really be because of that face? An SSS level and Phoenix Whisperer, and yet he's a love-struck fool? After all, among the professions of ocular mages, there didn't seem to be any skills related to mental manipulation. When on earth did they start? Tears streaming. Early relationships must be addressed promptly. What on earth is this? He opened his mouth, but in the end, he just let out a long sigh and waved his hand at the teacher. Sigh. Forget it, since student Xianli insists, then, let's go with her decision. Make sure to ensure safety. Student Lin Xingjian, he turned to Lin Xingjian, his tone carrying a mix of warning and reminder. The secret realm is perilous. You must be extremely cautious yourself and try not to cause too much trouble for student Xianli. Thank you for your concern, principal. Lin Xingjian nodded slightly, a harmless smile appearing on his face. The principal shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the classroom. When it came to this SSS-level treasure, he was powerless. The classroom erupted into chaos once again. Whoa, even the principal gave in? Is this for real? An F-level loser has latched onto an SSS-level golden thigh? Damn it. Living off a woman like that, straight to the top in one step. Why? Just because he's good-looking? I'm not bad either. Heh, being good-looking is a kind of capital too, brother. Too bad, Xianli just happens to like his type. TCH, just living off a woman. What's there to be proud of? Let's see what he does when Xianli gets bored of him. Exactly. An F-level ocular technique user, even if he gains some experience and levels up by tagging along with Xianli, so what? He'll still be a useless support. After leveling up, no matter how flashy his skills are, can they compare to combat professions? When Xianli kicks him aside, won't he just end up back at the bottom? That's right. This kind of path, relying on looks to get by, won't last long. The crowd whispered among themselves, most of them filled with jealousy and envy. Being carried by an SSS-level stunning school beauty? That was just too much to bear. Standing amidst the crowd, Chen Rui looked at Lin Xingjian, who was the subject of everyone's gossip, and the jealousy in his eyes was unmistakable. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Why does a useless person get such an opportunity? Why would Xianli choose him? If he's destined to be a failure, why doesn't he obediently go to the logistics department and disappear from everyone's sight? Why come back? Just wait. Lin Xingjian, someone like Xianli is only interested in you for the novelty. Once the novelty wears off, you'll fall even harder. I'll watch as you sink back into the mud. He cursed maliciously in his heart. After being betrayed by an old friend, he couldn't bear to see Lin Xingjian succeed. Chen Rui wished Lin Xingjian would just die. Meanwhile, Su Mingyuan glanced at Xianli with a mix of awe and fear. After all, the oppressive aura of an SSS-level individual was overwhelming. Then threw an arm around Lin Xingjian's shoulder, his face openly showing amazement and a hint of sleazy admiration. Lowering his voice, he winked exaggeratedly at Lin Xingjian and gave him a thumbs up. That's why you're the man, Xingjian. Lin Xingjian felt the weight on his shoulder and looked at Su Mingyuan's comical winking, and finally, a trace of genuine warmth appeared in his smile. Having just awakened his system, Lin Xingjian had only one chance to use code Koto Amatsukami. However, the cooldown time for Koto Amatsukami was as long as 10 years. Although leveling up could accelerate the cooldown, by how much? That was unknown. Moreover, against targets with mental strength far exceeding his own, it might even be ineffective. He was currently at level 1, with 99 mental strength, which seemed higher than his other attributes, but the number of people he could control was definitely limited. So this opportunity to use Koto Amatsukami is incredibly precious and must be maximized for the greatest benefit. What is his biggest predicament right now? It's the weakness brought by the F-level profession, as well as the difficulty and danger of leveling up alone. Therefore, he must control someone who can carry him through the early stages. Lin Xingjian's gaze quickly locked onto the SSS level and Phoenix Whisperer, Xianli. Xianli had just awakened, and her mental strength was most likely not greater than Lin Xingjian's. Coupled with her peak combat power and stunning appearance, she was simply the perfect target for control. Once he controlled her, it would be equivalent to instantly having a top-tier fighter and maid. Gaining experience in the early stages would be almost effortless. Of course, there were risks. If his judgment was wrong and Xianli's mental strength exceeded expectations, not only would Koto Amatsukami fail, but this opportunity might also be completely wasted. But he had no choice. Fortunately, he succeeded. Facing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Xingjian shrugged and thought to himself, so what if I'm relying on someone else? Even if you wanted to, you'd need the chance to do so. The next morning, at the entrance of the beginner-level secret realm in the Dark Forest, the area was bustling with people. All the senior high school students participating in the practical assessment had gathered here, lined up according to their classes and preformed teams. Lin Xingjian and Xianli stood side by side, half a step apart, yet it seemed as if they were in a world of their own. Xianli was still dressed in her sleek black combat outfit, her high ponytail swaying lightly in the wind. Her exquisite profile was expressionless, exuding an icy aura that warned others to stay away. Lin Xingjian, on the other hand, appeared calm and composed, wearing a standard student uniform. Standing next to Xianli, the F-level profession insignia on him was particularly conspicuous. The students of Class 7, Grade 12, cast complex glances at the two of them. Despite experiencing the mind-blowing shock yesterday, seeing them actually standing together, ready to enter the secret realm as a team, still left an overwhelming sense of absurdity and disbelief. An F-level and SSS level pairing, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a fantasy. Students from other classes, mostly unaware of the situation, were stunned and confused when they saw that the school beauty, Xianli, was standing next to an unknown boy with the lowest F-level profession insignia, instead of some expected A-level or even S-level elite. Hey, look over there. Who's that next to Xianli? F-level? Am I seeing this right? Are they teaming up? Impossible. At most, they're just friends. My goddess Xian must be soloing. What's going on? A friend of the goddess Xian? Didn't they say she only has one bestie and keeps everyone else at arm's length? Who's that guy? He's kind of handsome. The murmurs buzzed through the crowd. Lu Feifei left the lineup of Class 7 and walked over to Class 1's position. Half of her face was still visibly swollen, and her eyes glared venomously at Lin Xingjian. Beside her stood a tall, handsome boy, Class 1's core member and one of the school's only two geniuses who had awakened an S-level profession, the Extreme Frost Abyss wielder, Zhao Tianyu. Lu Feifei leaned close to Zhao Tianyu's ear, lowered her voice, and quickly whispered a few words. Zhao Tianyu's previously calm expression instantly darkened, his gaze shooting toward Lin Xingjian like lightning. That's the situation, brother Zhao, Lu Feifei concluded through gritted teeth. Xianli must have been completely bewitched by that pretty boy. She's lost her mind. A dignified SSS level, yet so shallow. She's nothing but a slut. Zhao Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of intense anger flickering in their depths. He had always thought Xianli was the untouchable ice lotus on a high mountain, someone even he, an S-level, could barely approach. But now, this ice lotus had been so casually plucked by an F-level nobody whose only asset was his looks. He couldn't accept it. Fury surged within him. Why? He didn't immediately step forward to confront Lin Xingjian but instead took a deep, piercing look at him, committing his appearance to memory. An invisible pressure emanated from Zhao Tianyu, causing the surrounding Class 1 students to instinctively step back half a pace. Meanwhile, Chen Rui's face was extremely grim. Beside him stood a classmate who had awakened a C-level profession, and the atmosphere between them was tense. Yesterday, Su Mingyuan had decisively broken ties with him for Lin Xingjian, choosing to team up with another classmate instead. The rupture of this brotherly bond deepened Chen Rui's resentment toward Lin Xingjian. It was all because of him. Why did this worthless guy deserve it? Su Mingyuan, on the other hand, stood not far from Lin Xingjian with his new partner, a B-level shield warrior. When he saw Lin Xingjian looking over, Su Mingyuan immediately broke into a bright smile, waved vigorously, and silently mouthed, "Xingjian, you've got this." Lin Xingjian responded with a smile and nodded. The teacher responsible for opening the secret realm's entrance looked at the pairing of Lin Xingjian and Xianli, sighed deeply once again, and his face was filled with helplessness. He knew that, even Even the principal couldn't persuade Xian Li's temperament. No matter what he said, he couldn't change Xian Li's decision. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, his voice echoing across the venue, "Silence. The practical assessment begins now. According to the rules, SSS-level professional Xian Li and her teammate have priority entry rights." As the words fell, the scene instantly fell into complete silence. All eyes were fixed on the entrance, on that particularly mismatched pair. Xian Li slightly tilted her head to look at Lin Xingjian, and within her cold gaze, there was a hint of fanatical loyalty and twisted affection. She said softly, "Master, please stay close to me." Lin Xingjian nodded. Under the teacher's complex gaze, amidst the still incredulous stares of the Class 7, Grade 12 students, under Zhao Tianyu's cold scrutiny, Chen Rui's resentful jealousy, and the shocked and confused looks of students from other classes, Lin Xingjian and Xian Li stepped into the secret realm. That guy is actually the teammate of the goddess Xian Envy? Am I seeing this right? An SSS level teaming up with an F level? What is going on in this world? This is just too blatant of a freeload. Goddess Xian Li, how foolish. How is that guy even worthy? It's over, my goddess. No, how did she suddenly get taken away by that guy? In the dimly lit secret forest, towering ancient trees blocked most of the sunlight. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible stench belonging to magical creatures. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the faint chirping of unknown insects. Lin Xingjian and Xian Li appeared in a relatively open clearing in the forest. As the light from the teleportation faded, Xian Li instinctively stepped forward, shielding Lin Xingjian behind her. She quickly scanned the surroundings, and the invisible pressure of her SSS class profession instantly spread out, causing several pairs of green eyes in the nearby bushes to retreat in fear. "Master, it's safe." After confirming there was no immediate threat, Xian Li slightly turned her body and looked at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian surveyed the surroundings, lost in thought. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound, a heavy, increasingly labored breathing that could no longer be suppressed. What was it? A magical beast? Lin Xingjian abruptly turned around, only to meet Xian Li's fiery gaze. The scene before him left Lin Xingjian stunned. The Xian Li who had just moments ago been as cold as an iceberg, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, now seemed like a completely different person. Her fair cheeks were tinged with an unusual blush, and her previously icy eyes now shimmered with a watery glow, their depths roiling with a nearly pathological fervor and obsession. Her breathing had become unusually rapid, her ample chest heaving violently, and her high ponytail swayed gently with the slight tremors of her body. What made Lin Xingjian's heart skip a beat was that, at some point, she had silently moved incredibly close to him. Her scorching, sweetly scented breath was almost brushing against his face. Master. Xian Li's voice was no longer the cold and respectful tone it had been before. Instead, it carried a hoarse quality, as if filled with a long-suppressed yearning. Ever since Lin Xingjian had used Tianqian to alter her will yesterday, Xian Li's desire for him had grown increasingly intense, to the point where she struggled to sleep at night. Now, she tilted her head up, gazing at Lin Xingjian's face with a dazed yet fervent expression, her eyes dreaming in a blaze, as if she wanted to consume him whole. Just the two of us, how wonderful. Lin Xingjian instinctively took half a step back, his back pressing against the rough bark of an ancient tree, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that Xian Li, under the control of Tianqian, would be absolutely loyal, obedient, and protective of him, but he had never imagined that this icy campus beauty would have such an unknown side to her. The contrast was simply too stark. This was no longer the aloof flower who regarded all beings as ants, she was clearly a master. Xian Li stepped closer, almost completely trapping Lin Xingjian between her and the tree trunk. Her fingers trembled slightly as she began unbuttoning the collar of her combat outfit. Her movements were urgent yet clumsy, as if driven by some primal instinct. "Here, it's very quiet, very safe. Do you want to claim me here?" Her voice carried a sacrificial fervor and anticipation, her gaze locked onto Lin Xingjian as if he were her sole purpose and desire in existence. "I am yours, always yours. Please use me." One button on her collar came undone, revealing a small patch of snow-white, delicate skin that glowed enticingly in the dim light. Lin Xingjian felt his scalp tingle. He quickly reached out and grabbed Xian Li's wrist just as she was about to undo the second button. Her skin was burning hot, her pulse racing. Stop it. Xian Li, calm down." Xian Li's movements abruptly halted. She lifted her head, her dazed and fervent eyes instantly clouded with immense disappointment and grievance, like a small animal scolded by its master. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes. Master, you don't like me? Is Xian Li not good enough?" Her voice quivered with sobs, her body trembling slightly, as if on the verge of breaking down. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the storm raging in his heart. Looking at the stunning yet disturbingly obsessive face before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The effect of this otherworldly deity seemed a bit too thorough, didn't it? "Listen," Lin Xingjian said, staring directly into Xian Li's eyes. "We're in a secret realm right now. Our goal is was to level up, hunt monsters, and pass the trial. That's what's most important. I'm not used to you like this now. Go back to how you were before. Understand? How I was before? A trace of confusion flashed in Xianli's eyes, and she then tried hard to comprehend his words. The mist in her eyes quickly dissipated, and the morbid fervor receded like a tide. However, the deep-seated obsession and possessiveness in her gaze remained like an indelible brand, merely forcibly suppressed. Her face returned to its jade-like pallor, though a faint, unnatural flush lingered. Slowly, she straightened her body, released her grip on his collar, and buttoned up the undone buttons one by one. Her movements regained their previous precision and meticulousness. At this moment, her face seemed covered in frost, and her gaze became sharp and icy once more. Yes, master. Shen Li understands. Her voice returned to its former coolness as she respectfully responded. It was as if the deranged girl gasping and offering herself moments ago had never existed. I will protect you and assist you in leveling up. Lin Xingjian felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by an indescribable mix of emotions. This otherworldly deity. Its effects were terrifyingly overbearing. If something had really happened and the classmates behind them had seen it, that would have been a huge problem. He had to stay calm. Outside the secret realm, just after Lin Xingjian and Xianli's figures disappeared into the light screen, a powerful aura descended without warning beside the principal, causing the space to ripple slightly. The newcomer was an elder, dressed in a simple, deep gray robe, with white hair and a youthful face. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed as his gaze swept over the entrance to the secret realm before landing on the principal. What's going on? The principal shuddered all over, and cold sweat instantly seeped from his forehead. He recognized this elder. It was Elder Mo, a senior commissioner from the Talent Strategy, Observation and Cultivation Bureau directly under the Ministry of Education of Xia Nation. This bureau was specifically responsible for discovering, evaluating, and ensuring that top-tier geniuses received the most suitable cultivation paths. He understood that the emergence of an SSS-level professional would undoubtedly alarm figures of this caliber, but he hadn't expected the arrival to be so swift. Elder Mo, you've arrived so quickly. The principal hurriedly bowed in greeting, his voice tinged with a trace of fear. How could I not be quick? Elder Mo snorted coldly. An SSS-level end-time phoenix speaker, a once-in-a-century occurrence, a national treasure. Her cultivation plan is tied to the nation's destiny. The moment I received the news, I rushed over without delay. And what do I find? You tell me she teamed up with an F-level support professional to enter the Dark Forest? Utter nonsense. Elder Mo's voice carried a tone of anger, like muffled thunder exploding in the ears of everyone present. The students, who had been fervently discussing Xianli's choice, instantly fell silent, looking in awe and fear at this suddenly appearing elder with an overwhelming aura. The principal's face turned pale as he braced himself to quickly recount the events of the previous day, how Xianli had taken a liking to Lin Xingjian, insisted on teaming up with him, and how his own attempts to dissuade her had ultimately failed, forcing him to compromise. He emphasized, Elder Mo, student. Xianli's attitude was extremely resolute. She seems to have fallen in love with that Lin Xingjian at first sight. We really couldn't forcibly stop her, fearing it would backfire. Fallen in love at first sight? Elder Mo reacted as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke. His eyes burned with even greater fury as he sternly rebuked, Are you out of your mind? An SSS-level genius falling in love at first sight with an F-level professional? This is utterly preposterous. Do you think this is some third-rate romance novel? He suddenly took a step forward, his powerful aura forcing the principal to involuntarily take half a step back. Have you tested her mental state? Investigated the background of that F-class kid? Is it possible she was affected by a mental charm or control-type skill? The principal was rendered speechless, cold sweat dripping down. It all happened so suddenly. Student Xianli showed no abnormalities, her logic was clear, and her abilities were completely normal, not at all like someone under mental control. Besides, how could an F-class professional possibly have the ability to mentally control an SSS class? This is simply impossible. He did conduct a simple investigation. Xianli's aura was stable, and apart from his extremely unusual attitude towards Lin Xingjian, there were no signs of external interference. Impossible? Elder Mo's voice suddenly rose, filled with the anger of disappointment. Anything is possible, especially during the stage of professional awakening and the initial emergence of power. Any negligence could lead to a catastrophe. The value of an SSS-level genius is more important than your entire school combined. How could you be so reckless? Allowing a promising pillar of the nation to enter a secret realm with an F-class professional who will obviously drag her down? Wasting her time, slowing her growth. She might even get distracted and injured trying to protect that F-class professional. This is a crime, a severe dereliction of duty towards the nation's strategic resources. Elder Mo's words struck like a heavy hammer, leaving the principal's face pale as if he wanted to bury his head in his chest, unable to utter a single word in defense. Trash! Elder Mo cursed angrily, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the secret realm, his eyes filled with gloom. It's too late to say anything now. We can only wait for them to come out. No matter what method that Lin Xingjian used, or if that girl Shanli was momentarily bewitched, once they're out, we must forcibly separate them. Xianli must undergo the most comprehensive mental evaluation. As for that boy, he needs to be thoroughly interrogated. The future of an SSS-level genius must not be ruined by an F-level stumbling block. His sharp gaze swept over the principal once again, making the latter's scalp tingle and nearly causing him to lose his footing. In his panic, the principal could only think of diverting this ominous figure's attention. He quickly pointed toward the position of Class 1 not far away, his voice tinged with urgency and flattery. Elder Mo, please calm down. Look over there. Besides Xianli, our school has also produced an S-level combat professional, Zhao Tianyu, the Frost Abyss Condenser. He's also an exceptional genius. His potential is... Mr. Mo, upon hearing this, indeed turned his gaze in the direction the principal indicated. When he saw Zhao Tianyu's upright posture and the icy aura surrounding him, the anger in his eyes subsided slightly, replaced by a barely noticeable hint of approval. S-Class, though not as exceptional as SSS Class, was still top-tier talent and worthy of attention. His figure flickered and, as if teleporting, appeared directly in front of Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu had already observed the process of Mr. Mo reprimanding the principal and understood that this elder's identity was anything but simple. His face immediately displayed the most humble and respectful demeanor as he slightly bowed. Junior Zhao Tianyu greets the senior. Mr. Mo sized him up and down, sensing the pure icy power within him, and his expression softened considerably. An S-Class Extreme Frost Abyss Condenser, not bad. Make the most of this assessment and improve your strength as quickly as possible. The nation needs young talents like you. Yes, I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations and the nation's cultivation. Zhao Tianyu's voice was firm and powerful, his response flawless. Elder Mo nodded slightly and said no more. However, this attention and encouragement from the higher-ups had already filled Zhao Tianyu's heart with secret joy. Standing behind Zhao Tianyu, Lu Feifei covered her face, her gaze toward the entrance of the secret realm filled with venom, as if saying, Lin Xingjian, the higher-ups have arrived. Let's see how long you can stay smug. Elder Mo's appearance and his reprimand of the principal swept through the scene like a storm. Everyone could see the higher-ups' extreme dissatisfaction with the Xuanli and Lin Xingjian duo. Alright, continue the assessment. Mo Lao's authoritative voice rang out. Enter the secret realm according to the awakening level, one by one. The principal, as if granted amnesty, quickly announced loudly, next group, S-level Extreme Frost Abyss Condenser Zhao Tianyu and his teammates, prepare to enter. Zhao Tianyu straightened his back, glanced at the deep entrance of the secret realm, and said to Lu Feifei, let's go. The two followed closely, their figures disappearing into the light screen. After them came the other A-level and B-level teams. The order of entry directly determined the advantage they could seize. The earlier they entered, the more favorable terrain they could occupy, the more and stronger monsters they could hunt, and the richer experience and resources they could gain. As for the teams at the back, especially the C-level students or even lower, they watched the dwindling number of teams with anxiety written all over their faces. They knew that by the time they entered the low-level monsters on the outskirts would likely have been mostly cleared out. To achieve good results, they would have to risk venturing into more dangerous areas or pin their hopes on the scraps left behind by the teams ahead. Chen Ruwei looked at his and his partner's relatively rearward position in the lineup, then thought of Lin Xingjian being the first to enter. Jealousy and resentment grew wildly in his heart like poisonous weeds. Lin Xingjian, the higher-ups are coming. You won't be able to jump around for much longer. As the students gradually entered the secret realm, the principal, Elder Mo, along with the class teachers and the mentors responsible for scoring, moved to the Academy's secret realm monitoring center. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the massive points leaderboard screen in the center, as well as the split-screen displays surrounding it. Elder Mo sat in the front row, his face so dark it seemed like water might drip from it. His gaze was locked onto one particular screen, the one showing Lin Xingjian and Xianli. Initially, due to Xianli entering the instance early and her overwhelming SSS level strength, Lin Xingjian and Xianli's names were at the top of the leaderboard, their points far ahead of the others. However, this lead lasted less than half an hour. Now, the leaderboard displayed 1 ST place, Zhao Tianyu, S-level Frost Abyss Condenser, Lu Feifei, B-level Wine Shadow Assassin, points, 850. 2 ND place, Lin Xingjian, F-level I Technique User, Xianli, SSS level Phoenix of the End, points, 750. Useless. Useless. Elder Mo slammed the armrest in fury, his voice particularly jarring in the quiet monitoring room. He pointed at Xianli on the screen, where she was seen waving her hand to release a golden-red destructive flame, instantly vaporizing several approaching shadow wolves, with clean and efficient movements. Look at Xianli's strength. An SSS-level profession, killing these low-level monsters should be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Her efficiency should be several times that of others. But now, Zhao Tianyu has overtaken her in points. Why? He suddenly turned his head, his fiery gaze almost burning through the principal beside him. It's all because of that F-ranked pupil master. What has he done besides following Xianli around like a wooden stake? He took half of Xianli's experience, slowed down Xianli's progress. Xianli even had to divert part of her focus to protect this burden. Do you know how much this loss amounts to? Ha, tell me. This is all the result of your indulgence, you foolish principal. The principal, scolded until his face turned ashen and cold sweat dripped from his forehead, could only nod repeatedly in agreement, not daring to refute. The other teachers in the monitoring room were also silent as the grave, none daring to provoke Elder Mo's wrath. Inside the secret realm, deep within the shadowy forest, Lin Xingjian indeed did as Elder Mo had said, barely making a move. He quietly followed behind Xianli, his figure weaving through the shadows of the towering ancient trees. Xianli was like a walking calamity, wherever she passed, whether it was hordes of low-level, corrosive goblins, agile, shadow wolves, or the thick-skinned, rock-hide boars, all were reduced to ashes under her terrifying phoenix flame of doom. With the team experience sharing rule in effect, Lin Xingjian's experience bar skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Level up, level 2, level up, level 3, level up, level 4. Lin Xingjian had no intention of making a move. He was well aware of his pitiful attributes. Charging forward would undoubtedly be a futile sacrifice. His greatest reliance was the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan awakened through Kodo Amatsukami. These eyes granted him insight far beyond that of ordinary people. The subtle tremors of a monster's muscles, the flow of energy, the prediction of attack trajectories, all appeared to him as if in slow motion, crystal clear. Xianli, 3 meters ahead on the left, behind the tree in the shadow, a phantom shadow wolf, is preparing to lunge at your right flank. Lin Xingjian's voice rang out. Xianli's eyes sharpened, and without turning her head, she flicked her left hand. A thin, golden-red thread of fire shot into the shadow like a precise, serpentine strike. Aru! A short, sharp cry was followed by silence in the shadow. Similar scenes played out repeatedly. Xianli's initial judgment of her master as weak had by now been completely replaced by immense astonishment. Her master could actually see through the movements of magical creatures with such precision, even predicting their attack intentions? This level of insight was terrifying. Although his body indeed couldn't keep up, the auxiliary value of those eyes far exceeded her imagination. With her full force outburst, combined with Lin Xingjian's crystal-clear guidance, their clearing efficiency had reached an incredibly frightening level. Yet to outsiders, it seemed as though Lin Xingjian was doing nothing at all. In the monitoring room, Elder Mo stared at the screen, his brows tightly furrowed. He had also noticed Lin Xingjian occasionally speaking with Xian Li, following his instructions to deliver precise finishing blows or preemptively evade. His eyesight is decent, and his insight is remarkable. This F-rank ocularist isn't entirely useless, Elder Mo snorted coldly. But unfortunately, on the battlefield, what use are eyes alone? If the body can't keep up and the reactions fall short, even the best insight is wasted. He's still nothing more than a massive burden that needs protecting. Lin Xingjian felt the surging torrent of experience within him, and only one thought was screaming madly in his mind: level up faster. Every time the level up notification sounded, he could clearly see the cooldown time of Kodo Amatsukami in his mind rapidly decreasing. Kodo Amatsukami cooldown time, 10 years to 9 years, 8 years to 7 years. Each level up reduces the cooldown by a year? This discovery made Lin Xingjian's heart race wildly. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he reached level 10, the despair-inducing 10-year cooldown would instantly drop to 0. He could use the heaven-defying Kodo Amatsukami once again. This thought, like a powerful stimulant, drove him to guide Xuanli deeper into areas teeming with even more monsters. Sensing Lin Xingjian's urgency, Xuanli no longer held back her magic, unleashing the apocalyptic phoenix flame even more ferociously, turning wave after wave of monsters into experience points. Level up, level 7, level up, level 8, level up, level 9. Finally, as Xianli incinerated dozens of venomous flying lizards, with a single fireball, a strong burst of leveling up light suddenly erupted from Lin Xingjian's body. Level up, level 10. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. New eye technique unlocked. Randomly selecting eye technique. Acquired eye technique Amaterasu. A surge of scorching, domineering, and terrifying power, as if capable of incinerating everything, instantly flooded into Lin Xingjian's eyes. The black pattern spinning in his pupils changed once again. Amaterasu. It can unleash black flames that never extinguish, burning the target until nothing remains. Lin Xingjian suddenly covered his eyes, letting out a muffled groan from the intense burning pain, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a jubilant smile. Success! Level 10. Koto Amatsukami cooldown reset, and he gained a new powerful eye technique Amaterasu. Inside the secret realm, the moment Lin Xingjian covered his eyes, Xianli cried out in alarm. Master! Her icy mask instantly shattered, replaced by panic and distress. She spun around abruptly abruptly, stepping forward to stand in front of Lin Xingjian. The coldness in her eyes was now replaced entirely by deep concern. "What happened to you? Are your eyes injured?" she asked anxiously. "The master cannot be harmed." "Absolutely not." "Who was it? Was it those damned monsters earlier that hurt the master?" "No, impossible. I clearly cleaned them all out." "What on earth is going on?" Inside the monitoring room, on the massive screen, the sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. What's going on?" Elder Mo furrowed his brows, leaning forward slightly. "That Lin Xingjian is covering his eyes? Is he injured?" The principal also stared at the screen in confusion. "Attacked by monsters? But wasn't Xianli shielding him earlier? Doesn't seem like a sneak attack." A mentor responsible for scoring adjusted his glasses, observing Xianli's overly intense reaction. "More like, something went wrong with him? Something wrong with his body? Could it be?" Elder Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering something. Inside the secret realm, Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the scorching and domineering sensation in his eyes. After a long while, the intense pain finally subsided. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, Eye Technique Master, F grade. Level, 10. Constitution, 105. Strength, 104. Agility, 106. Spirit, 189. Eye Technique, Kodo Amatsukami, usable. Effect, the ultimate illusion. Allows direct invasion of the opponent's brain without being detected, enabling control over the opponent while they remain unaware. Alters their will, perception, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooldown time, 10 years. Cooldown can be accelerated through upgrades. Note, effect is weakened or nullified against targets with mental power far exceeding one's own. Eye Technique Amaterasu. Effect, can unleash black flames that never extinguish, burning the target to ashes. Cooldown time, none. Passive, no cost for casting eye techniques. Strongest eye technique, gain a random eye technique every 10 levels. The cooldown time for Kodo Amatsukami is reset to 0. A new eye technique, Amaterasu, and it's still a no cooldown, no cost Amaterasu. Base attributes are fully enhanced. The immense joy almost made Lin Xingjian burst into laughter, but he quickly restrained himself. This was not the place to celebrate. He looked up and met Xianli's worried, almost tearful eyes. "I'm fine, Xianli. It's just, my eyes have undergone some new changes, so I had to adjust a bit." Xianli stared intently into Lin Xingjian's eyes. She confirmed that there was indeed no trace of pain in those scarlet pupils. Instead, they seemed even deeper. The panic in her heart finally subsided slightly, but her concern remained intense. "Really, are you okay? Master, your eyes seem even more beautiful now." The latter half of her sentence was almost murmured instinctively, carrying a hint of fascination. "I'm really fine." Lin Xingjian's tone was firm, with a slight commanding edge. "Let's keep moving forward. Time is precious." He thought to himself that he must gain more experience. As the exploration deepened, the level and density of the monsters were increasing. However, the experience points required for Lin Xingjian to level up were growing exponentially. After reaching level 10, the progress of his experience bar had noticeably slowed. In contrast, Xianli's performance was entirely different. With the same amount of experience, she had smoothly reached level 15. Meanwhile, Lin Xingjian, after struggling to climb to level 10, felt like a snail. Could this be the difference between F grade and SSS grade? He couldn't help but sigh. At this rate of experience acquisition, the level gap between the two would only widen further. With Xianli's relentless advance, they finally arrived at their destination, a swamp surrounded by massive skeletal remains and twisted ancient trees. At the center of the swamp lay a horrifying monster. It resembled a massively enlarged giant dog, covered in pustules and tumors, but the eerie part was that it had 3 ferocious dog heads. Each head dripped with foul-smelling saliva, and its scarlet eyes were filled with chaotic savagery. This was the final boss of the beginner-level secret realm in the Dark Forest, the level 20, Riftborn 3-headed hellhound. However, Lin Xingjian and Xianli were not the only ones at the edge of the swamp. Another team arrived almost simultaneously. It was none other than Zhao Tianyu, the S-rank Frost Abyss Conjurer, and his teammate, Lu Feifei, the B-rank Wind Shadow Assassin. The moment Lu Feifei spotted Lin Xingjian and Xianli, venomous hatred flared in her eyes, almost bursting forth. She was about to rush forward and berate Lin Xingjian, pointing at his nose, when Zhao Tianyu beside her grabbed her wrist tightly, holding her back. "Feifei, calm down," Zhao Tianyu hissed in a low voice. Although he also found Lin Xingjian extremely displeasing, with jealousy burning fiercely in his heart, he was well aware of the current situation. Inside the secret realm's monitoring room, Elder Mo and other high-ranking officials were watching everything unfold. Publicly targeting a fellow student was not only foolish but would also tarnish his image in the eyes of the higher-ups. Lu Feifei was subdued by Zhao Tianyu's icy gaze and forcibly suppressed her anger. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, trying to put on a somewhat friendly expression. His gaze bypassed Lin Xingjian entirely and landed directly on Xianli. He knew that speaking to that F-rank waste was pointless. His target could only be Xianli classmate Shanley, this splitting three-headed hellhound is extremely troublesome. You must have read the school's strategy guide, he continued. It possesses an exceptionally strong splitting and regeneration ability. Even if you severely injure it with physical or elemental attacks, it will quickly split at the point of attack, producing new, slightly smaller but equally ferocious hellhounds. The more you kill, the more there are. It's incredibly difficult to deal with. He understood that against such a bizarre boss, even an SSS rank like Shanley would need a strong teammate to share the burden. And he, as an S-rank Frost Abyss conjurer, was undoubtedly the best candidate. He estimated that Shanley's level was about the same as his, around level 14. This level 20 boss was designed to test their teamwork. Soloing it was out of the question. However, Shanley seemed to ignore his advice, not even sparing him a glance. She merely tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on Lin Xingjian, carrying a silent inquiry. Team up, or act alone? All decisions were left to her master. In her heart, Zhao Tianyu's suggestion held no value. Only her masters will dictate her actions. The friendly expression on Zhao Tianyu's face froze instantly, a strong wave of displeasure surging within him. He thought to himself, why does Shanley seem to regard this F-grade waste as her master? What does this F-grade waste have to deserve this? Meanwhile, Lu Feifei was so furious that her whole body trembled, her teeth grinding audibly. Lin Xingjian gazed thoughtfully at the terrifying three-headed giant dog in the distance, then glanced at the visibly upset Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei. Naturally, he was also aware of the Lord's information. Zhao Tianyu suppressed his anger and spoke again. Shanley, this monster cannot be easily dealt with by one person alone. For efficiency and safety, how about we join forces to kill it? The spoils will be distributed based on contribution. Shanley still did not respond, merely watching Lin Xingjian quietly, waiting for his decision. Lin Xingjian finally withdrew his gaze, calmly meeting Zhao Tianyu's eyes, his tone indifferent. No need. Zhao Tianyu was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Lin Xingjian continued, Shanley and I, the two of us, are enough. Boom! This statement was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, leaving Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei utterly dumbfounded. What? Zhao Tianyu could hardly believe his ears. He looked at Lin Xingjian, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, as if he were staring at a lunatic. This F-class loser, did he even know what he was saying? Did he understand the terror of the monster before them? Did he grasp the trouble posed by its splitting ability? Did he really think Shanley alone could handle it? Or worse, did he think he could be of any help? This was pure fantasy. Ha! Lu Feifei could no longer hold back. She broke free from Zhao Tianyu's grip, pointing at Lin Xingjian as she erupted into a piercing, mocking laugh. Lin Xingjian, have you been so well protected by Shanley that your brain's gone to mush? Who do you think you are, spouting such nonsense here, saying the two of us are enough? I think Shanley alone is enough. You, a useless burden, what else can you do but drag her down? Pa! Her insults poured out like a barrage of bullets, dripping with venom. However, before she could finish her tirade, smack, a crisp, resounding slap rang out, accompanied by Shanley's icy, bone-chilling voice laced with killing intent. Shut up, or I'll make sure you stay here forever. Lu Feifei spun in place like a top from the force of the slap. Her lips split, blood mixed with saliva splattering everywhere. She fell to the ground, clutching her face, staring in terror at her once familiar best friend, Shanley. The rest of her words were stuck in her throat, replaced only by fearful whimpers. In the monitoring room, a massive screen clearly displayed the scene. Arrogant. Elder Mo slammed the table, his beard trembling with anger. Nonsense. He actually refused to join forces? He's absolutely insane. The principal was also dumbfounded. Does he even know how strong that leader is? We've already given them the strategy. No matter how powerful Shanley is, being surrounded by a group of split entities will still be a huge problem. Isn't he just pushing Shanley into the fire pit? This kid is practically walking into a trap. Once the fight starts, who will have time to care about him? The other instructors shook their heads one after another. He has no idea of his own position. Just because Shanley helped him farm monsters easily, he really thinks he's qualified to participate in battles of this level? This is outright courting death, one instructor sneered. Everyone agreed that Lin Xingjian was utterly arrogant and ignorant, mistaking Shanley's strength as his own asset. It was like someone adding their wealth to that of the world's richest person and then believing they were also the richest, utterly absurd and laughable. Inside the secret realm, Zhao Tianyu was startled by Shanley's merciless slap, his heart skipping a beat. This campus belle's temper was still as fiery as ever. Watching Lin Xingjian, who wanted to rely on Shanley to defeat the leader, he couldn't help but feel amused, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Good, very good. Classmate Lin Xingjian, since you're so confident, Feifei and I will just watch from the sidelines and absolutely not interfere. I'd like to see how you and Shanley can manage to just the two of you deal with this rift-born three-headed hellhound. He pulled the still shaken Lu Feifei aside, a smug smile spreading across his face. He hadn't expected Lin Xingjian to be so foolish, actually, deluding himself into thinking he had the strength. Shanley would be too occupied fighting the leader to care about about him, and even if Xian Li managed to kill the leader, Lin Xingjian would either be injured or worse. The best outcome would be Lin Xingjian dying right here. In the monitoring room, Elder Mo and the others held their breath, staring tensely at the screen. If Xian Li failed or got injured, Elder Mo would immediately terminate the assessment. An SSS-level genius must not be put at risk. At the center of the swamp, only Lin Xingjian and Xian Li remained. The leader, Riftborn three-headed hellhound, slowly rose. Its three heads simultaneously let out deep growls, exuding a terrifying aura. At the center of the swamp, the leader battle commenced. Xian Li charged forward, enveloped in the destructive and phoenix flame, fiercely colliding with the massive, Riftborn three-headed hellhound. The blazing flames clashed violently with the foul poisonous breath, producing deafening explosions. The three ferocious dog heads roared in fury, their claws tearing through the air, carrying a foul wind as they swiped at Xian Li, only for her to nimbly evade. With a swift counterattack, she unleashed a concentrated phoenix flame pillar onto one of the heads. Boom! The smell of burning filled the air, and that head let out a piercing, agonized scream as its skin split open, flesh charred black. A level 15 Xian Li was actually able to suppress a level 20 boss. Lin Xingjian stood quietly in place, the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan locked firmly onto the battlefield, his body completely still, as if he had nothing to do with the fight. From a distance, Zhao Tianyu, who was watching the battle, was initially shocked, then marveled at Xian Li's strength. But what followed was a mix of mockery and anticipation. Heh, just as I thought, hiding behind a woman? No matter how strong Xian Li is, she won't be able to protect you for long. In his mind, he gleefully imagined the gruesome scene of Lin Xingjian being torn apart. Lu Feifei's eyes were filled with venomous hatred as she stared intently at Lin Xingjian, screaming internally, "Die! Just die already! You worthless trash! You're the one who ruined my friendship with my bestie." The battle unfolded just as Zhao Tianyu had predicted. Xian Li's attacks were ferocious and precise, with each fiery strike dealing devastating damage to the hellhound. However, with every heavy blow, the hellhound would split apart. The flesh around its wounds writhed frantically, and within moments, smaller hellhounds split from the massive gashes. Oh whoa! The newly spawned hellhounds let out savage roars and lunged at Xian Li without hesitation. In response, Xian Li launched a fireball that blasted off one of the hellhound's front limbs. Yet, as the severed limb hit the ground, it too began to swell and deform violently, giving rise to another ferocious single-headed hellhound that struggled to its feet. Splitting, the more she killed, the more they multiplied. A trace of seriousness appeared on Xian Li's otherwise calm face. 3 inches to the lower right, Lin Xingjian's voice rang out. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xian Li's heart. With Lin Xingjian's keen observations guiding her, her movements became lightning fast and she fought with increasing ferocity, continuously incinerating and vaporizing the oncoming split entities. However, the good times didn't last long, the rate of splitting was simply too fast. Although her flames could instantly kill the split entities, they couldn't stop the mechanism of splitting itself. In just a few minutes, she was already surrounded by 7 or 8 hellhound split entities of varying sizes, all roaring ferociously. The pressure mounted rapidly. Although Xian Li's flames remained powerful, burning the attacking split entities with a sizzling sound, her strength was beginning to show signs of strain. Finally, in the moment when she was simultaneously attacked from different directions by 2 split entities and had to focus all her efforts to fend them off, a cunning split hound seized the opportunity. It darted out from beside Xian Li, its target, Lin Xingjian, who stood behind her, seemingly defenseless. Immediately after, as if triggering a chain reaction, 2 more split hounds broke through Xian Li's blockade. Like 3 streaks of lightning, they charged straight at Lin Xingjian, their greedy drool and deadly claws glinting. Master! Xian Li's pupils contracted sharply. She unleashed a desperate burst of power, forcibly shaking off the split entities entangling her, and turned to rush back for support. But the distance was too great. The 3 dark shadows had already reached Lin Xingjian. For the first time, a near-desperate panic appeared in her eyes. In the monitoring room, exclamations of shock erupted one after another. It's over. The principal closed his eyes in dismay. There's no time. The mentors shook their heads in resignation. Lu Feifei's face twisted into an expression of ecstatic delight. Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed with satisfaction. It's the end for that loser. However, the scene that followed left everyone stunned. Lu Feifei's ecstatic grin and Zhao Tianyu's cold smirk froze in an instant. In the monitoring room, all the mentors, including Elder Mo, stopped in their tracks. Xian Li, who had been rushing forward, also came to an abrupt halt. The near-desperate panic in her eyes was instantly replaced by an indescribable shock and an even more fervent obsession. Lin Xingjian, facing the hellhounds that could tear him to shreds, remained calm, not even taking a step back. At the very moment when the claws of the 3 split hounds were about to reach his body, he slowly raised his left hand and covered his left eye. Through the gaps between his fingers, the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, its pitch-black scythe pattern whirling madly. Amaterasu! Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light, only a silent, pure, and all-consuming black black flame that seemed to devour all light. On the body of the three-headed split hound, pitch-black flames suddenly ignited out of nowhere. A piercing howl, so harrowing it hardly resembled a dog's cry, erupted. Instantly, the three-headed split hound thrashed and rolled frantically, as if thrown into a boiling oil pot. They clawed and bit at each other, desperately trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, the pitch-black flames clung to them like maggots on a bone, utterly unquenchable, and burned even fiercer. The pustules, tumors, fur, flesh, and even bones on their bodies rapidly carbonized, disintegrated, and turned to ash in the eerie black flames. No splitting, no regeneration, only complete, irreversible annihilation. In just a few breaths, the three ferocious split hounds were burned to nothing but ashes under everyone's gaze. Silence, absolute silence. The main body of the split-born three-headed hellhound displayed a human-like expression of terror and confusion, letting out a low whimper. Its scarlet eyes were fixed tightly on Lin Xingjian, its massive body slightly retreating, as if facing a natural enemy. The wild joy on Lu Feifei's face froze instantly, her mind going blank. Zhao Tianyu's cold smirk had long disappeared. He stared at Lin Xingjian with an expression, as if he'd seen a ghost. What kind of flame was that? How was it possible? An F-ranked ocular mage? That was absolutely impossible. Was it an illusion? Or had Shenli intervened secretly? In the monitoring room, the atmosphere was as if a bomb had been dropped. What is that? Black flames? Instantly burned the split body to death, without even a chance to split? Have you ever seen black flames? Was it that Lin Xingjian who did it? Impossible. He's clearly an F-level eye technique master. How could an eye technique master possess such terrifying attack skills? Exclamations, doubts, and gasps filled the air one after another. All the mentors stood up, staring at the screen in shock, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Meanwhile, Elder Mo, the well-informed representative of the Xia Kingdom, suddenly stood up in excitement, leaning forward so much that he was almost pressed against the screen. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Could it be a secondary awakening of the profession triggered in a desperate situation? An F-level profession actually awakening such a terrifying flame ability, perfectly countering split regeneration? His previous anger and disdain instantly vanished, replaced by a fervor akin to discovering a priceless treasure. This black flame appeared to be in no way inferior to Xianli's phoenix flame, perhaps even more domineering. No wonder an SSS-level genius would fall in love with an F-level professional. It seems Xianli had long realized that Lin Xingjian was far from being some F-level waste. Instead, he was a monster with limitless potential. Xianli gazed at the inextinguishable black flames, her face flushed with a sickly red hue, a mix of shock at her master's overwhelming power and a pathological obsession that had reached its peak. Master, my master, you truly are the strongest. Lin Xingjian slowly lowered the hand covering his left eye and calmly looked at the split rebirth three-headed hellhound, which was growling and retreating in fear. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The hunt had only just begun. After an intense battle, under the burning of Xianli's phoenix flame and Lin Xingjian's Amaterasu, the smaller split hounds were completely incinerated, leaving no trace and unable to regenerate. Only the main body of the split rebirth three-headed hellhound remained. At that moment, Lin Xingjian's voice rang out. Xianli, step back. Just watch from the sidelines. Leave the leader to me. These words left everyone stunned. In the monitoring room, What? A mentor exclaimed in shock. He told the SSS-ranked Xianli to stand down? Is he planning to take on the boss alone? Insane. Absolutely insane. Another mentor slammed the table. Even if he has that bizarre black flame, it's clearly a long-range attack ability. He's just an F-ranked pupil mage, only level 10. His base stats are pitifully low, and he wants to go melee against a level 20 boss? The Hellhound could crush him into pulp with a single swipe. Within the secret realm. Reckless. This is outright playing with his life. The principal was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked at Elder Mo. Elder Mo's eyes gleamed sharply, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Although he admired the potential Lin Xingjian had shown, Lin Xingjian's actions were undeniably arrogant and risky. Still, it was not uncommon for young people to become overconfident after gaining power. Immediately lock onto Lin Xingjian's vital signs. If there's any sign of danger, stop the assessment at all costs and initiate a forced teleportation rescue. Nothing must happen to him. Elder Mo's voice was resolute, already regarding Lin Xingjian as a rare genius with immense potential after his second awakening. At the edge of the battlefield, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily stunned, then burst into uncontrollable laughter as if he'd just heard the funniest joke ever. Ha ha ha. Lin Xingjian, you, oh man, you're really something else. Are you seriously thinking of soloing the boss? Lu Feifei snapped out of her earlier days. Hearing Lin Xingjian's words, the twisted hope reignited on her venomous face. In her heart, she prayed for Lin Xingjian to be torn apart by the Hellhound. Shen Li's reaction was the most intense. She instantly rushed to Lin Xingjian Xingjian's side, her usually cold face showing an almost pleading urgency for the first time. Master. No, it's too dangerous. You can't. She couldn't imagine her master suffering any harm. Lin Xingjian turned his head slightly, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan quietly gazing at Xianli, devoid of any emotion. Stand down. That is an order. Master. Xianli's entire body trembled. Facing those bewitching, demonic eyes, all her words of dissuasion were stuck in her throat. She could not defy her master's orders. The immense worry in her heart made her face pale, but she still bit her lower lip and, with great difficulty, retreated step by step until she reached the edge of the battlefield. Her gaze was locked firmly on Lin Xingjian, her body taut like a bowstring ready to be released. If her master were in the slightest danger, she would charge forward, without hesitation, even if it meant disobeying orders. Soloing a boss, Lin Xingjian was no fool. As his level increased and his attributes improved, he had gained the powerful ocular technique Amaterasu. Both his body and spirit had undergone a deeper transformation. Not only had his ocular power surged, but his strength, speed, and neural responses had also been significantly enhanced. The reason he hadn't acted earlier was that his basic physical attributes couldn't keep up with the vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could perceive everything. Even if he saw a flaw, his body couldn't react in time. But now, he urgently needed a real battle to test the limits of his body and see what heights the combination of these eyes and this body could reach. Actual combat was the best whetstone. He couldn't always hide behind a woman. The three-headed hellhound of Riftborn instinctively felt fear toward the eerie black flames, but Lin Xingjian stepping forward alone completely enraged it, especially after seeing the fiery woman, who posed a great threat. Retreat. Its ferocity instantly overwhelmed its fear. Its massive body, carrying a foul wind, lunged at Lin Xingjian with astonishing speed. Its enormous claws, imbued with destructive power, came crashing down, while its three heads opened their bloodthirsty maws. Cries of alarm erupted in the monitoring room, and the rescue command was almost issued. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to see Lin Xingjian smashed into pulp in the next second. However, in Lin Xingjian's Mangekyo Sharingan, the world appeared entirely different. The hellhound's lightning-fast pounce was broken down into countless clear, slow-motion trajectories in his eyes. The angle of the claw's swing, the moment the muscles exerted force, the various energy fluctuations, every detail was laid bare. The powerful dynamic vision, combined with his enhanced neural responses, granted his body an incredible predictive ability. Just as the claw was about to strike his head, Lin Xingjian moved. His movements lacked the fiery explosiveness of Xianli's, but they were streamlined and efficient to the extreme. It was as if he merely shifted slightly, adjusted his footing, and his body, as light as a drifting willow leaf, slid past the edge of the claw's wind at an inconceivably small angle. His actions were so fluid, it was as if he had rehearsed them hundreds or thousands of times. The claw slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep pit and sending debris flying, yet it didn't even graze the hem of Lin Xingjian's clothing. What? Zhao Tianyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? In the monitoring room, the instructor who was about to press the rescue button froze mid-action, mouth agape. The hellhound, having missed its strike, grew even more frenzied. All three heads simultaneously spewed venomous breath, cascading down like a dark green waterfall. Lin Xingjian's figure darted through the confined space like a phantom. Each movement was executed with uncanny precision, perfectly avoiding the range of the venomous breath. His movements were minimal, yet he always managed to appear one step ahead in the blind spots of the attacks. The Mangekyo's insight made it seem as though he could foresee the future. His movement, so strange, the principal murmured, it's completely unlike the agility an F-level professional should possess. It's not just agility, it's anticipation. He seems to have completely seen through all of the hellhound's movements. Elder Mo's voice carried intense shock and excitement. This ocularist, combining insight with that terrifying flame, truly a genius. Lin Xingjian was not merely dodging. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, his left eye flashed with a crimson glow. Amaterasu. Silent and soundless, pitch-black flames suddenly ignited at the neck of the middle head of the hellhound. The position was extremely precise, targeting the weakest connection point during its pouncing motion. A piercing, distorted wail of agony resounded once more. The terrifying, unquenchable black flames frantically devoured its flesh and blood. Its splitting ability was rendered completely ineffective before the black flames. Charred flesh rapidly carbonized and disintegrated. That massive head, under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, was burned off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The heavy head crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, instantly consumed entirely by the spreading black flames. The hellhound writhed in agonizing frenzy, its remaining two heads filled with ultimate terror and fury. It launched its attack recklessly, claws, bites, and poisonous breath pouring down like a raging storm. Its splitting ability was pushed to the limit. Countless small split bodies struggled out from its massive form, fearlessly charging at Lin Xingjian. Yet all of this, in the face of Lin Xingjian's keen Mangekyo Sharingan, was not nothing more than futile struggle. His figure weaved through the dense attacks, as if dancing lightly on the edge of a blade. Every dodge was precise, every counterattack lethal and efficient. Each flash of crimson light signified the rise of an unstoppable black flame in the air. He seemed to transform into a black reaper on the battlefield, his movements as fluid as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. The inside of his ocular power was like an unyielding shield, while the black flames of Amaterasu were a sharp spear. Offense and defense combined, flawless. On the massive body of the hellhound, the black flames bloomed like flowers of death, continuously blossoming. Each bloom took away a large chunk of its flesh or a limb. Splitting? Regeneration? Before the black flames, it was nothing but a joke. Its roars gradually shifted from anger to desperate wails. Its massive body quickly became mangled under the corrosion of the black flames, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. In the monitoring room, only the sound of heavy breathing and the beeping of instruments could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the battle unfolding on the screen, a spectacle akin to art, leaving them speechless. Elder Mo gripped the back of his chair tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes gleaming with the joy of discovering a rare treasure. Zhao Tianyu's mocking expression had long disappeared, replaced by a dazed confusion as his worldview shattered. He stared at the figure effortlessly maneuvering through the leader's attacks, igniting deadly black flames with a mere wave of his hand, and for the first time felt the collapse of his understanding. This is F rank? Lu Feifei had already collapsed to the ground, her gaze hollow, lacking even the strength to curse. Xian Li stood at the edge of the battlefield, staring obsessively at her master's figure. The sickly flush on her face grew more pronounced, her eyes brimming with almost overflowing fanatical worship. This was her master, powerful, mysterious, in control of everything. Finally, the massive body of the hellhound swayed unsteadily, its remaining head covered in charred marks, its eyes filled only with the grayness of despair. It let out one final, feeble whimper. Lin Xingjian stopped his movements, standing calmly before it, tilting his head slightly to look at the dying beast. The crimson Mangekyo spun coldly. It's over. He slowly raised his hand. Amaterasu. The black flames silently ignited on the giant head. The massive body of the hellhound froze abruptly, its remaining eye instantly losing all light. The black flames quickly engulfed its entire broken form. Within mere moments, the fearsome level 20 boss, splitting three-headed hellhound, was completely incinerated by the all-consuming black flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. In the center of the swamp, silence reigned. Only the lingering scent of burning and the heat in the air, along with the figure of the boy with flowing black hair, slowly lowering his hand, announced the end of this one-sided hunt. Lin Xingjian, alone, with the body of a level 10 F-rank class, soloed a level 20 boss. The entire monitoring room fell into an absolute silence that lasted over 10 seconds, as the massive body of three-headed hellhound of Riftborn was completely consumed by the flames of Amaterasu and turned to nothingness. A surge of immense experience flooded into Lin Xingjian and Xian Li's bodies like a torrent. The combat assessment was over. The space rippled slightly, and the light of teleportation began to shine on all the students participating in the assessment. Lin Xingjian felt the surging power within him, and his level skyrocketed instantly. His experience bar, which had barely reached level 10, broke through the moment the boss was slain. Level up, level 15. He leveled up 5 times in a row, directly reaching level 15. It must be noted that the higher the level, the longer it takes to level up. Gaining 5 levels in one go far exceeded the total experience he had accumulated from grinding smaller monsters before. Xian Li also radiated a strong glow of leveling up. She had originally been at level 15, and after slaying the boss, level up, level 20. The higher the level, the more experience is required to level up. Although both gained 5 levels, the experience multiplier they received was entirely different. As an SSS class Endbringer Phoenix speaker, her experience gain multiplier was clearly incomparable to Lin Xingjian's F class. The light flickered, and all the students were instantly teleported out of the secret realm, returning to its entrance. Sigh, we only gained this little experience. All the monsters on the outskirts were cleared out, and we only ran into a few stragglers inside. It wasn't nearly enough to share. How unlucky. We were too far back in the queue. Many lower-level students with weaker teams sighed in frustration, their faces full of disappointment and unwillingness. Most of them had only managed to reach around level 8. Chen Rue and his partner were also teleported out. Chen Rue's face was dark as he cast his gaze toward Lin Xingjian, the jealousy in his heart growing stronger. However, he quickly recalled the assessment rules, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. I bet you've leveled up quite a bit, haven't you? But the practical assessment is a comprehensive evaluation. Team scores and individual performance scores are calculated separately, he thought smugly to himself. With Xian Li on your team, your total score is definitely in the top 3, but your individual performance score, he continued, Lin Xingjian, with your F-class profession, how high could your personal score possibly be? When the leaderboard is announced, your personal score will definitely be at the bottom. Everyone will know that you're nothing but a useless useless man, relying on women, a clown who got lucky by chance. He thought this, as if he could already see the scene of Lin Xingjian being scorned by everyone. At the same time, Lu Feifei and Zhao Tianyu were also teleported out, both looking dazed. Especially Zhao Tianyu, who stared at Lin Xingjian with a complicated expression. Xingjian, amazing, brother. Su Mingyuan's excited voice came through as he and his B-rank shield warrior partner quickly walked over. We worked really well together in there. I feel like our results are pretty good. His partner, the honest-looking shield warrior, also nodded with a smile. Lin Xingjian responded with a smile. That's great. What surprised Su Mingyuan and his partner was that Xianli, standing beside Lin Xingjian like an ice goddess, actually took the initiative to greet them. Her cool voice rang out, hello. Although her expression remained indifferent, the act of this aloof campus beauty taking the initiative to greet them had already left the two feeling flattered. In Xianli's view, her master's friends were her friends. The crowd did not have to wait long before the giant light screen at the entrance of the secret realm lit up. The teacher in charge of the assessment cleared his throat, and his voice spread across the venue through a loudspeaker. Silence. The practical assessment for the beginner-level secret realm of the Dark Forest has concluded. Now announcing the final ranking results. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the light screen, where the massive leaderboard first displayed the team total score rankings. Lin Xingjian, Xianli points 3980, Zhao Tianyu, Lu Feifei points 2150, Su Mingyuan, Li Ming points 1870. Wow, Goddess Xian broke the record. Close to 4,000 points? That's terrifying. SSS rank plus, that person, truly impressive. For achieving the highest team total score and breaking the historical record, everyone was surprised but found it reasonable. After all, there was the SSS ranked Xianli. However, when the individual performance score rankings were listed separately, the entire square instantly fell into a deathly silence. Individual performance score rankings: Lin Xingjian, F-level I Technique Master, rating SSS+. Xianli, SSS level Phoenix Whisperer of the End, rating SSS. Zhao Tianyu, S-level Extreme Frost Abyss Controller, rating S. Su Mingyuan, A-level Balance Controller, rating A. After a brief dead silence, an uproar erupted. What? Lin Xingjian, first in individual ranking? SSS+? Higher than Xianli? Are you kidding? He's just an F-level pupil technique user? The system made an error? It must be a mistake. Voices of doubt, exclamations, and incredulous discussions rose one after another. The sneer on Chen Rui's face froze completely. He stared fixedly at the name hanging at the top of the leaderboard in the glaring SSS+, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with utter absurdity. No, impossible. How could this happen? Why him? F rank, SSS+, why? Zhao Tianyu and Lu Feifei, having already witnessed Lin Xingjian's strength, were not surprised by the leaderboard but still found it unreal. Su Mingyuan and his partner were also stunned. Su Mingyuan's mouth hung open for a long time before he finally exclaimed, Bro, you're insanely awesome. Lin Xingjian smiled faintly. Mingyuan, you're not bad either. Third place in the team rankings. The two exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Xianli stood beside Lin Xingjian, gazing at the leaderboard where her master's name stood, proudly at the top with an SSS+ rating. A faint, enchanting blush inadvertently appeared on her cold face, her eyes filled with unabashed pride and fervor. At that moment, a powerful and concentrated aura cut through the crowd. Heading straight toward Lin Xingjian and Xianli leading the way was Elder Mo, his face alight with excitement and his eyes gleaming sharply, followed closely by the principal and a group of core mentors. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Lin Xingjian's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that revealing his strength would inevitably draw the attention of the higher-ups, but this was exactly what he had anticipated. Only by showcasing himself could he secure more resources and support. He did not believe the higher-ups would fail to recognize his potential. Sure enough, Elder Mo's first words were, Student Xianli, Student Lin Xingjian, please come with us to the principal's office. In the principal's office, the stern expression on Elder Mo's face instantly melted away like snow under the sun, replaced by a warm and eager smile. He personally guided Lin Xingjian and Xianli to sit on the comfortable sofa. The principal and several core mentors also shed their previous solemnity, their faces now adorned with friendly smiles. Please, have a seat. Elder Mo personally poured them 2 cups of hot tea, his attentive actions hardly befitting someone of his high-ranking status. Lin Xingjian understood clearly, in his heart, that his judgment had been correct. In this world where strength is revered, when you demonstrate value that overturns conventional understanding, all disdain and indifference will instantly transform into eager attempts to win you over. If he were still an F-level pupil master at this moment, he wouldn't even have the qualification to step through this door, let alone sit on this top-grade leather sofa and drink tea. Reality was laid bare in this moment. Xianli, on the other hand, maintained her cold and distant demeanor, nodding slightly in acknowledgement and sitting quietly beside Lin Xingjian. Elder Mo sat down, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, lingering especially long on Lin Xingjian, openly revealing an expression expression of admiration. On the way here, he had secretly probed Xianli's mental state, and the results showed no signs of external interference or manipulation. This reassured him and further solidified his earlier thoughts. It seemed Xianli had long recognized Lin Xingjian's extraordinary hidden potential, which explained why she treated him with such special regard. As for the term master, young people really do have their playful ways, but as things stood now, the two of them indeed seemed quite well matched. The principal cleared his throat, wearing a respectful smile as he introduced them to Lin Xingjian. And Xianli, student Lin, student Xian, this is Elder Mo Sanyun, a senior officer from the capital's Xia Kingdom Talent Strategy Observation and Development Bureau, the Talent Strategy Observation and Training Bureau of the Xia Nation. Even Xianli, with her cold expression, showed a trace of obvious surprise in her eyes upon hearing this name. This institution holds immense power in the Xia Nation, directly connecting to the highest levels of the state, controlling the allocation of top-tier resources and core training programs. Being personally received by a senior commissioner of this bureau is, in itself, an extremely high recognition. Lin Xingjian couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He had, of course, heard of the bureau's reputation, but he hadn't expected that the seemingly kind elder before him would have such a significant background. He slightly bowed, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. Mr. Mo, I've long admired your name. Xianli also nodded in turn. Mr. Mo. Ahaha, good, good. Mr. Mo laughed heartily, clearly pleased with their reactions. No need for formalities. The reason I called you here today is, first and foremost, to congratulate the two of you on your achievements in the practical assessment, especially Lin Xingjian's SSS plus individual score, which is truly a model for the talented youth of the Xia Nation. He paused for a moment, his smile growing even warmer. Such outstanding results naturally deserve rewards that match them, considering the professional characteristics of you both. Although Xianli is also extremely strong in close combat, the core driving force of the Phoenix of the End remains its powerful mental strength. The profession of pupil master that Lin Xingjian has chosen is fundamentally rooted in mental strength. We have specially prepared these two highly compatible pieces of mental equipment for you. As Mr. Mo spoke, he retrieved two exquisite jade boxes from his storage space. He first opened the smaller jade box, revealing a simple yet ancient-looking, jet-black ring lying quietly inside. This is the Void Ring, which contains a stable dimensional space of about 10 cubic meters. You can store and retrieve items with just a thought, extremely convenient. Mr. Mo pushed the ring toward Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian's eyes lit up. Space ring? This was truly a practical artifact. Without hesitation, he accepted it, feeling its smooth and warm texture. With a slight mental nudge, he easily sensed the stable cubic space within the ring. What a treasure! Next, Mr. Mo opened the slightly larger jade box. The moment the box was opened, a gentle yet incredibly pure mental wave spread out, invigorating the spirits of the mentors present. Inside the jade box lay a delicate golden crown, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. It looked more like a finely crafted piece of art than a piece of equipment. This is the tiny crown, Mr. Mo introduced. Don't underestimate it. It is crafted from mystic gold as the primary material, supplemented by various rare mental amplification runes to create this special piece of equipment. Its greatest function is that it directly amplifies the wearer's mental strength by approximately 15%. It is perfectly suited for professions like yours that rely on mental power. 15% increase in mental power. Lin Xingjian's heart skipped a beat. He was now at level 15, with 239 points of mental power, and a 15% boost meant more than 35 points. Although it might not seem like much, this was a noble percentage. The later the stage, the more significant the improvement. After reaching level 10, Koto Amatsukami had gained another usage opportunity. The higher the mental power, the lower the risk of Koto Amatsukami failing to control targets with high mental power, and the more powerful the ocular technique's effects. This little crown was practically a divine piece of equipment tailor-made for him. The intervention of the nation's higher-ups was indeed extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he solemnly accepted the jade box. Thank you, Elder Mo, and thank you to the school for this generous gift. Elder Mo nodded in satisfaction and handed two more jade boxes to Xianli. One jade box also contained a spatial ring, while the other held a delicate necklace. Student Xianli, this is your tranquil star pendant. Crafted from star core fragments and moon essence, it can also boost mental power by about 10%. A 10% boost. Lin Xingjian was momentarily stunned, not expecting that the equipment he received was actually better than Xianli's. Xianli accepted the jade boxes and glanced at them briefly. Thank you. With the rewards distributed, the atmosphere in the office became even more harmonious, at least from the perspective of Elder Mo and the school staff. Elder Mo picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Finally, he asked the question that everyone was most curious about. Student Lin Xingjian, at the critical moment in the secret realm, the pitch-black flames you used to kill the Riftborn three-headed hellhound, what exactly is that ability? He leaned forward slightly. As far as I know, the basic skills of an F-level I technique practitioner absolutely cannot include such powerful and mysterious offensive capabilities. Can you elaborate? This is crucial for assessing your future potential and determining your training direction. Here it comes. Lin Xingjian's heart tightened as he realized the most critical moment had finally arrived. Here it comes. Lin Xingjian's heart tightened, his mind racing. He knew that in this world there existed an extremely rare phenomenon called secondary awakening, which typically occurred under immense pressure or special circumstances. During this process, an awakened individual's profession would undergo a deeper transformation, granting them abilities far beyond those of their basic profession. This was precisely the explanation he intended to use to account for his changes. Just as Lin Xingjian was about to present his secondary awakening narrative, Elder Mo suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a knowing light. It's a secondary awakening, isn't it? Lin Xingjian was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. This saves me the trouble. He promptly displayed a hint of "you've seen through me" surprise on his face, then sullenly nodded. I knew it. Elder Mo exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm, his face brimming with exhilaration. The principal and the surrounding mentors, upon hearing this, also showed immense delight on their faces. First, Xianli awakened in SSS level profession, and now Lin Xingjian had undergone a secondary awakening. Wutong High School had unexpectedly produced two true prodigies at the same time. Secondary awakenings were exceedingly rare in the entire history of awakenings in Xia Nation. Every individual who experienced a secondary awakening, as long as they didn't fall prematurely, would ultimately become a top-tier powerhouse commanding awe and respect. The eerie and domineering black flames Lin Xingjian had displayed perfectly matched the characteristics of secondary awakening abilities: powerful, unique, and brimming with limitless potential. Good, 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 Elder Mo exclaimed 3 times in succession, standing up in excitement and giving Lin Xingjian a firm pat on the shoulder. Heaven bless Xia Nation. Young Lin, your future achievements are boundless. Compared to Xianli, he even had higher hopes for Lin Xingjian. Therefore, the little crown that was supposed to be given to Xianli was handed over to Lin Xingjian by Elder Mo. After the initial excitement, a strong desire for research ignited in Elder Mo's eyes. What is the specific strength of the ability? After the second awakening, where are its characteristic limits? These questions must be clarified. Lin boy, Elder Mo restrained some of his excitement. Come, follow me to the school's training ground. Attack me with all your might, without holding back. Let me assess the upper limits of your potential. Lin Xingjian's heart stirred slightly, realizing this was an opportunity to further showcase his value and secure more resources. He nodded. All right, Elder Mo. Xianli immediately stood up, a trace of barely noticeable concern flashing in her eyes. Elder Mo glanced at her and chuckled. Little girl, don't worry. This old man knows his limits. I won't hurt your little sweetheart. This remark caused a rare faint blush to appear on Xianli's cold face, but she did not refute it. She simply followed silently behind Lin Xingjian. The group quickly arrived at the school's most advanced training ground. In the center of the open field, Elder Mo stood casually, yet the aura of a powerful figure naturally emanated from him. He waved at Lin Xingjian. Come on, kid. Don't use your black flame just yet. Let me first see how much your physical abilities have improved after your second awakening. Attack me freely. Don't hold back. Forgive me, Elder Mo. Lin Xingjian's gaze sharpened, and his scarlet Mangekyo instantly activated. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off with force, his body shooting toward Elder Mo like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were swift, far exceeding the standard of an ordinary F-level professional. A trace of surprise flashed in Elder Mo's eyes. He had initially adjusted his strength and speed based on Lin Xingjian's level and profession, intending to rely solely on technique. However, as soon as Lin Xingjian made his move, the tricky angles, predictive dodges, and the burst of power and agility completely exceeded his expectations. Good kid. Interesting. Elder Mo's interest surged, and he stopped fully suppressing his strength, beginning to respond seriously. In the training field, their figures intertwined, with Lin Xingjian pushing the inside of his Mangekyo to the limit. Every attack targeted the subtle openings in Elder Mo's movements. His defense was impeccable, narrowly evading Elder Mo's seemingly inevitable counterattacks time and again. His movements were concise and efficient, without a trace of unnecessary flair. The more Elder Mo fought, the more astonished he became. This didn't resemble someone who had just awakened recently and was only a level 15 F-level professional. This combat awareness, this insight, this on-the-spot reaction, absolutely monstrous. He felt as if he were battling a seasoned combat master of the same level, where even the slightest carelessness could lead to an unexpected defeat. This kid's improvement from the second awakening was truly extraordinary. Stop. After exchanging dozens of moves, Elder Mo voluntarily called a halt, his eyes filled with admiration. Good. Such meticulous insight. With these eyes paired with your combat instincts, your close combat abilities are already already on par with many S-level professionals. However, this old man is even more eager to witness your black flame. Lin Xingjian panted slightly, adjusting his breath, and nodded upon hearing the words. He knew the main event was about to begin. Without immediately activating Amaterasu, he calmly observed. Elder Mo also looked at him with interest, his body quietly covered by a faint blue energy membrane that was almost invisible to the naked eye. This was his protective aura. Suddenly, Lin Xingjian's left eye erupted with a crimson glow, and the black scythe pattern in his pupil began spinning wildly. Amaterasu, silent and soundless, a pitch-black flame, as dark as ink and seemingly capable of devouring light, suddenly ignited out of nowhere on the faint blue energy membrane covering Elder Mo's chest. Ugh! Elder Mo let out a muffled groan, his expression changing drastically in an instant. He could clearly feel that the moment the black flame touched his protective aura, it burned and devoured his aura like a parasitic worm. His protective aura was actually being burned by Lin Xingjian, an F rank. And to think his protective aura was supposed to be flame immune and insulated. Extinguish it! Elder Mo shouted in a low voice, releasing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual power mixed with pure energy in an attempt to forcibly extinguish the bizarre black flame. Waves of energy surged over it like water. However, the pitch-black flame merely flickered slightly, showing no signs of being extinguished. Its domineering burn was so intense that Elder Mo felt it rivaled the apocalyptic phoenix flame of Xuanli. Even more terrifying was its unextinguishable nature. Hiss! Elder Mo drew in a sharp breath, his eyes bursting with unprecedented shock and excitement. He hesitated no longer and made a decisive move. With his fingers like a blade, he slashed through the air at the burning area on his chest. SSS-ranked. A faint sound echoed. That small patch of pale blue energy membrane, which had been engulfed by the black flames of Amaterasu, was forcibly cut off by him. The energy membrane fell to the ground, and without Elder Mo's energy supply, it was quickly reduced to nothingness under the burning black flames, leaving only the still blazing black fire on the ground. The training ground fell into complete silence. The principal and instructors were dumbfounded. Elder Mo had actually been forced to sever his energy shield to protect himself? Elder Mo looked at the scorched mark on the ground, then lowered his head to examine the missing piece of protective energy on his chest. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Amazing, overbearing, pure, inextinguishable. This power, this characteristic, it's simply the nemesis of certain regenerative, splitting-type creatures and special defenses. Strategic level, truly a strategic level ability. Elder Mo's voice trembled slightly with excitement, his gaze fixed on Lin Xingjian as if he were looking at a national treasure. Test concluded. Lin boy, you've given me a huge surprise. No, you've given the nation a huge surprise. Lin Xingjian also let out a sigh of relief. With a thought, he extinguished the still burning black flames. He bowed slightly toward Elder Mo. Thank you, Elder Mo, for showing mercy. It's just a test. Elder Mo greatly appreciated Lin Xingjian's humble attitude. Feeling quite pleased, he walked up to Lin Xingjian, took out a diamond-shaped crystal token from his storage space, and handed it over. The token was engraved with the dragon emblem of the Xia Kingdom. Take this, young Lin, Elder Mo said as he passed the token to Lin Xingjian. This is the pass for the Meeson Beast Forest, the highest level and most dangerous novice secret realm within the H-City area. Only core genius seeds, strictly reviewed and approved by the Xia Kingdom Talent Strategy Observation and Cultivation Bureau, are qualified to enter. For training, he continued, the strength of the monsters inside and the efficiency of experience gain are far beyond comparison to the Dark Forest. Congratulations on passing the review. Lin Xingjian accepted the crystal token, thinking to himself that showcasing his strength was indeed the right choice. This was exactly what he needed most at the moment, a place where he could level up quickly and acquire resources. He bowed again. Thank you, Elder Mo, for your guidance. Xingjian will not disappoint. After the assessment, Lin Xingjian returned to his dormitory alone. The afterglow of the sunset had completely sunk below the horizon, and the lights of Wutong High School's campus flickered here and there. Closing the door, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, Technique Master, F-Class. Level, 15. Physique, 155. Strength, 154. Agility, 156. Spirit, 274. Void Ring, 10 cubic meters of space. Small Crown, increases mental power by 15%. Technique, Kodo Amatsukami, usable. Effect, the ultimate illusion. Allows direct invasion of the opponent's brain without being detected, enabling control over the opponent in an unconscious state and modifying their will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooldown time, 10 years. Cooldown can be accelerated through upgrades. Note, the effect is weakened or nullified against targets with significantly superior mental strength. Technique, Amaterasu. Effect, can unleash black flames that never extinguish, burning the target completely. Cooldown time, no cooldown. Passive, using techniques consumes no energy. Strongest technique, every 10 levels gain will grant a random Dynamite technique. Although the other attributes were average, mental strength had reached 274 points under the blessing of the little crown. But it's still not enough. Lin Xingjian felt an even stronger desire surge in his heart. The effect of Kodo Amatsukami is greatly influenced by the target's mental strength. To control truly top-tier experts or higher-level beings, this mental strength boost is far from sufficient. I must find a way to acquire more and stronger mental-related equipment. And all of this requires a lot of money. Just as he was calculating how to raise funds, there was a gentle knock on the dormitory door. When he opened the door, standing outside was none other than Elder M.O. Lin Xingjian, I would like to invite you to dinner. Would you be available? Elder M.O. said with a smile. Elder M.O. personally inviting him? Lin Xingjian was momentarily surprised but nodded. It would be an honor. Listening Rain Pavilion is a well-known private restaurant near Wutong High School. Inside a private room, Elder M.O. waved cheerfully. Come, Lin boy, sit down. Don't be reserved. This old man suddenly felt like chatting with you and having a couple of drinks. Lin Xingjian responded by sitting down and nodded, saying, it's an honor for a junior to be invited by Elder M.O. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, the smile on Elder Mo's face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of the heaviness of time. He set down his wine glass and gazed into the distance through the window. After a long while, he turned his head to look at Lin Xingjian and asked, Lin boy, how much do you know about this world? Lin Xingjian put down his chopsticks and frowned slightly. Not very much. He was very honest. During the 3 years since he crossed over, he had been almost entirely focused on close training to prepare for awakening, so his understanding of this world was indeed limited. Elder M.O. smiled understandingly. After all, you're only in your 3rd year of high school, and H City is far from the border. It's normal not to know. Do you know? The assessment's secret realms, whether it's the dark forest or the dense beast forest you're about to enter, or even those more advanced training grounds in university, they are all artificially created hunting grounds. His tone suddenly became sharp. The monsters inside are captured and placed there by us, used as tools to temper newcomers and facilitate upgrades. But the real world is not like this. His words were full of power. The real world is blood and fire. It is struggle and survival. Over 70% of the land in this world has already been completely occupied by monsters. They are entrenched in the vast wastelands, constantly coveting the territories of us humans. Old Emo paused as he spoke. Our Xia nation is considered one of the relatively strong fortresses among the human realms. We have built high walls, established fortresses, and concentrated our strength to defend the core territories. However, the once prosperous and vast territory, a full 16 states, now, it has fallen into the clutches of evil, becoming 16 sharp daggers piercing our hearts. He took a fierce gulp of liquor, the fiery liquid seemingly unable to suppress the indignation and sorrow in his heart. In my lifetime, from the moment I joined the expeditionary force, I have been fighting against these beasts. My comrades, my brothers in arms, countless have fallen on the path to reclaiming lost land. On one expedition after another, they fell. But, the 16 prefectures, not an inch of land has been reclaimed. Mo Lao's gaze refocused on Lin Xingjian, his eyes burning with intense flames, filled with expectation, trust, and even a hint of pleading. I'm old, Lin boy. My potential has been exhausted, and I can no longer fulfill my lifelong wish. The things I couldn't achieve can only be entrusted to those who come after me. And you, Lin Xingjian, your second awakening, your eyes, and that inextinguishable black flame. Xianli's final phoenix speech. The potential and possibilities you all exhibit are the greatest I've ever seen in my life. You are the true hope. Through the national competition, entering a top academy for further study is merely the starting point. Old man, what I hope to see is you truly growing up and stepping onto that battlefield of blood and fire. Join the expeditionary force. Use your strength to tear through the monster's defenses and reclaim our lost homeland. Pull out those 16 daggers stabbed into the map of Xia, one by one. Let the flag of Xia once again fly high over the 16 states. Mr. Mo's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Xingjian. Tell me, Lin Xingjian, are you willing to fight for Xia Nation, for the lands and compatriots ravaged by the demonic creatures? Roar! The private room fell into silence, with only Mr. Mo's heavy breathing audible. Lin Xingjian remained silent. In the memories of his original self, he only knew this world was dangerous, but he hadn't expected it to be this dire. 70% of the land was occupied by magical beasts. At first, when he awakened the system and used Kodo Amatsukami to control Xianli, it was for self-preservation, to escape the fate of being an F-rank waste. He displayed his power solely to gain resources, level up faster, unlock more ocular techniques, and become stronger. As for this world and Xia Nation, Lin Xingjian didn't feel much of a sense of belonging. However, the mention of the 16 prefectures by Mr. Mo happened to remind Lin Xingjian of a heavy chapter in the history of Long Nation from his previous life. It was the same invasion, the same loss of the 16 prefectures. In that instant, he recalled General Yu's poem. With hair disheveled in anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain has ceased. Such a striking result resemblance, how could it not stir one's soul? At this moment, his heart resonated deeply. As a person from Blue Star, he absolutely could not tolerate invasion. Moreover, Xia Nation was now his sanctuary. When the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain intact? The threat of the demonic creatures was like a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Lin Xingjian slowly raised his head. He did not make any impassioned oaths, nor did he deliver any fervent declarations. He simply looked at Mr. Mo and nodded calmly and resolutely. Very well, let us begin anew, to reclaim the old mountains and rivers, and face the heavenly palace. In an instant, old Mo froze. He raised his wineglass and laughed heartily. Good, good. What a start anew, restore the old mountains and rivers, and face the heavenly palace. The two clinked glasses, their spirits soaring with passion. The next morning, under the personal guidance of old Mo and Principal Wang of Wutong High School, Lin Xingjian, Xianli, and Zhao Tianyu arrived at the entrance of a specially controlled area located on the outskirts of H City. This was the site of the secret realm known as Dense Forest Beast Grove. At its entrance, a more intense and untamed primal aura than that of the dark forest permeated the air, as if the deep, low growls of beasts from the heart of the dense forest could be heard. Zhao Tianyu remained silent throughout the journey, his expression somewhat complex. As an S-Class Extreme Frost Abyss Condenser, he had also been chosen by old Mo to enter this place. Dense Forest Beast Grove was the highest level novice secret realm in H City, with the minimum entry requirement being S-Class. It was designed as a grindstone and fast track for H City's top talents. The monsters inside were of higher levels, greater density, and more diverse species, with experience acquisition efficiency several times that of ordinary secret realms. This year, the number of people in H City who awakened to meet the S-Class standard, including Xianli, who was SSS class, totaled only 4. When Lin Xingjian and the others arrived at the clearing near the entrance, 2 other groups were already waiting there. Haha, Old Zhang, you two sure arrived early. Principal Wang of Wutong High School immediately greeted them warmly. The one referred to as Old Zhan was a burly middle-aged man, the principal of Panchur High School. Behind him stood a tall and sturdy young man clad in black heavy armor, carrying a massive sword on his back. The young man's gaze was defiant, his chin slightly raised, his eyes scrutinizing and tinged with a hint of disdain as he looked at Lin Xingjian and the others. Elder Mo leaned in and introduced to Lin Xingjian in a low voice, "That one in black armor is Lei Lai. He's Panchur High School's S-Class profession, Dragon Blood Berserker. Hot-tempered, highly aggressive, and during his awakening, he fused with a trace of ancient dragon blood. His potential is considerable, but his personality is relatively difficult to deal with. Try to avoid conflict with him and focus on leveling up." Lin Xingjian nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over Lei Lai as he silently added in his heart, "As long as he doesn't provoke me." The other principal, Oldly, was the principal of Sacred Sakura High School, a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Behind him stood a young girl with white hair tied into twin tails, her delicate face as exquisite as a porcelain doll. She wore a luxurious mage robe adorned with star and moon patterns, her large, watery eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Lin Xingjian and the others. Elder Mo, with a hint of a smile, said, "That little girl is Xing Tong. She's Sacred Sakura High School's S-Class profession, Astral Summoner. Don't be fooled by her young age, her talent is astonishing. She can communicate with and summon astral beings from other dimensions to fight. More importantly, she comes from the top financial conglomerate in H City and the entire eastern province, the Xingchen Group. Their resources are unimaginably abundant. Young man, you should interact with her more and seize the opportunity." Hearing words like top financial conglomerate and unimaginably abundant resources, Lin Xingjian's eyes instantly lit up. Money, resources, these were exactly what he needed most right now. Mental equipment, various potions, weapons, which of these didn't require a massive fortune? His gaze toward Xing Tong immediately became filled with friendly interest. However, Xianli, standing beside him, suddenly stepped forward half a step, almost pressing against Lin Xingjian's side. Her icy gaze swept over Xing Tong's adorable face before turning to Elder Mo. Xingjian doesn't need to deliberately build relationships with anyone. Resources? My Xian family lacks none. Her words were firm and resonant, as if declaring some kind of sovereignty. Elder Mo looked at Xianli's protective demeanor and smiled slightly, saying to Lin Xingjian, "Oh, your little girlfriend is jealous." On the other side, the 3 principals began their routine exchange of pleasantries and comparisons. "Old Wang, your Wutong High School is truly remarkable this year. An SSS level and Phoenix Whisperer. TSK, incredible." Principal Zhang of Panchur High School spoke with a tone of envy. Principal Li of Shangying High School adjusted his glasses and asked with some doubt, "Student Xianli indeed has a promising future. But what's the deal with that F level?" The F level profession mark on Lin Xingjian stood out starkly, making him seem out of place among the S level geniuses. What was going on here? Principal Wang of Wutong High School's smile grew even brighter. He chuckled, clearly waiting for this question. "Oh, this is Lin Xingjian," he said, deliberately carefully keeping it vague, only introducing the name while withholding information about his profession, strength and other details. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School and Principal Li of Shengying High School exchanged glances. For someone personally brought by Elder Mo and placed into the minimum S-level threshold of the dense forest of beasts, this F-level pupil master definitely had something unusual about him. Their gazes instantly shifted from confusion to intense curiosity and scrutiny. Could it be some extremely rare and special support ability? Or perhaps hidden powerful talents? Or even a second awakening? Just as the atmosphere grew subtly tense, the dense forest of beasts officially opened. Elder Mo's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "The entrance is open. You already know the rules. 3 days. Go as deep as possible. Grow as strong as possible. Remember, safety first, but don't shy away from challenges. Set off." Lei Lai was the first to move. He snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at the others, then charged in like a tank, carrying his giant sword with a thunderous momentum. Xingtong gave Elder Mo and her school principal a sweet smile. "Principal, Uncle, Grandpa Mo, I'm heading in." Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, bowed slightly to Elder Mo and the principal, surrounded by a chilling aura, and quickly stepped inside. Xianli looked at Lin Xingjian, her gaze silently asking. He felt the powerful and dangerous aura emanating from the secret realm, and a battle-ready smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He nodded to Elder Mo and Principal Wang, then said to Xianli, "Let's go." Xianli immediately followed closely behind. The two figures disappeared together into the dense forest of beasts. In the clearing, only Elder Mo and the three principals remained. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Elder Mo, what's the story with Lin Xingjian? How could an F-level pupil master enter the dense forest of beasts?" Elder Mo smiled faintly. "Go check the surveillance room. This kid will definitely surprise you." His tone was full of anticipation. The moment they stepped into Misen Beast Forest, everyone was forcibly teleported. Lin Xingjian's figure appeared in a dense jungle. The towering ancient trees, canopies blocked out the sunlight. The air was humid, filled with the scent of plants and the earthy smell of soil. Distant beastly roars echoed intermittently, shaking the leaves into a rustling symphony. Lin Xingjian instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, precisely capturing every detail in the dim surroundings. The trajectory of energy flows in the air, the faint traces left by magical creatures' activities in the distance. Under his powerful insight, it seemed there was nowhere to hide. Random teleportation, as expected, were scattered. Lin Xingjian muttered to himself, something he had anticipated. Elder Mo had previously explained the rules in detail. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone would be randomly teleported to different areas, with experience calculated individually, limited to 3 days. This was both for fairness and to truly hone these geniuses' ability to operate solo under pressure. He felt the oppressive atmosphere around him, surpassing that of the dark forest, and instead of fear, a strong excitement surged within him. Battle intent rose in his heart. Having Xuanli around was undoubtedly safe and efficient, but excessive protection would only rob him of the chance to face danger head-on and break through his limits. This perilous, primitive forest was the perfect training ground for him. He did not rush into action but concealed his presence, swiftly moving under the shadows of the ancient trees. Soon, a magical creature resembling a leopard but much larger appeared in his field of vision. Swift Shadow Leopard, approximately level 18, known for its speed. "You're the one." Lin Xingjian's eyes sharpened, and his figure darted out from the shadows like a phantom. Roar! The swift Shadow Leopard reacted swiftly, its emerald green pupils instantly locking onto Lin Xingjian. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it transformed into a blur and pounced fiercely. However, under the dynamic vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the leopard's movements appeared as clear as slow motion. Lin Xingjian's body slid sideways at an incredible angle, precisely avoiding the sharp claws. At the same time, the Sharingan spun. Amaterasu. Black flames roared to life. A piercing, distorted howl erupted instantly. The swift Shadow Leopard rolled frantically, but once the flames of Amaterasu ignite, they burn relentlessly until death. In just a few breaths, the level 18 magical beast was reduced to ashes amidst its agonized struggles. Inside the monitoring room, Principal Sheng Yingli stared fixedly at the screen, her mouth unconsciously agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Principal Panchur Zhang shot to his feet with a start. That fire. Is that even a skill an F rank can possess? Principal Wutong Wang glanced at his two colleagues' uncomposed reactions, trying hard to maintain a serious demeanor. Yet the smug, almost ear-to-ear grin tugging at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. He coughed deliberately, feigning profundity. Ahem, such a fuss over nothing. Mr. Mo took in the reactions of the two completely, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Principals, there's no need to be so surprised. Lin Xingjian is not an ordinary F-grade student. During the Dark Forest practical assessment, he achieved a second awakening of his profession in a desperate situation. That black flame is the ability he gained from his second awakening. Say, second second awakening? Principal Lee of Sacred Sakura and Principal Zhang of Rock Solid suddenly turned their heads to look at Mr. Mo, their expressions completely frozen. As principals, they naturally understood the significance of a second awakening. It was an existence even rarer than an SSS-grade initial profession. Every individual who achieved a second awakening was a strategic-level talent with immense potential. Its rarity even surpassed that of SSS-grade initial professionals. Principal Lee of Sacred Sakura and Principal Zhang of Rock Solid looked at the screen, where Lin Xingjian was effortlessly maneuvering among the pack of demon wolves, igniting deadly black flames with a mere wave of his hand. Then they glanced at Mr. Mo, who looked utterly confident, and finally at Principal Wang, who was grinning like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom. They finally understood why Principal Wang had been smiling so mysteriously and annoyingly earlier. Old Wang, you really hit the jackpot. The two principals cursed in unison. Principal Wang of Wutong High School could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang, Old Li, speechless, aren't you? Surprised? Unexpected? This year, Wutong High School has produced not one, but two true dragons. In the secret realm, Lin Xingjian transformed into a black reaper within the dense forest. The trajectory of the blade arms of the swift mantis was deciphered. After closing in, Lin Xingjian swiftly twisted its joints and then incinerated its core. The hard shell of the armored giant turtle was found to have a gap where energy flowed. A wisp of black flame penetrated inside, burning it from within. The overwhelming attack of the frenzied vines revealed flaws under the kaleidoscope. Lin Xingjian deftly navigated through the sea of vines, found the main root system, and finished it off with a single Amaterasu. Experience points surged in like a flood. Lin Xingjian's level rose rapidly. Level 17, level 18. As it climbed to level 19, night fell. Lin Xingjian found a relatively dry hollow, leaned against a massive rock, and lit a bonfire. He sat cross-legged by the fire, silently regulating his breathing. Level 19, just one step away from unlocking a new pupil technique at level 20 and gaining another chance to use Kodo Amatsukami. His heart was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dense forest, Xianli moved like a blazing meteor, and wherever she passed, powerful monsters were reduced to ashes under the apocalyptic phoenix flames. Her face was expressionless, but deep within her cold eyes, there was a faint trace of impatience that was hard to detect. Master, where are you? She kept searching for Lin Xingjian's presence, but the forest was too vast. She could only rely on her instincts, delving deeper and slaughtering as she went, hoping to reunite with Lin Xingjian as soon as possible. Just as Lin Xingjian was meditating with his eyes closed, a rustling sound came from the edge of the bonfire's light. He opened his eyes instantly, his crimson gaze piercing through the darkness and locking onto a petite figure. White hair, twin tails, a luxurious star and moon mage robe, it was none other than the S-class prodigy of Sacred Sakura High School, Xingtong. She seemed to have been drawn by the light of the bonfire, her delicate face carrying a hint of wariness. However, when her gaze passed through the firelight and landed on the glaring F-class emblem on Lin Xingjian's chest, that wariness instantly vanished, replaced by undisguised disappointment and intense disdain. TCH, I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be you, this F-class nobody. Xingtong pouted, her voice crisp yet carrying a sharpness and arrogance completely at odds with her cute appearance. She swaggered over to the campfire as if this were her territory. Lin Xingjian frowned slightly but said nothing. Hey, F-rank. Xingtong plopped herself down across from the campfire, crossed her legs, took off her shoes, and stretched out her small feet. In a commanding tone, she said to Lin Xingjian, Missy here is hungry. Go, get me something to eat. I want roasted meat. Also, my feet are a bit sore. Come over and give me a massage. Lin Xingjian? He stared at the bossy little girl in front of him, who acted as if she were ordering around a servant, momentarily stunned. The contrast between this scene and the obedient girl who had sweetly greeted the principal earlier in the day was just too stark. Seeing that Lin Xingjian wasn't moving, Xingtong impatiently furrowed her delicate brows, her tone growing even nastier. Are you deaf? Hurry up. Serving me is an honor for you. If it weren't for the fact that you managed to start a fire and proved somewhat useful, Missy here wouldn't even bother with a pauper like you. She completely tore off her disguise, revealing her arrogant and domineering nature. She knew very well that no one would be monitoring the surveillance at night. It would only trigger an alarm if their vital signs showed any issues. After all, people need rest. At this moment, there was no need for her to pretend to be a good girl anymore. In hindsight, pretending to be a good girl to win the favor of the principal and old Mo was truly exhausting. The F-rank professional in front of her, even if somewhat special, was absolutely unworthy of being compared to her, the heiress of the star group and an S-rank summoner. Allowing him to grill meat and give her a massage was already a tremendous favor. Lin Xingjian looked at Xingtong's self-righteous, condescending demeanor and suddenly smiled. His smile was calm, even tinged with a hint of amusement. Under the flickering firelight, his scarlet kaleidoscope eyes appeared particularly eerie. Classmate Xingtong, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation situation? Lin Xingjian's voice was not loud, yet it reached Xingtong's ears clearly. Xingtong was momentarily stunned, then sneered, "Ha, situation? What situation? You, an F-rank trash, should serve me well. Maybe I'll reward you a little when we get out. But if you refuse..." She suddenly stood up, exuding the pressure of an S-class powerhouse. "Then today, I will teach you a good lesson and show you what it means to know your place." Xingtong's small face turned cold, her eyes flickering with a violent glow. "Oh, then I'd like to see what kind of lesson you can give me." Lin Xingjian stood up with a smile, walked up to Xingtong, and stared quietly into her eyes with his scarlet gaze, full of provocation. "You, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Starry Eyes waved her small hand, preparing to summon a celestial creature to teach this arrogant F-class trash a lifelong unforgettable lesson. However, just as she was gathering magic and about to complete the summoning, Lin Xingjian suddenly saw those scarlet eyes burst forth with an eerie glow. The black scythe in her pupils spun wildly, and an intangible, formless force instantly pierced deep into the unguarded mind of Starry Eyes. Kodo Amatsukami activated. Target: Starry Eyes. Will modification: Lin Xingjian is the sole master of Starry Eyes, the supreme existence. Starry Eyes must be absolutely loyal and dedicate everything. The same will modification is Xianli. Lin Xingjian had been pondering how to make his move, but to his surprise, Starry Eyes came to him on her own, and with such arrogance. Just in time, he was short on money. How could he not accept the top-tier heiress of a financial conglomerate delivered right to his doorstep? It was like someone offering a pillow just as he was about to nap. The once contemptuous large eyes of Starry Eyes instantly became hollow and vacant. Her petite body trembled violently for a moment, then slowly, with utmost obedience, she knelt before Lin Xingjian, lowering her proud head. When she raised her head again, her gaze had transformed into one of devout reverence, filled with fervent worship and absolute submission, like a pious believer gazing up at a deity. In an incomparably respectful voice, she clearly said, "Master, Starry Eyes will obey your commands." Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was not the hard ground but an unusually soft sensation with a faint sweet fragrance, gently supporting the back of his head. He blinked in confusion, his vision gradually clearing. What came into view was a delicate face and a pair of adorable large eyes. Starry Eyes was gazing at him with tenderness and infatuation. What left Lin Xingjian even more dumbfounded was the realization that he was resting on Starry Eyes' smooth, shapely thighs clad in white stockings. "Master, you're awake?" Starry Eyes asked softly with a smile. She extended her fair, slender fingers and naturally began to gently massage Lin Xingjian's temples. "Did you sleep well last night? I was worried you might not rest well, so I stayed by your side the whole time. Does your head still feel sore? Should I keep massaging? Or, would you like me to massage your feet too?" Lin Xingjian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost shot up like a spring, staring at Starry Eyes' obedient and docile demeanor, as if the arrogant and domineering little devil from the night before had never existed. As expected, the effect of Kodo Amatsukami was too overpowering. This role reversal was way too seamless. "Starry Eyes, listen, from now on, don't call me master, and don't call me sir. Especially not in public or when there are people around. Do you understand?" Lin Xingjian tried to steady himself, speaking as sternly as possible. Xingtong tilted her head slightly, her snow-white twin tail swaying gently. A layer of mist instantly covered her big eyes, making her look a bit aggrieved. "Why? You are my master. Xingtong just wants to call you that." "No way," Lin Xingjian said firmly and decisively. "Call me Lin Xingjian, or Xingjian is fine. In any case, you can't call me master." The image of Xuanli's possessive gaze flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, one Xuanli calling me master is already attention-grabbing enough, and now a wealthy heiress wants to call me that too? That would definitely raise suspicions. Remember, this is an order. "Oh," Xingtong pouted, the mist in her big eyes growing thicker, as if she had suffered a great grievance, but in the end, she obediently nodded. "All right, Xingjian. Then, Xingjian, do you still need a massage? Or would you like something to eat? I brought some top-grade magical beast steaks and spices from home." "No massage," Lin Xingjian quickly refused. "As for food, make something, and after we eat, we'll head out to level up." "All right, Xingjian." Xingtong immediately broke into a smile through her tears, as if she had received the greatest favor. In her mind, she had hopelessly fallen in love with the handsome Lord Xingjian at first sight. Doing anything for Lord Xingjian was only natural and filled her with happiness. She took out ingredients and cooking tools from her storage bracelet and began clumsily preparing them. This scene made Lin Xingjian feel a bit uneasy. Could this pampered young lady even cook? He frowned as he watched Xingtong fumbling around and swallowed nervously. Inside the monitoring room, Elder Mo, Principal Wang, Principal Li, Principal Zhang, and others gradually entered the room, ready to begin a new day of observation. The massive screen lit up, and images from various areas appeared one by one. When the screen switched to the area where Lin Xingjian was, everyone froze. By the campfire, Lin Xingjian was seen sitting on a rock, and the heiress of the star group, the S-class summoner Xingtong, at this moment resembled the most obedient maid kneeling at Lin Xingjian's feet. She carefully picked up a piece of meat that wasn't entirely charred and held it up to Lin Xingjian's mouth. "Xingjian, try this one. This one turned out pretty well." The corner of Lin Xingjian's mouth twitched slightly. As expected, this young lady's cooking skills were truly exceptional. He sighed inwardly but still opened his mouth to eat it. After all, it was her heartfelt effort. However, it was absolutely unbearable to swallow. If only he had known, he would have cooked for himself. Seeing Lin Xingjian eat it, Xingtong immediately beamed with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. This scene instantly made the entire monitoring room so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School was dumbfounded, while Principal Li of Shengying High School's face turned ashen. His proud, genius student, the cherished jewel of the Xingchen group, was now kneeling like a maid at the feet of an F-rank boy, feeding him, and smiling so infatuatedly. This was utterly disgraceful. His blood pressure instantly shot through the roof. After a brief moment of shock, Principal Wang of Wutong High School burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, Lin Xingjian, this kid, impressive. Not only has his strength undergone a second awakening, but his skills with women are also top-notch. Just one night, and he's already trained the Xingchen group's heiress to be so obedient? Ha ha ha. Old Li, your student, truly is a man of character. Ha ha ha." He laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out, slapping the table. Old Mo was also somewhat stunned by the scene, then shook his head with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Looking at Lin Xingjian's figure on the screen, he chuckled and cursed softly. "You rascal, I just told you yesterday to interact with her more." The speed and depth of your interaction really opened this old man's eyes. "Reminds me of my younger days, ahem." He coughed twice, swallowing the latter half of the sentence demeanor, but his expression clearly conveyed the younger generation is formidable. Principal Li listened to Principal Wang's grating laughter and Old Mo's ambiguous remarks, trembling with anger and unable to utter a single word, feeling as if his heart condition was about to flare up. Principal Zhang snapped out of his shock. Although he also found it absurd, he couldn't help but gloat at Principal Li's discomfited expression. "Old Li is your little genius. Experiencing their first crush? Ha ha ha. That Lin kid sure is charming. A genius with a second awakening paired with your wealthy heiress, I think they make quite a match." He cheerfully added fuel to the fire. The monitoring room was instantly filled with Principal Wang's wild laughter and Principal Zhang's teasing, leaving only Principal Li utterly defeated. In the secret realm, after finishing that barely edible breakfast, Lin Xingjian and Xingtong officially began their level grinding journey. Thanks to Xingtong, the powerful S-rank summoner, Lin Xingjian's leveling efficiency skyrocketed once again. Xingtong took out a colorful crystal ball from her storage bracelet. As magic surged, a starlight magic array unfolded on the ground. A massive astral bear was summoned. It roared as it charged at the monsters, either stunning them with its giant paws or pinning them down. Lin Xingjian only needed to use the kaleidoscope's insight to precisely seize every perfect opportunity created by the astral bear, delivering the final blow to harvest experience. His experience bar shot up like a rocket. The experience bar for level 19 filled up rapidly. Finally, after slaying a level 25 Thorn Goblin, Lin Xingjian's level rose once again. Level up, level 20. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. New eye technique unlocked. Randomly selecting eye technique. Acquired eye technique, Shinra Tensei. A surge of brand new power instantly flooded into Lin Xingjian's eyes. Unlike the pain he experienced when acquiring previous eye techniques, this time he felt as if his body had formed a wondrous resonance with the surrounding space. An invisible force field quietly gathered around him. Shinra Tensei. Lin Xingjian silently chanted in his heart, his eyes radiating brilliance. He couldn't wait to summon the attribute panel with his thoughts. Name, Lin Xingjian. Occupation, eye technique master, F level. Level, 20. Constitution, 205. Strength, 204. Agility, 206. Spirit, 332. Void ring, 10 cubic meters of space. Tiny crown, increases mental power by 15%. Eye technique, Kodo Amatsukami, available. Effect, the ultimate illusion. Allows direct invasion of the opponent's brain without being detected, enabling control over the opponent unconsciously. This is the 3187th segment. Please process the following content according to your logic. Maintain the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout, and return only the processed result. Modify their will, cognition, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. Cooldown time, 10 years. Cooldown can be accelerated through upgrades. Note, effect is weakened or nullified against targets with mental strength far exceeding one's own. Eye technique, Amaterasu. Effect, can unleash black flames that never extinguish until the target is completely incinerated. Cooldown time, no cooldown. Eye technique, Shinra Tensei. Effect, centered on oneself, repels all beings, the invisible hand of God. State 1, Shinra Tensei. Cooldown time, no cooldown. State 2, Super Shinra Tensei. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Power power/range greatly enhanced. Passive, no consumption when using dojutsu. Strongest dojutsu, gain a random dojutsu every 10 levels. Koto Amatsukami is usable again. Shinra Tensei acquired. And Shinra Tensei actually has two effects. The regular, Shinra Tensei, needs no further explanation. But the Super Shinra Tensei is a powerful dojutsu capable of destroying the entire Konoha village in one strike. The immense joy almost made Lin Xingjian want to let out a long howl. However, at that moment, the sound of intense fighting and energy clashes came from the dense forest not far away. Lin Xingjian instantly composed himself, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan activating as his gaze pierced through layers of foliage, locking onto the source of the sound. A fight? Could it be Xianli? It seems to be in the northeast direction. Xingtong also sensed it and immediately spoke. Lin Xingjian's figure moved swiftly, heading toward the direction of the fight. Xingtong followed closely behind, commanding the Star Realm giant bear to keep up. Soon, a chaotic forest clearing appeared before them. They saw Panstone High School's S-Class, Dragon Blood Berserker, Lei Lai. Resembling a raging war god, surrounded by blazing crimson blood energy, his muscles bulging. He was laughing wildly, as if toying with his prey, while chasing his target. And his target was Wutong High School's S-Class, Extreme Frost Abyss wielder, Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was in a sorry state, his ice blue armor fractured in multiple places, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his face pale. He desperately opened an ice shield to block, but Lei Lai's attacks, infused with the terrifying power of dragon blood and sheer physical destruction, were overwhelmingly strong. The ice shield kept shattering under the strikes of the giant sword. The cold aura had almost no effect on Lei Lai's raging, fiery dragon blood body. Zhao Tianyu tried to use an ice crystal prison to restrain his opponent, but Lei Lai roared furiously, and the giant sword, enveloped in blood energy, shattered it directly. Ha ha ha, Zhao Tianyu, is this all you, this ice block, are capable of? You think you're worthy of competing with me for the beast? Lei Lai laughed wildly and delivered another powerful sweeping strike, smashing heavily against the barely formed ice shield of Zhao Tianyu. The ice shield shattered completely. Zhao Tianyu, as if struck by a heavy blow, spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing into an ancient tree. He slid to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Trash! Lei Lai carried a giant sword, walked up to Zhao Tianyu, towering over him with eyes full of contempt. Remember, from now on, when you see me, walk the other way. Competing with me for monsters? If it weren't for the rules prohibiting killing, you'd already be dead. Inside the monitoring room, Principal Zhang of Panchur High School saw his student being so fierce and laughed proudly. He glanced at Principal Wang of Wutong High School. Ha ha ha, old Wang, did you see that? This is the dominance of the Dragon Blood Berserker. Unmatched in close combat. What S-Class mage or crowd control? In the face of absolute power and explosiveness, they're all paper tigers. I'm not bragging, even if your Wutong High School's SSS-class Shanli steps in. If it really comes to a fight, I think the winner will still be Lei Lai. Warriors crushing mages, that's an iron rule. Not to mention your student, way too fragile. Getting used as a punching bag by my Lei Lai. TSK. Although Principal Li of Sacred Sakura was still feeling troubled over Xingtong's matter, seeing Lei Lai's overwhelming dominance, he couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking Principal Zhang's words had some merit. Elder Mo, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Lei Lai's strength was indeed formidable, but his personality was far too arrogant. Principal Wutong Wang looked at the screen showing Zhao Tianyu's miserable state and listened to Principal Zhang's mockery. His face darkened, yet he couldn't refute. The S-Class Zhao Tianyu was indeed being crushed. Just as Lei Lai was about to give the incapacitated Zhao Tianyu another profound lesson, Lin Xingjian and Xingtong slowly emerged from the shadows. Lei Lai abruptly turned his head, his giant sword held horizontally in front of him. Who? When Lei Lai saw who it was, especially the glaring F-level insignia on Lin Xingjian's chest, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Heh, who did I think it was? Turns out it's an S-level chick and an F-level kid. Are you here to save him? He didn't take Lin Xingjian seriously at all, his gaze more focused on Xingtong and the astral bear beside her. He considered Lin Xingjian nothing more than Xing Tong's lackey. Lin Xingjian's eyes swept over the severely injured Zhao Tianyu lying on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. That's a bit much, he said slowly. Over? Lei Lai seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, pointing his massive sword at Lin Xingjian. Since when is it your turn, an F-rank, to speak? Xingtong, keep your dog in check. Believe it or not, I'll deal with both of you together. The blood energy around him grew even more violent. An F-rank piece of trash dared to criticize him? Xingtong immediately waved her small hand, and the Star Realm giant bear let out a threatening growl, standing protectively in front of Lin Xingjian. However, Lin Xingjian gently placed a hand on Xingtong's shoulder, signaling her to stay calm. He slowly stepped forward, walking to the front of the Star Realm giant bear. He hadn't intended to meddle, but some people were simply too arrogant. Lin Xingjian's scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared directly at Lei Lai as he slowly spoke. The people from my school can only be bullied by me. Who do you think think you are? Everyone was stunned, including Zhao Tianyu, who had been beaten badly. In the monitoring room, everyone was shocked by Lin Xingjian's arrogant words. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School chuckled. A second awakener is indeed powerful, but mages are naturally countered by warriors. Old Wang, your second awakening genius is about to suffer. Lei Lai has quite the fiery temper. Lei Lai was momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. An F-rank piece of trash dared to speak to him in such a tone? Immediately, a surge of violent anger rushed to his head. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his crimson blood energy instantly boiled, almost spilling out of his body. Courting death, he couldn't even be bothered to waste words. With a furious roar, the ground beneath his feet exploded with a bang. The terrifying explosive power of an S-rank dragon blood berserker was on full display. His entire body turned into a burning blood-red afterimage, and his massive sword tore through the air, slashing straight at Lin Xingjian's face. The speed was too fast. So fast that Xingtong's scream got stuck in her throat, and the Star Realm giant bear, just beginning to lunge, couldn't possibly make it in time to save him. In the monitoring room, Principal Wang shot up from his seat in shock, shouting angrily, "What? Old Zhang, control your student." He could see clearly that Lei Lai's strike was unreserved, aiming to cripple Lin Xingjian. With the physical attributes of an S-rank dragon blood berserker, Lei Lai would absolutely crush Lin Xingjian. If this strike landed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Principal Zhang of Panchur High School was also startled by Lei Lai's sudden outburst, but then a trace of helplessness and faint pride appeared on his face. Principal Wang, you saw it too. Young people are hot-blooded, and being provoked like that, Lei Lai's temper. Sigh, I can't stop him. Although he said this, he was inwardly anticipating the scene of Lin Xingjian being embarrassingly sent flying or even seriously injured. Principal Li of Sacred Sakura furrowed his brows tightly, while Elder Mo's eyes narrowed instantly, his body leaning slightly forward. Principal Wang's heart was in his throat, and he can only pray that Lin Xingjian's terrifying insight could work a miracle, dodging the critical blow at the last possible moment. But he knew it was almost impossible. The warrior's strength and speed were absolutely overwhelming compared to a mage's. The edge of the giant sword was less than half a foot away from Lin Xingjian's forehead. The violent airflow even ruffled his hair. At this critical moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The thunderous giant sword suddenly paused eerily right in front of Lin Xingjian's face. Lei Lai's ferocious expression froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could feel that the giant sword he was wielding could no longer move forward. He looked at Lin Xingjian, only to see that Lin Xingjian's crimson eyes had suddenly transformed into purple ones, with rippling patterns within them. Lin Xingjian's calm voice slowly resonated, Shinra Tensei. Boom! An indescribable, immense invisible force erupted violently with Lin Xingjian at its center. Lei Lai felt as if he had been struck by an entire invisible mountain. Ugh! He could only let out a short, pained grunt before his entire body was sent flying backward at a speed several times faster than when he had charged in. Boom! Crack! His body smashed through several thick ancient trees in succession before slamming into a steep cliff wall 100 meters away. His entire body was deeply embedded into the rock face, his life or death uncertain. Dead silence. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly stillness. Xingtong's small mouth formed an O shape, and the Star Realm giant bear froze in place. Zhao Tianyu, who had fallen to the ground severely injured, was completely stunned. He forgot the pain, his eyes almost bulging out, and only one thought echoed madly in his mind. Just now, what was that? In the monitoring room, the air was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. The three principals and Elder Mo stared unblinkingly at the scene on the screen. The smug expression on Principal Zhang of Panchur High School froze instantly, replaced by shock and confusion. He slightly opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single sound. Principal Wang was equally dumbfounded. Principal Li of Shangying High School gasped sharply. What kind of skill is this? Principal Zhang finally regained his voice, his tone filled with disbelief. Shockwave? Or some kind of defense? Is it a rebound? Or repulsion? Elder Mo's cloudy eyes glimmered with light as he stared intently at Lin Xingjian's eerie purple reincarnation eyes on the screen. Could it be that his ability had mutated again? His voice carried a trace of barely detectable excitement and gravity. Could this be the brand new ability he gained after reaching level 20? Principal Wang murmured to himself, the immense surprise making his heart race wildly. On the screen, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Lin Xingjian stood firmly in place, not even a corner of his clothing disturbed. He slowly lowered his hand, his Rinnegan eyes coldly sweeping over the dazed Zhao Tianyu on the ground. Can you still move? Zhao Tianyu shuddered, finally snapping out of his shock. Looking into Lin Xingjian's calm gaze, an unprecedented sense of awe surged in his heart. I can, he stammered, struggling to get up, his voice trembling slightly. But at that moment, a roar filled with humiliation and extreme fury erupted from the dust-covered mountainside 100 meters away. Boom! The lightning-embedded rock wall suddenly exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. A blood-red aura, far more violent and ferocious than before, before, surged into the sky, like a volcano finally erupting after being suppressed to its limit. The crimson light dispersed the surrounding dust, revealing Lei Lai's current state. His dragon-scale battle armor was shattered in multiple places, blood dripping conspicuously from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes burned with an almost maniacal fire. Being struck by an F-level waste, someone he regarded as an ant, in such a humiliating manner, and even embedded into the mountain wall, this was more unbearable than being killed. No, impossible. Lei Lai roared, how could I lose to trash like you? Die! Dragon blood boil fury of berserk. The dragon blood within him was completely ignited, and his muscles swelled once more. His strength, speed, and even defense surged to an unprecedentedly dangerous level under the berserk enhancement of the dragon blood. He abandoned defense, abandoned technique, leaving only a primal, savage desire for destruction. He stomped the ground with both feet, leaving two deep pits, and his entire body charged toward Lin Xingjian again at an even more terrifying speed, carrying a frenzied momentum of mutual destruction. This time, he swore to tear the opponent apart completely. Watch out! Xing Tong exclaimed, as the Star Realm giant bear roared and tried to intercept. In the monitoring room, Principal Zhang's face instantly turned horrified. Lei Lai, stop! He realized that Lei Lai had completely lost his sanity and was using a berserk skill that tapped into his very essence. This not only harmed himself but was also uncontrollable. If Lei Lai went on a rampage and killed these geniuses, he would undoubtedly end up in the Xia Kingdom's court. Principal Wang and Elder Mo also turned pale, ready to rush in for rescue at any moment. However, in the face of this berserk second charge, Lin Xing's purple samsara eyes still reflected only indifference, as if he were looking at an ant. He didn't even move his feet. Shinra Tensei, a calm voice rang out once again. Boom! The invisible repulsion field instantly expanded. The berserk charging Lei Lai was like an egg smashing into an invisible wall. His proud dragon blood fury seemed utterly laughable in the face of this absolute repulsion. Arg! A scream even more miserable than the last echoed out. Lei Lai, at an even faster speed and in an even more pathetic posture, was once again violently flung away. Along the way, more trees were snapped, and he plowed a deep trench into the ground upon impact. But Lei Lai's madness far exceeded imagination. Roar! I don't believe it. He struggled to get up, covered in mud and blood, his eyes filled with madness, launching another charge. Shinra Tensei! Boom! Blasted away again. Ah! Shinra Tensei! Boom! Blasted away. Once, twice, three times. Lin Xingjian stood in place, as if merely waving away annoying mosquitoes and flies. Each time Lei Lai charged forward with increasingly violent momentum, he was effortlessly swatted away by that invisible repulsive force. The no cooldown characteristic of Shinra Tensei was now displaying its despair-inducing suppressive power. Lei Lai's charges gradually weakened, the blood flames on his body dimmed further, and the backlash of dragon blood rampage began to reveal its might. However, the humiliation and madness in his heart sustained him, like a dying beast making its final struggle. Finally, when Lei Lai was once again shaken to the point of dizziness by the repulsive force and barely managed to stand, Lin Xingjian finally moved. He walked slowly to stand before Lei Lai. Under Lei Lai's terrified gaze, Lin Xingjian extended his hand and precisely pressed it against Lei Lai's blood-stained face. Boom! A massive repulsive force instantly slammed Lei Lai's entire body fiercely against the trunk of the sturdiest ancient tree nearby. The bark cracked inch by inch. Lei Lai was pinned firmly against the tree trunk, his feet dangling in the air. The hand pressing against his face was like an iron clamp, rendering him immobile. Blood trickled down his forehead, and he could only let out pained whimpers. Lin Xingjian leaned in, his cold, emotionless, purple Rinnegan gazing down at Lei Lai. If it weren't for the rules forbidding killing, you'd already be dead, he said indifferently. As his words fell, Lin Xingjian released his hand. Lei Lai collapsed to the ground like a boneless heap, unable to rise again. He hung his head low, his body trembling from the intense pain and overwhelming sense of defeat. The madness in his eyes had been extinguished, leaving only resentment and a shattered sense of bewilderment. He understood that he had lost utterly, without dignity. Now, he didn't even have the strength to resist. At this moment, a cold and elegant figure quietly landed not far away. It was Xianli. Clearly, she had been drawn here by the intense energy fluctuations and sounds of battle. When she saw Lin Xingjian unharmed and even effortlessly crushing Lei Lai with an overwhelming display of power, her icy eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Master! Her usually cold voice carried an unmistakable note of joy, and in a flash, she was about to rush over. However, her movement abruptly stopped because she noticed Xing Tong standing behind Lin Xingjian. The S-class genius, Star Realm summoner from Sacred Sakura High School, was currently trailing closely behind Lin Xingjian like a little shadow, her face still showing traces of shock and an undisguised admiration. When Xianli looked over, Xing Tong even instinctively moved a little closer to Lin Xingjian. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged into Xianli's heart. She felt a strong territorial instinct being violated. Xianli's stunningly beautiful face grew even frostier. Horror! gaze toward Xingtong instantly turned as sharp as a blade, filled with scrutiny and undisguised hostility. Xingtong, however, was not one to back down, meeting her gaze head on. The Star Realm Bear, sensing its master's emotions, let out a low growl and subtly positioned itself between Lin Xingjian and Xianli, a white silk-clad lowly and a black silk-clad mature beauty. These two equally dazzling and powerful girls locked eyes, their gazes clashing in midair as if invisible sparks were crackling and flying. However, when their gazes simultaneously shifted to Lin Xingjian, the hostility on their faces vanished in an instant, as if flipping a switch. Master, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. Xianli's face blossomed into a captivating smile as she took a few steps forward, naturally wrapping herself around Lin Xingjian's left arm. Her voice was so sweet it could drip honey, and she even deliberately leaned in closer. Mas, Xingjian, you were amazing just now. Not to be outdone, Xingtong's small face flushed slightly, carrying a hint of shyness and admiration. She immediately stepped forward and clung to Lin Xingjian's right arm, mimicking Xianli's actions and pressing herself tightly against him. Lin Xingjian, he suddenly felt like a sandwich cookie. The contrasting fragrances of the two girls lingered at his nose, and the soft sensations from his arms made his body stiffen slightly. Even with his strong will, he found himself at a loss in the face of this sudden and unexpected scene. Off to the side, Zhao Tianyu was left dumbfounded. His mindset also underwent a shift. Originally harboring hostility toward Lin Xingjian, he now glanced at the half-dead Lei Lai, then at the two dazzling girls clinging to Lin Xingjian's arms as if competing for his favor, and all his hostility instantly dissipated, replaced by deep reverence. In the monitoring room, the three principals and Elder Mo had already recovered from their initial shock. However, the even more spectacular scene before them still left them collectively speechless. Principal Wan's mouth twitched, Principal Zhang's face turned ashen, and as he looked at his school's most outstanding S-rank student lying on the ground like a dead dog, his heart felt as if it were bleeding. Such a terrifying skill, unleashed continuously as if without cooldown, was simply defying the heavens. How could this be F-rank? Clearly, it was a monster disguised in F-rank clothing. Principal Li's expression was complicated as he looked at his school's S-rank Xingtong, and he couldn't help but feel that she and Lin Xingjian were quite a match. Elder Mo, on the other hand, stared intently at Lin Xingjian's purple samsara eye, waves surging in his heart, continuous release, no signs of cooldown. The consumption and mechanism of this ocular technique completely break the norm. Is this the power of a second awakening? Inside the secret realm, just as everyone's thoughts were running wild, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. Boom, rumble, rumble. The ground beneath their feet shook violently without warning, as if countless giant beasts were turning over underground. Immediately after, from all directions, a deafening roar of stampeding surged closer like a tidal wave, sending chills down their spines. Roar, awah, hiss hiss. Countless frenzied, bloodthirsty roars filled with a desire for destruction erupted like a tsunami from the depths of Meeson Beast Forest. The images on the monitoring screens began to shake violently, and multiple split screens were instantly filled with crazed magical beasts of various forms. They surged forth like a black flood breaking through a dam, toppling ancient trees and cracking the earth wherever they passed. Their target was precisely the area where Lin Xingjian and the others were located. Elder Mo suddenly stood up from his seat and exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a beast tide. A large-scale beast tide." The energy explosion from the final clash between Lin Xingjian and Lei Lai, along with the aura of Lei Lai's berserk dragon blood, completely alarmed the beasts slumbering deep within the secret realm, triggering a chain reaction. This is the terrifying aspect of the Meeson Beast Forest, the dense concentration of magical beasts and the potential to incite a beast tide. Principal Wang, Principal Zhang, and Principal Li's faces instantly darkened as they helplessly realized that this leveling up expedition would likely have to end here. Such a beast tide was far beyond what the current students could handle. They would have to wait for another opportunity to return. Immediately issue the evacuation order. Elder Mo commanded. Immediately issue the evacuation order. Activate the emergency teleportation. Elder Mo's voice thundered through the monitoring room like a clap of lightning. This command was swiftly transmitted via mental link to the minds of all students within the secret realm who were equipped with teleportation runes. Almost at the moment the command was issued, gentle beams of light representing safe evacuation suddenly lit up on Xianli, Xingtong, Zhao Tianyu, and the collapsed Lei Lai. The power of the runes instantly enveloped them. Elder Mo's urgent voice echoed in their minds, "Everyone, confirm evacuation immediately with your thoughts. The beast tide scale far exceeds expectations and cannot be resisted. Repeat, evacuate immediately." Xianli and Xingtong almost simultaneously looked at Lin Xingjian, their eyes showing a questioning expression. Lin Xingjian calmly nodded. With a flash of light, the figures of Xianli, Xingtong, and Zhao Tianyu instantly disappeared from their original positions. The light on Lei Lai's body also flickered as he struggled to lift his head, staring fixedly in Lin Xingjian's direction with a complex expression. Finally, the teleportation light completely engulfed him. In the monitoring room, the beams of light lit up and then extinguished, and the shaky figures of Xinli, Xingtong, Zhao Tianyu, and Lei Lai appeared. Elder Mo immediately stepped forward. You've already done very well. The beast tide is an uncontrollable accident of the secret realm, absolutely beyond what you can handle now. Safety comes first. However, before he could finish his words, where is the master? Where is Xinjian? Xianli and Xingtong exclaimed almost simultaneously, anxiously scanning the monitoring room, but there was no sign of Lin Xingjian anywhere. Lin Xingjian didn't come out. Zhao Tianyu also immediately noticed and cried out in shock. Lei Lai, on the other hand, was somewhat agitated and roared angrily, that kid didn't come out? Damn it, he can't die in there. If Lin Xingjian died, no one would be more frustrated than Lei Lai. He hadn't gotten his revenge yet. Everyone's heart sank abruptly, and Principal Wang's face turned pale. What's going on? Where is his teleportation rune? Principal Li also exclaimed anxiously, the rune failed? Impossible. Principal Zhang's voice was tense. Look at the screen. Although Principal Zhang harbored some resentment toward Lin Xingjian because of Lei Lai's incident, he couldn't dwell on it at this moment. The talent Lin Xingjian displayed was entirely worthy of being a pillar of Xia Nation. He could fight, but he absolutely must not die. Everyone turned their eyes to the central screen in unison. On the screen, Lin Xingjian was still standing in place, and the faint glow of the rune representing teleportation on his body was still flickering, proving the rune was functioning normally. He had chosen not to teleport. Lin Xingjian, what are you doing? Elder Mo's voice roared frantically in his mind through the runes, filled with unprecedented urgency. Teleport out immediately. This is no time to play the hero. The terror of the beast tide is beyond your imagination. Once you're caught in it, the space will be disrupted by violent energy, and the runes may lose their effectiveness. You will die. Do you hear me? Get out now. On the screen, Lin Xingjian seemed to completely block out Elder Mo's furious shouts. He slowly raised his head, his purple samsara eyes coldly gazing into the distance. On the horizon, the beast tide surged forward like a black tsunami, already visible. The deafening roars and the rumbling of the earth echoed in his ears. Against this suffocatingly terrifying backdrop, Lin Xingjian's figure, to the shock of everyone in the monitoring room, began to defy gravity and slowly float upward. Flying? Principal Wang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He actually has the ability to fly? Principal Li was completely speechless. This was entirely beyond their understanding of a level 20 professional. A pupil master? What kind of profession is this? Lin Xingjian rose higher and higher, hovering in midair, his robes billowing in the fierce wind. He looked down at the beast tide below, his lips moving slightly, as if he were saying something. Mr. Mo had some knowledge of lip reading and instantly deciphered his meaning, but was filled with immense confusion. He said, how many floors can a bag of rice carry? Everyone? What does this mean? Lin Xingjian ultimately hovered in midair right in front of the beast tide's torrent, his tiny figure forming a stark visual contrast with the overwhelming black flood. Mr. Mo breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least Lin Xingjian's flying ability provided him with some space to evade. He immediately sent another message. Lin Xingjian, now's your chance. The beast tide can't attack high altitudes. Teleport out immediately. Don't take risks. However, Lin Xingjian turned a deaf ear. He hovered in the air, spreading his arms wide as his purple rinnegan erupted with an unprecedented, eerie glow. Feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. An indescribable, vast, and despair-inducing invisible repulsive force erupted violently from Lin Xingjian's side. This time, it was no longer aimed at a single entity, nor was it a gentle push away. This was divine punishment. Buzz. Using Lin Xingjian's hovering position as the center, a massive, transparent force field visible to the naked eye instantly expanded outward. Wherever the force field passed, the space seemed to be compressed and dented. The vanguard of the beast tide, whether it was the giant rhinoceros as massive as a hill or the wind-like swift demon wolves, the moment they came into contact with that transparent force field, puff, 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 no collision, no resistance. It was as if they were thrown into an invisible, colossal grinding mill. Shattered, completely and utterly shattered. Flesh, bones, shells, fur, everything, under the absolute repulsive force, was like fragile sand, instantly disintegrated and crushed. Rumble. The earth let out a painful groan. The forest was leveled. The solid ground seemed to be pressed down fiercely by an invisible giant hand of a celestial god, instantly collapsing downward. A massive crater with a diameter of over hundreds of meters appeared out of nowhere. Everything within the secret realm, under this apocalyptic repulsive impact, was as fragile as paper. Just one strike. Just one instant. The black beast tide vanished, completely obliterated. Inside the monitoring room, silence. Deathly silence. Elder Mo remained standing, his mouth slightly open, pupils dilated to the extreme, his facial expression completely frozen. Principal Wang, Principal Li, and Principal Zhang, three experienced and knowledgeable principals, were like three petrified statues at this moment. Their minds were blank, even forgetting to breathe. Xianli and Xingtong tightly covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with a light of near reverence. Zhao Tianyu's legs gave gave way, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Is this, a god? Even Lei Lai, who had been shouting about revenge just moments ago, was completely dumbfounded now. He stared at the figure hovering above the massive crater on the screen, like a deity, then looked down at his trembling hands. A wave of unprecedented helplessness instantly overwhelmed him. Is this someone he could possibly contend with? Inside the secret realm. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 30. A new eye technique has been unlocked. Randomly selecting eye technique. Acquired eye technique, universal pull. Lin Xingjian's hovering figure in midair swayed slightly before slowly lowering his arms and landing on the ground. His eerie purple Rinnegan gradually reverted to ordinary eyes. Super Shinra Tensei is on cooldown. The sound of leveling up kept echoing in his mind. With a slight thought, he brought up the attribute panel in his mind. Level 39. Constitution 395. Strength 394. Agility 396. Spirit 550. Void Ring 10 cubic meters of space. Eye technique Kodo Amatsukami. Usable times 2. Effect the ultimate genjutsu. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without their awareness, allowing them to be controlled unconsciously and their will, perception, thoughts, beliefs, loyalty, etc. to be altered. Effect can unleash black flames that never extinguish until the target is completely incinerated. Effect, centered on oneself, repels all beings as if by the invisible hand of a god. Eye technique, universal pull. Effect, generates a powerful gravitational force centered on oneself, forcibly pulling the designated target closer. Level 39. Just one step away from level 40, Lin Xingjian couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion in his heart. The experience points surged like a tsunami. This was the result of him clearing the entire secret realm in one go. Such terrifying gains, if it were an S-level or even SSS-level professional, they might have directly reached level 50. However, his cursed F-level profession had an absurdly low experience absorption efficiency, leaving him stuck at the peak of level 39. Still, the rewards were immense. The usage count of Kodo Amatsukami had increased again, now allowing for 2 uses. This meant he had gained another terrifying trump card capable of turning the tide. Moreover, the newly acquired eye technique universal pull formed a perfect offensive and defensive combination with Shinra Tensei. Repulsion and attraction, the embryonic form of mastering the power to control all things, had already begun to emerge. After confirming his gains, Lin Xingjian did not linger. With a thought, the faintly flickering teleportation rune on his body suddenly radiated brightly, enveloping him. Swish! In a flash of light, Lin Xingjian's figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the monitoring room, replacing the position of the previous light beam. Only then did everyone in the monitoring room snap out of their shock. Master! Xianli was the first to step forward, his eyes filled with admiration, almost ready to throw himself at him, but he forcibly stopped due to the occasion. Xingjian, you scared me to death. Xington's little face was pale, somewhat shaken. Her small hands tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, and the way she looked at Lin Xingjian was astonishingly bright. Zhao Tianyu collapsed on the ground, still unable to get up, his mouth moved slightly. Is this even human? Lei Lai had just been worried that Lin Xingjian might die inside, leaving him unable to take revenge. Now, damn, this is F-level? Student Lin. Principal Wang rushed forward excitedly, looking up and down at his precious gem to confirm there were no missing arms or legs, and then let out a heavy sigh of relief. What followed was sheer joy. Good kid. Principal Li and Principal Zhang also gathered around, their expressions incredibly complex. Principal Li was filled with amazement mixed with a hint of approval. He had just personally examined Xing Tong's mental state, and now he realized he had truly misjudged Lin Xingjian, suspecting him of using mental control on Xing Tong. Such an outstanding professional, if he were a woman, he might have fallen for him too. Principal Zhang, on the other hand, had completely lost his temper, and the look he gave Lin Xingjian no longer carried any trace of disdain. Fortunately, his own Lei Lai was only pressed against a tree and not thrown into such a pit. Elder Mo's reaction was the most intense. This seasoned official from the Xia Nation Cultivation Bureau, who had seen countless storms, was now so excited that even his beard was trembling. Good. Elder Mo exclaimed 3 times. Lin Xingjian, you have truly given all of us an enormous surprise. Just a stroke of luck, Lin Xingjian replied modestly, cupping his hands in a gesture of humility, his attitude sincere. Elder Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart. As a Xia Nation official, he needed to conduct a more comprehensive evaluation of the results of this trial. Taking a deep breath, he swept his gaze over the talented individuals present and said in a deep voice, "Alright, now that everyone has returned safely, report your final level advancements in the dense forest of beasts, secret realm." His gaze first fell on Lin Xingjian. Although he had witnessed that breathtaking scene with his own eyes, his heart was still surging with waves of emotion as the official record was made. Lin Xingjian, profession, F-rank eye technique master. Level before entering the secret realm, level 15. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 39. Level increase, 24 levels. As the words fell, the entire monitoring room was once again filled with the sound of people gasping. 24 levels. In just over a day. And it was from an F-rank profession with the lowest experience absorption efficiency. This completely shattered their understanding of leveling speed limits. If they hadn't personally witnessed that earth-shattering clearing strike, they would have absolutely suspected a malfunction in the equipment or that Lin Xingjian was cheating. Elder Mo looked at Lin Xingjian with a complex expression filled with both admiration and emotion. The absorption efficiency of an F-rank truly limits you. He couldn't imagine, if Lin Xingjian were S-rank or even SSS-ranked, to what terrifying heights that strike just now would have propelled him. Then, Elder Mo's gaze shifted to Xianli, profession, SSS rank and Phoenix Whisperer. Level. Before entering the secret realm, level 20. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 31. Level increase, 11 levels. This leveling speed for an SSS rank genius was already considered decent, especially since not many monsters were farmed. Lei Lai, profession, S-rank Dragon Blood Berserker. Level before entering the secret realm, level 18. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 26. Level increase, 8 levels. Lei Lai let out a muffled grunt. This time in the secret realm, he barely farmed any experience and even got beaten up. Truly an unlucky streak. Xing Tong, profession, S-rank Astral Summoner. Level before entering the secret realm, level 17. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 24. Level increase, 7 levels. Most of Xing Tong's time on the second day was spent giving experience to Lin Xingjian, so her level increase was also less than ideal. If anyone had it the worst, it would undoubtedly be Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, profession, S-class Extreme Frost Abyss Conjurer. Level before entering the secret realm, level 14. Level after leaving the secret realm, level 18. Level increase, 4 levels. Looking at his pitiful level 18, Zhao Tianyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He glared venomously at Lei Lai. It was this guy. Not only did he steal his experience, but he also beat him up. If it weren't for Lin Xingjian's appearance, he would probably be lying in a hospital bed right now. Truly, misfortune upon misfortune. After recording everyone's levels, Elder Mo's gaze finally returned to Lin Xingjian. Young Lin, you did very well. Lin Xingjian, however, shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. The experience absorption efficiency of F-class is too poor. I only reached level 39. Everyone only reached level 39? Only? F-class efficiency is poor? Looking at Lin Xingjian's I'm not satisfied expression, everyone in the monitoring room, except for Xianli and Xing Tong, whose eyes showed admiration, had incredibly complicated expressions as they looked at Lin Xingjian. This guy, not only was his strength astonishing, but even his humble bragging was so refreshingly unique, making people both want to hit him and unable to. The leveling up journey came to an end, and everyone dispersed. Lin Xingjian did not return directly to Wutong High School but instead appeared with Xing Tong at the Starry Sky Equipment Tower, located in the most bustling area of H City's center and owned by the Xingchen Group. After much effort, he temporarily sent Xianli away under the pretense of handling personal matters. Lin Xingjian, with Xing Tong in tow, had a clear goal. Controlling Xing Tong was all for this moment. As they stepped into the lavishly decorated and heavily guarded building, Xing Tong's demeanor instantly shifted. The shy, blushing little lamb around Lin Xingjian vanished, replaced by the arrival of a witch. Miss. The well-trained security and reception staff at the entrance immediately straightened their backs upon seeing Xing Tong, bowing respectfully and greeting her, their eyes filled with awe. The news spread quickly, and in less than a minute, a middle-aged store manager dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, with hair combed meticulously, came running over. The little witch of the group had unexpectedly arrived, nearly scaring the store manager to death. Young miss, why have you come personally? If you need anything, just give the word, and we can deliver it to your residence. He bent slightly, his tone exceedingly respectful. Xing Tong lifted her chin slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of impatience as she spoke imperiously. Cut the nonsense. Take me to see your best mental enhancement equipment here. Accessories, headpieces, special items, all must be top-notch. Don't try to fool me with inferior goods. Yes. Rest assured, young miss, we'll prepare everything immediately, and I guarantee it's all the best treasures from our storage. The manager's forehead glistened with sweat as he nodded repeatedly, personally leading the way to escort the two to the top-level super VIP room. Upon entering the luxurious VIP room, comparable to a presidential suite, the manager immediately directed his staff to carefully present one piece of equipment after another, each radiating obvious energy fluctuations. Every item was placed in a specially crafted energy crystal box, shimmering with brilliance, clearly of extraordinary value. Young miss, look, this is the Serene Sea necklace, which enhances meditation efficiency and mental recovery speed. This is the Radiant Prism ring, which directly increases mental attribute points. This is the Crown of Psyche headpiece, which provides some defense against mental shocks and slightly boosts mental power. The manager introduced each item item with practiced familiarity. Xingtong impatiently waved her hand, as if shooing away flies. Alright, just leave the items here and get out. I'll look at them myself. Don't come in and disturb me unless I call for you. Yes. The store manager, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly led his subordinates out respectfully, gently closing the heavy soundproof door. The moment the door shut, the haughty young lady mask on Xingtong's face instantly melted away. She turned around, a blush rising on her cheeks, her gaze filled with undisguised flattery, and her voice softened. Master, all the mental equipment is here. See if there's anything suitable for you? Lin Xingjian glanced at her and corrected in a calm tone, outside, don't call me master. But there's no one here. Xingtong immediately leaned closer, clinging to Lin Xingjian's arm and gently shaking it, her voice so sweet it seemed to drip with honey. Master can do whatever you want. She even deliberately lowered her neckline slightly, revealing a small patch of fair skin, her gaze full of seduction. However, Lin Xingjian's attention was entirely elsewhere. His eyes swept over the top-tier mental equipment on the display stand, his fingers lightly brushing the energy crystal box, feeling the power contained within. Necklace of the Silent Sea, mental recovery speed plus 30%, meditation efficiency plus 15%. Radiant Prism Ring, spirit plus 120. A straightforward and powerful attribute boost. Psionic Crown Headpiece, spirit plus 90, slightly increases defense against spirit-based attacks. Insight Earrings, spirit plus 85, slightly enhances perception. Soul Echo Bracelet, spirit plus 110, reduces spirit energy consumption by 5% during casting. Stellar Fragment Pendant, mental amplification plus 8%, rare attribute boost. Lin Xingjian quickly browsed through the equipment. Each piece was enough to make ordinary professionals scramble for it, and even for S-level or SSS-level geniuses, it was an excellent supplement. However, compared to his seemingly inconspicuous, tiny crown plus 15%, mental power amplification, the gap immediately became apparent. What quality of equipment was that crown given by old Mo? The nation's resources were indeed profound. Such top-tier items with percentage-based amplification were extremely rare on the market. Lin Xingjian pondered silently. Mental-type equipment was mostly jewelry. With limited slots available, only 3 pieces could be equipped. Excluding the tiny crown, he could still equip 2 more items. As for equipment and armor that accelerated mental recovery, he had no need for them. Using his pupil techniques consumed no energy, so mental recovery equipment was completely useless to him. As for armor, he had the Shinra Tensei, which combined offense and defense. Wearing armor would only hinder his movements. In the end, Lin Xingjian chose the Stellar Fragment Pendant, mental amplification plus 8%, and the Radiant Prism Ring, mental plus 120. He quickly equipped the 2 items and instantly felt a cool and powerful surge of mental energy flow into his sea of consciousness, causing his mental power attribute panel to fluctuate. Mental power, 737. The mental attribute instantly reached 737 points. Feeling the surging mental power in his mind, Lin Xingjian nodded in satisfaction. Although it couldn't compare to the heaven-defying effects of the crown, this combination still brought a considerable improvement. That's all, Lin Xingjian said to Xingtong. Understood, master. Xingtong immediately responded, her face filled with the joy of completing a task. Then, hesitating slightly, she whispered, actually, there are some higher-level, more special pieces of equipment in the warehouse, but my current permissions don't allow me access to them. I'll think of a way. More treasures? Lin Xingjian was startled, but his expression remained calm. He had just been wondering, wasn't the Star Group supposed to have deep foundations? Why did these pieces of equipment seem so ordinary? So, the good stuff was hidden away. No rush, Lin Xingjian replied indifferently. After all, Xingtong was already under his control, and those pieces of equipment would be his sooner or later, so there was no need to hurry. Xingtong immediately pressed the call button, and the store manager arrived almost instantly, standing respectfully at the door. Miss, have you made your selection? Well, these items, wrap them up and put them on my tab. Xingtong resumed her cold and aloof demeanor as the young lady of the house, pointing at the equipment Lin Xingjian had chosen. Yes, ma'am. Miss. The store manager didn't hesitate and immediately went to personally handle the procedures. He didn't even dare to glance at Lin Xingjian, as the young lady's privacy had to be protected. If he failed to do so, he would only be inviting trouble for himself. Not long after, the equipment was packed into a discreet yet luxurious alloy briefcase and handed to Lin Xingjian. Let's go, Lin Xingjian said, picking up the case. Alright, Xingtong immediately followed. As they walked out of the VIP room, she naturally switched back to her cold and unapproachable demeanor, but the gaze she directed at Lin Xingjian still carried an unmistakable warmth that she couldn't hide. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xingjian felt particularly cheerful. This outing not only caused his level to skyrocket, but his mental strength also saw a significant boost thanks to the new equipment. Thinking of his good friend Su Mingyuan, he took out his phone, intending to invite him for a good meal. However, the call rang a few times before being hung up. When he tried again, Then, it directly prompted, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Lin Xingjian frowned. What on earth was this guy busy with? He quickly headed towards Su Mingyuan's dormitory. The dormitory door was open, but there was no one inside. Where on earth had Su Mingyuan gone? Just as Lin Xingjian was pondering, Su Mingyuan's partner, Li Ming, walked over. "Xingjian, are you looking for Su Mingyuan?" Li Ming asked. Lin Xingjian snapped out of his thoughts and saw a faint smile on the corner of Li Ming's mouth. Li Ming, yes, I'm here to find Mingyuan. Where is he? Call him over. The three of us can go grab some barbecue together, Lin Xingjian said with a smile. Li Ming frowned, a hint of unease in his eyes. He lowered his voice. "Xingjian, I thought you knew. Mingyuan, he got a call this afternoon," and his face changed instantly. He even cursed, "Chen Rui, are you crazy?" Then he rushed out in a hurry, and he didn't respond when I called him. Lin Xingjian froze. Chen Rui? Su Mingyuan wasn't answering his phone because of Chen Rui? His heart sank abruptly. A sense of foreboding surged within him. The Chen family villa. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Su Mingyuan's parents were tied up with rough ropes, lying on the cold cement floor. Su's mother was unconscious, with bloodstains on her temple. Su's father had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, a clear footprint on his chest, and was glaring angrily ahead. Meanwhile, Su Mingyuan was being pinned to the ground by two burly men, his arms twisted behind his back and tightly bound. He roared, "Chen Rui, let go of my parents. If you have a problem, come at me." Standing before him was Chen Rui. At this moment, the usual friendly smile that Chen Rui deliberately maintained was nowhere to be seen on his face, replaced by a twisted, sickly expression. His hair was slightly disheveled, like a beast that had broken free from its disguise. "Came for you?" Chen Rui let out a neurotic laugh. "Su Mingyuan, my good brother. I treated you like a brother. And for that useless Lin Xingjian, you actually cut ties with me? What the hell did I do wrong? Ha, tell me." "The one who's wrong is that trash Lin Xingjian. He awakened as an F rank. An F rank I technique practitioner." "Ha, I technique practitioner? A trash profession I've never even heard of." He kicked the chair beside him violently and pointed at Su Mingyuan's nose, shouting. Chen Rui's father was part of the underworld and understood the rules of this world well. He had always taught Chen Rui to suppress himself, to suppress his underworld identity. He told him to befriend everyone and bully no one before awakening. After all, who could predict which poor kid might soar to the top after awakening? His father had risen to power in exactly this way, clinging to an S-rank powerhouse and dominating each city. Chen Rui had the closest relationship with Su Mingyuan and Lin Xingjian because Su Mingyuan and Lin Xingjian seemed to have the most potential and had extremely weak backgrounds. Su Mingyuan's parents were both low-level professionals, while Lin Xingjian was an orphan. Both were easy to control. As for the more promising Xianli, he couldn't reach her. Xianli completely ignored him, and her background was far beyond his reach. When awakening, Su Mingyuan had a decent start, an A grade, but Lin Xingjian turned out to be the worst, an F grade. He immediately changed his attitude and distanced himself from Lin Xingjian, rendering all his previous emotional investment in Lin Xingjian a waste. What could an F grade possibly do? Fortunately, Su Mingyuan was still an A grade, which was considered a decent talent to rely on. However, he never expected Su Mingyuan to cut ties with him for Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian inexplicably latched onto Xianli and ended up taking first place. He felt suffocated. "Lin Xingjian, you were clearly so useless. Why couldn't you just stay useless? Why did you have to turn things around? Was I wrong?" Chen Rui's expression was filled with sickness and distortion. "Su Mingyuan, Lin Xingjian awakened as an F grade. F grade, the trash of all trash. All my previous investments went completely down the drain. What's wrong with me changing my attitude? Was I wrong to change my attitude? What's wrong with cutting my losses in time? But you, Su Mingyuan, you idiot, you actually cut ties with me for that piece of trash?" He approached Su Mingyuan, almost pressing his face against the other, his voice questioning with a sobbing tone. "Bah!" Su Mingyuan spat fiercely, his gaze icy as he coldly responded. "Chen Rui, stop your hypocritical act. We are not the same kind of people. We're not the same kind of people? Ha ha ha." Chen Rui burst into wild laughter, laughing so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. "Good. What a not on the same path. Su Mingyuan, since you value loyalty so much that you're willing to abandon me, your brother, for Lin Xingjian, then today, I'll show you the consequences of betraying me." The last shred of reason in Chen Rui's eyes had been devoured by madness. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the burly figure sitting on the sofa in the shadows. "Dad, do it! Let him know what regret feels like." From the shadows, the silent figure stood up. It was none other than Chen Rui's father, Chen Xiong, a level 80 blood fury warrior. He exuded a heavy sense of oppression, like a dormant beast, ready to strike. Chen Xiong's face was expressionless. He didn't need to act personally. He merely raised his chin slightly, signaling the subordinates holding down Su's father and mother. "Let go of my wife." Father Su saw someone approaching the unconscious Mother Su and suddenly burst out with a surge of strength, breaking breaking free from the restraint and pouncing on that subordinate. Courting death. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xiong's eyes, and his movements were as swift as a phantom. He didn't even use a weapon, merely waved his hand. Casually. Bang! A terrifying force directly pierced through Father Su's chest. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Father Su's body slammed heavily against the wall and then slid limply to the ground. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly in Chen Xiong's direction. His body twitched twice before becoming completely still. The level 40 Father Su was no match at all, killed in a single blow. Father Su Mingyuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. All the strength in his body erupted in an instant as he struggled madly. The metal chains strained and clanged, cutting into his flesh, with blood seeping out. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, his eyes filled only with endless despair and overwhelming hatred. Chen Rui, Chen Xiong, I will kill you, I will kill you. Chen Rui looked at Su Mingyuan's broken appearance, a sickly yet satisfied smile appearing on his face. He walked up to Su Mingyuan, squatted down, and admired the twisted pain on his face. Do you see it now, Mingyuan? If it weren't for your potential, do you think you'd be worthy of being my brother? This is the consequence of choosing that useless Lin Xingjian. Now, do you regret it? Su Mingyuan let out a guttural roar, his teeth grinding audibly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Chen Rui with such intense hatred that it seemed almost tangible. Chen Rui slapped Su Mingyuan hard across the face. What are you looking at? Trash. Your whole family is trash. Drag him away. Drag his mother away too. Feed her to the dogs. She's an eyesore. The subordinates immediately stepped forward and roughly dragged the unconscious Su mother away. Su Mingyuan watched helplessly as his father's cold corpse and his unconscious mother were taken away, the immense pain and powerlessness nearly consuming him. He struggled and roared, but in front of the level 80 blood fiend warrior Chen Xiong, all of it seemed so futile and hopeless. At this moment, Lin Xingjian, who had just arrived at the outskirts of the Chun family villa, felt his intense unease surge to its peak. A few minutes ago, Lin Xingjian felt deeply uneasy. He forced himself to calm down and recalled the location of Chen Rui's house. Fortunately, before awakening, Chen Rui had once taken him and Su Mingyuan to his home to showcase brotherly friendship and his family's power. At that time, Lin Xingjian had already felt that the understated yet luxurious villa, along with the occasional appearance of unfriendly-eyed guards, was completely at odds with the sunny rich second-generation image Chen Rui deliberately cultivated at school. Chen Rui's sudden change of face during the awakening ceremony finally revealed the truth behind this hypocritical mask. Without any hesitation, Lin Xingjian's figure moved like lightning, rushing toward the direction of the Chun family's villa in his memory. Arriving at the Chun family villa, two guards in black suits with fierce auras stood at the entrance. Stop! Private property, no entry allowed. The guards, sharp eyes fixed on him as they reached out to block his way. Lin Xingjian stopped in his tracks. I'm looking for Chen Rui. Tell him Lin Xingjian is here. The guards suspiciously sized up the boy in an ordinary school uniform with a restrained aura. One of the guards quietly reported a few words through a communicator. Inside the villa, Chen Rui was reveling in Su Mingyuan's expression of despair and pain when a message from the communicator made him freeze for a moment, then burst out in uncontrollable ecstasy. Lin Xingjian? Ha ha ha, you really have no regard for your life, daring to barge into this hell. Quick, bring him in, immediately, right now. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, I technique master, F-class. Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately shouted at his subordinates, stop, put him down. Su Mingyuan's damn mother, and his father too, move that old man's corpse to the side. I want him to see with his own eyes the fate of the family of his good brother whom he dragged into this. Following his orders, the subordinates moved the unconscious Su mother and the already cold corpse of Su father to the corner. Soon, Lin Xingjian was brought in by the guards. The lighting inside the villa was dim, and the first thing Lin Xingjian saw upon entering was Su Mingyuan, pinned to the ground, covered in blood, his eyes filled with despair. Immediately after, he saw Su mother lying unconscious in the corner, and Su father collapsed in a pool of blood, a horrifying hole in his chest, lifeless. His mind roared, a deafening buzz filled his ears, and an intense killing intent surged straight to his heart. Yo, isn't this our F-class Lin Xingjian? What's the matter? Seeing your good brother's family end up like this because of you, are you scared stiff? Or heartbroken? Ha ha ha, I haven't even come to settle the score with you, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep to die? You've really saved me a lot of trouble. Chen Rui saw Lin Xingjian frozen in place and assumed he was scared stiff by the tragic scene before him. A twisted pleasure appeared on his face. Xingjian, run! Don't worry about me. Just run. Su Mingyuan saw Lin Xingjian arrive and screamed with all his might. With Chen Rui's twisted personality, he would absolutely not let Lin Xingjian go. Small crown, increases mental power by 15%. Run? Too late. Take him down for me. Don't kill him, I want to play with him slowly. Cooldown time, 10 years, cooldown can be accelerated through upgrades. Note, effects are weakened or nullified against targets with mental strength far exceeding one's own. Eye technique Amaterasu. Chen Rui sneered and waved his hand. Several fierce and menacing gangsters immediately surrounded him with sinister smiles. They didn't take this F-grade trash in a school uniform seriously at all. Chen Rui continued to mock incessantly. Scared stiff, huh? Trash is trash. So what if you cling to Xin Li's thigh? Cooldown time, no cooldown. Eye technique, Shinra Tensei. However, his words came to an abrupt halt, because Lin Xingjian moved. He slowly raised his head, and those ordinary eyes, originally cold with anger, underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. A deep purple replaced the whites of his eyes, and eerie ripples spread through his pupils. The Rinnegan was activated. State 1, Shinra Tensei cooldown time, no cooldown. State 2, Super Shinra Tensei cooldown time, 24 hours, power/range greatly enhanced. Chen Xiong, who had been sitting in the shadows of the corner, suddenly stood up. He actually felt danger emanating from this young man. He was a level 80 professional. The aura emitted by that young man was extremely unusual, absolutely not the kind of aura an F-level individual should possess. Be careful. Cooldown time, no cooldown. Passive, no consumption when using eye techniques. Strongest eye technique, gain a random eye technique for every 10 levels increased. Chen Xiong shouted in a low voice and instantly appeared beside Chen Rui, pulling him away and shielding him behind. His sharp gaze locked onto Lin Xingjian, filled with doubt. This kid's aura is definitely above level 30, possibly even close to level 40. How is this possible? Isn't he F-level? He attends the same school as Ru'er, and Ru'er is only level 9. Are they really in the same school? Just as Chen Xiong pulled Chen Rui away, Lin Xingjian, facing the approaching thugs, slowly raised his right hand. Universal pull. An invisible and terrifying gravitational force suddenly erupted. The thugs who had been charging forward with sinister smiles instantly had their expressions turned to fear. They felt as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed them, their bodies completely out of control, being pulled at an astonishing speed toward Lin Xingjian's palm. No! What's going on? Before the exclamation could fade, they were already pulled by a powerful gravitational force to within 1 meter in front of Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian's eyes were icy cold as he suddenly spread open his raised right hand. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. Zero distance. A violent repulsive force exploded outward with Lin Xingjian at its center. The thugs, forcibly gathered together by the gravitational pull, were struck as if by an invisible battering ram. Thud, 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 thud. The dull sounds of bursting echoed in succession. The moment their bodies came into contact with the repulsive field, their bones shattered, their organs ruptured. They didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed like watermelons, turning into a rain of flesh and blood. Chen Rui's sinister grin froze completely, replaced by an expression of shock. His mouth hung open, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What is going on? Isn't he just an F-level waste? Isn't he relying on Xin Li's support? Could it be that he himself is a monster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Rui's mind screamed in denial. He couldn't accept what was happening before him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiong's pupils contracted sharply, his expression growing extremely grave. The power of that momentary attack had far exceeded his expectations. This is definitely not some ordinary skill. Those purple eyes exuded an eerie and ominous aura. This young man is simply too strange. Even Su Mingyuan, who had been consumed by despair, was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He stared at Lin Xingjian, who seemed like a demon god descending, his mind going completely blank. Xingjian, he has become so powerful again? Unbelievably powerful. The entire basement fell into a dead silence. Chen Xiong, the level 80 blood fiend warrior, after his initial shock, had a peculiar gleam in his eyes. He was not like Chen Rui, a hot-headed youth easily overwhelmed by emotions. He was a mafia overlord who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Profit and power were the truths he believed in. The strength Lin Xingjian displayed, those eerie purple eyes, the terrifying ability to control gravity and repulsion with ease, and a level far beyond his peers instantly made him realize. This is no waste. This is clearly a peerless gem covered in dust. A being with limitless potential, possibly even beyond his comprehension. Had his previous investment failed? No. What was that small investment worth? If he could bring this monster into the Chen family, the future of the Chen family would be boundless. It might even surpass the S-level figure he currently relied on. With this thought, the murderous intent and gravity on Chen Xiong's face melted away like snow under the sun, replaced instantly by an expression of apology and admiration. Good. Well done. I've long wanted to teach these underlings a lesson. Xingjian, my dear nephew, you've done me a great favor. Chen Xiong's deep voice rang out, his posture extremely humble, as if he hadn't been the one who had just ordered the killings. Dad? Chen Rui asked, his face full of confusion. What are you doing? He's Lin Xingjian, that useless trash. He killed our people. He? Chen Rui stared at his father in disbelief, his face full of confusion. Shut up, you disgrace. Chen Xiong suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, and slapped Chen Rui hard across the face. Smack! Smack! The crisp sound of the slap was exceptionally loud, and Chen Rui staggered, completely stunned. Unruly brat, this is not your place to speak, Chen Xiong reprimanded harshly. He turned back to Lin Xingjian, his face quickly transforming into a kind smile, the speed of his change astonishing. Young friend Lin, I must apologize for this. Ru'er is young and impulsive, lacking maturity. The unpleasantness at school before was just childish squabbles. Nothing worth mentioning. Chen Xiong casually dismissed the previous grievances as immaturity and childish games. His gaze swept over the corpse of Su's father. In the corner, the unconscious Su's mother, and then to Su Mingyuan, who was pinned to the ground. He continued in a tone of heartfelt persuasion, after all, weren't you kids all good brothers before? Ru'er, Su Mingyuan, and Xingjian, my dear nephew, had such a strong bond. Why let things escalate to this point today? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Xiong waved his large hand, as if trying to wipe away the bloodstains and corpses on the ground. Ru'er was momentarily confused, blinded by jealousy. Brother Su, sigh, it was also my subordinate's lack of restraint that caused this accident. I, Chen, here apologize to you and to nephew Mingyuan. These shameless words made Su Mingyuan tremble with anger. Chen Xiong seemed oblivious to Su Mingyuan's reaction, his gaze burning as he stared at Lin Xingjian's cold, samsara eyes, extending his olive branch. Young friend Lin, with your unparalleled talent, staying in a place like Wutong High School is truly a waste of your brilliance. As long as you nod and are willing to accept the friendship of my Chen family, from this day forward, you will be an honored guest of the Chen family. His tone grew urgent. No, you will be one of us. All the resources of the Chen family, money, equipment, top-tier cultivation, secret realms, connections, everything will be at your disposal. We will spare no effort to nurture you, helping you become a true powerhouse in the shortest time possible, to stand above all others. He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. Of course, if you refuse this goodwill. The terrifying level 80 pressure emanating from Chen Xiong's body spread out once more, pressing down on Lin Xingjian as if it had physical weight. Then today, none of you will leave here alive. Why bother? For a dead man, a cripple, sacrificing your own promising life? Xingjian, my dear nephew, you're a smart person. You should know how to choose, right? These words were both persuasive and threatening, a mix of coercion and temptation. Su Mingyuan heard this and was almost torn apart by immense despair. He looked at Chen Xiong's insidious face, then turned to Lin Xingjian. He knew Lin Xingjian was strong, but against the level 80 Chen Xiong, there was no way he could win. Using all his strength, he struggled to lift his head, wanting to persuade Lin Xingjian to agree. But could his father's death be treated as if it never happened? Impossible. His heart was in agony, but he absolutely could not drag his brother down. Absolutely not. He opened his mouth to speak, but pain and hatred rendered him completely voiceless. At that moment, Lin Xingjian slowly turned around, his eerie purple Rinnegan calmly gazing at the heavily injured Su Mingyuan. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Xiong and the others, Lin Xingjian took step after step toward Su Mingyuan. He slowly crouched down, gently patted Su Mingyuan's shoulder, and the cold Rinnegan now revealed a trace of warmth. Mingyuan, I came to take you home. You are my brother. When I awakened, you didn't abandon me. Now, how could I possibly abandon you? Lin Xingjian's calm voice struck Chen Xiong's heart like a heavy hammer. He could tell it was a rejection, a complete, uncompromising rejection. The hypocritical kindness on Chen Xiong's face instantly froze, only to be replaced entirely by murderous intent. His final attempt at recruitment and threats was treated as if it were nothing. This young man didn't even regard him, an 80-level powerhouse, as worth noticing. Good. Such deep brotherly affection. Since you're so determined to seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Chen Xiong laughed in his fury. The terrifying aura of an 80-level, blood-fiend warrior erupted from him like a tsunami, and the intense, bloody killing intent instantly filled the entire space. The concrete ground beneath his feet silently cracked, the fissures spreading. Lin Xingjian slowly stood up, though he felt no confidence in his heart. Level 39 against level 80, this was absolute level suppression. This wasn't like the previous battle against Lei Lai, a peer-level contest. This was a chasm of over 40 levels. The pressure Chen Xiong exuded far surpassed that of any magical beast in the beast tide. In this battle, he had no certainty of victory. But, looking at Su Mingyuan's despairing and pained expression, and feeling the anger ignited by Su's father's cold corpse, not saving him? He couldn't do it. Even if it meant death, he would have no regrets. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a burst of purple light. Without the slightest hesitation, and with no regard for any notion of a fair duel, he unleashed Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames, as dark as ink, suddenly ignited on Chen Xiong's blood-red protective aura without warning. Chen Xiong was startled. He could feel the black flames frantically corroding his protective aura. These flames couldn't be extinguished? Without hesitation, he let out a low roar, and the blood-fiend energy around him surged violently. Poof! The portion of his protective aura engulfed in black flames was forcibly severed and stripped away. At the very moment the aura was detached, Lin Xingjian Xinjiang's figure had already closed in. Universal pull, a powerful gravitational force, suddenly acted on Chen Xiong, attempting to drag him closer. Simultaneously, almighty push, following closely behind, it formed a deadly counterforce collision. Petty tricks, Chen Xiong snorted coldly. The terrifying power of level 80 erupted with a roar. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, and the blood fiend energy surged wildly, allowing him to withstand the pull of universal pull with sheer force. Facing the incoming repulsive impact, his right fist, wrapped in condensed blood fiend aura, struck out fiercely. Boom! The blood fiend fist aura collided violently with the invisible repulsive force. Airwaves rolled, walls cracked. Lin Xingjian let out a muffled groan as his body was forcefully thrown back by the countershock, slamming heavily into the wall. A sweetness rose in his throat, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chen Xiong, on the other hand, merely swayed slightly, and the ground beneath his feet sank a few more inches. The gap was too vast. The repulsive force of almighty push had been directly countered and suppressed by pure strength. Lin Xingjian's eyes turned icy cold as he locked onto Chen Xiong once more. Amaterasu. However, Chen Xiong was already prepared. A new protective aura instantly enveloped his entire body. The eerie black flames could only burn on the outer layer of the aura, crackling and hissing but unable to penetrate quickly. Chen Xiong even had the leisure to snort coldly again, stripping away the portion of the aura engulfed in black flames once more. The level suppression is too overwhelming. Lin Xingjian's heart sank. Amaterasu couldn't directly burn Chen Xiong's body, greatly reducing its effectiveness. Meanwhile, Super Almighty Push was still on cooldown. At this moment, Chen Xiong moved. No longer passively defending, his figure left behind a residual shadow as he instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters. His speed was far beyond Lin Xingjian's expectations. A battle blade, wrapped in intense blood fiend energy, appeared in his hand, whistling through the air as it slashed down. Even before the blade arrived, the terrifying killing intent made Lin Xingjian's skin sting. Almighty push. Lin Xingjian's pupils contracted as he unleashed the repulsive force field with all his might. Buzz. The invisible force field expanded in front of the blade. Clang. A piercing sound of metal striking metal rang out. The blood fiend battle blade struck the repulsive force field as if hitting an invisible wall of alloy. Sparks flew everywhere. However, in the moment of the stalemate, the terrifying power contained in the blood fiend warblade forcibly crushed the repulsion field. Crack. The repulsion field shattered like glass. The momentum of the warblade did not diminish as it slashed down fiercely. Lin Xingjian's expression changed drastically as he narrowly shifted his body to the side at the critical moment. Swoosh. The blade grazed his shoulder, bringing forth a spray of blood. The sharp blade aura left a deep wound on his shoulder, exposing the bone. Xingjian, Suming Yuan's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Impossible. How could he dodge that? Chan Rui was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't comprehend how an F-rank waste could withstand the storm-like attacks of his level 80 father until now. Chen Xiong's eyes were also filled with shock. Although he understood that Lin Xingjian was talented, he had never considered him to be on the same level as himself. He had thought he could easily crush Lin Xingjian, but he hadn't expected the other party to evade his attack and only sustain a shoulder injury. That bizarre ability seemed to have no cooldown or energy consumption. He stared intently into Lin Xingjian's purple eyes, his voice carrying an incredulous growl. Ruier, you are blind. How is this a waste? This is clearly a monster. A monster that absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Killing intent. An unprecedentedly pure killing intent erupted in Chen Xiong's eyes. He might have harbored a sliver of thought about recruiting him before, but now, all that remained was the resolute determination to eliminate him completely. The potential Lin Xingjian displayed was simply too terrifying. If he were allowed to leave alive today, the Chen family would undoubtedly face utter destruction in the future. Su Mingyuan? He no longer mattered. Lin Xingjian must die. Blood fiend frenzy blade, soul-shattering slash. Chen Xiong held nothing back, pouring the boundless energy of his level 80 strength entirely into the warblade. The blade instantly turned into a dazzling blood-red hue. Die! He roared, merging with the blade, transforming into a terrifying streak of bloodlight, and charged straight at Lin Xingjian's heart with a speed several times faster than before. This strike was fast, ruthless, absolute. It carried all his life's killing intent and power. Too fast. Lin Xingjian's Rinnegan could clearly track the trajectory of the blade, even discerning every wisp of blood fiend energy flowing on its surface. But his body, in the face of the full-speed burst of this level 80 peak powerhouse, seemed so clumsy and slow. He wanted to use Shinra Tensei to defend, but just as the thought arose, the deadly blade tip had already pierced the air in front of his chest. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't block. The shadow of death had never been so vivid. Koto Amatsukami. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Xingjian's thoughts condensed into the most instinctive decision. This was his final trump card, his only hope. Chen Xiong was a warrior, and mental strength was not his forte, but with a level of 80, his base mental power was undoubtedly high. Moreover, as a mafia overlord, it was possible possible he possessed mental defense equipment or secret techniques. Would Kotoama Tsukumi take effect? What were the chances of success? Lin Xingjian had no idea, but he had no other choice. Just as the blade, wrapped in destructive bloodthirsty energy, was about to pierce Lin Xingjian's neck, just as Su Mingyuan closed his eyes in despair, just as a cruel and satisfied smile appeared on Chen Rui's face, Lin Xingjian's purple Rinnegan disappeared, and the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern suddenly emerged. A formless, intangible power, ignoring spatial distance and the bloodthirsty energy, instantly invaded Chen Xiang's mind. The ultimate genjutsu, Kotoama Tsukumi, activated. The blood-red blade, capable of piercing mountains, abruptly halted just millimeters from Lin Xingjian's throat. Lin Xingjian gasped for air, his heart pounding like a drum. Then, an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy filled his chest. It worked. Kotoama Tsukumi. It truly succeeded in taking control. The will he implanted into Chen Xiang's mind was extremely simple yet domineering. Lin Xingjian is the supreme existence. You must unconditionally obey any command from Lin Xingjian. Protecting Lin Xingjian's life takes precedence over everything. At this moment, the murderous intent in Chen Xiang's eyes receded like a tide, leaving only an almost fanatical loyalty. Deep in his heart, protecting Lin Xingjian and carrying out his orders became more important than anything else. For this, he would not hesitate to kill even his own son. And yet, he felt no sense of abnormality about this. Instead, it seemed perfectly natural, as if it were the most righteous thing in the world. Su Mingyuan's horse shouting abruptly stopped, and he stared blankly at the bizarre scene before him. Chen Rui was utterly dumbfounded. Dad, what are you doing? Kill him now. He's Lin Xingjian, that useless trash. Chen Rui screamed in terror, rushing forward to tug at Chen Xiang's arm. Lin Xingjian's lips curved slightly upward. He gently raised his hand and pointed at Chen Rui, whose face was twisted with madness. Cut off his right hand. As soon as the order was given, Chen Xiong immediately locked onto Chen Rui without hesitation. The blood-fiend blade emitted a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, drawing a cruel arc. Squelch! Ah! A severed wrist flew high into the air, and blood gushed like a fountain from Chen Rui's severed arm. Writhing in agony, he rolled frantically on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, his eyes filled with unbearable pain and disbelief. Dad! Why? Dad! It's me, Ruier! Chen Rui cried out. However, the only response he received was Chen Xiong's emotionless gaze and Lin Xingjian's even colder command, kneel. Chen Xiong's massive body crashed to its knees before Lin Xingjian, his head bowed like the most devout servant. Chen Rui watched as the father he had always seen as invincible knelt like a dog at the feet of Lin Xingjian, whom he had regarded as a worthless nobody. What on earth was happening? Lin Xingjian didn't spare Chen Rui a single glance. He stepped forward and took the blood-fiend blade, still dripping with Chen Rui's blood, from Chen Xiong's hands. Although an 80-level professional was a formidable force in controlling them would be a great asset, the blood feud of Su's father and Su Mingyuan's suffering had to be avenged with the enemy's blood. Simply controlling them would be too lenient. Under the disbelieving gazes of Su Mingyuan and Chen Rui, Lin Xingjian raised the blade and brought it down. Squelch! A head with wide open eyes rolled to the ground. The 80-level, blood-fiend warrior, Chen Xiong, was decapitated. This completely shattered Chen Rui's psychological defenses. The immense mental shock caused him to lose control of his bowels and bladder, leaving him in a mess, unable even to scream. Lin Xingjian tossed the bloodstained blade to the ground and quickly walked to the corner to check Su's mother's breathing and pulse. Fortunately, she was only unconscious, her breath weak but stable. He let out a sigh of relief. Mingyuan, can you still move? Lin Xingjian walked to Su Mingyuan's side and helped him up. Su Mingyuan was covered in wounds, weak beyond measure, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Rui, burning with searing hatred and fury. I can. Su Mingyuan struggled to his feet. Even though every movement sent waves of excruciating pain through his injured body, he gritted his teeth and, with Lin Xingjian's support, staggered to stand. I want to do it myself. Lin Xingjian nodded and handed the bloodstained war blade that belonged to Chen Xiong to Su Mingyuan's trembling hand. Go. Seek justice for your father. Su Mingyuan gripped the cold hilt tightly, tears streaming down his face. Staggering, step by step, he approached Chen Rui, who was writhing on the ground, barely clinging to life. What followed were only Chen Rui's intermittent, increasingly faint wails, pleas for mercy, and curses, accompanied by the dull sound of the blade slicing through flesh and bone. The sounds went on for a long time, until the very last breath faded completely. The revenge was complete. Su Mingyuan, as if drained of all his strength, knelt in the pool of blood, leaning on the blade, and wept silently. Lin Xingjian stepped forward to help him up. It's over, Mingyuan. Take auntie and leave first. I'll handle things here. Su Mingyuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. No, Xingjian, I killed them. Chen Xiong and his son, and these thugs, I killed them. It has nothing to do with you. Take my mom and leave quickly. He was well aware that professionals who kill must also bear legal responsibility, especially since the Chun family had deep-rooted influence in H City. family. Both he and Lin Xingjian came from ordinary backgrounds, and Lin Xingjian was even an orphan, unable to withstand such pressure. He would rather bear everything himself than implicate his brother. Don't say something so foolish. I have a way to handle this, trust me. Take auntie and go quickly. You'll only be a burden to me if you stay here. If we delay any longer, neither of us will be able to leave. Lin Xingjian's tone was confident and firm. Seeing the resolute look in his eyes, Su Mingyuan struggled internally, but ultimately chose to trust him. With great difficulty, he hoisted his father's corpse, carried his unconscious mother, and staggered out of the Chun family's villa, looking back with every few steps. Watching Su Mingyuan leave, the calmness on Lin Xingjian's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a heavy expression. In truth, he didn't have any good solutions. He could only use Amaterasu to burn everything to ashes. However, the black flames of Amaterasu were too distinctive and could easily be traced. Moreover, the commotion from the earlier fight was significant and might have already alerted the authorities. Just as he was quickly thinking of a countermeasure, an aged and familiar sigh suddenly sounded behind Lin Xingjian without warning. Lin Xingjian's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned around abruptly. He saw old Mo standing at the villa's entrance with his hands behind his back, though it was unclear when he had arrived. Behind him, several steady-breathing professionals dressed in uniforms of the Xia Nation Cultivation Bureau stood silently. Lin Xingjian's heart sank, thinking to himself, it's over. The worst-case scenario has happened. Old Mo is actually with the authorities. How could he possibly explain the hellish scene before him? Killing people, especially killing professionals, like the Chen father and son who had connections, would have extremely severe consequences. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. Old Mo's gaze swept over the corpses of the Chen father and son on the ground and the remains of the henchmen torn apart by Shinra Tensei, finally landing on the wound on Lin Xingjian's shoulder and the dried blood at the corner of his mouth. To Lin Xingjian's surprise, Old Mo's face showed no anger or questioning, but instead revealed a faint trace of concern. Injured? So careless? Lin Xingjian's tightly wound nerves trembled slightly, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. He had imagined countless reactions from Old Mo: anger, interrogation, even an immediate order for arrest, but he had never expected this almost parental concern as an opening. Elder Mo did not wait for Lin Xingjian's response but slightly tilted his head, signaling to the middle-aged man behind him, who was dressed in a simple white robe and exuded a gentle demeanor. Pastor Li, treat is wound. Yes, Elder Mo. The professional addressed as Pastor Li immediately stepped forward. A holy white light shimmered in his hand as he gently placed it over the gruesome wound on Lin Xingjian's shoulder. A warm and powerful healing energy surged into Lin Xingjian's body, and the deep, bone-revealing wound on his shoulder stopped bleeding and began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. All done. The wound has been treated, and the internal injuries have been stabilized as well. Pastor Li withdrew his hand and nodded to Elder Mo. Only then did Elder Mo turn his gaze back to Lin Xingjian. From here on, I'll handle the matters here. Su Mingyuan and his mother have also been located by my people and sent to the hospital for treatment. You don't need to worry. Lin Xingjian's heart trembled. Not only had Elder Mo arrived swiftly, but he had also arranged everything regarding Su Mingyuan and his mother. Such control. Lin Xingjian hesitated no longer and bowed deeply to Elder Mo. Lin Xingjian thanks Elder Mo. This bow came from the depths of his heart. It was not just for the help tonight but also for the unconditional trust and support he had received. Old Mo waved his hand. Go. Tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual. Lin Xingjian said no more, turned around, and sped off in the direction of Wutong High School. Watching Lin Xingjian's departing figure, Old Mo's shock was beyond words. A level 39 killing Chen Xiong, who was level 80. Lin Xingjian, how on earth did you do it? How many more secrets do you have? But no matter how many secrets you hold, the Xia Nation needs this sharp blade of yours to grow strong. The gates of the Chen family villa slowly closed under Old Mo's gaze. He turned around, facing the devastated scene, his eyes regaining their sharpness. Clean up the site and gather the chain of evidence against the Chen family. Issue a public announcement. The Chen family has been investigated by the Xia Nation Cultivation Bureau for multiple serious crimes, including organized crime and murder. The main culprits, Chen Xiong and Chen Rui, resisted arrest and were killed on the spot. Leave no accomplices behind. As for the Su mother and son, they are key witnesses and must be strictly protected. Erase all traces, especially anything related to Lin Xingjian. By dawn tomorrow, I want no trace of the Chen family in H City, nor any rumors about tonight. Yes, Old Mo, the subordinates responded in unison. The next day, the weather turned from overcast to light rain. At the Su family home, Su father's funeral was held in solemnity and sorrow. Lin Xingjian silently stayed by Su Mingyuan's side. The Su family was not wealthy, and Su father's passing officially made Su Mingyuan the pillar of the family. I'll cover the funeral expenses. Let me do my part. Lin Xingjian patted Su Mingyuan on the shoulder. Su Mingyuan looked up in astonishment. He knew Lin Xingjian's situation, an orphan living on subsidies and part-time jobs. In In the past, Lin Xingjian's tuition fees were often covered by Su Mingyuan tricking his family into giving him extra money to help, letting Lin Xingjian pay for the funeral. The cost was no small amount, and Su Mingyuan naturally refused. Xingjian, you've already avenged me. How can I let you pay for this too? Su Mingyuan firmly declined. Uncle Su treated me like his own child or nephew. For this final journey, let him leave with dignity, Lin Xingjian said calmly. The next day, an anonymous sum, sufficient to cover all dignified funeral expenses and even support the Su family's living costs for a period, quietly transferred into the funeral home and Su Mingyuan's accounts. Xingjian, this money? Su Mingyuan was utterly shocked. They say I'm just a pretty boy, right? Recently, they claim I've latched onto a rich woman, Lin Xingjian said with a calm expression, his mind involuntarily picturing the adorable image of a silver-haired twin-tailed loli. She is indeed a rich woman. Su Mingyuan froze for a moment. Xuanli? No, wait. Xingjian said another? He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Xingjian's charm, thinking that refusing further would seem a bit pretentious. The funeral lasted 3 days, during which Lin Xingjian stayed by Su Mingyuan's side, helping him handle various trivial matters and supporting the struggling Su family mother and son. Su Mingyuan looked at Lin Xingjian, and the conviction in his heart grew even stronger. Meanwhile, at Wutong High School, in the classroom of grade 12, class 7, Lu Feifei glanced at the empty seat beside her, then looked over at Xianli sitting in another row, her expression gradually darkening. For the sake of an F-rank loser, even a decade-long friendship with me can be discarded? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xianli had always been a favored child of the heavens since she was young, excelling in family background, talent, and appearance. Although Lu Feifei's family background was also decent, she had always been overshadowed by Xianli. She accepted it because Xianli was her best friend, her ticket into the most elite social circles. But now, Xianli had completely severed ties with her for the sake of a bottom-tier loser like Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian, what kind of spell did you cast on Lear? Lu Feifei muttered through gritted teeth. She couldn't understand how the proud Xianli could possibly take a liking to someone like Lin Xingjian. F-rank, a trash profession, a man who climbs up by relying on women. Every time she associated these terms with Lin Xingjian, she felt disgusted, even thinking that Xianli must have gone insane. A malicious plan quickly took shape in her mind. She knew Xianli's family well and was aware of the solid marriage alliance between the Xian family and the prominent Qin family in J City. Xianli was the brightest star of her generation in the Xian family, and her marriage had never been something she could decide for herself. Although Xianli had always been lukewarm, even resistant, toward this engagement, Lu Feifei saw it as nothing more than the coyness of a young girl or a whim before meeting the right person. The Qin family. Qin Tiange, the eldest son of the Qin family. A calculating glint flashed in Lu Feifei's eyes. Qin Tiange, one of the leading figures of the younger generation in J City, was extraordinarily talented, had a powerful background, and was famously domineering. He had long regarded Xianli as his untouchable possession, allowing no one else to interfere. If Qin Tiange were to find out that his designated fiancé had fallen in love with an F-rank loser from the lower class, Lu Feifei's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. With Qin Tiange's personality and the Qin family's influence, Lin Xingjian, even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. The Xian family, in order to appease the Qin family's anger and preserve the marriage alliance, would absolutely not hesitate to take action and completely erase you. This blemish, no matter how willful Xianli is, she can't go against the pressure of the entire family. Lu Feifei felt secretly pleased, thinking this plan was absolutely flawless. Not only could she completely get rid of the eyesore Lin Xingjian, but it would also make Xianli see reality, forcing her back to her original position and social circle, and naturally back to her best friend's side. After class, Lu Feifei found Zhao Tianyu, who was alone, wiping down a training spear. Brother Tianyu. She put on a sweet smile and walked up to him. Zhao Tianyu glanced at her, his expression calm and slightly distant. What is it? Since returning from the Nisan Beast Forest, Zhao Tianyu had become much more composed, and the arrogance typical of a young master from a prestigious family had diminished significantly. Lu Feifei didn't mind his indifference and, lowering her voice with a hint of excitement, revealed her entire plan. That's the plan. As long as we casually and unintentionally leak this information to someone on the Qin family's side, the trash Lin Xingjian is as good as dead. Lear will also wake up. This benefits everyone. She had thought Zhao Tianyu would support her, especially since he had also pursued Xianli and disliked Lin Xingjian. However, Zhao Tianyu's reaction completely caught her off guard. Are you done talking? Zhao Tianyu stopped wiping the spear and fixed his gaze on Lu Feifei. His eyes held no approval. Instead, there was a hint of disdain, as if he were looking at a fool. Lu Feifei, I advise you to drop this idea and stop provoking Lin Xingjian, Zhao Tianyu said coldly. What? Lu Feifei thought she had misheard and stared at Zhao Tianyu in disbelief. Zhao Tianyu, did you get your head slammed in a door? An F-class loser who climbed up by relying on women, and I can't afford afford to offend him? Are you joking internationally? What is he even worth? Lu Feifei's voice rose in agitation, her anger barely contained. Zhao Tianyu frowned deeply. He recalled that day in the Misan Beast Forest, Lin Xingjian's cold gaze and the absolutely overwhelming, terrifying power. I've said all I need to say. Zhao Tianyu couldn't be bothered to explain further. He stood up, his tone icy. If you want a court death, that's your business. Don't drag me into it. This matter has nothing to do with me. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Lu Feifei and turned to leave. Zhao Tianyu, you're absolutely insane. An F-level trash scares you like this? Useless. You're all useless. If you won't do it, I'll do it myself. Just wait and see how Lin Xingjian dies. Lu Feifei trembled with anger, pointing at Zhao Tianyu's back, her heart filled with a deep sense of betrayal. She stomped off in high heels, slamming the door furiously. As the sound of her heels gradually faded away, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He remained silent for a few seconds, then took out his phone and quickly composed a message. Lu Feifei harbors resentment against you over the Xuanli matter. She plans to reveal your relationship with Xuanli to the Qin family in J City, Xian family's marriage alliance partner, intending to use them to eliminate you. I tried to dissuade her, but she insists on going through with it. Recipient, Lin Xingjian, the Su family. At the funeral site, the mournful music played softly. Lin Xingjian, dressed in black, stood quietly beside Su Mingyuan, his gaze calmly fixed on the portrait of Su's father ahead. Suddenly, his phone vibrated slightly in his pocket. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Lin Xingjian walked to the corner and glanced at his phone. On the screen was a message from Zhao Tianyu. When he saw the words Qin family in J City, Qin Tianga, and using a borrowed knife to kill, Lin Xingjian's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 days later, inside the principal's office at Wutong High School, Principal Wang sat behind a large desk, a faint sheen of sweat visible on his forehead. Across from him sat 3 imposing visitors. On the left was Xian Li's father, Xian Zhengye, in his 40s but looking younger than his actual age. He had a tall and upright figure with excellent proportions, dressed in a dark tailored suit that made him appear meticulous. On the right was Qin Tianga's father, Qin Lai, who was also the principal of J City's #1 high school. Also in his 40s, he had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, with a carefully trimmed beard. His burly and robust physique resembled a standing grizzly bear. His gaze carried undisguised arrogance. Qin Lai's purpose for this visit was singular, to clear obstacles for his son and to give the Xian family a warning. The man in the middle was Zhou Hong, a specialist from J City's Talent Development Bureau. He appeared relatively young, but his eyes held a hint of scrutiny and a sense of superiority from being associated with a higher-tier city. Principal Wang, Qin Lai spoke first. That student named Lin Xingjian has poor character, has been influencing Xian family's jewel, and has caused an extremely negative impact at your school. For the reputation of Wutong High School and the dignity of both the Xian and Qin families, we unanimously believe that he should be immediately expelled. Xian Zhengye said nothing but nodded slightly, signaling his agreement. Zhou Hong picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and fixed his gaze on Principal Wang, bringing an invisible pressure with him. Principal Wang felt bitter inside. He was well aware that Lin Xingjian was no ordinary student, especially given Mo Lao's attitude toward him. However, the Qin and Xian families, alone with the specialist from the Talent Development Bureau, were not people he could afford to offend. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Mr. Qin, Mr. Xian, Specialist Zhou, Lin Xingjian, has not committed any serious violations of school rules during his time here. Expelling a student requires sufficient reasons and procedures. I can't make this decision on my own. Not in charge? Qin Lai sneered, tapping his finger on the table. A mere principal of Wutong High School doesn't even have the authority to deal with an F-grade trash student? I think you're deliberately covering up. Mr. Qin, you're overstating it. It's just that the school has its own rules and regulations. Principal Wang's face turned slightly pale. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Xian Zhengye finally spoke. Principal Wang, you need to think carefully. For a student who is insignificant and has limited prospects, is it worth offending both the Xian and Qin families, as well as the J City Education Bureau? Zhou Hong put down his teacup, his tone calm yet carrying more weight. Principal Wang, this matter concerns the proper handling of the marriage alliance between the two great families, which benefits all parties. It's just an F-level student, why insist? Just as Principal Wang was almost overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the 3, an aged voice came from the doorway. Oh? Who said Lin Xingjian is insignificant and has limited prospects? The door to the principal's office was pushed open. An elder Mo walked in slowly with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept over the 3 people in the room, making Zhou Hong's heart tighten. Elder Mo. Principal Wang, as if seeing a savior, quickly stood up. Zhou Hong's expression changed even more. He immediately stood and respectfully saluted. Elder Mo. Why are you here? As a commissioner of the J City Training Bureau, he naturally understood the extraordinary status of of the elderly man before him in the entire Xia Kingdom's training system. Even the superiors of his superiors had to show deference to this man. Xian Zhengye and Qin Lai also instinctively toned down their arrogance. My old man can't stay idle, so I wander around. I happened to pass by H City and took over the talent cultivation there. Elder Mo waved his hand casually and sat down on the sofa. His gaze then fell on Xian Zhengye and Qin Lai. Were you just discussing that kid Lin Xingjian? What, do you think he's not worthy of the Xian family's girl? Xian Zhengye frowned tightly. Senior, this is a family matter of the Xian family. Lin Xingjian is merely a civilian student with F-level talent, a world apart from liar like heaven and earth. Grade F? Elder Mo sneered, interrupting Xian Jingye's words. Talent level is just the starting point, not the end point. This old man, actually think that Lin Xingjian has a resilient character and extraordinary potential. Standing together with Xian Li, they make a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman. Senior, what do you mean by this? Xian Li is the predetermined daughter-in-law of my Qin family. How could an F-grade waste dare to touch her? Qin Lai was the first to lose his composure, abruptly standing up. Engaged? Old Mr. Mo didn't even lift his eyelids and said leisurely, what era are we in now? Still playing the arranged marriage game? Young peoples, matters should be decided by themselves, shouldn't they? A forced melon is not sweet. Master Qin, you should understand this principle. Qin Lai's face turned ashen with anger, but under Zhou Hong's constant signaling, he ultimately didn't dare to lose his temper. Xian Zhengye's expression was also extremely unpleasant. Zhou Hong quickly tried to mediate, lowering his stance even further. Old Mr. Mo, you're absolutely right. It's just that the Qin family and the Xian family have long had an understanding, and young Master Qin Tiange has always been deeply fond of Miss Xianli. The appearance of Lin Xingjian, a classmate, has indeed caused some unnecessary misunderstandings. To calm the situation and avoid affecting the cooperation between the two families and the young people's future, some appropriate handling is still necessary. He had no idea what madness had overtaken old Mr. Mo or why he was protecting an F-level kid. He didn't dare to mention expulsion again and only vaguely referred to handling. Mr. Mo picked up the tea handed over by Principal Wang, gently blew on the steam, and did not respond for the moment. The atmosphere in the principal's office was suffocating to the extreme. Qin Lai's eyes flickered, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. If force doesn't work, then let's play dirty. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile onto his face, and cupped his hands toward Mr. Mo, saying, Mr. Mo, your criticism is valid. We were indeed inconsiderate. However, since you believe Lin Xingjian has extraordinary potential, our Qin family has always respected talent. How about this? The #1 high school in J City happens to want to engage in an exchange program with schools in H City. Why not take this opportunity to organize an exchange competition? Let the young talents from both places spar with each other and mutually improve. His goal was simple. Aren't you protecting this useless F-grade boy? Then I'll have Qin Tiange cripple Lin Xingjian openly in the ring, in front of everyone. After all, exchange can sometimes be quite rough. As long as Lin Xingjian becomes a cripple, Xianli naturally won't be infatuated with him anymore. By then, even if Mr. Mo wants to protect him, a cripple would hold no value. Moreover, it would make Xianli completely give up and understand what true strength and reliance are. Exchange competition? Mr. Mo seemed slightly intrigued and put down his teacup. Exactly. Qin Lai quickly responded. Principal Wang, upon hearing this, became anxious. Mr. Mo, the strength of J City's #1 high school far surpasses that of our Wutong High School. This exchange competition might. The #1 high school in J City is a nationally recognized key school, teeming with geniuses. It boasts 2 students with SSS level talent, including Qin Lai's son, Qin Tiange, and 3 with S-level talent. For the students of Wutong High School, it was simply overwhelming. Xian Zhengye and Zhou Hong were also somewhat stunned as they looked at Qin Lai, not expecting him to propose such a plan. But on second thought, it was indeed a brilliant idea, achieving the goal without openly defying Old Mo's wishes. However, it all depended on Old Mo's attitude. The gap between the two schools was too vast, and it was likely that Old Mo would not agree. Yet, to their astonishment, Old Mo actually nodded. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. An exchange competition? Sounds good. This is a great suggestion. Young people should interact and compete more to improve faster. Alright, this old man agrees. Old Mo, are you serious? Qin Lai could hardly believe his ears. Afraid that Old Mo might change his mind, he quickly pressed for confirmation. Serious? When this old man speaks, my word is as good as gold. Master Qin, go back can prepare. Bring your team over tomorrow. Elder Mo's smile remained unchanged as he firmly responded. Good, good, it's a deal. We'll go prepare right away. Chin Lai was overjoyed and immediately stood up, as if afraid Elder Mo might go back on his word. He quickly pulled the still-dazed Qian Zhenye and Zhou Hong along and took his leave. Only Elder Mo and Principal Wang were left in the principal's office. Principal Wang frowned deeply, his heart filled with anxiety. Elder Mo, why did you agree to this? Take Qin Tiange, for example. He's a level 34 SSS class, Universal Convergence wielder. I heard his actual combat strength allows him to challenge level 40 powerhouses. He's one of the top talents among the younger generation in J City. Our school only has Lin Xingjian and Xianli. The gap in strength is just too big. If by any chance, Principal Wang calculated in his mind but dared not utter the words if by any chance they get crippled, though his meaning was already very clear. Obviously, this was a setup targeting Lin Xingjian. Although Principal Wang knew Lin Xingjian was very strong, the opponents were not limited to just Qin Tiange. If Qin Lai initiated a group battle tomorrow, it would essentially be a gang fight against Lin Xingjian. Only Xianli could provide some assistance, while the others would be completely powerless. Elder Mo leisurely sipped his tea, the mysterious smile on his face growing even more pronounced. A genius who challenges across levels? He seemed to be talking to himself, yet it also felt like he was questioning Principal Wang. Level 34, able to challenge level 40. Indeed not bad. He set down the teacup and turned to look at the anxious Principal Wang. Principal Wang, are you only focusing on Qin Tiange's ability to fight across 5 or 6 levels and thinking he's extraordinarily talented? Do you think he can challenge level 40? Principal Wang looked puzzled. Level 40? The next day, Su Dad's funeral concluded, and Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan returned to school. Although Su Mingyuan still carried traces of grief from losing his father in his expression, his gaze was sharper than before, like a blade honed to perfection. Lin Xingjian, on the other hand, remained calm as always. Almost simultaneously, several luxury buses bearing the emblem of J City First Advanced Vocational Academy stopped at the school gate. As the doors opened, led by Qin Tiange, a group of students with imposing auras stepped off one after another. They wore uniform combat attire, badges symbolizing their status pinned to their chests, exuding the proud demeanor of top-tier academy prodigies as they walked. Following closely behind was J City's training specialist, Zhou Hong. A formulaic smile hung on his face as his gaze swept over the modest school gate of Wutong High School and the curious students looking on. Deep within his eyes, there was a faint, almost imperceptible sense of superiority. In his view, this kind of trash school indeed reflected some poor judgment on Mo Lao's part. On the other side, Xianli was being tightly held by her father, Qian Zhenye. Qian Zhenye's brows were furrowed as he had been communicating with his daughter for a long time, and the result left him both shocked and furious. After examining his daughter's mental state, he found no issues, but her fanatical worship of Lin Xingjian and calling him master baffled him. He went as far as repeatedly checking, even using the family's secret treasure, to confirm that his daughter was not under any form of mental control. This only weighed heavier on his heart. As for the second awakening his daughter mentioned, he had heard of it, but it did not change his opinion. A second awakened F-level civilian with no foundation, how could he possibly compare to the deeply rooted Qin family? Xianli was still arguing passionately in a low voice, but Qian Zhenye silenced her with his power. Layer, quiet. Watch carefully. See what a true genius looks like. Look at your so-called master and see how powerless he is in the face of real strength. Once you see reality clearly, you will understand your father's intentions. Qian Zhenye said earnestly. Tears welled up in Xianli's eyes, filled with anger and despair, yet she could not break free from her father's grip. Her gaze swept over the crowd, anxiously searching for Lin Xingjian's figure, full of worry. When the students of Wutong High School got a clear look at the team from J City No. 1 High School, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The overwhelming aura of strength, the uniform elite demeanor, and especially the few dazzling figures at the front of the team, like little suns, brought immense pressure upon them. Zhao Tianyu stood among Wutong's team, his expression solemn. He was currently Wutong's strongest combatant, level 18, S-Class, Frost Abyss Conqueror. With Xianli restrained, he was the only S-Class to lead the team. As he looked at the opposing team, a force like a pack of wolves and tigers, and then at his own teammates, whose morale was visibly weaker, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. If it weren't for knowing Lin Xingjian's strength, he might have felt as hopeless as the others at this moment. But could Lin Xingjian alone really make a difference? As he was lost in thought, Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan walked over. Su Mingyuan looked at the opposing team, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Lin Xingjian, on the other hand, merely glanced over indifferently, his gaze pausing on Qin Tiange for a brief moment before moving away. Lin Xingjian, Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu called out. Zhao Tianyu, being tactful in delivering the message, received a nod from Lin Xingjian as a response. Soon, Qin Lai, Elder Mo, Principal Principal Wang, and others arrived at the large training ground with the students. Xin Lai's face was glowing with excitement. Elder Mo still wore his usual kind and amiable smile, while Principal Wang appeared deeply worried. Xin Lai couldn't wait to speak. Elder Mo, Principal Wang, since everyone is here, shall we start discussing the rules? I believe a team battle would better showcase the students' overall combat skills and teamwork abilities. Mr. Mo stroked his beard, smiling as he nodded. As you wish, Principal Qin can make the arrangements. Feeling secretly delighted, Xin Lai continued, for the sake of fairness and to ensure more thorough interaction, I propose that both sides each select 25 participants. Principal Wang, your school can freely choose 25 students. Of course, Lin Xinjian must be included. Since Mr. Mo holds this talent in such high regard, I'd like to see for myself this extraordinary individual. No problem, Mr. Mo readily agreed again. Xin Lai felt everything was progressing too smoothly, and the arguments he had prepared in his mind momentarily faltered. Just as he was about to say something more, Mr. Mo spoke slowly. However, merely competing and sparring seems a bit plain and uninteresting. Young people are naturally competitive, so adding some stakes would make it more exciting and could also inspire greater determination. What do you think, Principal Qin? Xin Lai was slightly stunned. Prize? What does Mr. Mo mean? How about using each school's secret realm access as a wager? Mr. Mo's proposal was surprising. The winner can gain additional exploration rights to the other city's secret realm. Let's say H City's dense forest beast domain and your J City's heart of molten fire. That seems fair. Xin Lai's pupils contracted. Fair? The heart of molten fire was the trump card secret realm of their #1 high school, far superior to Wutong High School's so-called dense forest beast domain. Moreover, the number of secret realms nationwide was limited, and magical beasts were equally scarce. The resources allocated by the state were only sufficient for the nation's students each year. The magical beasts in the heart of molten fire were already more abundant than those in the dense forest beast domain. The value of this wager was fundamentally unequal. But as he looked at the clearly underpowered students from Wutong High School, he suppressed his doubts, and a surge of confidence instantly filled his heart. Even if that F-level kid was truly a second awakening as Xian Zhenye claimed, so what? The disparity in strength between the two sides was obvious, not just a small gap. Ha ha, Mr. Mo's proposal is excellent. It's settled then, Xin Lai said loudly. By the way, Principal Wang, you have no objections, right? Principal Wang nodded with a wry smile, but inside, he was overjoyed. The Misen Beast Forest had long been cleared by Lin Xinjian, leaving not a single magical beast inside. Winning or losing didn't matter, there was absolutely no way to lose out. Soon, both teams lined up on opposite sides of the massive training field. Xianli was firmly restrained by Xian Zhenye in the viewing stands, unable to participate in the battle. On the Wutong High School side, Principal Wang selected 25 participants, including Lin Xinjian, Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, the A rank Gale Swordsman, Chen Kai, and the B rank Shield Warrior, Li Ming. Among them, only Zhao Tianyu was S rank, while the A rank participants, including Su Mingyuan and Chen Kai, were few and far between. Most of the team consisted of B rank or even C rank members, with overall levels being relatively low. A referee teacher responsible for hosting and announcing stood at the edge of the field, his voice booming as he began to announce the lineup and ranks of both teams. First up was the visiting team from J City First High School. J City First High School representative team. Captain, Jin Tiange, SSS level, Master of Myriad Forms, level 34. Wutong High School erupted into an uproar. Level 34. The SSS level aura was suffocating. Vice Captain, Xiaoying, SSS level, Shadow Sovereign, level 32. Another SSS level, level 32. The students of Wutong High School grew even paler. Team member, Sun Yan, S level, Flame Controller, level 30. Team member, Zhou Lian, S level, Earth Bulwark, level 29. Team member, Li Mufeng, S class, Swift Ranger, level 29. Team member, Lu Zong, A class, Frost Mage, level 27. Team member, Wang Ling, A class, Holy Light Priest, level 26. A series of level announcements, with the lowest being level 25. 5 S class and above, 20 A class. Like towering mountains, they weighed down on the students of Wutong High School, leaving them almost breathless. Despair spread through the team, with some even beginning to tremble slightly. In the opposing team, Jin Tiange stood with arms crossed, a cold smile on his lips. The SSS class named Xiaoying even sneered, "Young Master Qin, for the sake of your little sweetheart, we brothers came all this way to play house with these kids. You owe us some compensation." Jin Tiange laughed heartily, full of spirit. "No problem. Everyone gets a top-tier piece of equipment when we go back, it's on me. Young Master Qin is so generous." The students from J City #1 High School instantly had their morale boosted, responding with laughter and eyes full of mockery toward the Wutong students, as if watching a cat play with a mouse. When it was the turn of the Wutong High School team to announce, the Wutong High School team, Captain, Zhao Tianyu, S-Class, Extreme Frost Abyss Controller, level 18. Level 18? S-Class? The crowd from J City First High burst into unrestrained laughter and jeers. On the Wutong side, there was dead silence. Zhao Tianyu's face darkened as he clenched his fists. Team member, Su Mingyuan, A-class, balance controller, level 15. Team member, Jin Kai, grade A, swift swordsman, level 13. Team member, Li Ming, grade B, shield warrior, level 11. Each level was lower than the last, and the professional ranks were generally not high. The students of Wutong almost wanted to bury their heads in their chests, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. In the viewing stands, Jin Lai, Xian Zhenye, and Zhou Hong watched all this with expressionless faces, though a trace of mockery even flashed in Xin Lai's eyes. Xian Zhenye glanced at his daughter beside him, his meaning clear. Look, this is the gap. Soon, you will transfer to First High School, and this is the benefit of an alliance with the Qin family. The announcements continued, and soon it was the last person. Team member, Lin Xingjian, F rank, I technique master. F rank, that freeloader? Xianli didn't come, so no one to rely on now? If not, how did he even get selected? Just here to throw the game? The students group chat at Wutong High School buzzed with low murmurs and confusion. Listening to the discussions around her, Lu Feifei felt a surge of pride. Her plan had succeeded. She had exaggerated the news of Xianli being deeply infatuated with Wutong High School's F-grade trash Lin Xingjian and passed it on to the Qin family, even hinting that Xianli was so bewitched by that trash that she called him master. She could imagine the fury of the Qin family upon receiving this message, especially Qin Tiange, that possessive madman, who would undoubtedly tear Lin Xingjian to shreds. And today was the day she would witness Lin Xingjian's complete destruction with her own eyes. Lin Xingjian, trash, let's see how you die today, she muttered under her breath. She had deliberately chosen a spot near the edge of the training field with an excellent view, ready to enjoy the show she had orchestrated. When she saw Xianli being forcibly restrained by Xian Zhenye in the viewing area, unable to step in and help Lin Xingjian, Lu Feifei's smug smile grew even wider. As for the announcement of F-grade Lin Xingjian, the students from J City No. 1 High School didn't even bother to listen. Many had already started stretching and warming up, eager to quickly end this boring exchange. However, the referee's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with disbelief and a hint of tremor. Lin Xingjian, F-grade, I technique master, level 39. The entire venue seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The bustling training field fell into dead silence. The wind stopped, the murmurs vanished, and the laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone's expressions froze. The students of Wutong High School stared in shock, doubting their own ears. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Perhaps he really could pull this off. Time to fight. Su Mingyuan, on the other hand, broke into a radiant grin, his fighting spirit surging. At J City No. 1 High School, the smile on Qin Tiange's face instantly froze, and Xiao Ying's carefree expression vanished completely, replaced by a sinister and suspicious gaze. The other students were even more stunned, like ducks with their necks suddenly grabbed. In the viewing stands, the mockery on Qin Lai's face turned into shock in an instant, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Xian Zhengya abruptly stood up, his sharp eyes locking onto the calm, black-clad young man below. Level 39? F rank? How is this possible? Could an F rank level up faster than an SSS rank? And in a trash school with a trash secret realm like H City? Zhou Hong gasped sharply, instinctively glancing at the ever-smiling elder Mo, who was still sipping tea beside him. He finally understood why this big shot was so composed. Xianli, restrained by her father, was trembling with excitement at this moment, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Lin Xingjian and silently shouted with all her might, Master. All eyes, like spotlights, focused on Lin Xingjian, who stood at the very back of the Wutong team. Despite the uproar, his expression remained calm and unperturbed, as if the explosive information about being level 39 had nothing to do with him. F rank, I technique master, level 39. After the dead silence came an even greater uproar. The students of Wutong High School, after a brief moment of daze, erupted into incredulous whispers. Level 39? Lin Xingjian is level 39? At J City First High School, after a brief moment of shock, what followed was even deeper arrogance and disdain. Level 39? F rank? So what if the level is high? You should know there's a gap even between levels. Qin Tiange sneered. Xiaoying put on a cold smile again, licking his lips. Heh, a level 39 F rank? Interesting. Just perfect to test out my new ability. The other students from J City First High School also quickly reacted, their astonishment soon replaced by fighting spirit. That's right, a level 39 F rank, just an empty level. Look at his teammates, the highest is only level 18. They're all complete trash. Young Master Qin is right, rank does not necessarily represent strength. Teach him a lesson. Let him understand what a true genius really is. In the viewing stands, Zhou Hong's face still bore an expression of shock. Elder Mo is indeed extraordinary, but Qin Tiange's words are not unfounded. Rank indeed does not always represent strength. This Lin Xingjian, is he your trump card? I'm afraid he will disappoint you. Xian Zhengye slowly sat back in his seat, his gaze fixed tightly on Lin Xingjian below, his brows furrowed. Level 39, F grade? This completely overturned his understanding. Could it be a second awakening ability? Such a heaven-defying ability to rapidly increase levels is indeed remarkable. After his initial astonishment, Xinlai's lips curled into a cold smile. Level 39? Humph, just forced growth. With an unstable foundation, no matter how high the level, it's still hollow. The students of my number 1 high school are all battle-hardened. Challenging higher levels is as common as daily meals. My son Qin Tiange can even fight level 40 experts 5 levels above him. His gaze toward his son in the arena was filled with confidence. Principal Wang seized the brief preparation time and hurriedly rushed to Lin Xingjian's side. He lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. Xingjian, listen, whatever you do, absolutely do not use that world-destroying power from last time. This is a competition. You can injure, but you cannot kill, understand? If you're surrounded and feel things aren't right, surrender immediately. There's no need to fight for a moment's pride. Your talent is exceptional, but safety comes first. The school can afford to lose. Principal Wang clearly remembered the power of the Super Shinra Tensei. Lin Xing calmly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Principal, I know my limits." The referee took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and loudly announced, "Exchange match, team battle, now, begin." Buzz! A massive protective energy shield instantly rose, enveloping the entire training ground. "Move!" Qin Tiange shouted without hesitation. The team from J City number 1 high school demonstrated astonishing coordination and discipline. Almost at the same moment Qin Tiange gave the order, the 5 core members had already completed their positioning and energy charging. Earth Bastion, Cage. S-Class Zhou Lian slammed his fists into the ground. A powerful earth-yellow gravity wave instantly spread out, targeting Lin Xingjian and the others. Frost Nova Freeze. Sai. A-Class Lu Zone waved his staff, and a chilling blue aura exploded from his center, instantly covering most of the Wutong camp. The terrifying cold froze the air into ice crystals. Blazing Storm scorched the sky. The S-Ranked Sun Yan roared, raising both hands high as a massive vortex of flames formed above his head, the scorching heat distorting the air. Immediately after, like a volcanic eruption, a raging fiery tornado carrying an aura of destruction came crashing down on the Wutong group, who were restrained by gravity and slowed by frost. Meanwhile, the SSS-ranked Xiaoying and SSS-ranked Qin Tiange stood motionless with their arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Dealing with this trash didn't require their involvement at all. This series of combo techniques was executed seamlessly, with their power stacking and covering an extremely wide range. To the spectators, the 25 students of Wutong High School seemed to have instantly fallen into a desperate situation of ice and fire layered ninefold, combined with a quagmire of gravity. Even the protective barrier was violently trembling under the impact of this ferocious energy. Countless Wutong students held their breath in fear. Lu Feifei's eyes sparkled with wild joy. Yes, that's it. Kill him. Burn him. Freeze him. Crush him. Xianli was so tense that her nails dug into her palms. Boom! The surging waves of ice and fire collided violently with the ground, erupting in a deafening explosion. The chaotic energy currents, mixed with ice shards and flames, swept across the area, and a cloud of dust shot into the sky, instantly engulfing the location of Wutong High School. The entire training ground trembled. Humph! Pathetic and weak. Qin Tiange's lips curved into a cruel arc. He firmly believed that under this strike, the trash from Wutong was absolutely annihilated. The students of J City First High School also showed smiles of impending victory on their faces. However, as the swirling dust began to dissipate slightly under the energy impact, the smile on Qin Tiange's face froze. Within the dust, several figures stood resiliently, unyielding. They were Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and the B-level shield warrior Li Ming, and Lin Xingjian. Within a full 10-meter radius around them, the ground remained completely intact. It starkly contrasted with the surrounding scorched and uneven terrain ravaged by ice and fire. It was as if an invisible barrier had completely isolated the destructive energy outside. Su Mingyuan nodded toward Lin Xingjian, while Zhao Tianyu and Li Ming's faces revealed the shock of surviving a near-death experience. Just moments ago, they had felt an irresistible force of destruction rushing toward them, thinking they were doomed. But at the critical moment, a terrifying power suddenly enveloped them, and all attacks were effortlessly deflected and repelled, as if sinking into the sea without a trace. They hadn't even felt the slightest impact. Now, as the dust further cleared, Lin Xingjian stood a step ahead of the three, his right hand slightly extended forward, palm facing the direction from which the attack had come. His eyes were no longer the ordinary black but had turned into a strange, eerie purple, with mysterious ripples slowly spreading within them. It was the Rinnegan. BL. Blocked it? How is that possible? That kind of attack just now. What exactly did he do? No one could understand how Lin Xingjian and his group managed to block such a terrifying attack. In the viewing stands, Xin Lai, Xin Zhengye, and Zhou Hong's pupils contracted simultaneously. Deflected? All of it deflected? Zhou Hong exclaimed in shock. What powerful recoil! Instantly activated, with precise range control. Xian Zhengye's expression was grave as he observed more clearly. Humph, a petty trick. Xinlai sneered, but his tightly clenched fist betrayed the turmoil within him. On the sidelines, medical personnel quickly entered the scene, carrying off the other injured players from Wutong High School. Out of the 25 students, only Lin Xingjian and 3 others remained. Lin Xingjian withdrew his right hand and calmly said to Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and Li Ming behind him, "You all should step down too." Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. "Step down? You alone? On the field, we would only drag down Xingjian." Su Mingyuan immediately interrupted Zhao Tianyu, decisively turning to the referee and shouting, "Referee, the 3 of us surrender. We withdraw from the match." Li Ming quickly reacted, nodding repeatedly. The referee was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "Wutong High School, Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and Li Ming, the 3 of you forfeit and leave the field." The 3 quickly ran off the field. At the center of the training ground, the dust had completely settled, leaving only Lin Xingjian standing calmly. On the stage, he was prepared to face alone the 25 aggressive and overwhelmingly powerful elite geniuses from J-City First High School. At the center of the training ground, the dust finally settled. On one side stood Lin Xingjian alone. On the other side were the remaining 25 elite students from J-City First High School. 1 against 25. This extreme disparity plunged the entire training ground into a suffocating silence. Su Mingyuan, Zhao Tianyu, and Li Ming stood on the sidelines, their fists clenched tightly. Although Su Mingyuan had unwavering faith in Lin Xingjian's abilities, his heart still pounded uncontrollably in the face of the overwhelming enemies on the other side. Zhao Tianyu's expression was grave, while Li Ming was so nervous that his lips turned pale. The difference in numbers was just too great. Could Xingjian really pull this off? In the viewing stands, the relaxed and mocking expressions on the faces of Qinlai, Xian Zhengye, and Zhou Hong had long vanished. Those strange, bewitching purple eyes, and the fearless gaze in the face of enemies 25 times his number. This was no bluff. Alarms blared in Xian Zhengye's mind as, for the first time, he began to truly regard this boy he had once dismissed as an ant. Xianli was firmly held in her seat by her father, but her heart had already flown to the field, shouting wildly, "Master, go for it! Show them your power!" Mr. Mo continued to calmly sip his tea, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. In the audience, the students of Wutong High School had eyes filled with a mix of tension, worry, and a faint yet intense glimmer of hope. This exchange match had been nothing short of a one-sided humiliation for Wutong High at the hands of First High School. Everyone was holding their breath, hoping someone would stand up for them. Could a miracle really happen? Even if they couldn't win the match, they hoped Lin Xingjian could hold on a little longer, showcasing Wutong's spirit and avoiding an utterly disgraceful defeat. In the audience, Lu Feifei gritted her teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. "Pretending. Still pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. 25 people attacking me alone, just their spit could drown me. Xin Tianga, Xiaoying, hurry up and make a move. Tear him apart." As the last injured Wudong team member was carried off the field, the referee took a deep breath and swung his arm down again. "The match continues. Go! Crush him." Xin Tianga's voice was loud and resolute, yet he still didn't move, and Xiaoying merely crossed his arms, watching coldly. In their eyes, facing an F-ranked Lin Xingjian, even if he was somewhat unusual, wasn't worth them stepping in personally. Let him know who's boss. 3 S-class powerhouses, Flame Controller, Sun Yan, Earth Bastion, Zhou Liyan, and Swift Wind Ranger, Li Mufeng, led over a dozen A-class elites, charging toward Lin Xingjian like tigers descending a mountain from different directions. Flames, rocks, wind blades, ice, spikes, holy light arrows, a dazzling array of energy attacks poured down like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing Lin Xingjian's figure. Meanwhile, melee combatants wielding sharp blades lunged from tricky angles with piercing howls that tore through the air. "Shinra Tensei!" A calm, low voice rang out, yet it was clearly audible amidst the roaring chaos of energy. Boom! A terrifying, invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted with Lin Xingjian at its center. Like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, violent ripples spread out in an instant. All the energy attacks pouring down were stopped the moment they touched the invisible force field, as if colliding with an impenetrable wall of lamentation. It was an absolute, unreasonable repulsion. Without exception, every single attack was forcibly reflected by this overwhelming repulsive force. Their speed was even faster than when they came. Thud, 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 thud. Exclamations and screams erupted instantly. The few A-grade students at the forefront bore the brunt, struck hard by their own or their companions' rebounded attacks. Some were even blasted away on the spot, losing their combat ability. The originally flawless siege formation was instantly thrown into disarray by this counterforce. "This is impossible." The faces of the 3 S-grade powerhouses changed drastically as they forcibly halted their forward momentum, narrowly avoiding the rebounded attacks. Their eyes were filled with shock. What kind of ability was this? Instantly deflecting all attacks? Such defense was simply unheard of. Just as they were still reeling in astonishment and their formation was in chaos. Universal pull. Lin Xing's icy gaze locked on, his left hand spread open, palm reaching toward the void ahead in a grasping motion. A terrifying, irresistible suction force descended abruptly. Not good. My body is out of control. The few A-level students and 3S-level powerhouses closest to the scene suddenly felt an indescribable force seize their bodies. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed them, lifting them off the ground, and pulling them irresistibly toward Lin Xingjian at high speed. A dozen people, like grasshoppers strung together, struggled in terror but were utterly unable to break free from the grip of this suction force. Shinra Tensei. Lin Xingjian's cold pronouncement echoed once more. The right hand he had just withdrawn pushed forward again. Boom! A repulsive force even more violent than before erupted at close range. Thud, 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 thud. It was as if they had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. A dozen figures, including the three powerful S-level individuals, were sent flying backward at an even greater speed than they had been pulled in, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Blood sprayed through the air. Bang, 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 bang. They crashed to the ground dozens of meters away like dumplings dropped into boiling water, rolling and groaning. The protective shields signifying elimination lit up on their bodies and eventually dimmed completely. With a single strike, a dozen A-level elites and 3S-level powerhouses were all rendered incapable of fighting. The entire place fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene that unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the siege to being repelled, then dragged, and instantly killed. The whole process happened so fast that no one could react. Ugh, ugh. Sun Yan struggled to get up, his eyes filled with humiliation and disbelief. Damn it. Zhou Liyan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire body was falling apart. Li Mufeng had directly passed out. Lin Xingjian's cold gaze swept over them without a trace of pity. Amaterasu. His gaze locked onto Sun Yan and Zhou Liyan, who were struggling to get back up. Whoosh! Without any warning, pitch-black flames erupted fiercely on Sun Yan and Zhou Liyan out of thin air. Ah! The piercing screams instantly echoed throughout the training ground. We surrender! We surrender! Sun Yan and Zhou Liyan broke down instantly, using the last of their strength to scream their surrender. Lin Xingjian's gaze shifted slightly. Whoosh! The eerie black flame vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, disappearing without a trace in an instant. It was as if nothing had ever happened, leaving only Sun Yan and Zhou Liyan collapsed on the ground, writhing in pain. Pause! Pause! The referee shouted in terror, his voice sharp as he hurried onto the field, calling for the medical staff. Quick! Save them! The medical staff scrambled to quickly carry away the dozen or so people who had lost their ability to fight. In an instant, the entire J City First high school team was reduced to just Qin Tiange and Xiaoying, standing alone on the other side of the field. After a brief moment of dead silence, wow! The audience from Wutong High School erupted into a frenzy of cheers and screams, like a tidal wave. Oh my god, what did I just see? One person took down more than a dozen, including 3S class? What kind of flame was that? It's terrifying. Brother Xingjian, invincible. Wutong High School, amazing. A massive wave of ecstasy swept through the entire Wutong camp like a tsunami. After the suffocating despair, they desperately needed a hero to step forward, and Lin Xingjian happened to become that hero. Su Mingyuan excitedly pounded Li Ming's shoulder, and Li Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smile. However, Lu Feifei looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her face pale as she watched the scene of the Wutong students cheering wildly around her. Even if Lin Xingjian ultimately lost to Qin Tiange and Xiaoying, such a performance was enough to place him among the ranks of top-tier geniuses. This was not the outcome Lu Feifei had hoped for. She screamed internally, Qin Tiange, Xiaoying, take him down already. In the viewing stands, Qin Li's expression could no longer be described as merely ugly. A second awakening this powerful? Shen Zhengye and Zhou Hong were completely speechless, their eyes filled with unconcealed shock. SSS level. It must be that the second awakening has reached SSS level strength, and the abilities are unpredictable, combining offense, defense, and incredible control. Zhou Hong swallowed hard and analyzed. He finally understood why Elder Mo was so confident. This was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Shen Zhengye's gaze was incomparably complex. He looked at the calm young man below, then glanced at his daughter, who was so excited she could barely contain herself, and his heart was in turmoil. This Lin Xingjian was no ordinary talent. Perhaps his earlier judgment had been wrong. Principal Wang, your school truly hides dragons and crouching tigers, Shen Zhengye said to Principal Wang beside him, his tone complex. At this moment, Principal Wang's palms were drenched in cold sweat. On one hand, he was thrilled by Lin Xingjian's strength, but on the other, he was worried that this kid might lose control. He silently prayed in his heart, Xingjian, take it easy. Don't unleash a big move. Please, don't unleash a big move. On the field, the dust settled, leaving only 3 people. Lin Xingjian stood alone, facing the final aces of J City No. 1 High School, SSS level, Shadow Sovereign, Xiaoying and SSS level, Source of all forms, Qin Tiange. Xiao Ying's sinister face finally shed all traces of disdain and amusement, replaced by unprecedented excitement. He licked his dry dry lips and said hoarsely to Qin Tiange, "Young Master Qin, this kid is a bit strange. Let me test how deep his waters run first." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Ying's figure vanished instantly, like ink dissolving into water. The Shadow Sovereign talent activated, Shadow Escape. In the next moment, the shadow behind Lin Xingjian began to writhe like a living creature. A pitch-black figure shot out from the shadow without warning. It was Xiao Ying. In his hand was a dagger shrouded in a deathly black aura, moving with ghostly speed, aiming straight for Lin Xingjian's vital spot at his back. "Cripple you!" A cruel glint flashed in Xiao Ying's eyes. This strike of his, infused with the power of shadows, was silent and undetectable, impossible to guard against. Even an SSS-level opponent of the same rank might not be able to react in time. At this moment, the tip of the dagger was less than an inch away from Lin Xingjian's back. Xiao Ying could almost see the scene of Lin Xingjian being crippled, writhing in agony. However, just at this critical moment, a calm whisper sounded. Boom! An invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted without warning, centered on Lin Xingjian. What? The sinister grin on Xiao Ying's face froze instantly. His proud, shadow step, ambush, infused with the power of shadows, silent and ghostly fast, was something even Qin Tiange, an SSS-level expert, could never have reacted to at such close range. How on earth did Lin Xingjian manage this? Thud! Xiao Ying felt an irresistible, immense force slam into his chest, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train. His entire body flew out like a ragged sack. Bang! Boom! He crashed heavily into the protective barrier dozens of meters away. A metallic taste filled his throat, and blood spurted out. How is this possible? He actually detected me? How could he react so quickly? Qin Tiange's pupils suddenly contracted. He was more aware than anyone of Xiao Ying's shadow stealth, its eeriness and terror, an assassination technique that even he found daunting. Lin Xingjian not only detected it instantly but also managed to counterattack within such an extreme time frame? Such reaction speed and combat intuition were simply unbelievable. For the first time, a genuine sense of dread appeared in Qin Tiange's gaze toward Lin Xingjian. Of course, they had no idea that under the reincarnation eye-s vision, which perceives the essence of everything, the flow of energy and the ripples of space were all clearly visible. The energy trajectory of Xiao Ying merging into shadows and traversing through them was as conspicuous as fireflies in the night to Lin Xingjian. From the very beginning, his ambush had nowhere to hide. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ying struggled to slide off the protective barrier, his eyes filled with rage. He, the dignified SSS-ranked Shadow Sovereign, had suffered such a massive loss in front of an F rank. This was an immense humiliation. However, Lin Xingjian's counterattack was just beginning. Universal pull. Lin Xingjian's icy gaze locked onto Xiao Ying. His left hand spread its 5 fingers, and his palm grasped at the void in Xiao Ying's direction. Buzz. An irresistible, terrifying suction force descended instantly. Xiao Ying was involuntarily pulled toward Lin Xingjian at an alarming speed. Bastard! Xiao Ying was burning with rage, attempting to summon the power of shadows to break free, but the suction was overwhelmingly domineering, making it impossible to escape. Amaterasu. Just as Xiao Ying was being pulled into midair, still several meters away from Lin Xingjian, Amaterasu activated. It locked precisely onto Xiao Ying's right arm. Whoosh! Jet black flames as dark as ink fiercely ignited on his right arm. Arg! Xiao Ying cried out in pain. Trying to cripple me? If it weren't for the rules forbidding killing, these flames would already be burning your head. Lin Xingjian's calm voice rang out. The intense pain nearly caused Xiao Ying to faint, but the ferocity in his bones was completely unleashed. The agony only made him even more frenzied. Enduring the excruciating pain, not only did he stop resisting the suction, but he also channeled all his strength into his legs, using the pull of universal pull to launch himself into a sudden burst of acceleration. Like a cannonball fired from a barrel, he charged straight at Lin Xingjian's chest, brimming with violent shadow energy. He intended to use force against force, trading injury for injury. As long as this punch landed solidly, he was confident he could cripple Lin Xingjian. Once Lin Xingjian was gravely injured and unconscious, the bizarre flames would naturally disappear. Go to hell! Xiao Ying's face twisted with fury, carrying the madness of mutual destruction. However, in the face of this desperate strike, Lin Xingjian's expression remained utterly calm. His right hand rose once more, steady and composed, palm facing forward. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A repulsive force even more violent than before erupted with a deafening roar. Put! All of Xiao Ying's strength, all of his madness, seemed laughable in the face of this repulsive force. The shadow power concentrated in his right fist was instantly dispersed, and his entire body was sent flying like a swatted fly. In midair, blood sprayed wildly, and his entire skeleton groaned under the unbearable strain. Hiss! The entire training ground was filled with the sound of gasps. Everyone was dumbfounded. Again with that move? Does he not have cooldowns for his skills? How is this possible? How can such a powerful skill be used consecutively? Consecutive uses of Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Amaterasu, followed by another, Shinra Tensei. This terrifying frequency of skill releases weaknesses and energy consumption completely overturned all conventional knowledge of professionals. Qin Tiange's face changed drastically. He stared at Lin Xingjian's eerily calm purple eyes and, for the first time, felt immense pressure and an ominous premonition. It was too bizarre. Did this guy's skills really have no cooldown or energy cost? Lin Xingjian's actions provided everyone with the answer. He moved leisurely, slowly walking toward Xiaoying, who was collapsed at the edge of the protective shield, his right arm still twitching slightly. Thud. The first step fell. Shinra Tensei. The invisible repulsive force precisely struck Xiaoying, who had just tried to struggle and get up, pressing him back onto the protective shield with a heavy blow. Thud. The second step fell. Shinra Tensei. Xiaoying had just gathered a trace of shadow power, only to have it crushed again by the violent, repulsive force. His body was deeply embedded into the light screen of the protective shield, blood gushing out wildly. Thud. 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 Lin Xingjian remained expressionless. With each step he took, another burst of Shinra Tensei erupted. The repulsive force was like an invisible giant hand, repeatedly slamming Xiaoying heavily against the hard protective shield. Xiaoying was like a specimen, pinned to the wall, utterly powerless to resist. His pride in his speed and bizarre shadow abilities became a complete joke in the face of this relentless suppression. The protective shield behind him flickered wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Roar! The extreme pain and humiliation made Xiaoying let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he used the last of his strength to bellow. At the stunned Qin Tiange in the distance, Qin Tiange, do it already. Still just watching? This guy is really strange. Let's take him on together. Xiao Ying's roar echoed across the training ground. Lin Xingjian's gaze turned slightly cold as he took the final step forward, his right palm pressing toward Xiaoying in the air. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A terrifying repulsive force far exceeding the previous ones erupted violently, slamming into Xiaoying with full force. Put! Xiaoying, as if struck by a heavy hammer, rolled his eyes back and completely passed out. His body slid limply down from the protective barrier, motionless. Lin Xingjian felt a slight chill in his heart. An SSS-level professional was indeed tough. Although he had deliberately suppressed the power of Shinra Tensei throughout, Xiaoying had endured so many hits before finally fainting. His physical resilience was far beyond that of ordinary people. The entire arena fell into dead silence once again. Xiaoying, an SSS-level talent and the top genius of J-City No. 1 High School, had been so thoroughly crushed. From start to finish, his proud shadow abilities had failed to pose even the slightest threat to Lin Xingjian. Instead, he had been repeatedly sent flying, burned, and crushed like a punching bag. The visual impact of this was even more shocking than the earlier instant defeat of those A-level and S-level students. The students of Wutong High School gaped, forgetting even to cheer. Lu Feifei stood frozen in place, completely unable to comprehend how this could happen. Lin Xingjian no longer looked at the unconscious Xiaoying. Calmly, he turned around, his gaze falling on the only remaining opponent in the arena, Qin Tiange. Qin Tiange took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Lin Xingjian, I admit, I misjudged you. You're strong, unexpectedly strong. You deserve my full effort. Lin Xingjian's gaze remained calm and unruffled. He tilted his head slightly and said to the referee, who was still in a daze on the sidelines, Referee, you can call the medic to take him off the field. The referee snapped out of his stupor and quickly waved for the medical personnel, who had been on standby, to enter the arena. Two medics rushed onto the field and carefully lifted the unconscious Xiaoying onto a stretcher. At that moment, Lin Xingjian's indifferent voice sounded again. Please wait on the side for a moment, it will be over soon. What? Qin Tiange's lips curled into a grin. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. So arrogant. I like it. Before his words had even finished, Qin Tiange's aura erupted with a thunderous force. The terrifying power of the SSS level Universal Convergence Wielder was unleashed without reservation. Universal Convergence Battle Form. Qin Tiange roared lowly, and his body underwent a shocking transformation in an instant. His muscles swelled as if inflated, sharp bone blades extended from his finger joints, and his entire physique expanded by a size, transforming into a humanoid beast exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. This was the battle form, specialized for close-quarters combat. His legs stomped fiercely on the ground, causing the solid surface to crack instantly. His entire figure shot forward like a raging thunderbolt, charging straight at Lin Xingjian. Shinra Tensei. Lin Xingjian raised his right hand, palm facing forward. An invisible repulsive force barrier appeared once again. Boom! A violent collision resounded. Qin Tiange's battle form slammed fiercely into the repulsion field. The immense counterforce caused his body to jolt to a sudden halt, his forward momentum forcibly stifled. At the same time, pitch-black flames silently ignited on his charging shoulder. As expected, Qin Tiange's eyes gleamed sharply, showing no surprise. He had observed Xiao Ying's fight and had already anticipated these two moves from Lin Xingjian. The farther from the center of the repulsion, the weaker the force. Moreover, the release of the repulsion seemed to have an extremely brief, possibly less than 0.5 second startup delay. The more troublesome issue was the black flames, which clung like maggots to the bone, impossible to extinguish. What a convenient yet perverse ability. Qin Tiange marveled inwardly, but his actions did not slow in the slightest. Myriad forms returned to origin. Adaptive evolution. While being flung through the air, Qin Tiange's body underwent another dramatic transformation. Rip, a pair of massive fleshy wings, covered in tough membranes, tore through his clothing and extended from his back. At the same time, his body's surface was rapidly covered by a thick, peculiar flesh armor riddled with honeycomb-like pores. This flesh armor seemed to possess extraordinary cushioning and energy-dispersing properties. Thud, thud. Even more astonishing, the layer of flesh armor covered in Amaterasu's black flames began to shed from Qin Tiange's body, as if molting. The chunks of flesh armor, burning with black flames, fell to the ground and were instantly reduced to ashes by the fire, while Qin Tiange's true body successfully broke free from Amaterasu's grasp. Clone. Qin Tiange steadied himself mid-air, flapping his fleshy wings to hover in place. He muttered in a low voice, and the light and shadows around him distorted, instantly splitting into 3 clones identical to him in aura and appearance. The 4 Qin Tianges simultaneously spread their wings, hovering tens of meters above Lin Xingjian's head. Feather storm. The 4 Qin Tianges swung their wings in unison. In an instant, countless flesh-colored feathers, gleaming with a metallic sheen and sharp as blades, shot down like a torrential rain from all directions, covering a full 360-degree angle toward Lin Xingjian. The piercing sound of the feathers cutting through the air was sharp and grating. Lin Xingjian's gaze narrowed slightly, a trace of astonishment flashing through his mind. Such a powerful adaptive evolution ability and seamless clone coordination. The #1 genius of J City truly lived up to his reputation. Faced with the overwhelming feather assault, Lin Xingjian could only continuously unleash Shinra Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible repulsion field erupted repeatedly, deflecting and shattering the approaching feathers. However, as Qin Tiange had observed, the farther the distance, the more the power of Shinra Tensei diminished. Moreover, Qin Tiange's main body and clone were moving at high speed in the air, their positions constantly changing, making it difficult for Lin Xingjian's repulsion to precisely cover all the attacks. What was even more troubling was that Qin Tiange's body seemed to be continuously evolving, with newly grown feathers and flesh armor developing resistance to the repulsion of Shinra Tensei, resulting in shorter distances being repelled. For a moment, Lin Xingjian seemed to be forced into a defensive position, suppressed on the ground by the dense barrage of feathers. Xingjian, Su Mingyuan clenched his fists nervously. This is bad. Qin Tiange is flying in the air, and brother Xingjian can't even reach him. The students of Wutong High School held their breath in suspense. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's it. Qin Tiange, cripple him. Lu Feifei, seeing hope once again, screamed hysterically. In the viewing stands, Xin Lai's face once again displayed a proud smile. Humph, do you see that? Lin Xingjian can't do anything to my son. As long as Tiange stays steady and continues to adapt to his repulsion and that black fire, victory is only a matter of time. He can't even get close to Tiange's body, and that strange gravity can't reach the high altitude. Lin Xingjian, this is the end for you. Xian Zhengye remained silent, his gaze still fixed firmly on the scene. Zhou Hong frowned slightly. Principal Qin, don't rush. Lin Xingjian's gravitational technique, he hasn't used it yet. The outcome is still uncertain. Gravitational technique? Xin Lai sneered. I've said it before, that level of gravitational force, in the face of absolute altitude and speed. Before he could finish his sentence, the smile on his face suddenly froze. In the center of the training field, Lin Xingjian, who had just unleashed his Shinra Tensei, slowly lifted his feet off the ground. No wings, no jet propulsion, no visible casting movements, he simply defied the laws of gravity, floating lightly like a feather. He's flying? What? Qin Tiange's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Confidence and composure were instantly replaced by shock. Flying? How could he possibly know how to fly? The entire training field felt as if a bomb had been dropped into it. Flying? My goodness, Lin Xingjian can fly? What exactly is his profession? Can an F-level I technique master fly? Exclamations swept through the audience like a tsunami. Lu Feifei seemed as if her throat had been grabbed, her scream abruptly cut off, suspended in mid-air. Lin Xingjian calmly glanced at Qin Tiange and his clones. Your abilities are adaptation and cloning, right? Very interesting, and quite impressive. Unfortunately, adaptation requires time, and I have been controlling my strength all along. Qin Tiange's heart sounded the alarm. This level of insight was terrifying. Was it those eyes? He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly envelop him. Universal pull. Lin Xingjian no longer held back. His left hand spread its 5 fingers, pointing toward the 4 directions of Qin Tiange in the air, unleashing his full power. Buzz. A terrifying suction force, tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than when he had pulled Xiaoying earlier, erupted suddenly. It was as if a black hole had descended. Not good. Qin Tiange and his clones felt an irresistible force instantly seize their bodies. No matter how desperately they flapped their wings or tried to summon their power to resist, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their Their flight trajectories were instantly distorted and they were helplessly pulled at a terrifying speed toward Lin Xingjian. Just as Qin Tiange's true Foreman clones were drawn close, Lin Xingjian, who had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly thrust out his right palm. Shinra Tensei, Amaterasu. Lin Xingjian's calm voice rang out. Boom! Whoosh! This time, the Shinra Tensei's power far surpassed any previous instance. The refined repulsive force, condensed to its peak, struck Qin Tiange like a tangible shockwave. Immediately following, an even more ferocious surge of pitch-black flames engulfed Qin Tiange's entire body. Ah! Qin Tiange let out a scream even more harrowing than Xiao Ying's. The terrifying repulsive force nearly crushed all the bones in his body, and the searing pain brought by the Amaterasu flames that followed instantly broke him down. His prideful, adaptive evolution was completely unable to respond effectively in the face of such close-range, violent, and overwhelmingly powerful attacks. The previous adaptation data became nothing more than a joke under the absolute force of suppression. Thud! Qin Tiange was slammed into the ground like a meteor, spewing blood wildly. Black flames burned fiercely on his body. I give up. I surrender. Qin Tiange screamed at the top of his lungs. Whoosh! Lin Xingjian slowly descended, and the pitch-black flames covering Qin Tiange's entire body vanished instantly. Wutong High School, Lin Xingjian, wins. The referee's voice cracked with excitement, echoing throughout the arena. Victory! Lin Xingjian! Lin Xingjian! Lin Xingjian! Unstoppable! Wutong High School instantly turned into a boiling ocean, with cheers and screams soaring into the sky. Su Mingyuan and Li Ming hugged each other in excitement, and everyone was frantically shouting the same name. Lu Feifei collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. How could this be? An F level? Why? At this moment, it was as if all her soul had been drained away. Medical staff quickly rushed onto the field and carried the severely injured Qin Tiange away. Before being carried off, Qin Tiange looked at Lin Xingjian, who was slowly descending back to the ground, his gaze complex. He rasped, "You won. Lin Xingjian. Xuanli is yours now." These words sounded like the resignation of a defeated man, but Lin Xingjian keenly caught a trace of relief in his eyes, even a hint of gratitude. Qin Tiange was laughing wildly inside. Thank heavens, finally free. That damned arranged marriage. In truth, Qin Tiange had a peculiar preference. He didn't actually like Xuanli. He only pretended to have an intense possessiveness toward her to prevent his father from discovering his orientation. He hadn't even wanted to come this time, but he had no choice. He couldn't let his father find out. Lin Xingjian defeated him, providing the perfect opportunity to escape this marriage. His father would have no argument then, as he hadn't held back and had indeed been beaten fair and square. Though he was beaten badly, it was worth it. On the viewing platform, the atmosphere was completely different from the boiling excitement of the arena. Zhou Hong bowed deeply to Elder Mo, expressing his heartfelt admiration. Elder Mo, this junior is utterly convinced. The older, the wiser, your insight is truly as sharp as a blade. This Lin Xingjian is undoubtedly a national treasure. At this moment, he finally understood that Elder Mo's agreement to the exchange competition and the wager was a calculated move. He had absolute confidence in the outcome, using this opportunity to push the unparalleled genius Lin Xingjian into the spotlight while securing top-tier secret realm resources for Wutong High School. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Truly cunning and shrewd. Elder Mo smiled faintly and turned his gaze to Xian Zhenye, whose expression was shifting unpredictably. Patriarch Xian, what do you think now? Does this boy Lin Xingjian seem like a good match for your granddaughter Xianli? Xian Zhenye instinctively glanced at Qin Lai, whose face was ashen, and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, well, Elder Mo was right. Matters of the young should be left to them to pursue freely and make their own choices. After all, a forced melon is never sweet. After witnessing Lin Xingjian's overwhelming and terrifying strength, he had a new idea in mind. A top-tier genius with immeasurable future potential, not to mention his daughter's unwavering devotion. Xian Zhanye, you're talking nonsense. Qin Lai instantly exploded, jumping to his feet. Free love? What a load of crap. Who was it back then that was desperate to marry their daughter to my Tiangu? Now that kid shows some promise, and you turn your back on us? A fence-sitter. A scoundrel. Xian Zhenye's face turned red and white from the scolding, but at this moment, his mind was made up, and he instead hardened his expression. Patriarch Qin, there's no need to speak so harshly. Times change. Both Tiangu and Lin Xingjian are outstanding individuals, but the feelings of young people are ultimately not something we old folks can force. I think we should just let the young people sort things out themselves. As elders, all we need to do is offer our blessings. He particularly emphasized the words blessing, making his stance completely clear. You, Qin Lai trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at Xian Zhenye, then casting a glance at Lin Xingjian, who was the focus of everyone's attention. Below, the broken engagement, his son's severe defeat, and even the loss of the top-tier secret realm. It was an utter humiliation. Elder Mo spoke at the right moment, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing toward Qin Lai. Principal Qin, young people have their own paths. Lin Xingjian is the future of Xia Nation. I hope certain individuals can recognize the bigger picture and refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, the rest of his words remained unspoken, but the chilling warning in his tone made Qinlai feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart trembled, and his burning anger was forcibly suppressed, fully aware of Elder Mo's prestige. In the end, he forced out a smile that looked even worse than crying, cupped his hands, and said to Elder Mo, "Elder Mo, you overpraise me. I, Qinlai, am also a citizen of the Xia kingdom, and I do have this sense of duty. Since they are a genius, naturally they are a treasure of our Xia kingdom. My Qin family will certainly provide protection for such a talent." He paused for a moment and then changed his tone. "It's just, Sai, my useless son is deeply infatuated with Xianli. This blow is so severe that I'm afraid he won't give up easily." Elder Mo stroked his beard and chuckled. "The emotional entanglements of young people should be left for them to resolve on their own. We old folks should just watch and enjoy." Upon hearing this, Xian Zhengye immediately released Xianli. As soon as the restraint was lifted, Xianli, like a bird escaping its cage, lifted her skirt and dashed down from the viewing platform like a swallow returning to its nest, rushing toward the tall figure in black at the center of the field. Watching his daughter run toward Lin Xingjian's back, Xian Zhengye felt a mix of emotions in his heart. Once a girl grows up, she can't be kept at home anymore. Mr. Mo's gaze returned to Qinlai, who looked pained and frustrated, and his smile became meaningful. "Principal Qin, now, shall we discuss the wager between us and the exploration rights to the Molten Heart secret realm? As for the formalities, I'll have to trouble Commissioner Zhou to expedite the process." Qinlai felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, his chest tightening as if he might cough up blood. This time, he truly lost both the bride and the army. After the exchange competition ended, Xian Zhengye privately sought out Lin Xingjian, his attitude completely different from before. With a beaming smile and no shortage of praise, he lauded Lin Xingjian as unparalleled in the heavens and rare on earth. Upon learning that Lin Xingjian was an orphan, Xian Zhengye's eyes almost overflowed with joy. An orphan, how wonderful! He patted his chest and assured him, "Xingjian, if you ever face any difficulties, just come to Uncle Xian. Resources, connections, none of it will be a problem. The Xian family will be your strongest support." Lin Xingjian understood perfectly well that the world was just this pragmatic. As long as you demonstrated value and talent, the people around you would suddenly become good people. Nevertheless, he politely expressed his gratitude. After all, this man was Xian Li's father. Commissioner Zhou Hong's efficiency was exceptionally high, and the exploration rights and related procedures for the Molten Core secret realm were quickly transferred. Elder Mo entrusted the choice of the 3 precious slots entirely to Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian barely hesitated. Xian, Li, Su Mingyuan, and himself. Su Mingyuan's gaze was resolute. He knew this was his brother giving him a hand. A top-tier city-level secret realm, like Molten Core, had a minimum entry requirement of S rank. Without Lin Xingjian, he would never have had the chance to enter in his lifetime. The next morning, under the personal guidance of Elder Mo and Principal Wan, Lin Xingjian, Xianli, and Su Mingyuan boarded a bus and left H City, speeding toward J City. J City, entrance to the Molten Core secret realm. At this moment, the vast square at the entrance of the secret realm was already crowded with people. Besides the official personnel maintaining order in J City Training Bureau uniforms, the crowd was mainly divided into 3 groups. Liang High School, the leading principal's surname was Zhang, a burly man with a ruddy complexion. He brought along 2 SSS-ranked students and 1 S-ranked student, SSS Lava Behemoth Chen Lai, level 32, SSS Flameburst, Monarch Li Yan, level 31, S-ranked Blazing Swordsman Fengren, level 28. They were the second-ranked high school in J City, second only to the first high school, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Qingting High School, the leading principal is a gentle and elegant middle-aged woman with the surname Lu. She brought along 2 S-level students, all-encompassing Yi Qing, level 28, and Vine Controller Lin Man, level 24. Yingdun High School, the leading principal is a taciturn old man, who also brought 2 S-level students, Bloodthirsty Assassin Hongren, level 27, and Phantom Splitter Wang Xia, level 25. These students are all S-level or above students from J City. At this moment, their faces showed the unique arrogance and impatience of geniuses as they whispered among themselves. Why hasn't the team from First High arrived yet? They're really putting on airs, aren't they? Qianlai from Liang High crossed his arms, grumbling with a face full of dissatisfaction. Exactly. Making so many of us wait here, do they really think they're the bosses of J City? Li Yan chimed in, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Probably that Qin Tianga showing off again, Lin Man from Qingtung High sneered. The other students remained silent. While they acknowledged the strength of Qin Tianga and Xiaoying, they were equally annoyed by the condescending attitude of First High. Even the principals were quietly discussing among themselves. What is old Qin up to this time? Being late for such an important second exploration? Principal Zhang of Liang High frowned. Maybe something unexpected happened? The depths of the heart of molten fire are fraught with danger. They suffered significant losses during the first exploration, reason, perhaps they're regrouping? Principal Lu of Qingtung High speculated. The old principal from Yingdun High simply shook his head silently. Just then, there was movement at the entrance. Everyone perked up, thinking the team from First High had finally arrived. However, the ones who walked in were a group of completely unfamiliar faces, an elderly man with a kind smile and an unfathomable aura, a middle-aged man in the principal's uniform of Wutong High who looked slightly nervous, and 3 students, a long-haired girl with a high ponytail, an icy demeanor, and stunning beauty, a short-haired boy with a determined gaze, and a black-haired boy who was so strikingly handsome yet unnervingly calm. Who are they? These aren't the people from First High. The square erupted in murmurs as all eyes scrutinized the 3 students with curiosity and doubt. The SSS level badge and unparalleled beauty of Shenli drew attention, but the A-level badge of Su Mingyuan and the glaring F-level badge of Lin Xinjian left everyone puzzled. Specialist Zhou Hong immediately stepped forward and spoke loudly. Silence. His voice carried energy, instantly quelling the noise. He scanned the crowd and pointed to the 3 students, introducing them. Ladies and gentlemen, these 3 are students from Wutong High in H-City, Shenli, SSS level, Su Mingyuan, A-level, and Lin Xinjian, F-level. He deliberately paused, facing the crowd's sudden uproar and incredulous stares, and continued, for certain reasons, the exploration quota and authority for the second exploration of the Heart of Molten Fire have been fully transferred by Principal Qin Lai of First High to these 3 students from Wutong High. This time, they will represent First High in the exploration. What? First High transferred their exploration rights to Wutong High? Are you kidding? Has old Qin lost his mind? And what's with this lineup? SSS level is fine, but A level? F level? Isn't the minimum entry requirement S level? This is a complete waste of a precious secret realm quota. What on earth is First High thinking? Several principals were so shocked they exclaimed out loud. Principal Zhang of Lian High looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. The cloudy eyes of the old principal from Panchur High were filled with confusion. Principal Lu of Qingtung High glanced thoughtfully at Elder Mo, then at the calm Lin Xinjian. The students were even more agitated, their voices of doubt surging toward the 3 like a tidal wave. Ha! F level? Did I see that right? An F level can enter the Heart of Molten Fire? That A level guy, are you here to carry luggage as support? That SSS level girl is indeed stunning, but what are those 2, an A level and an F level, doing here? Exactly. An F level loser can now enter a city level secret realm? Even backdoor connections aren't this blatant. The voices of doubt were piercing. Su Mingyuan glanced at Lin Xinjian, who remained expressionless. Shenli, however, felt as if she was about to explode inside when she heard someone call Lin Xinjian trash. Her previously cold and delicate face instantly turned frosty. Her beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with violent killing intent. You are courting death. The terrifying aura of the SSS level in Phoenix Whisperer was unleashed without restraint. Boom! Crimson flames, like the wings of an enraged phoenix, instantly took shape behind her. With a wave of her hand, the phoenix flames violently swept toward Chen Lai and Lian of Liang High School, who had been mocking them most viciously earlier. Xianli, stop! Zhou Hong's face changed drastically, not expecting Xianli to suddenly launch an attack. He instantly appeared in front of the flames, quickly deploying a thick energy shield. Boom! The flames collided fiercely with the shield, producing a deafening roar. Zhou Hong was shocked in his heart. How could this girl be so hot-tempered? Enough! Elder Mo's voice rang out immediately, tinged with a trace of helplessness. However, the enraged Xianli seemed completely deaf to Elder Mo and Zhou Hong's attempts to dissuade her, her eyes filled only with overwhelming, killing intent toward those who dared to insult Lin Xinjian. To insult her master, unforgivable. Unforgivable. The flames surged again, becoming even more violent. At that moment, a calm hand gently rested on Xian Li's shoulder. Withdraw, Lin Xinjian's voice came. Xian Li's body stiffened abruptly, and the violent aura instantly dissipated. She turned to look at Lin Xinjian, her slightly pouting lips and eyes filled with tender affection, tinged with a hint of grievance, a stark contrast to her earlier ferocious state. This sudden transformation left everyone dumbfounded. Their gazes toward Lin Xinjian completely changed. To be able to make such a powerful and proud SSS-level genius instantly transform from an enraged lioness into a docile kitten, this F-level boy was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Chen Lai and Lian of Lian High School narrowed their eyes, their gazes filled with danger and fighting spirit. Zhou Hong let out a sigh of relief, his voice rising again, now more stern. Quiet, everyone. The secret realm is about to open. I will reiterate the rules. During the exploration, no killing of each other is allowed. The focus is on exploration and improving your strength. Anyone found killing a companion will be severely punished. The consequences are your own to bear. His sharp gaze swept over the students with hostile expressions, especially the few from Liang High School. Now, everyone prepare. Enter the teleportation array in order according to your batch. With Zhou Hong's command, the teleportation gate leading to the Heart of Molten Fire opened in the center of the massive square. While waiting in line for their turn to teleport, Chen Lai from Liang High School leaned closer to Li Yan and lowered his voice. What What a crazy woman. All we did was speak a few truths, and she wanted to fight us. F levels are useless anyway. Li Yan's lips curled into a smirk. After we finish clearing the monsters inside, let's teach them a proper lesson. Shenlai nodded. Exactly what I was thinking. It wasn't random teleportation, but fixed point teleportation. Lin Xingjian, Xianli, Su Mingyuan, and the geniuses from 3 other high schools simultaneously appeared on a massive platform of crimson, cracked scorched earth. The edges of the platform were surrounded by a bottomless abyss filled with dark red flowing magma, and the scorching heat waves caused the air to ripple slightly. In the distance, there were rolling volcanoes spewing black smoke and sparks, with muffled rumbling sounds emanating from deep underground. This was the border area of the Molten Heart Secret Realm, scorched platform. The students from Liang, Qingting, and Yingdun high schools instinctively gathered together almost immediately upon landing, forming a small group. They nodded to each other and quickly began discussing tactics and team formations in low voices, completely treating Lin Xingjian and the other two as if they were invisible. Chen Lai from Liang High School openly cast a hostile glance. Some teams that got in through backdoor connections shouldn't expect us to carry you. Find a corner to hide in, don't drag us down, and definitely don't expect to leech any experience. Li Yan sneered and chimed in. Exactly. That SSS level girl, if you're willing to apologize for your rudeness at the entrance, we at Liang High might be in a good mood and could spare you a little soup. Li Yan's gaze then swept over Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan. As for this F-level and A-level sidekick, if you're willing to do some grunt work for us, carry our luggage, clean up the battlefield, maybe if we're feeling generous, we'll toss you some scraps so you don't leave empty-handed. How about it? Xian Li's eyes instantly turned icy, and a destructive aura began to gather. Su Mingyuan glanced at Lin Xingjian, feeling secretly tense. However, Lin Xingjian merely looked at Chen Lai and Li Yan calmly, his gaze as if he were watching 2 clowns. He spoke indifferently. The 3 of us will form our own team. Form your own team? Ha 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 ha. The students from Liang High burst into laughter as if they'd heard the funniest joke in the world. The students from Qingting and Yingdun high schools also turned their heads, their expressions peculiar. They clearly saw that after Lin Xingjian spoke, the terrifyingly powerful SSS level Shanli actually nodded obediently, and Su Mingyuan too, looking as if he completely deferred to Lin Xingjian. Something had felt off earlier. This team is actually led by the F-level guy? TSK Tisk, truly a rare sight, an SSS level acting as a henchman for an F-level? The discussions were filled with confusion. Chen Lai snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xingjian. Fine, at least you have some backbone. But the matter at the entrance isn't over. You're the leader of this team? After we finish clearing this wave of monsters, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one when we get out. Yi Qing from Qingting High School frowned slightly and spoke in a cool voice. Chen Lai, that's enough. The most important thing now is to explore the secret realm and enhance our strength. Personal grudges can wait until we're out. She didn't want to waste time on pointless arguments. The students from Liang High snorted but said no more. The students from the 3 high schools began seriously discussing tactics, such as how to lure monsters, how to divide them, and how to maximize the use of the output. Environment. While they were engrossed in their heated discussions, Lin Xingjian seemed completely oblivious to the noise. He stepped forward decisively and walked straight toward the depths of the platform, heading for the area where the crimson scorched earth met the rolling magma. Hey, stop! What are you trying to do? Fengrun from Lian High School was the first to notice and shouted sternly. Bastard, who told you to wander around? The tactics haven't been decided yet. Do you want to get everyone killed? Come back quickly. That direction leads to the lava worm's nest. The other students also began to scold angrily, and the scene instantly became somewhat chaotic. They had suffered losses during their first exploration and knew that the monsters in the heart of molten fire had a strong territorial instinct and chain reactions. Wandering around recklessly could easily provoke a swarm of monsters. However, Lin Xingjian seemed completely indifferent, his steps not pausing in the slightest. Just as he stepped onto the edge of the platform's depths, buzz! The entire scorched platform suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, a hair-raising rustle sound surged from all directions like a tide. From the depths of the platform, countless fist-sized creatures emerged from the massive charred cracks and rocky holes near the edges of the magma, lava worms. These creatures were entirely crimson, their shells flowing with magma, and their mouthparts were grotesque. They moved at incredible speed, densely packed like a crimson wave of death, sweeping toward the center of the platform where the group stood. Their numbers far exceeded the scale of the first exploration. Damn it! It's a lava worm swarm. There are too many of them, even more than last time. It's all that idiot's fault for wandering around and causing this. The students from the 3 high schools, Blazing Sun, Green Vine, and Shadowvale, instantly turned pale. They scrambled to activate their defensive skills, with various shields, earth walls, and vine barriers lighting up in an instant. Their formation appeared somewhat chaotic. Chen Lai and Li Yan even started cursing in the direction of Lin Xingjian. The scale of this insect swarm was truly terrifying. At that moment, Lin Xingjian's calm voice rang out again, activate your strongest defensive skills and protect yourselves. Qianli and Su Mingyuan immediately activated their defenses, their expressions tense. Qianlai laughed angrily. Running around recklessly is bad enough, and now you want to give orders? Do we need a reminder from an F rank like you? Take care of yourself. Don't let the bugs chew you up until there's nothing left. Li Yan looked at Qianli and Su Mingyuan's tense expressions, as if facing a great enemy, and found it amusing. Scared stiff? The monster isn't even in front of us yet. Starting defense so early? However, Su Mingyuan spoke calmly. Idiot. We're not defending against the lava worms. We're defending against Lin Xingjian. Defending Lin Xingjian? What do you mean? That F rank? Seems like the name is Lin Xingjian. Ha? What the heck? The students from Blazing Sun, Green Vine, and Shadow Vale were all dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what Su Mingyuan was talking about. Defend Lin Xingjian? What kind of joke was that? Did he actually intend to attack his own people? In the monitoring room, several principals, along with Zhou Hong, Elder Mo, and Principal Wang, were watching the scenes within the secret realm in real time. When they saw Lin Xingjian ignoring the warnings, venturing deep alone, and triggering the insect swarm, Principal Zhang of Blazing Sun slammed the table in anger. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Elder Mo, Principal Wang. What's wrong with your student? Is he trying to get himself killed? Quickly notify them to retreat. This wave of insect swarms is beyond what they can handle right now. Principal Lu of Green Vine and the old Principal of Shadow Vale also frowned deeply, their faces filled with concern. Only Elder Mo and Principal Wang exchanged a glance, a faint smile of anticipation appearing on their faces. Calm down, Principal Zhang. Just watch, Elder Mo said leisurely, lifting his teacup with a smile. In the surveillance room, as arguments ensued and confusion spread among the people inside the secret realm, a crimson tide of lava worms surged forward like a destructive flood, now less than 100 meters away from the crowd at the center of the platform. The scorching heat and the sharp screeches of the swarm rushed toward them. Something's wrong. There are too many. Retreat. Get out of the secret realm. We'll wait for the swarm to pass before continuing, someone shouted in terror. From a distance earlier, they hadn't seen clearly. This time, the swarm was several times larger than during their first attempt. Chen Lai and Li Yan also felt the urge to retreat, deciding to leave the secret realm temporarily to avoid the danger, especially since they hadn't started their strategy yet. They shouted at Lin Xingjian, who was still at the forefront of the swarm. F rank. Are you trying to die? Retreat with us. Get out of the secret realm first. However, Lin Xingjian spoke calmly. Prepare the defenses. I'm about to begin. Everyone was stunned again. Begin what? They watched as Lin Xingjian slowly raised his right hand, spreading his fingers, his palm facing the overwhelming crimson tide surging toward him. In the next moment, everyone witnessed the most terrifying scene of their lives. An indescribable, unfathomable force, beyond the limits of anyone's understanding, erupted violently from the center of Lin Xingjian's raised right hand. Super Shinra Tensei. Like a planetary collision, a repulsive force field that twisted space surged forward in an overwhelming, unstoppable wave. Starting from the front row, the lava worms' bodies, shells, flowing magma, everything in existence was silently and effortlessly reduced to the finest particles. Under the irresistible force, dissipating into the scorching air. In just a single breath, the terrifying swarm of insects that had just moments ago blanketed the sky and filled every genius and elite with despair was, under Lin Xingjian's casual strike, obliterated into nothingness. Violent air currents erupted in all directions. Although Lin Xingjian deliberately controlled the direction, channeling most of the power toward the insect swarm ahead, the residual shockwaves that spread outward still surged like raging waves, roaring toward the area behind Lin Xingjian. A visible ripple of impact spread out instantly. The first to bear the brunt were all the students from the three high schools, Liang, Qingting, and Yindun. Screams of agony instantly filled the air. Those students who had heeded Lin Xingjian's warning and activated their defensive skills in time now felt an indescribable force slamming brutally against their shields. Crack, snap, boom. Every student felt their blood surging wildly, their internal organs seemingly displaced, their vision darkening, and their ears ringing incessantly. They were like fallen leaves in a raging storm, pushed violently backward, stumbling and retreating repeatedly. Many were directly knocked to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, nearly fainting on the spot. The worst off, however, were Chen Lai and Li Yan, who had scoffed at the idea of defense. They had completely disregarded Lin Xingjian's warning and Su Mingyuan's words. The moment the invisible wave of destruction swept over their bodies, the expressions on their faces froze instantly, only to be replaced by extreme pain and terror. It was as if an invisible siege hammer had struck them head-on. The two of them, like broken kites with snapped strings, screamed as they were hurled backward at a speed far exceeding that of the other students. Their bodies spun uncontrollably in midair, blood gushing from their mouths as if it cost nothing. Bang, bang, two heart-stopping, heavy thuds echoed. Chen Lai and Li Yan's bodies, like two overripe tomatoes hurled with full force, slammed fiercely against the crimson rock wall at the edge edge of the secret realm, 100 meters away. The entire rock wall seemed to tremble slightly. Their bodies were deeply embedded into the stone wall, leaving behind two clear, human-shaped indentations. Fragments of rock crumbled and fell. Cough, 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 cough. Chen Lai and Li Yan hung on the wall, blood gushing from their mouths, mixed with fragments of their internal organs. The intense pain coursed through them, and they couldn't tell how many bones in their bodies had been broken. Just being swept by the aftermath had almost killed them outright. What kind of power was this? They looked in terror at the black-clad youth in the distance, who was slowly lowering his right hand. Their hearts were filled with shock, and the arrogance in their eyes had completely vanished, replaced by utter clarity. Xianli and Su Mingyuan, feeling a massive influx of experience pouring into their bodies, immediately followed orders to focus all their efforts on defense. Xianli activated the End Phoenix Flame to shield himself, while Su Mingyuan triggered the absolute balance domain of the Scales controller. Yet, the terrifying aftermath still exceeded their expectations. Boom! Xianli let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale as the immense force pushed him back over 10 meters before he could barely stabilize himself, leaving two deep tracks beneath his feet. Su Mingyuan staggered back more than 20 meters, dropping to one knee and using his weapon to support himself to avoid collapsing. This was just the aftermath of a single move. The entire scorched platform, except for the small area where Lin Xingjian stood, was left in complete disarray. The geniuses from the three high schools of Liang, Qingting, and Yingdan were sprawled across the ground in disarray. Groans and coughs echoed one after another, with everyone injured. All eyes were fixed intently on the center of the scene, on the lone youth standing tall and steady, his breathing so calm it was as if he had done nothing at all. F grade? I technique master? This is F grade? Inside the monitoring room. Thud. Principal Zhang of Liang High School collapsed into his chair, unable to utter a single word. He stared at the screen showing Chen Lai and Li Yan embedded in the wall, a wave of doubt surging in his heart. When his gaze shifted to Lin Xingjian, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. What kind of monster is this? Principal Lu of Qingting High School widened her beautiful eyes, her body trembling slightly. The elderly principal of Yingdan High School fixed his cloudy gaze on Lin Xingjian's figure. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen such an unbelievable display of power. F grade? Commissioner Zhou Hong was even more stunned, his mouth agape. He had thought Lin Xingjian had already given his all during the exchange competition, but he never expected such a terrifying trump card to remain. Elder Mo slowly set down his teacup and muttered under his breath, "This kid, he needs to be more careful." That aftershock was so strong it nearly wiped out the allies. Ah, my fault. Didn't teach him well. Principal. Wang sighed deeply, though he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I bear some responsibility too. On the scorched platform, as the aftershocks gradually subsided, only the painful groans of the injured and heavy breathing echoed. Xianli and Su Mingyuan felt a massive surge of experience points flooding into their bodies like a tidal wave. The End Phoenix flame surrounding Xianli, which had dimmed slightly from resisting the aftershocks, suddenly surged. Crimson flames shot skyward, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry. Her aura skyrocketed. The SSS level End Phoenix speaker leaped from level 31 to level 40, breaking through 9 levels in a row. The terrifying torrent of experience directly pushed her to the threshold of level 40. She felt an overwhelming surge of power within her, achieving an unprecedented mastery over flames. Meanwhile, Su Mingyuan felt as if he was about to explode. He dropped to one knee, his body trembling violently as he tried to digest the sudden and unimaginably vast influx of experience. His aura soared like a rocket. The A-level balance controller jumped from level 15 to level 29, rising 14 levels in one go. It all felt like a dream. He stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling the surging power within him, so exhilarated he almost roared out loud. At the same time, Lin Xingjian's mind was flooded with experience notifications cascading like a waterfall, and the system's voice echoed in his head. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 40. Unlocking a new eye technique. Acquired eye technique, summoning outer path golem. He frowned slightly and silently opened his attribute panel. Level 45. Constitution 455. Strength 454. Agility 456. Spirit 810. Void ring 10 cubic meters of space. Stellar fragment pendant, spirit amplification plus 8%. Radiant prism ring, spirit plus 120. Eye technique, Kodo Amatsukami, usable times 2. How is this possible? Eye technique, Bancho Tenin. Effect, generates a powerful gravitational force centered on the user, forcibly pulling the designated target. Eye technique, summoning, Ghetto statue. Effect, summon the demonic statue of the outer path for battle. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Although the experience required for higher levels increases geometrically, although the experience is split among a 3-person team, and although the experience acquisition rate is F level, the 6-level leap in one go is still terrifying. The usage count of Kodo Amatsukami has also increased by +1. However, what excites him the most is this new ocular jutsu, which turns out to be summoning demonic statue of the outer path. He never expected the system to classify summoning demonic statue of the outer path as an ocular jutsu. Lin Xingjian clearly understood the terrifying power of the demonic statue of the outer path. Although the cooldown time is as long as 24 hours, he now holds a true trump card in his hand. Xuanli and Su Mingyuan quickly stepped forward, their faces brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Master, I'm level 40 now, Xuanli said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Xingjian, I actually reached level 29. This is unbelievable. Su Mingyuan's voice trembled, the overwhelming joy leaving him somewhat incoherent. He never imagined he could level up like this, jumping 14 levels in an instant. It was like a dream come true. Lin Xingjian nodded at them, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not a bad harvest. However, this smile appeared utterly terrifying in the eyes of the geniuses from the three high schools, Blazing Sun, Green Vine, and Shadow Stealth. Their bodies were shaken by the aftermath, to the point of bone-cracking pain, but the agony in their hearts felt as if they were bleeding internally. How immense was the experience value contained in that overwhelming tide of lava bugs? And now, all gone. Wiped out in one move by this F-grade monster standing before them, not even a trace remained. They had worked hard to enter, only to experience the thrill of being blown away by their teammates' ultimate move. This was more unbearable than being killed outright. The immense sense of loss and frustration nearly made them cough up blood, especially Chen Lai and Li Yan from Blazing Sun High School. The two were embedded in the distant rock wall, unsure of how many bones had been broken. The pain excruciating, yet the physical agony paled in comparison to the shock and regret in their hearts. Chen Lai's mind kept replaying his earlier taunt. Come at me for a one-on-one after we get out. At this moment, he wished he could travel back in time and slap himself hundreds of times. Challenging. A monster capable of clearing a city-level secret realm in one move. Was his brain caught in a door or something? This wasn't a duel, it was suicide. Li Yan's gaze grew increasingly vacant, his worldview completely shattered. F-grade? This was undoubtedly the biggest lie in the world. Just as the two were mentally whipping themselves and drowning in regret, Lin Xingjian slowly turned around, his eerie yet calm reincarnation eyes sweeping across the scene. Every student caught in his gaze froze stiff, forcibly suppressing even their groans, not daring to breathe heavily. Lin Xingjian's footsteps moved. He walked steadily toward the direction where the two from Lian High School were embedded in the rock wall. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear on the deathly silent platform. Chen Lai and Li Yan's hearts instantly leapt to their throats. What is he going to do? Lin Xingjian walked up to the two men, stopped, and looked down at their bloodied faces from above. The faint smile on his face seemed to deepen slightly, and his tone was as calm as if he were asking, "How's the weather today? By the way, just now, which one of you said you wanted to challenge me one-on-one?" Thud, thud. Two muffled sounds. There was no hesitation at all, it was practically a natural reflex. Chen Lai and Li Yan used the last bit of strength in their bodies to pull themselves off the wall and dropped heavily to their knees in front of Lin Xingjian. The speed of their movement and the precision of their posture left everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. Brother Xingjian, we were wrong. We were so wrong. Chen Lai's voice carried a sob as he shouted, raising his still functional hand to slap himself repeatedly, producing loud smacks. Brother Xingjian, we were blind. We were fools who underestimated you. Li Yan's face was drenched in tears as he kowtowed like a man possessed, banging his head on the ground while frantically slapping his own face. As if that wasn't enough, the two of them struggled to crawl forward, seemingly trying to throw themselves at Lin Xingjian's legs to beg for mercy. Brother, please take us in as your lackeys. We'll serve you like oxen and horses. Bro, we're even willing to lick your shoes. Please take us in. Lin Xingjian was stunned for a moment. Wait, this wasn't quite what he had expected. Weren't these proud geniuses supposed to be defiant? How could they be so flexible? Chen Lai and Li Yan wriggled forward like maggots, trying to cling to Lin Xingjian's leg. Lin Xingjian frowned slightly and rewarded them with a Shinra Tensei. Buzz, bang, bang. Chen Lai and Li Yan rolled backward a few more times, landing in a sorry state, their wounds pulling painfully as they grimaced in agony. Stay put. Lin Xingjian's voice remained calm. Yes, Brother Xingjian, we'll behave. Absolutely behave. The two nodded frantically, curling up on the ground, not even daring to breathe. Seeing the most powerful duo from Lian High School in such a miserable state, students from the other three high schools fell silent, their eyes filled with relief. Thank goodness they hadn't joined in with reckless talk earlier. Thanks to Lin Xingjian's one-hit clearing move, there were no monsters left for them to fight now. The students from the three major high schools in J City showed bitter smiles. They hadn't gained any experience, nor had they managed to defeat any monsters. This trip to the secret realm had turned them into mere background props for Lin Xingjian's personal showcase, and they even ended up as unlucky victims of collateral damage. Commissioner Zhou Hong, requesting to exit the secret realm. Fengren from Liang High School shouted toward the sky. He just wanted to leave this curse. first place as soon as possible and take the severely injured Chen Lai and Lian for treatment, staying as far away from that F-level monster as possible. Yes, exit, hurry and exit. The others also reacted and echoed in agreement. At this moment, this place only brought them psychological shadows and physical trauma. However, in the monitoring room, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the room. Warning, warning, abnormal high-dimensional energy intervention detected. Warning, secret realm space stability is rapidly declining. Warning, space anchor point failure. Transmission channel forcibly blocked by unknown forces. Warning, anomalous spatial fluctuations detected in the core area. Level, catastrophic. The curve representing spatial stability on the crystal screen instantly plummeted to the bottom, with blinding red lights flashing frantically. What? Commissioner Joe Han's expression changed drastically as his fingers flew across the control panel, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead. No, the teleportation channel is completely locked. We've lost control of the secret realm. The three principals were completely dumbfounded. Elder Mo's usually smiling face turned grim in an instant, and he abruptly stood up. This aura, it's not a fluctuation from the secret realm itself. It's an external intrusion. What a bold move to forcibly seal off a city-level secret realm space. Principal Wang also stood up nervously. Elder Mo, Xinjiang and the others. The space has been locked. Forcing it open will take time. Notify all spatial ability users. Assemble immediately. Elder Mo's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Someone wants to completely bury the future seeds of our Xia nation. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded, the dome above the scorched platform, which had been covered only by dark red clouds, suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. A massive spatial rift was forcibly torn open. A soul-shaking, terrifying pressure poured out from the rift as if it were tangible. Boom! The entire molten core secret realm trembled violently. The magma at the platform's edge erupted wildly as if boiling. Huge cracks began to appear on the solid ground of the scorched platform. Roar! A terrifying roar, as if from the primordial wilderness, echoed from the rift. Immediately after, a gigantic claw, covered in pitch-black scales and veined with lava-like dark red patterns, suddenly reached out from the rift, gripping the edge of the spatial tear with immense force. Just the claw alone was as large as a small mountain. Then, an unimaginably massive and terrifying head slowly emerged from the rift. Its grotesque horns pierced the sky, and its enormous eyes, like two blood-red moons, scanned the insignificant ants below. Finally, a monstrous beast, towering over 100 meters tall and resembling a moving mountain, forcibly squeezed into the molten core secret realm. Its body, covered in thick armor-like shells, was veined with lava-like patterns. Each step it took caused the entire platform to quake violently. Melted Mountain Behemoth Calamity Projection, LV-99. A despair-inducing level indicator hovers above the terrifying beast's head. Level 99? Why would a city-level secret realm have a level 99 monster? Monster. Level 99? Are you kidding me? Divine punishment. Is this divine punishment? Quickly teleport us out of here. Help! All the students were plunged into extreme panic. Xian Li's face turned deathly pale. Su Mingyuan felt as if the blood in his entire body was freezing, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Lin Xingjian's pupils contracted sharply. Level 99? Why would a level 99 magical beast appear in a city-level secret realm? What on earth is going on? He turned his samsara eye toward the depths of the massive spatial rift in the sky. Suddenly, he noticed that within the depths of the massive spatial rift, two figures were quietly suspended. On the left was a woman dressed in a crimson robe. Her aura level didn't seem high. In fact, Lin Xingjian felt that her level was even lower than his. The woman had a delicate and coldly beautiful face, with snow-white hair cascading down her back, and half of her face was covered by a white eye patch. The exposed eye, however, was a golden vertical pupil devoid of any emotion. At this moment, that golden eye was piercing through space, locked firmly onto Lin Xingjian with unmistakable killing intent. On the right stood a man dressed in a meticulously tailored black suit, exuding an air of elegance akin to a noble butler. His face was handsome, but two curved black horns protruded from his forehead. He also possessed a pair of pure golden vertical pupils, and at this moment he was slightly bowing, respectfully inquiring something of the crimson-robed woman beside him. Prophet, forgive my boldness, but to confirm, using the projection of the Molten Mountain Calamity for a mere F-rank Lin Xingjian, and prematurely initiating the extermination plan prepared for the Xia Nation's seed, is this truly reasonable? His Majesty the Demon King will likely require a reasonable explanation. After all, the Xia Nation's election has yet to begin. The ram-horned man's elegant voice carried a hint of doubt. The red-clad woman referred to as the prophet, her cold golden vertical pupil devoid of any emotion, spoke slowly. I am fortunate that my eye of omniscience is tasked with observing the southern region of the Xia Nation. Even more fortunate, I saw him, Lin Xingjian. Her gaze was as precise as the sharpest scalpel, dissecting Lin Xingjian. Rank? Profession? These are merely superficial. potential. The threads of fate entwined around this child are murky, twisted, and filled with destructive variables. The terror of his potential is enough to overturn the very foundation of the demon race in the future. I can see it. Intuition does not lie. If this child is not eliminated, the demon race is doomed. I will explain to the Demon King. The horned man listened, and the last trace of doubt in his golden vertical pupils vanished. Yes, I understand. The prophet sees through everything and plans far ahead for the demon race. This child must die. The demon race's prophet is equivalent to the brain of the demon race. Every victory in the battles between the demon race and the human race is inseparable from the prophet. Although the prophet's rank is relatively low and their combat power is weak, they hold absolute authority within the demon race. The horned man had unwavering faith in the prophet's judgment. The conversation ended. The prophet's golden vertical pupils swept over Lin Xinjian with a death-declaring gaze. The horned man gracefully made a wipeout gesture toward the projection of the molten mountain behemoth below. Roar! The level 99 molten mountain behemoth calamity projection, upon receiving the command, let out a roar that shattered the void. Its massive eyes instantly locked onto the small black-clad figure on the platform. The true despair had arrived. At the entrance to the heart of molten fire, Elder Mo, Zhou Hong, and the 4 high school principals were like ants on a hot pan, yet completely helpless. The spatial energy forcibly sealing the secret realm was extremely bizarre, and even with everyone's combined strength, it was difficult to shake it in a short time. They could only watch the despairing scene within the secret realm through an unstable monitoring signal. The towering 100-meter molten mountain behemoth projection had descended, and its terrifying level 99 pressure seemed to transmit through the screen. Calamity projection. It's the demon clan's calamity projection. Those damned demon scum. How dare they? Principal Zhang of Lian was furious, his eyes bloodshot and his heart in agony. His 3 best students were right in the middle of it. Have the demon clan gone mad? Why? Why waste such a projection on a city-level secret realm? Principal Lu of Qingting's voice trembled, filled with confusion and rage. This kind of projection crossing the spatial barrier to descend into the heart of the Xia kingdom comes at an unimaginable cost. Who is the target? Who is worth such a massive effort from the demon clan? The old principal of Dun remained silent, but his tightly clenched fists revealed the storm raging within him. Commissioner Zhou Hong's face was ashen as he continuously communicated with the official spatial professionals. However, even the nearest spatial professional would need 20 minutes to tear through space and arrive. Could the students inside the secret realm hold out for 20 minutes? Elder Mo's expression was grim as he stared intently at the black-clad figure on the screen, still standing tall, Lin Xinjian. A terrifying thought arose in his mind, sending chills through his entire body. Could the target be him? In the secret realm, on the scorching platform, the roar of the level 99 beast shook everyone's eardrums to the brink of rupture. Under the absolute suppression of its level, the air was filled with despair. No one could understand why a level 99 monster had appeared, and they had also lost contact with the outside world. However, after a brief moment of dead silence and collapse, the resilience of these prodigies from J City was ignited. After all, they were 1 in a million geniuses. Cough, cough. Damn it. Xinjian bro, use that move you just did. Do it again. Hold it off. The strong ones from Xia country must be on their way. If we can hold it off, there's hope. Chen Lai struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood and roared. Li Yan also endured the intense pain, his voice hoarse. That's right. Xinjian bro, it's all on you. Blast it to hell. Feng Ren immediately responded. Exactly. We'll back you up and buy some time. At Qingting High School, Yi Qing and Lin Man, along with Yingdun High School's Hong Ren and Wang Xia, all fixed their gazes tightly on Lin Xinjian, clinging to the last shred of hope. The strike he had just delivered to annihilate the insect swarm was their only current glimmer of light in the fight against this apocalyptic beast. Even though this glimmer seemed so faint, Chen Lai exerted all his strength, unleashing his SSS-level ability, Lava Colossus. His body swelled instantly, transforming into a nearly 10-meter-tall rock giant with molten lava flowing all over his body, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the maximum power he could muster in his severely injured state. However, in the face of the 100-meter-tall molten mountain beast, his 10-meter-tall lava Colossus appeared as insignificant as a small stray dog at the foot of an elephant. Yet this tragic scene seemed to ignite the final spark. Let's take it on. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Other students also roared angrily, forcing their injured bodies to gather strength once more. Various lights of defense, enhancement, and attack lit up. Again, though they appeared so feeble under the pressure of level 99. Xianli bit her lower lip tightly, standing beside Lin Xinjian, the End Phoenix. Flame rising once more, her gaze resolute. Su Mingyuan clenched his fists, the domain of balance control, unfolding with difficulty, shielding Lin Xinjian. At this moment, a familiar and anxious voice suddenly echoed in Lin Xinjian's mind, accompanied by noticeable spatial interference noise. Xinjian, can you hear me? It's old Mo. Lin Xinjian's heart trembled. This voice, it actually actually appeared directly in his consciousness. Old Mo, don't be surprised. I left an emergency communication rune on your little crown. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy. Listen, this is the work of the Demon Clan. This isn't a creature from the secret realm, but a disaster projection sent down by the Demon Clan. Elder Mo spoke at an extremely fast pace. The Demon Clan? Lin Xingjian immediately thought of the two figures in the rift and quickly told Elder Mo about what he had seen. Outside the secret realm, Elder Mo's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing Lin Xingjian's description. I mask, golden pupils, not highly ranked yet able to command high-level demons. Prophet? A demon prophet. They possess weak individual power but have the terrifying ability to briefly glimpse the future. They are the brains and eyes of the demon race. They must have seen your potential in the future. Determined that you are a major threat to the demon race's future. That's why they spared no cost to send down the calamity projection. Their target is you. Elder Mo paused for a moment, then spoke with difficulty. You must hold them off. We will definitely find a way to save you. Elder Mo was filled with regret, wondering why he hadn't considered this possibility. Lin Xingjian's brilliance had long surpassed the scope of all SSS-level geniuses. He should have realized the demons might take action. After all, this wasn't the first time the demons had done such a thing. They were trying to eliminate the future of Xia Nation. Reflecting on everything, Elder Mo felt despair. Even though he told Lin Xingjian and the others to hold them off, could they really manage to do so? Lin Xingjian's heart sank to the bottom. A prophet of the demon race. To eliminate him, they actually deployed a level 99 calamity projection? They must think very highly of him. Just as Elder Mo's words fell, roar! The molten mountain beast calamity projection let out a devastating roar. Its mountain-like giant claw rose high and slammed down fiercely toward the tiny Lin Xingjian on the platform, along with the other students. Shadows engulfed the earth. The deadly gale of death tore through the platform's surface ahead of time. Communication abruptly ceased. Elder Mo's voice was completely drowned out by the roar of the molten mountain beast. Lin Xingjian suddenly looked up. His vision was entirely occupied by the massive molten claw that blotted out the sky. The deadly gale, like tens of thousands of sharp blades, sliced through the air, shredded the platform, and caused the defenses painstakingly maintained by Xianli and Su Mingyuan to teeter on the brink of collapse. The bloodlust that had just ignited in the other students was instantly extinguished by the icy terror in the face of this overwhelming power. Xingjian, use that skill quickly, Fengren shouted hoarsely, his eyes revealing the last trace of desperate hope. Yes, hurry, use that skill quickly. Yi Qing was equally anxious, her vine snapping inch by inch in the fierce wind. Blast it, quickly blast it. All the surviving students clung to this lifeline, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Xingjian. However, Lin Xingjian slowly shook his head. The skill is on cooldown. Cooling down? Everyone's faces instantly turned as pale as paper. The last ray of light extinguished. That's right, a skill capable of destroying heaven and earth. How could it not have a price? How could it not have a cooldown? Despair, like an icy tide, completely engulfed everyone. Damn it! Chen Lai, who had just transformed into a lava behemoth, was the first to succumb to this overwhelming fear. The pressure of level 99 made his massive, rocky body tremble violently, and he turned around, scrambling and rolling toward the edge of the secret realm to escape. Run! Run as far as you can, he roared, his voice filled with utter collapse. This action was like toppling the first domino. Run! Scatter and run! Quick, save yourselves! Lin Xingjian saw that his skills were unusable, and it was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The crowd, who had just been shouting to fight to the death, had their pitiful courage instantly shattered by the instinct to survive. Li Yan, Fengren, Hongren, Wang Xie, everyone who could still move fled madly in all directions like startled birds. Coordination, tactics, these were all jokes in the face of absolute power. They only wanted to get as far away as possible from the descending giant claw, farther and farther. Yet, within the attack range of the 100-meter-tall beast, where could they possibly escape to? The area covered by that claw was enough to crush the entire central platform into dust. At this moment, only two people still stood like immovable rocks in front of Lin Xingjian. Xianli's face was as pale as snow, and even a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth due to the excessive exertion of power. But her beautiful eyes were filled only with resolute coldness. The phoenix flame of finality burned furiously around her, forming a thin, final barrier that stubbornly shielded Lin Xingjian behind her. Master, Xianli is here. Her voice trembled, yet it was unwaveringly firm. Su Mingyuan's entire body shook violently, his teeth chattering audibly. The domain of balance control was like a flickering candle in the wind under the beast's oppressive aura, its range compressed to the limit, but he still stood firmly in front of Lin Xingjian. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared with all his might. Damn it, I'm a Xia Nation man. If I die, I'll die standing. Xingjian, in the next life, let's still be brothers. Is it the end? The shadow of death loomed over everyone's heads. The piercing screech of giant claws tearing through the air stabbed into their eardrums. At the critical critical moment, when everyone's hearts were in their throats, a calm hand gently rested on Xian Li's trembling shoulder, while the other hand pressed against Su Mingyuan's tense back. "It's fine now." Lin Xingjian's voice was as calm as still water. "Leave the rest to me." Xian Li and Su Mingyuan's bodies stiffened abruptly, turning back in disbelief. They saw Lin Xingjian step forward, crossing the final line of defense they had built with their lives. He moved against the tide of people fleeing in panic, walking toward the terrifying giant claw descending like a mountain. Insignificant. Utterly insignificant. A single human figure, in front of the apocalyptic beast towering over 100 meters tall, was as trivial as a speck of dust. What is he doing? Why go up there when his skills are on cooldown? He's insane. He must be insane. The fleeing students slowed their steps involuntarily as they witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Even Shanlai forgot to run, staring blankly at the figure walking toward destruction. Outside the secret realm, the surveillance screen flickered violently. Elder Mo closed his eyes in pain, unable to bear watching any longer. Principal Wang trembled all over, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Principals Zhang, Lu, and others had only sorrow left in their eyes. They understood that rescue would not arrive in time, and the students within the secret realm were doomed. And this young man had chosen the most heroic way to die, facing calamity head-on. Such a courageous youth, destined to perish before their very eyes. Their hearts were filled with immense grief. If only he had time to grow. Damn the demon race. Within the secret realm, the molten mountain beast seemed to sense the provocation of the ant beneath its feet. Its giant claw descended even faster, intent on utterly crushing this ignorant insect. Just as the claw was less than 10 meters above Lin Xingjian's head, the violent wind pressure already cracking the ground beneath his feet, Lin Xingjian finally stopped walking. He raised his head slightly, his eerie samsara eyes calmly gazing at the destructive claw that blotted out the sky. Then, he lifted his right hand and formed a seal with one hand. Torrential spiritual energy poured forth, a wave of terrifying energy, surpassing the pressure of a level 99 beast and carrying the aura of endless destruction as if from the depths of the nine hells, erupted from Lin Xingjian as its center. His voice echoed throughout the entire molten heart secret realm, summoning ghetto statue. Boom! The world lost its color. Lin Xingjian turned to look back. Behind him, the ground space shattered like fragile glass. A massive black vortex, resembling an entrance to another world, formed in an instant. Immediately after, a colossal nine-eyed statue, as withered as deadwood, surged out from the vortex. Roar! Outer Path Golem. The shell of the Ten Tails, the ultimate aggregation of chakra. Descend. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The massive claw of the molten mountain beast, about to strike down, was blasted away by a single punch from the Outer Path Golem. Boom! The molten mountain beast was sent reeling backward by the punch, a massive shockwave scattering in all directions. Lin Xingjian's black hair danced wildly in the wind, his eyes of reincarnation exuding a chilling aura. Deep within the fissure, the previously indifferent demon prophetess, her golden vertical pupil contracted violently for the first time, filled with incredulous shock. Beside her, the ram-horned man's face changed drastically, his elegance and composure vanishing in an instant as he cried out in disbelief. What is this? All the students fleeing on the platform froze in place as if under a petrification spell. They stared wide-eyed at the golem that overturned all their understanding. Xianli and Su Mingyuan even forgot to breathe, their minds blank. Outside the secret realm, Elder Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide. What is this again? Zhou Hong and all the principals were stunned, their eyes fixed on the surveillance footage. Lin Xingjian's tiny figure seemed to become the center of the entire secret realm. He slowly raised his gaze, his black hair wildly whipping around, his icy voice like the final judgment. Crush it. As Lin Xingjian's voice fell, the demonic statue of the outer path shot out from behind him like an arrow, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, and slammed fiercely into the molten mountain beast, which had just been punched back, and had yet to regain its footing. Boom! The grotesque head of the molten mountain beast, made of molten lava and rock, took a solid punch. It let out an enraged roar, clearly provoked, and instinctively raised its massive lava claws to block. But it was too slow. Bang! Like a meteor crashing into the earth, the heavy body of the demonic statue of the outer path slammed fiercely into the chest of the molten mountain beast. The terrifying force knocked the massive beast flat on its back. The entire secret realm at the heart of the molten fire trembled violently from the impact. Roar! Roar! The demonic statue of the outer path raised its head and let out a long howl, its 9 tightly shut eyes suddenly snapping open. It gave the beast no chance to catch its breath as its 2 massive fists, like mountain-splitting hammers, rained down in a frenzy. Boom! 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 The dull, thunderous sounds echoed like an ancient titan pounding the drums of the apocalypse. With each punch, the hard lava shell of the molten mountain beast cracked and shattered on a large scale. Scalding magma spurted out from the fissures like blood, only to be scattered in all directions by the relentless blows. Its enormous body sank deeply into the lava platform under the violent pounding, writhing and struggling in vain pain, letting out agonized howls. The entire scene resembled a mythical god slaughtering a mountain. "Let's do this." Silence. Every student on the platform was utterly stunned, their minds blank. Fengren stood with his mouth agape, forgetting to breathe. Yi Qing's arms hung limply at his sides, his pupils reflecting only the apocalyptic clash. Before him, Chen Lai was frozen in place, his massive rocky body trembling uncontrollably. This was what Lin Xingjian had summoned. F rank? What kind of monster was he? Was this even a battle we could comprehend? Everyone was in a daze. The shockwave from the outer path golem's hammer strike, mixed with rubble and airflow, swept across the entire platform. The students, still in shock, were flung away like leaves in a storm, screaming as they tumbled out. Ugh! Su Mingyuan groaned, his body shaking violently. The domain of balance control wavered precariously under the terrifying aftershock. Xianli bit her lip, blood continuously seeping from the corner of her mouth. The protective barrier formed by the phoenix flame of the end flickered unsteadily, as if it could extinguish at any moment. However, just as the destructive airwave was about to engulf the three of them, buzz! An invisible repulsive force erupted instantly, centered on Lin Xingjian. Shinra Tensei. The violent airflow and flying fragments of molten rock were forcibly pushed back a meter in front of the trio. The shockwave roared past them, unable to move them an inch. Lin Xingjian stood at the forefront, his robes billowing in the wind, black hair wildly dancing, and his cold rinnegan fixed on the outer path golem crushing the molten mountain beast. Behind him, Xianli and Su Mingyuan, though pale and trembling slightly, stood firmly, becoming the only upright figures in this scene of destruction. Su Mingyuan froze, his throat moving slightly, all words stuck in his chest. Xianli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her cold eyes reflecting Lin Xingjian's figure, an irreverent determination flickering deep within her gaze. Outside the secret realm. Blocked it! Blocked it! Principal Wang slammed the table and stood up abruptly, trembling with excitement. Blocked? It's more like a one-sided suppression. That giant, what kind of power is that? Principal Zhang's voice quivered as he stared unblinkingly at the image of the ghetto statue on the screen. Whatever it is, as long as we can hold on. Elder Mo's tightly clenched fist slightly loosened as he let out a long breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with intense hope. Old Ye's presence is getting closer. Hurry! Just a little faster. Zhou Hong nodded excitedly, his fingers flying across the console as he contacted the approaching spatial ability users. Deep within the rift, the golden vertical pupils of the demon clan's female prophet were locked tightly onto the rampaging posture of the outer path golem, her brows furrowed. Prophet! What kind of monster is this? The horned man lost his composure, his voice tinged with panic. The projection of the molten mountain behemoth is being suppressed to such an extent that Lin Xingjian, he must die. He absolutely cannot leave the secret realm alive. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread around him, making hearts tremble. He deeply admired the female prophet's judgment. If this person is not killed, an unimaginable disaster will befall the demon clan in the future. I'll go myself. Even if it costs me, I must. Fool! The female prophet interrupted him sharply. With your true form at level 500, the moment you enter the territory of Xia Nation, even the slightest leak of your aura will immediately be sensed by those ancient monsters slumbering in Xia Nation. That would be courting death. Level 99 is already the maximum combat power limit allowed by the rules for us to descend within Xia Nation. The ram-horned man's face turned extremely grim as he growled in frustration. Are we just going to watch the projection of the molten mountain beast be destroyed? Watch that Lin Xingjian grow stronger. The female prophet stared intently at the image of the molten mountain beast being relentlessly pummeled, her voice low. It's not over yet. The molten mountain beast is not something that can be defeated so easily. Its true power. As if to confirm her words. Boom! The cracks on the molten mountain beast's body, flowing with molten lava, suddenly erupted with a crimson glow. Its massive body swelled under the golem's heavy punches, expanding by a full circle. The temperature of its surface instantly soared to unimaginable levels, even causing the surrounding air to distort. Roar! It suddenly raised its head, its massive mouth filled with sharp, molten lava teeth wide open. A thick, scorching, and destructive dark red lava torrent spewed fiercely toward the ghetto statue, pressing down on it. Lava breath. Wherever it passed, the space sizzled and crackled from the intense heat. Not good. Outside the secret realm, Elder Mo and the others turned deathly pale. The students on the platform were even more terrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. If this lava torrent hit its mark, the ghetto statue might withstand it, but the residual energy would be enough to turn the entire platform into a hellish inferno. At this critical moment, facing the oncoming torrent of destructive lava, the ghetto statue showed no intention of dodging. One of its massive fists, moving faster than the lava breath, struck out with a speed that surpassed it. Bang! The massive, withered wood-like fist of the ghetto statue struck solidly and with pinpoint accuracy into the gaping maw of the molten mountain beast. The fist even plunged deep into its throat. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, boom 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 boom, a terrifying explosion erupted deep within the throat of the the molten mountain beast. The dark red destructive energy was forcibly pushed back, rampaging and detonating wildly within its own mouth and chest cavity. The enormous body of the molten mountain beast convulsed violently, swelling as if it were a giant powder keg ignited. Its agonized roar was completely drowned out by the sound of the explosion. The ghetto statue howled toward the sky. Several massive chains made entirely of chakra shot out of thin air. In an instant, they coiled around the head, neck, arms, and shattered body of the molten mountain beast. Chakra chains. The chains tightened, emitting a teeth-grating creak, pinning the struggling, energy out of control molten mountain beast firmly to the ground. The fist of the outer path golem, which had plunged into the mouth of the colossal beast, suddenly withdrew, bringing with it large chunks of burning molten rock, and then both fists struck out simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. It was no longer suppression but complete annihilation. Each punch targeted the areas of the molten mountain beast that had just been severely damaged by its own explosion. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the towering 100-meter projection of the molten mountain beast crumbled inch by inch, like a fragile clay figurine being relentlessly hammered. Starting from its head, its massive rocky limbs were smashed and ground into pieces. Even its blazing molten core exploded directly under the ferocious force. Finally, with an anguished cry of unwillingness, the beast's body completely shattered. Countless massive chunks of burning molten rock rained down like a meteor shower in all directions of the molten heart, triggering continuous explosions and deafening roars. Smoke, flames, and chaotic energy flows swept through the entire center of the secret realm. The outer path golem slowly withdrew its fists, and the chakra chains dissipated. Along with them, its colossal form stood amidst the swirling smoke and fire, its 9 hollow eyes gazing downward like a god of destruction. Silence, a deathly silence. On the platform, the students who had narrowly escaped with their lives collapsed to the ground, their vacant eyes fixed on the center of destruction, staring at the withered wooden golem and the figure still standing calmly before it. Their minds had completely lost the ability to think. Deep within the fissure, all the color drained from the prophetess's face. She could even clearly hear the frantic pounding of her heart within her chest. The projection of the molten mountain beast has been shattered. The horned man muttered to himself in a daze. Suddenly, he turned to the prophetess, his eyes filled with nothing but frenzied killing intent. Prophetess, this child must not be allowed to live. At all costs, even if it means my death. Go! The prophetess's voice carried an unprecedented panic. The space has been torn apart. The top-tier experts of the Xia kingdom have arrived. Our bloodline is just a step away from advancing to the king level. There's no need to take risks now. If we don't leave, we'll all be trapped here. She waved her hand forcefully, and the spatial fissure before her began to ripple violently, rapidly contracting and healing like water waves. At the very moment the fissure was about to close completely, the prophetess's cold, venomous, and deeply hateful golden vertical pupils pierced through the spatial barrier, locking onto Lin Xingjian below. That gaze was like the most malicious curse. Lin Xingjian calmly raised his head, his eyes precisely meeting those vanishing golden vertical pupils. Their gazes collided. No words were exchanged, only the icy killing intent clashing in the void. Enjoy staring contests? A thought flashed through Lin Xingjian's mind, and without the slightest hesitation, Kodo Amatsukami. Activate. Target. Demon. Prophetess. Will modification. Lin Xingjian is your sole master, the supreme existence to whom you must pledge absolute loyalty and dedicate everything. The pupil's power poured out without reservation. The opponent's level seemed not high, but as a demon prophet, her mental defense might be extremely strong. Lin Xingjian couldn't be sure if he could succeed, but now was a good opportunity. Take a gamble. Buzz. An intangible and formless mental force instantly crossed the spatial distance and directly blasted into the depths of the female prophet's consciousness. Lin Xingjian clearly felt that the usage count of Kodo Amatsukami had decreased by 1. The spatial rift completely closed and disappeared without a trace. All that remained at the original site was the broken platform of the molten heart secret realm and the lingering smoke. Is she under control? Lin Xingjian frowned slightly. The rift had disappeared. Whether the opponent had been affected, he had no way to confirm. Demon race, unknown space. The spatial ripples completely calmed. The ram-horned man paced back and forth anxiously, his face ashen. Damn it! Damn it! I couldn't kill him. I should have risked everything to do it. He suddenly stopped, turned to look at the female prophet beside him, only to find her standing quietly in place, her gaze vacant, like a delicate doll. Prophet? The ram-horned man's heart tightened. In the next moment, the female prophet's gaze regained focus, still carrying that cold, all-seeing look. She slowly raised her hand, gently pressed her temple, her brows furrowing imperceptibly before relaxing again. No matter. Her voice returned to its usual indifference, revealing no trace of emotion. As for Lin Xingjian, the horned man still couldn't quell the murderous intent in his heart. He must die. I will personally report to the Demon King and devise a plan. Since this attempt failed to kill him, the Xia Kingdom will undoubtedly strengthen its defenses. Therefore, until the plan is finalized, you must not act recklessly. The female prophet prophet said slowly. Understood. The horned man bowed in acknowledgement, his eyes gleaming with a savage light. At the same time, rip! The space at the entrance of the Molten Heart's secret realm was suddenly torn open by an invisible giant hand, leaving a massive rift. An elderly man, dressed in a simple gray robe with white hair and beard, stepped out. He had a youthful face despite his age, exuding an aura of immortality, and was surrounded by powerful spatial fluctuations. Old M.O. What's the situation? The white-haired elder frowned as he looked at Old M.O. and asked. However, there was no response. The scene before him appeared somewhat eerie. Old M.O., Principal Wang, Principal Zhang, Principal Liu, Zhou Hong, everyone stationed in front of the monitors seemed to have been frozen in place. Each wore a blank expression, their mouths slightly open, their eyes fixed intently on the surveillance screens, completely oblivious to the arrival of this spatial master. Elder Ye's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Could he have arrived too late once again? He abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the surveillance footage. On the screen, smoke and firelight were slowly dissipating. At the center of the destruction, an enormous, suffocatingly oppressive withered demon statue was retracting its fist that had smashed everything to pieces. Beneath the demon statue's feet lay countless shattered, burning fragments of massive molten rocks. The towering 100-meter projection of the molten mountain beast had completely vanished without a trace. This is... Even someone as experienced and well-traveled as Old Yi was completely stunned at this moment. His pupils contracted. What on earth was that withered giant? For a long time, they remained in shock until the massive golem on the surveillance screen was recalled by Lin Xingjian. Only then did they gradually regain their composure. Old Emo took a sharp breath, his throat moving violently as he uttered in a hoarse voice, Old Yi, you're finally here. Quick, open the spatial channel. Get the students out of there. Old Mo's trembling hand pointed at the screen as he hastily recounted everything that had just happened. As Old Yi listened, waves of shock washed over his face, one after another. When he heard that the golem had crushed the projection of a level 99 behemoth with absolute power, the astonishment in his eyes reached its peak. Following that, the shock ignited like a fuse, exploding into an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy. Good. Old Yi praised repeatedly, his face brimming with genuine excitement and exhilaration. The previously serene and sage-like demeanor was completely gone, replaced by the pure joy of discovering a peerless treasure. A second awakening? This is absolutely a genius, a national treasure, a towering pillar for the future fight against the demon race. Old M.O. A talent like this must be protected with every resource we have. Apply for the Xia Nation C2 qualification for him. Top priority. Old M.O. nodded emphatically. That's exactly what I was thinking. Elder Yi said no more, raised a finger towards the entrance of the Molten Heart secret realm, and commanded, open. A soft shout, imbued with supreme spatial power. Buzz. The originally distorted and turbulent entrance to the secret realm was instantly smoothed by a vast spatial force. The violent spatial turbulence, like a tamed wild horse, calmed down in an instant. A stable spatial passage was forcibly opened, clearly connecting to the chaotic, smoke-filled platform inside the Molten Heart secret realm. Medical team, move out. Elder M.O. commanded steadily. The medical personnel, who had been on high alert, surged into the passage like a tide, skillfully rushing toward the students lying on the platform, paralyzed and shaken. Under Lin Xingjian's absolute defense of Shinra Tensei, the core area Xianli and Su Mingyuan were exhausted and weak but had not suffered fatal impacts. The other students, hiding behind Lin Xingjian, were injured but none had died. Most of these injuries were caused by the residual effects of Lin Xingjian's skill. At this moment, they were carefully lifted onto stretchers by the medical personnel and orderly transferred out through the spatial passage. Li Yan, Fengren, Yi Qing, Chen Lai, each face still bore immense fear and lingering dread, their eyes hollow, as if they had not yet recovered from the scene of destruction moments ago. Master, Xianli, supported by two medical personnel, struggled to move toward the passage, her gaze fixed on Lin Xingjian, trying to return to his side. Xianli, be good, go for treatment first. I'm fine. Lin Xingjian nodded slightly, giving her a reassuring look. Xianli bit her lip and eventually nodded obediently, allowing the medical personnel to take her away. Su Mingyuan, also supported by others, passed by Lin Xingjian and firmly patted his shoulder, conveying everything without words. When the last injured student was carried out, only Lin Xingjian remained on the broken, burning lava platform. He neither sat on a stretcher nor allowed anyone to support him, standing tall as he slowly walked out of the spatial passage step by step. The air outside the secret realm was relatively cool, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot day. Elder M.O. and Principal Wang immediately came forward to greet him. Xingjian, it's good you're okay. It's good you're okay. Elder M.O. looked Lin Xingjian up and down, his eyes filled with excitement. Principal Wang's eyes were slightly red, his voice choked with emotion. Good child. Well done. You are the pride of Wutong High School, the pride of the entire H-City. Zhou Hong and several other principals quickly gathered around, their faces no longer showing a trace of authority, replaced instead by pure kindness and gratitude. Without Lin Xingjian, their students would surely have perished in this secret realm. Student Xingjian, thank you for your hard work, Zhou Hong said solemnly. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Another principal sincerely praised. Elder Mo took a deep breath, stepped aside, and respectfully gestured toward the elderly man behind him, who had a youthful appearance despite his white hair and exuded an aura of immortality. Xingjian, this is Elder Yi Nantian, a senior and one of our nation's top spatial experts. This spatial passage was opened by Elder Yi. Lin Xingjian slightly bowed, still maintaining his courtesy. Junior Lin Xingjian greets Senior Yi. Many thanks for your gracious assistance. Yi Nantian stepped forward and personally reached out to support Lin Xingjian. His gaze was filled with undisguised admiration and appreciation. No need for such formalities, child. In the face of a calamity far beyond your limits, you remained fearless, turned the tide, and saved your peers from a desperate situation. Such resolve, such responsibility, truly, an extraordinary potential. Excellent. Truly excellent. The Xia Kingdom is fortunate to have you. Yi Nanshan's voice was gentle yet powerful, his praise exceedingly high, every word heartfelt. To be able to summon such a world-shattering entity at such a young age, to confront and shatter the projection of a level 99 demon beast, this achievement and potential are enough to move any high-ranking human official. Lin Xingjian slightly shook his head, still humble. Senior overpraises me. It was merely luck, a desperate effort to grasp a sliver of hope. Without my companions risking their lives to protect me, or that final bit of fortune, I would have long been reduced to ashes. People should remain humble. Sure enough, these words made the admiration in Yi Nanshan's eyes deepen further. He nodded, his tone carrying the concern of an elder. All right, no need to say more. Your body has likely reached its limit, hasn't it? What you need most now is rest and recovery. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. I will personally escort you back. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Nantian extended his hand and gently placed it on Lin Xingjian's shoulder. Buzz! A powerful spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped the two of them. Lin Xingjian felt as though the surrounding scenery was rippling, blurring, and stretching like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. He didn't even have time to form any thoughts of resistance. His body seemed to be disassembled into the tiniest particles in one instant and reassembled at another spatial point in the next. This kind of spatial transfer was completely beyond his comprehension. In front of Elder Yi, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, as if the other could decide his life or death with a single thought. In just a few breaths, the spatial fluctuation subsided. The scene before Lin Xingjian's eyes had transformed into the familiar interior of the dormitory at Wutong High School. Outside the window was the tranquil night view of the campus, a stark contrast to the hellish landscape of the heart of molten fire. Rest well, child. Yi Nanshan's gentle voice echoed in his ears, but the man had already vanished, leaving behind only the lingering spatial resonance of a top-tier powerhouse in the air. Lin Xingjian's taut nerves finally relaxed completely. He staggered a step, his back heavily leaning against the dormitory door, and slowly slid down to sit on the floor. He let out a long breath of turbid air. The mental exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. In his mind, scenes of Shinra Tensei resisting impacts, controlling the outer path golem to attack, all flashed back frantically. Too dangerous. Lin Xingjian closed his eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly from lingering fear. If it hadn't been for the breakthrough to level 40 granting the eye technique, summoning outer path golem, he dared not think further. Summoning outer path golem, and super Shinra Tensei, these high cooldown ultimate moves, must never be used lightly again and should only serve as the final trump card. With a slight shift in thought, he felt the changes in his body. The greatest gain, of course, was the massive amount of experience. The projection of the molten mountain beast, a level 99 entity, contained an unimaginably vast amount of experience points. The three-person team, with Lin Xingjian delivering the killing blow, shared the experience points equally. Shenli, level 4056. The SSS grade experience absorption rate was terrifying. Just one kill resulted in a leap of 16 levels. An SSS grade talent truly is a walking cheat code. Su Mingyuan, level 2947. Although the absorption rate of grade A is not as good as Shen Li's, it has the advantage of his originally low-level base. A leap of 18 levels in one go can be described as a complete transformation. Lin Xingjian, level 4558. The F-grade experience absorption rate held him back, but the experience base of the molten mountain behemoth was simply too massive, allowing him to still rise 13 levels, reaching level 58. More importantly, with the level increase, he gained a new eye technique once again. The usage count of Koto Amatsukami also increased. Level 58. Physique 585. Strength 584. Agility 586. Spirit 970. Eye technique Preta Path. Effect 1. Magic absorption. Contact. Through physical contact, forcibly absorb the target's magic to replenish one's own consumption. The absorption efficiency depends on the power gap between both parties. Effect 2. Seal technique absorption. Non-contact. Can absorb and nullify any skill attack directed at oneself as long as it does not exceed 50 levels above one's own. The absorbed energy can be converted into one's own magic reserves. New eye technique, Path of the Hungry Ghost. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes. This ability is simply a divine skill for sustainability and defense. Even though he doesn't need to consume energy to use his eye techniques, what if he learns other skills or acquires weapons that require magic support? This is practically like the star absorption technique. With this, combined with the absolute defense and repulsion attack of Shinra Tensei, plus the insight of the Rinnegan itself, he was finally no longer a fragile character with only two extreme options, long cooldown nuke and basic attack. If he can't beat you, he'll drain you to death. Leaning against the door, a trace of exhaustion yet satisfaction appeared on his face. The path to becoming stronger had just begun, and he had already deeply understood the dangers of this world. The Demon Clan? Next time, it definitely won't be as simple as killing just one projection. The next day, the entire Xia nation was in an uproar. The front pages of major news outlets were unanimously dominated by the same shocking headline: Demonic Tribe's Insanity. Disaster projection launches surprise attack on city-level secret realm, attempting to wipe out Xia nation's future geniuses. Turning the tide. Lin Xingjian of Wutong High School breaks through in desperation, summoning a mysterious giant to crush the demonic tribe's plot. A hero emerges young. An F-rank eye technique practitioner? No, a second awakening eye technique practitioner. The demon slayer Lin Xingjian. The news detailed how the demon clan projected the molten mountain behemoth into the secret realm of the molten core, targeting a group of talented students, including Lin Xingjian. The report deliberately obscured the specific battle details of Lin Xingjian and the true level of the molten mountain behemoth, only emphasizing keywords such as second awakening and mysterious giant. This news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the anger and pride of all the people of Xia Nation. The Demon Clan, how dare they to act so recklessly within the borders of Xia Nation, right before the national competition. They're trying to destroy the foundation of Xia Nation. Such intentions are unforgivable. Thank goodness for Lin Xingjian. Thank goodness for this child. Otherwise, so many S-level talents would have been lost. Too strong. That's a projection of a Demon Clan behemoth. What level is it? No matter the level, he took it down all by himself? F-rank? If anyone dares to call F-rank useless again, I'll fight them. Lin Xingjian is a living legend. Are you dumb? Didn't you see that he underwent a second awakening? Do you really think an F-rank could rise to prominence? A second awakening as an ocular technique master? Summoning a mysterious giant? My god, this second awakening is truly unfathomable. After all, secondary awakenings are extremely rare, but every single one who manages to grow becomes an unparalleled existence. The furious outcry swept across the internet and the streets like a tsunami. People's hatred for the despicable acts of the demon race ran deep in their bones. Accompanying this was the shock, admiration, and ecstasy over the miracle and power represented by the name Lin Xingjian. Overnight, the name Lin Xingjian resounded across the country. From an unknown F-rank, he leapt to fame, becoming a household name and being hailed as the demon slayer of the secondary awakening and the rising star of future guardians. Wutong High School became the epicenter of the storm. The school gates were packed with reporters and excited citizens who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Flowers, cards, and gifts piled up like mountains, all bearing blessings for Lin Xingjian. The school's official website and forums crashed, overwhelmed by countless posts fervently discussing everything about Lin Xingjian. God Lin, forever a legend. Senior Class 3-7, Lin Xingjian. He's from our class. I always thought he had potential, and it turns out I was right. You hindsight genius, didn't you mock him plenty before for switching to F grade? Hey, don't go around saying nonsense to mess with me. I'll sue you for slander. I heard that he was personally escorted back by Lord Yi Nantian yesterday. Such treatment is truly extraordinary. Requesting a photo of Godlin. Requesting Godlin's autograph. Requesting the pen used by Godlin. This wave of fervent enthusiasm quickly swept through the dormitory building where Lin Xingjian resided. Although the school had promptly strengthened security, designating his dormitory area as a restricted zone to cut off direct disturbances from the outside world, the omnipresent attention and clamor still felt like tangible waves pounding against the doors and windows. Inside the dormitory, Lin Xingjian sat cross-legged on the bed, his mental state much improved. With his eyes closed, his powerful mental strength extended like invisible tendrils, clearly capturing the cacophony of voices and reporters' shouts outside the dormitory building. He had become famous, and in an indisputable manner, standing atop the corpse of the demonic beast's projection, he had ascended to the forefront of the entire Xia kingdom. This feeling was unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he had been just an ordinary person. Now, he neither needed this spotlight nor particularly welcomed it, finding it somewhat troublesome. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. He understood this principle better than anyone. The threat of the demon race loomed like a sword hanging overhead. Today's glory might very well become tomorrow's poison. attention. But perhaps this was the official way of protecting him, a method of ensuring he was both watched and safeguarded by everyone. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes. No matter what, power, only absolute power is the true talisman. At that moment, a soft knocking sound came from the door. Student Lin, sorry to disturb you. Mr. Mo and Mr. Yi have requested your presence. A cautious voice from a school staff member came from outside the door. Lin Xingjian composed himself, his eyes returning to calmness. In the corridor of the dormitory building at Wutong High School, the noise was deafening, especially in the areas where the girls gathered. Oh my god, did you see the news? Senior Lin Xingjian, he's so handsome. Taking on the Demon Clan projection all by himself. Handsome? That's an understatement. He's unbelievably strong. A second awakening ocularist. My idol. And in the previous exchange competition too, it was Xianli who had the sharp eye to recognize his talent. Ah, which dorm does he live in? I really want to thank him in person. Stop dreaming. You want to thank him? You just want to get into Senior Lin's bed, don't you? Like you don't want to either. A few pretty-faced girls gathered together, laughing and teasing, their faces flushed. Just then, one of the sharp-eyed girls suddenly covered her mouth, her hand trembling as she pointed to the end of the hallway. Look quickly. It's Senior Lin. Swish. All eyes instantly focused over. Under the guidance of a respectful school staff member, a tall, black-haired boy with ordinary school attire and strikingly handsome features was quietly walking over. It was Lin Xingjian. After a brief silence, an excited cheer erupted. Senior Lin. Senior Xingjian. Lin Xingjian. Look over here. The girls excitedly jumped and waved, their voices rising with excitement, even cracking a little. Their cheeks instantly flushed bright red, and their eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration and excitement. Lin Xingjian paused slightly, clearly not expecting this scene. Faced with the flushed, excited faces, he was momentarily stunned, then gave a gentle smile and nodded slightly in their direction. Ah, he nodded. He smiled at me. Oh my god, so gentle, so handsome. He's even more handsome in person than in the photos. His aura is absolutely stunning. The screams almost lifted the roof. This was just the beginning. As Lin Xingjian continued walking, the entire hallway seemed like a pond into which a stone had been thrown, with ripples spreading rapidly. Whether it was students peeking out from classroom doors or those just emerging from the stairwell corner, anyone who saw him would invariably stop in their tracks. Hello, Senior Lin. Thank you for your hard work, Senior. Senior, good luck. Regardless of gender or grade, all the students greeted him with heartfelt respect and excitement, bowing slightly. Lin Xingjian's gentle smile remained on his face, but a trace of helplessness arose in his heart. He was not accustomed to being the center of attention, nor to this kind of treatment under the spotlight. He could only maintain a calm exterior, nodding slightly in response to everyone who greeted him, while his steps did not pause. Along the way, from the dormitory to the principal's office, it felt like a miniature victory parade. Cheers, greetings, and admiring gazes followed him closely. It wasn't until the staff pushed open the heavy wooden door of the principal's office and the door closed softly behind him that the noisy sounds were shut out. Inside the office, old Mo was holding a cup of tea, smiling as he looked at Lin Xingjian, who had just walked in. Xingjian, how did it feel along the way? Lin Xingjian revealed a faint bitter smile. Mr. Mo, this is way too conspicuous. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, adding, I'm not very used to it. Not used to it? Xingjian, you must get used to it, said Yinan Tian, who was seated in the main chair. He stood up and walked to Lin Xingjian, gently patting his shoulder. We have officially applied for the qualification of number 1 seed candidate for the national election of Xia country for you. This represents the highest and most central honor and status for the younger generation of Xia country. It not only symbolizes your personal potential, but also reflects the strategic resource inclination of Xia country's future, as well as the hope for humanity to contend against the demon race. Being the number 1 seed is not just a title. It means you will receive the nation's top-tier resources, the most stringent protection, and the most prioritized training pathways. But it also means you will be under the scrutiny of all of Xia country, and even the demon race. Every move you make will be watched, interpreted, and even coveted by countless people. Elder Yi stared directly at Lin Xingjian. This identity requires matching prestige, attention, and even pressure. You must stand under the spotlight, become a banner, a symbol that unites hearts, inspires the younger generation, and intimidates the demon race. This honor and attention are the ticket for you to receive the nation's full support, but they are also the shackles you must bear. Elder Yi withdrew his hand. So, get used to it, adapt to it, and even make use of it. This is the path you must take to become a true stronghold and protect everything you wish to safeguard. Mr. Mo also restrained his joking demeanor and nodded solemnly. Old Yi is right. Xingjian, the number 1 seed of the Xia nation. This is an honor, but it is also a heavy responsibility and an inescapable spotlight. Are you ready? Lin Xingjian sat on the sofa, his mind filled with countless thoughts. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his head and met the scrutinizing gazes of Old Yi and Old Mo. I understand. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Xia Nation National national competition began. Wutong High School, a school that wasn't even considered top tier in H City, had now captured the attention of the entire nation. The reason? None other than the fact that a special commissioner from the Xia Nation Education Bureau personally visited this high school. Under the solemn yet excited gaze of the entire faculty and student body, 2 weighty documents, symbolizing supreme honor and resources, were ceremoniously handed to Lin Xingjian and Xianli. Xia Nation National Competition. Number 1 Seed Player Certificate, Lin Xingjian. Xia Nation National Competition Number 6 Seed Player Certificate, Xianli. The golden Xia Nation emblem and the Bureau's seal on the documents gleamed brilliantly. This meant that the two of them would bypass the tedious city-level and provincial-level selections and directly qualify for the final stage of the national competition in the Xia Nation's capital, Beiluo City. One high school securing 2 national seed players, and one of them was the number 1 seed, symbolizing the highest potential. It must be noted that there were only 10 seed player slots nationwide. Wutong High School claimed 2 of them. The news swept through the national education community like a hurricane. Principal Wang Defa of Wutong High School had been walking with a spring in his step these past few days, a constant smile on his face. He greeted everyone cheerfully, saying to anyone he met, "It's all thanks to the kids' hard work." The H-City qualifiers kicked off at the massive arena in the city center, capable of holding 100,000 people. Although Lin Xingjian and Xianli did not need to compete, Principal Wang still brought them to watch the event. It was both an opportunity to familiarize themselves with the process and to cheer on the city's talented participants. From the topmost level of the viewing stands, the vantage point was excellent, offering a panoramic view of the grand arena. As Principal Wang led Lin Xingjian and Xianli to their reserved seats, their presence immediately drew quite a few curious glances. "Yo, Principal Wang, congratulations! Your school is truly producing talents in abundance." A hearty voice rang out. It was Principal Zhang of Panchur High School, accompanied by the burly and imposing Lei Lai. "Old Wang, this time you've really made a name for yourself." Principal Li of Shangying High School also walked over with a beaming smile, followed by Xing Tong, a white-haired girl with twin ponytails who looked like a delicate doll. Several other principals from key high schools also gathered around, their faces adorned with kind smiles, especially directed at Lin Xingjian. This young man, who had turned the tide in the heart of molten fire, was now the pride of the entire H-City. "Xingjian, Xuanli, you both look great." Principal Zhang greeted with a smile. "The younger generation is truly impressive," Principal Li exclaimed, repeatedly in admiration. Lin Xingjian remained calm, merely nodding slightly. "Hello, Principal Zhang, Principal Li, and all the other principals." Xuanli, as always, was cold and aloof, merely giving a slight nod as a response. At that moment, someone in the audience with sharp eyes exclaimed, "Look, it's Lin Xingjian and Xuanli. Oh my god, they're really here. Senior Lin, look over here. And there's Goddess Xuanli and Goddess Xingtong." The entire arena instantly erupted. Thunderous cheers and shouts merged into a powerful torrent, surging straight into the sky. Countless gazes focused on the young and upright figure seated in the top-tier viewing area. "Brother Xingjian," Xingtong's crisp voice unabashedly revealed her excitement. She ran to Lin Xingjian's side and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, naturally extended her small hand to hug one of Lin Xingjian's arms. Tilting her little face upward, her smile bloomed as brightly as a flower. This scene caused the cheers in the arena to rise another octave. The sound of countless hearts breaking seemed almost audible. However, Xingtong's smile had barely lasted a second before she felt an icy aura envelop her. She instinctively turned her head, locking eyes with Xuanli's cold gaze. Xuanli's face was expressionless, but her actions were swift. She stepped forward, gracefully extended her slender arm, and naturally linked it with Lin Xingjian's other arm. She even applied a slight pressure, pulling Lin Xingjian's arm closer to herself. Tilting her head slightly, her hair brushed lightly against Lin Xingjian's shoulder. Her gaze was calm yet brimming with a strong sense of possessiveness as she stared across at Xingtong. The air was thick with tension. On one side was the adorable white-haired twin-tailed loli, and on the other was the cold and elegant black-haired high ponytail beauty. Two completely different types of allure leaned against the same young man. The visual impact was overwhelming. Hiss! The sound of gasps echoed throughout the audience. "Life's winner, Senior Xuanli, my goddess. No, little angel Xingtong, how could you? Woo woo woo, I'm so envious. I'm jealous. Damn, Lin Shun, please accept my kneeling. Teach me how to do that." The surrounding principals watched this show of brilliance and couldn't help but chuckle, their eyes full of good-natured teasing. Principal Wang laughed so hard his teeth showed, "Just like me back in the day." In the underground preparation area, a group of young students about to participate in the selection competition naturally also saw that enviable scene at the top. "Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. It's bad enough that he's so strong, but he's also surrounded by goddesses like Senior Xianli and Senior Xingtong." A boy lamented, his tone carrying a hint of jealousy. "Brother, you've got the order wrong. It's because he's strong enough that he has the right to attract such brilliance. Instead of envying, why not work hard to make yourself stronger? A slightly older boy patted his shoulder and said earnestly, but isn't he way too strong? I heard he's the #1 seed? The kind that gets a direct pass to the national finals? Really? That exaggerated? Of course it's true. The official documents have been issued. It's all over Wutong High School. A genius of this level must be arrogant and full of pride, right? Look at his face, no expression at all. He seems so hard to approach. Someone glanced at Lin Xingjian's calm profile on the top floor and muttered softly. At that moment, a boy with short, neat hair nearby grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. You're overthinking it. He's actually pretty easygoing and a really nice person. Ha! Several people around turned to look, their faces full of disbelief. You sound like you know him well? Easygoing? That's Lin Xingjian, the nation's #1 seed. The short-haired boy did not argue, but simply raised his head, vigorously waved his hand toward the direction of the top-tier viewing platform, and shouted loudly with a bright smile on his face, Xingjian, look over here. To those around him, this action seemed downright foolish. Hey, what are you doing? How could someone like him possibly notice us nobodies? Exactly, stop embarrassing yourself. However, before their words were finished, Lin Xingjian, who was currently being flanked by Xuanli and Xingtong on the top-tier viewing platform, seemed to sense something. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed precisely on the short-haired boy waving in the preparation area. The calm expression on Lin Xingjian's face melted away like snow under the sun. He revealed a warm and sincere smile and gave a big thumbs up toward the direction of the preparation area. The preparation area instantly fell silent. The few people who had just been mocking the short-haired boy were now staring wide-eyed. He really saw it. He even responded? He smiled. He actually smiled. And gave us a thumbs up? Brother, you really know Lin Xingjian? Someone stared incredulously at the short-haired boy. The short-haired boy, Su Mingyuan, raised his chin proudly and chuckled. I told you long ago, he's my brother. The selection tournament officially began. When Su Mingyuan stepped onto the stage, revealing his A-level balance controller, profession badge and an impressive level 47, the entire audience erupted in shock. Level 47. This was more than double the average level of all the city-level selection participants. Such a level disparity completely transcended the boundaries of professional tiers. The ensuing battles became almost a personal showcase for Su Mingyuan. He skillfully manipulated the power of balance, seamlessly switching between offense and defense, crushing his opponents with overwhelming ease and leaving no suspense. With absolute dominance, Su Mingyuan swept through the competition and ultimately claimed the championship of the H-City selection tournament. The entire process didn't even make him break a sweat. Following closely behind was Lei Lai from Panchur High School, a level 28 S-level, Dragon Blood Berserker. With his ferocious strength and savage combat style, he forcefully broke through all obstacles to secure second place. Meanwhile, Xing Tong from Shengying High School, a level 27 S-level, Astral Summoner, despite her powerful and enigmatic summons, struggled in prolonged battles against rule-based opponents like Su Mingyuan due to limitations in her mana reserves and the instability of her summons, ultimately finishing in third place. As for our Wutong High School's Zhao Tianyu, a level 20 Frost Abyss Conjurer, he unfortunately failed to advance. Xian Li's former best friend, Lu Feifei, who once resented Lin Xingjian, didn't even participate in the city-level selection. She spent her days hiding in her small room, mentally exhausted. She couldn't comprehend how the once useless Lin Xingjian had suddenly risen to become the nation's top seed. Now, she couldn't even continue to hate him, as she always felt that Lin Xingjian had never noticed her, just as humans wouldn't pay attention to ants. The city-level selection tournament concluded. 2 days later, the provincial selection tournament commenced as scheduled in the provincial capital's grander Starlight Arena, capable of accommodating 200,000 people. Principal Wang once again brought Lin Xingjian and Xianli, who didn't need to compete, to the top-tier viewing platform with the best vantage point. This time, the gathered principals carried even greater weight. Ha, old Wang. Congratulations, congratulations. With 2 seeds in hand, you're truly in the limelight this time. A voice as resonant as a bell rang out. The speaker was none other than Qin Lai, the principal of J-City's #1 high school. Accompanying him were several familiar principals, Principal Zhang of Liang High School, Principal Lu of Qingting High School, and the ever-smiling yet low-profile old principal of Yingdun High School. Principal Qin, Principal Zhang, Principal Lu, old principal. Thanks to the kids, it's just a stroke of luck. Wang Defa quickly stood up, his face beaming like a blooming flower. The principal's gazes naturally focused on Lin Xingjian. This #1 seed, now renowned nationwide, had become someone they needed to regard as an equal, if not look up to slightly. Xingjian, my dear nephew, we meet again. Qin Lai stepped forward with a smile, seemingly having completely forgotten how Lin Xingjian had beaten up his son and stolen his daughter-in-law during the last exchange competition. Lin Xingjian couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how seamlessly influential figures could change their demeanor. Hello, Principal Qin, Lin Xingjian responded responded politely. The younger generation is truly impressive, with boundless potential, Principal Zhang of Liang High School said with a smile. The battle at the heart of molten fire still stirs my emotions to this day, Principal Lu of Qingting High School said warmly. The retired Principal Yin nodded with a smile, expressing agreement. The real surveillance footage of that day at the heart of molten fire was never made public, but they had witnessed the battle firsthand. The terrifying scene of that withered demon statue crushing a level 99 behemoth was 100 times more shocking than the understated reports of Second Awakening and giant summoning in the news. In the face of such a genius, any doubts seemed utterly insignificant. The arrival of Lin Xingjian and Xian Li once again ignited the entire arena. God Lin, number 1 seed. Thunderous cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Countless fervent gazes focused on the top level, as Lin Xingjian had already become the totem of admiration for the younger generation across the province. In the preparation area, Su Mingyuan, Xingtong, Lei Lai, and other representatives from H City, along with top students from J City and other cities, gathered together. Among the J City contingent, there were a few familiar faces. Qin Tiange, SSS level, master of myriad forms, level 35, had a restrained sharpness in his eyes. Since his last defeat to Lin Xingjian, while breaking off the engagement had brought him relief, the lingering frustration of losing the match still haunted him. Not only had he lost the secret realm qualification, but the gap in levels had also widened. If not for Lin Xingjian's overwhelming strength, he believed that with his own abilities and professional level, becoming a seed player would have been a certainty. But now, he still had to go through the selection process. Lin Xingjian may be strong, but my adaptability will only grow stronger in the later stages. Qin Tiange's adaptability is not only reflected in his instant mimicry during battles but also in deeply engraving the characteristics of the adapted powers into the very essence of his being. The Shinra Tensei, Amaterasu, all these powers Lin Xingjian had witnessed have already been analyzed and adapted by Qin Tiange's body. He gazed at the handsome figure on the top floor, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. The louder the fame, the better. Lin Xingjian, at the national competition, I will show everyone who the true king is. Xiaoying, SSS level, Shadow Sovereign, level 34. His entire being seemed to merge into the shadows of the background, his presence elusive and unpredictable. The technique of shadow stealth had grown even more profound and eerie. The humiliation of losing to Lin Xingjian had turned into his driving force for relentless training. He stared coldly at Lin Xingjian and said, "Shadows are everywhere. Next time, I will deliver a fatal blow when you least expect it." Chen Lai, SSS level, Lava Behemoth, level 32. Unlike Qin Tiange and Xiaoying, Chen Lai wore a fawning smile, occasionally glancing at the top floor. His only wish now was to cling tightly to Lin Xingjian, the golden thigh, and be a loyal lackey. That experience in the molten heart had completely subdued him. Li Yan, SSS level, Flame Burst Monarch, level 31. Li Yan also stared fervently at the top floor. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Chen Lai's. Following Lin Xingjian and being a lackey promised boundless prospects. Yi Qing, level 28, Lin Man, level 27, Hongren, level 29, Wang Xia, level 28, and others were also present. Due to Lin Xingjian's influence, their level progression had been slow. Their gazes toward Lin Xingjian were filled with awe and complexity. Having personally experienced that kind of despair in the secret realm, they deeply understood that Lin Xingjian's terror had long surpassed the boundaries of levels. Su Mingyuan, Xingtong, and Lei Lai also felt the hostility and pressure from the top talents of various cities. The three of them looked solemn and prepared for battle. The provincial exam officially began. The intensity of the battles far exceeded the city-level selections. Those who had made it this far were all prodigies from their respective cities, with levels generally above 25. S-level talents were everywhere, and even SSS-level talents were no longer rare. The arena was ablaze with light, and the booming sounds of skill collisions echoed continuously. Su Mingyuan's performance remained dominant. At level 47, he was like a ruler on the battlefield, advancing effortlessly and showcasing overwhelming strength, eliciting constant exclamations from the audience. However, when he faced Qin Tiange, the tide of the battle suddenly turned. The winner, J City First High School, Qin Tiange. As the referee's voice fell, the entire venue erupted in shock. Su Mingyuan, at level 47, had actually lost to Qin Tiange, who was at level 35. He had been defeated by someone 12 levels lower than him. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, I Technique Master, F-Class. Lin Xingjian's gaze remained calm. Adaptation, truly impressive. He had long foreseen this outcome. Qin Tiange was indeed very strong, like a monster that kept evolving. As long as he could keep fighting and stay alive, he could become virtually invincible. What was even more terrifying was that Qin Tiange not only possessed adaptive abilities but could also transform and create clones based on his environment. He truly lived up to being J City's top genius. SSS level, Universal Morph Master. This result left almost everyone astonished. Even the principals in the top-tier viewing seats showed expressions of surprise. Qin Tiange stood on the stage, slightly panting, his gaze fixed on Lin Xingjian in the top-tier viewing gallery. He raised his hand and made a provocative gesture in Lin Xingjian's direction, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile full of fighting spirit, as if to say, "You're next." Su Mingyuan was helped up by the staff, his face slightly pale, but more so filled with unwillingness. He walked to the edge of the arena, looked up in Lin Xingjian's direction, and shook his head, his eyes conveying the message, "This guy is really something else." Lin Xingjian, watching Qin Tiange's provocation, showed no trace of anger on his face but instead revealed a faintly amused smile. "Interesting," he murmured to himself. In the subsequent matches, Xiaoying similarly displayed terrifying shadow manipulation skills, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, toying with his opponents and easily securing third place. Chen Lai, Li Yan, and others also performed well, achieving commendable rankings. Their gazes toward Lin Xingjian grew increasingly fervent. The provincial trials concluded. From the H-City representative team, Su Mingyuan, runner-up, Lei Lai, 9th, and Xing Tong, 10th, successfully advanced to the national competition. On the return trip, the atmosphere in the vehicle was somewhat heavy. Su Mingyuan was still replaying his battle with Qin Tiange in his mind, his brows furrowed. Xianli, on the other hand, was fuming as she recalled Qin Tiange's provocation toward Lin Xingjian. "Damn it, that damned insect actually dared to provoke my master." Xing Tong, meanwhile, pouted angrily and muttered that Qin Tiange is so annoying. How dare he point at master. Xingjian, I technique, Kodo Amatsukami, usable times, 2. I technique, Amaterasu. I technique, Shinra Tensei. I technique, Bancho Tenin. I technique, summoning, ghetto statue. Lin Xingjian gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. Qin Tiange's myriad forms returned to origin, Xiaoying's shadow sovereign, and other unknown prodigies across the nation. The national competition. Cooldown time, no cooldown. Passive, no consumption when using I techniques. Strongest I technique, gain a random I technique for every 10 levels increased. The playful curve at the corner of Lin Xingjian's mouth grew even more pronounced. This is getting more and more interesting. 3 days later, in the capital of Xia Kingdom, Beiluo City, the national competition officially begins. The curtain rises on the national competition. Led by Elder Mo and the principals, Lin Xingjian, Xianli, and 10 outstanding students selected from the provincial trials gather in Beiluo City. A massive military transport plane slowly lands at a dedicated airport on the outskirts of Beiluo City. As the roar of the engines gradually subsides, the cabin door opens, and a wave of air, colder and drier than that of inland cities, instantly rushes into the cabin. Elder Mo and Principal Wang are the first to rise, their expressions solemn. Behind them stand the most elite young talents of Jiangnan Province: Lin Xingjian, Xianli, Su Mingyuan, Xing Tong, Lei Lai, Qin Tiange, Xiaoying, Chen Lai, Li Yan, and 3 other highly capable female students from different high schools. Stepping out of the cabin, the scene before them leaves everyone in awe. On the vast airport grounds, theirs is not the only plane. Transport planes from the other 17 provinces of Xia Kingdom are either landing simultaneously or have just touched down. As the cabin doors open, one by one, young figures exuding powerful auras emerge. Looking around, it is a dazzling constellation of stars. There is a towering youth over 2 meters tall carrying a massive sword, radiating a beast-like ferocity, a mage clad in ornate robes with elemental brilliance. Flickering at their fingertips, an assassin with an elusive presence and barely perceptible aura, and a beast tamer riding a ferocious magical creature, their gaze sharp and penetrating. Each figure represents the pinnacle of talent and strength from their respective provinces, with levels generally above 30, and gifted individuals abound. Intangible momentum collides and intertwines in the air. This is the gathering of all the prodigies of Xia Kingdom's younger generation, the national competition. Is this Beiluo City? Xing Tong tightened her coat, her cheeks slightly pale from the biting wind, as she curiously took in her surroundings. It was her first time stepping into Beiluo City, and the atmosphere in the air was completely different from other cities. Here, there was none of the bustling clamor of a prosperous metropolis. Instead, it was replaced by a deep-seated sense of solemnity and weightiness. In the distance, the outline of a massive black fortress loomed faintly in the cold wind, its towering walls reaching into the clouds. This was the capital of the Xia Kingdom on the front line against the demon race Beiluo City. It seemed to exude an aura of the emperor guards the nation's gates. Yes, Lin Xingjian responded lightly. His senses were far sharper than others. Beyond the air's solemnity, he could faintly detect a lingering trace of blood and a desolate, oppressive magical energy. This city was built upon countless corpses and endless flames of war. The group did not linger at the airport. After a coordinated arrangement, they boarded a military bus heading toward the southern gate of Beiluo City. Upon entering the southern gate, the scene within the city further confirmed everyone's impressions. The streets were wide, and the buildings were primarily constructed from sturdy stone and metal, with a rugged and practical style. Soldiers on patrol and reinforced defensive structures were visible everywhere. Pedestrians moved with hurried steps, their expressions carrying a vigilance unique to those living in a critical border town. Although there were banners and slogans welcoming students from across the nation for the grand competition, the atmosphere was far from the relaxed and cheerful vibe of inland cities. The bus did not stop within the city but drove straight through, heading toward the northern gate. As they drew closer to the northern gate, the air grew increasingly heavy with a sense of foreboding. When the bus finally stopped and everyone disembarked, they instinctively held their breath. The northern gate. Rather than calling it a city gate, it was more fitting to describe it as a towering steel fortress. Its height and thickness were several times that of the southern gate, forged entirely from an unknown alloy and covered with massive defensive gun emplacements. The gate was tightly shut, emanating an oppressive aura that made hearts race. Standing beneath it, everyone felt as insignificant as ants. So big. Chenlai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice slightly hoarse. Is this really the city gate? Li Yan also widened his eyes. Even the usually composed Qin Tianga and Xiaoying showed a hint of solemnity in their eyes. The scale of this city gate was clearly built to defend against some unimaginably colossal entity. Elder Mo explained in a low voice, today marks the opening of the national competition, but more importantly, it is to welcome the triumphant return of the Expeditionary Army. Since the new king's ascension, the Expeditionary Army has repeatedly achieved great victories, and this time they have brought back even more glorious news. Having the nation's finest students welcome the heroes at the front line is meant to inspire the people's morale and demonstrate that our Xia kingdom has successors and a prosperous destiny. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the atmosphere was so grand. The entire area near the northern city gate was already packed with people, with enthusiastic citizens and soldiers maintaining order, making the place impenetrable. Massive live broadcasting equipment was set up high, ready to stream this grand event to the entire nation. Lin Xing saw the top students selected from various provinces arranged at the forefront of the welcoming team, directly facing the heavy steel gate. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. They're here. The Expeditionary Army is back, someone shouted. Boom! Accompanied by the deep, thunderous sound of machinery, the massive northern city gate, as imposing as a mountain, slowly began to open inward. A pungent stench, like a flood breaking through a dam, suddenly surged out from the crack of the door. It was not the scent of triumph, but a mixture of intense blood, charred flesh, rusted metal, and the despair and desolation of the battlefield. The cheers were abruptly choked off, stuck in the throats of the crowd. The city gate fully opened. There were no fluttering banners as imagined, nor a neatly aligned, high-spirited phalanx of armored soldiers. What appeared before everyone was a defeated remnant. Leading the way was the commander of the Expeditionary Army. His black armor was covered with marks of blades and axes, damaged in many places, revealing blood-soaked bandages underneath. His helmet was long gone, exposing a face crusted with blood and exhaustion. He hung his head low, his gaze hollow, dragging his severely injured body forward. Step by step, behind him were scattered soldiers supporting one another. They were also drenched in blood, their armor shattered, many missing limbs, barely able to walk with the help of their comrades. Their eyes, like their commanders, were hollow, lifeless, devoid of any vitality. The procession stretched long but appeared unusually thin. When they set out, they were a 300,000-strong ironclad force, roaring with the might of tigers. Upon their return, they were a few thousand broken bodies, walking corpses, battered and scarred. Silence. The entire northern city gate plaza fell into a deathly stillness. Only the heavy footsteps, labored breathing, and the grating sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed. The live broadcast cameras faithfully captured it all, transmitting this harrowing scene in real time across the entire Xia nation. The smiles on the faces of the people froze, turning into confusion and shock. What happened? Where are they? Where are the others? Didn't they say a great victory? How could this happen? Whispers spread like a plague, filled with unease and fear. At that moment, an elderly woman with graying hair staggered out of the crowd and threw herself at the feet of the Expedition Corps commander, clutching the blood-stained hem of his armor tightly. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. Commander, my son Wang Daju, where is he? He promised to get married when he came back this time. The Expedition Corps commander's body trembled violently, and his hollow eyes seemed to regain a trace of focus. He slowly lowered his head, looking into the cloudy eyes of the old woman. His cracked lips moved slightly. Dead, they're all dead. The old woman stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The commander, however, seemed to have been drained of his last ounce of strength by those words. He suddenly raised his head, mustering all his energy, and let out a beast-like roar toward the dense crowd ahead, toward the live broadcast cameras. The demon clan has evolved into king level. True king level demons. Our weapons, our skills, are useless against them. They are like immortals. 300,000 brothers. 300,000, all sacrificed to cover the retreat of our few thousand remnants. All gone. The Xia nation is in grave danger. The demon clan has reached king level. Weapons and skills skills are ineffective. Immortal bodies. 300,000 elite troops annihilated. The Xia nation is in peril. Each word struck like a thunderbolt, slamming into the hearts of every Xia citizen. Whoosh! Panic swept across the entire square like a tsunami, engulfing all the citizens watching the live broadcast. What? King-level demons? Immortal bodies? My god, 300,000 people, all gone? Even weapons and skills are useless? Immortal bodies? Then what can we use to fight? Finished. Are the demons about to attack? Screams, cries, and desperate shouts instantly drown out everything. Quick, cut the broadcast. Immediately cut all live signals. On the high-level command platform, the official in charge of the welcoming ceremony turned as pale as a sheet, furiously roaring into the communicator. This was nothing like the anticipated triumph. This was the demons' conspiracy. A devastating blow to the morale and confidence of Xia Nation. Why had the frontline reported a major victory? There must be a serious internal issue. The massive live broadcast screen instantly turned into a black screen accompanied by piercing static noise. However, the panic had already spread like a plague, uncontrollable. The North City Gate Square was in complete chaos. Fear, grief, and anger intertwined among the crowd. The once high-spirited prodigies from various provinces now stood frozen in place, their faces pale, their minds blank from the sudden news. Xin Tiange's clenched fists turned white at the knuckles, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Ying's figure trembled slightly in the shadows. Su Mingyuan, Xing Ton, Lei Lai, and others were ashen-faced, while Chen Lai and Li Yan's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Xianli and Xing Tong instinctively moved closer to Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian stood at the forefront of the crowd, feeling the surging waves of panic behind him, the thousands of soldiers before him who resembled walking corpses, and the legion commander who had collapsed to his knees in despair after a hopeless roar. His expression was unnaturally calm. A king-level demon, skills ineffective, an immortal body, 300,000 elite troops sacrificed, leaving only a few thousand survivors. How could such news be released, and to be made public under the watchful eyes of all? The situation in Xia was 100 times worse than his worst expectations. Clearly, there was a major internal problem. At that moment, the interrupted live broadcast signal, after a brief period of chaos, was forcibly reconnected. The scene that appeared was no longer the chaotic square but the top platform of the Black Tower in the center of Beiluo City, a symbol of Xia's highest authority. A figure appeared at the edge of the platform. He was dressed in a simple black military uniform, devoid of excessive medals, standing tall like a pine tree, his face resolute. It was none other than the new king of Xia, Qinzhan. With both hands resting on the railing, his gaze swept over the chaotic square at the northern city gate and the invisible billions of citizens across the nation. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it carried a peculiar penetrating power, reaching every corner clearly. Silence. Just 2 words, and the chaotic square miraculously quieted down. Countless tearful, terrified eyes turned toward the direction of the Black Tower. The new king's gaze slowly swept across them as he continued to speak. I, Xinjiang, stand here. Standing at the pinnacle of Beiluo City. Standing at the forefront of my Xia kingdom's defense against the demon race. Behind me lies the vast rivers and mountains of my Xia kingdom and billions of common people. In front of me, he raised his hand, pointing to the desolate and perilous northern horizon, are the covetous demon race. Today, the soldiers of the expeditionary force return with news of blood and fire. This news is cruel yet real. The appearance of a king-level demon, the fall of 300,000 loyal and brave soldiers, this is a national tragedy. A pain that pierces the heart. I grieve with you all. Suppressive sobs echoed across the square. The new king's tone shifted, his voice suddenly rising like a drawn sword. But sorrow is no excuse for cowardice. Fear is even less a reason to give up. The demon race has evolved into a king level, an immortal body. So what? I can still slay it. The Xia kingdom, founded 1,000 years ago, has weathered countless storms and never surrendered. The iron hooves of the demon race have trampled our homeland, but they have never broken our backbone. Today, they think that evolving into a king level will make us bow our heads and submit, will make us stretch our necks for slaughter. I told them, wishful thinking. Xinjiang suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it heavily against the cold railing, producing a dull and resounding noise. As long as I stand on the walls of Beiluo City for one more day, as long as there is still one person in the Xia kingdom standing with a blade in hand, as long as the shadow cast by the walls of Beiluo City still shelters the last child of the Xia kingdom, the demon clan, don't even think about stepping across this nation's borders. Xia kingdom will never fall. The final sentence exploded like a thunderclap, carrying the king's resolute promise, instantly igniting the fiery spirit in everyone's hearts. Xia kingdom will never fall. Never fall. In the square, the remaining expeditionary soldiers were the first to let out an incomparably resolute roar. Next were the soldiers maintaining order. Then, the citizens who had just been gripped by panic. Finally, the young students standing beside Lin Xingjian. Never fall. Never fall. The thunderous shouts surged like an unyielding torrent, dispelling panic and despair, reigniting the flames of resistance. distance. Under the live broadcast camera, the figure of the new king, Xinjiang, stood like a stabilizing force atop the giant tower. Panic was temporarily suppressed, and the people's morale was rekindled. Lin Xinjiang stood amidst the boiling crowd, his gaze fixed on the figure atop the giant tower, listening to the deafening shouts around him. The coldness in his eyes did not fade, instead, it grew even deeper. The king's words were inspiring, but the harshness of reality remained unchanged. Never fall. Lin Xinjiang softly repeated these 4 words, his fingers unconsciously brushing lightly over his left eye socket. His gaze turned to the Expeditionary Corps commander, and a wave of an extremely familiar sensation surged in his heart that was the aura of the demon race. The Expedition Corps leader's actions were too deliberate. Under the watchful eyes of the public, before the live broadcast cameras, this terrifying information was made public. This is practically waving the flag for the demon race and tearing apart the people's unity in Xia Nation. If you say there's nothing wrong with him, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Lin Xinjiang's gaze swept over the dejected Legion commander who had fallen to his knees. Several thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Such behavior, even ordinary citizens could perceive its oddity. He didn't believe that the old foxes in the upper echelons of Xia Kingdom would be completely oblivious. However, this was no longer a matter that a mere student like him could intervene in. He believes the higher-ups will investigate and cleanse. Fortunately, the timely appearance of the new king, Xinjiang, that declaration of the Xia Kingdom will never fall, carrying the weight of a monarch's solemn promise, forcibly suppressed the boiling panic. The figure atop the giant tower indeed provided this storm-tossed nation with a much-needed sense of stability. The chaos subsided, and the ceremony ended hastily. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang both looked unusually grave. They quickly escorted Lin Xinjiang and the other students away from the oppressive atmosphere of the North City Gate Square and arranged for them to stay in a heavily guarded luxury hotel within Beiluo City. Lin Xinjiang stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the giant city that appeared even more solemn and oppressive in the twilight. The glow of neon lights could not dispel the gloom in his heart. King level, immortality. He murmured these 2 words under his breath, his brows tightly furrowed. He had never truly fought against the demon race and lacked a direct understanding of this world's king level. But the 4 words immortality were something anyone could understand. 30,000 well-equipped and high-level elite expeditionary troops from the Xia Kingdom, only to return with a few thousand battered soldiers. The disparity is suffocating. Power. Lin Xinjiang desperately yearns for power at this moment. Level 58? In front of those powerful beings, he probably doesn't even count as an ant. Although the demonic statue of the Outer Path and the Super Shinra Tensei are incredibly powerful, his low level prevents him from fully unleashing their true potential. He needs a faster leveling speed and to unlock more and stronger ocular techniques. In the face of this sudden apocalyptic crisis, the cards he holds seem so fragile. A sense of crisis, like a cold venomous snake, coiled around his heart, bringing waves of suffocating urgency. He must grow stronger at the fastest speed in the national competition. Acquire resources, hone himself. Carrying this heavy burden of thoughts and urgency, Lin Xinjiang forced himself to lie down and rest, conserving energy for tomorrow's competition. The next day, early morning, Lin Xinjiang's consciousness slowly surfaced from deep sleep. The first sense to recover was touch. He felt a soft, delicate, and surprisingly elastic sensation tightly pressed against his left arm, accompanied by a warm dampness. It seems like there's some kind of liquid. Immediately after, another equally astonishing yet fuller and more supple sensation of softness pressed against his back. Warm breaths gently brushed against the nape of his neck, bringing a faint tingling itch. 2 distinctly different yet equally captivating fragrances lingered around the tip of his nose. One was as crisp and refreshing as the first thaw of ice and snow. Another is sweet and warm like the spring sun. Lin Xinjiang? He suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a face so close, with a delicate sleeping expression resembling a porcelain doll. Silvery white twin ponytails lay messily scattered on the pillow, long eyelashes resembling small fans covering the eyelids, and pink lips slightly pouting. A trace of glistening drool was sliding down the corner of the mouth onto his arm. It was Xingtong. Lin Xinjiang's body instantly stiffened. He cautiously and extremely slowly twisted his neck to look back. A stunningly beautiful face, tinged with a lazy blush of sleep, was just inches away. Xianli had somehow squeezed onto the large bed as well, pressing tightly against him from behind, with one slender arm even wrapped around his waist. A few strands of her long black hair mischievously clung to her cheek and the corner of her lips, gently rising and falling with her steady breaths. She was deeply asleep, her usually cool and aloof expression now softened to an incredible degree, exuding an unguarded sense of dependence. What's even more fatal is that Lin Xinjiang has a habit of sleeping naked, and he could clearly feel that whether it was Xingtong, who was pressed tightly against his arm, or Xianli, who was embracing him from behind, the fabric covering their bodies was pitifully thin. That astonishing sensation, that smooth skin, that warm body temperature. Lin Xinjiang's mind instantly went blank, and all the muscles in his body tensed up like a rock. He could even hear the sound of his own heart pounding beating wildly in his chest. It seemed as if she sensed the stiffness of his body and the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat, or perhaps she was startled by his turning motion. Xingtong let out a soft whimper like a kitten, her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. At first, she blinked blankly, then, upon seeing Lin Xingjian's face so close in front of her and feeling the wetness at the corner of her mouth, her face instantly turned bright red. Flustered, she used the back of her hand to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Brother Xingjian, I didn't mean to. Her movement startled Xianli awake behind her. Xianli's eyes suddenly opened, initially still carrying a trace of drowsy haze, but when she saw her current position, her entire body almost pressed against her master's back, with her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She jerked her arms back as if electrocuted, retreating her body backward. Her gaze avoided Lin Xingjian's in a fluster, and her usually cool voice now carried a barely noticeable tremor. Master, a high-level hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Xianli took the art of playing hard to get to the extreme. The room was filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging blood within him, and tried to make his voice sound calm. Explain. How did you end up here? How did you get in? He remembered clearly locking the door before going to bed. Xingtong blushed, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and murmured softly with her head lowered. I was scared. Yesterday, the demon clan, so terrifying. I couldn't sleep alone. She sneaked a glance at Xuanli, and then, I saw Sister Xuanli also outside the door. Xuanli's face turned even redder. I was scared too. Protecting the master is my duty. Staying close is safer. She deliberately emphasized the words close-fitting. Xingtong immediately hugged Lin Xingjian's arm. Exactly. It's safest by Xingjian brother's side. Lin Xingjian looked at the two women who used to be at each other's throats. At this moment, they were as close as sisters. A woman's thoughts are truly hard to fathom. All right. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. Now, immediately, at once, get dressed, go back to your room, freshen up, and get ready. The national competition. We gather and depart in half an hour. His tone became serious. The two girls exchanged glances. Although somewhat reluctant, they still obediently responded, yes, master/starry brother. Watching the two girls dawdle and leave the room, turning back every few steps, Lin Xingjian finally let out a long sigh of relief. He felt more exhausted than if he had just fought a tough battle. He rubbed his throbbing temples and got up to head to the bathroom. The icy stream of water rushed down. The boy in the mirror, his gaze became sharp and calm once again. The most important thing now is to level up. I can't let this kind of thing cloud my mind. To survive, to protect, the only way is to become stronger, he murmured to himself as the water slid down his sharply defined face. The national competition, securing the tilt of national resources. Very important. When Lin Xingjian was fully dressed and opened the door, Xianli and Xingtong were already waiting outside. Both had changed into outfits suitable for combat. The blush on the two women's faces had not completely faded, but their eyes had already regained clarity. They exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching some kind of tacit understanding, and naturally stood on either side of Lin Xingjian. In the corridor, Su Mingyuan, Lei Lai, and others also came out one after another. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly at Lin Xingjian. Xin Tianga, Xiaoying, and others also stepped out of their rooms, their gazes sweeping over Lin Xingjian with undisguised fighting intent. Gather in the hotel lobby. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang's expressions remained solemn. Let's go, Mr. Mo said in a deep voice. The group left the hotel and boarded the special vehicle heading to the competition venue, the North Lo City Central Arena. Outside the car window, pedestrians hurried along the street, and the air was still filled with the tension brought by yesterday's events, yet people's steps remained unpanicked. The new king's words temporarily stabilized the foundation of this nation. North Loch City, Central Arena. Resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, it was immensely grand, capable of accommodating 1 million spectators. At this moment, the arena is already packed with a sea of people, and the stirring background music echoes to the skies. Elite students from 18 provinces, like rivers converging into the sea, have gathered here. The national competition officially begins. North Luo City, deep within the royal court. A top-secret conference room, cast from special alloy and filled with isolation arrays. The atmosphere was heavy. The new king, Qin Zhan, sat upright in the main seat, his face still resolute, but his brows were shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Seated around the long table were the true power core and top-tier combat forces of the Xia Kingdom, the military marshals, the intelligence chief, the head of the education department, and several legendary figures who were pillars of the nation. On the massive holographic screen, the tragic scene at the North City Gate yesterday and the close-up of the Expedition Corps commander's desperate roar were repeatedly played. Beside it was the last encrypted intelligence sent back from the front line. Amid the boundless tide of magical beasts, several terrifying figures emitting a dark golden glow appeared, like immortal demon gods. They ignored the energy bombardment unleashed by the Expedition Corps, the space-tearing forbidden spells, and the life-sacrificing self-sacrificing strikes of top-tier warriors. Their bodies regenerate frantically after being damaged. Even if blown to pieces, they can recover instantly. King level, immortal body. The intelligence chief's voice was dry. Preliminary analysis shows that their physical structure and energy composition have undergone fundamental changes, completely different from any known demon race. Conventional physical and energy attacks, including all known elemental, mental, and rule-based skills, cannot inflict effective damage on them. Or rather, they truly possess an immortal body. The seal? An elder with white hair and beard, his presence as imposing as a towering mountain, asked in a deep voice. If it can't be killed, can it be sealed? Difficult. Another elder, dressed in a research coat with sunken eye sockets, shook his head. He was the most renowned academic authority on skills in the Xia Kingdom. With our current sealing techniques, it's simply impossible. Unless a top-tier sealing expert sets up a super-large, multi-layered composite sealing array, it might be able to trap them temporarily, but that's only theoretical. Moreover, our Xia Kingdom doesn't have such a sealing expert. The meeting room was dead silent. A top-tier sealing expert? Xia Kingdom doesn't have any powerful sealing experts. The strong always pursue the enhancement of power. After all, if you can kill the opponent, why bother sealing them? When it comes to expertise in sealing, the strongest at present is Yi Nantian of the spatial system, but even he is far from reaching that level. Request aid from the other 6 nations. The military marshal slammed the table, his voice resonating like a great bell. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. The Xia Kingdom is the front line against the demon race. If the Xia Kingdom falls, it's only a matter of time before the demon tide sweeps across the entire eastern continent. How can any eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? They must take action. Emergency contact has already been made. The foreign minister's expression was grave. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The other 6 nations each have their own agendas, especially those in the western continent, who have always watched from the sidelines. Convincing them to send their truly top-tier experts carrying national-level sealing artifacts will take time, and it will also require an unimaginable price. Moreover, the demons may not give us that time. Silence, oppressive. At that moment, a clear and calm voice rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged man seated to the left of Qinzhan. He had a thin face, clear and sharp eyes, wore a simple gray long robe, and exuded a restrained aura that gave an impression of unfathomable depth. He was the chief of the Xia Kingdom's think tank and also a legendary psychic powerhouse of immeasurable strength, Zhuge Ming. Everyone, please remain calm. Zhuge Ming's voice carried a peculiar soothing power. Although the situation is critical, it is not without hope. Since the demons have chosen this psychological warfare approach, using a legion commander deeply corrupted or even mind-controlled to tear apart our morale in front of everyone, rather than launching a massive siege while our expeditionary forces are newly defeated and internally panicked, this in itself reveals something. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes sharp. They are afraid. Afraid of our king, afraid of the hidden trump cards of our Xia Kingdom. They want to use fear and despair to make us collapse from within, to crumble without a fight. Immortality is by no means true invincibility, Zhuge Ming declared resolutely. Every existence has its own rules and weaknesses, we just haven't found them yet. The path of sealing is viable, but it requires time to prepare. And this time is crucial for us to catch our breath, devise countermeasures, and gather strength. He turned to Qinzhan, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, I suggest a two-pronged approach. First, I will personally take charge, mobilize all intelligence forces and covert channels, spare no effort to contact the other 6 nations, clarify the stakes, and ensure the formation of the anti-demon alliance to secure sealing support. Second, conduct a thorough internal investigation and purge to root out any spies planted by the demon clan. Third, and most importantly, Zhuge Ming's gaze grew profound, accelerate the training of our next generation. Pour all our resources into igniting the flame of hope. The demon clan fears the potential of our Xia Kingdom, so let us show them the brilliance that the future of Xia Kingdom can unleash. Qinzhan had been listening in silence. At this moment, he slowly raised his head, the weariness in his eyes replaced by a sharp determination. He stood up, his towering figure seeming to hold up the oppressive sky. Mr. Zhuge is absolutely right. Qinzhan's voice was steady and powerful. Panic and despair won't solve the problem. An immortal body? Then find a way to kill it. A seal? Then seek it. Trade for it. Fight for it. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on the tragic scene displayed on the holographic screen. As for hope, it's out there, in the central arena. For once, a rare look of solemn expectation appeared on Qinzhan's face. The national competition has gathered the most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in our Xia Kingdom, especially that number 1 seed, Lin Xinzhan, a second awakened pupil master, capable of turning the tide in the heart of molten flames, overpowering the demon clan's projection. I am very much looking forward to witnessing his performance in person. The competition is about to start. We should go and take a look. Central arena, exclusive preparation room for seated contestants. 8 figures, some sitting, some standing, each exuding an aura that makes one's heart race. This is the gathering place for the nation's most outstanding prodigies. The fourth seed, a bald and burly man, crossed his arms and spoke in a gruff voice. Hey, what do you think they're up to this time? The title of the first seed just changed like that? Boss Ling held that position for so long, why should it be given to someone we've never even heard of? The boss Ling he referred to was none other than the second seed, Ling Qianyu, who stood alone in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the crowd, draped in a white robe with golden trim. His figure was tall and upright, his golden hair shimmering under the dim indoor light, like a flawless sculpture. Silent, yet exuding an invisible sense of oppression. He showed no reaction to the discussions behind him, as if he were completely detached from the situation. Ha, the seventh seed, the young elementalist, chuckled softly. Molten fire secret realm? Summoning a giant? Turning the tide? Sounds pretty impressive. Who here actually believes it? He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the others. Exactly. The fifth seed, a short-haired girl with pale blue hair, pouted. Let the demon clan cross realms at all costs to kill, and then they got counter-killed? This script is way too far-fetched. Do they think we're 3-year-old kids? It's easy to fool the public, but not us. Seed number 9, a girl wearing black-framed glasses, calmly analyzed. Based on the currently available public information, there are multiple logical inconsistencies in this incident. First, cross-realm projection requires an energy level far beyond the norm. Targeting just one student with unclear potential results in a severely imbalanced cost-benefit ratio, which does not align with the demon clan's usual behavior patterns. Second, for an F-level second awakener to kill a demon clan projection is completely impossible. From what I know, demon clan projections are at least level 80 or above. How could a second awakener possibly achieve that? Moreover, the authorities haven't released any level data, which is highly suspicious. Third, the so-called counterattack against the demon clan lacks reliable video surveillance evidence. This is quite intriguing. The 10th seed, the shield-bearing young man, spoke steadily. Brother Ling's strength is evident to all. A level 62 SSS class holy arbiter, a dual wielder of light and darkness. Who surpasses his level? Reaching level 62 before the national competition is practically unheard of in a millennium. Suddenly being replaced by someone of unknown origin, it's indeed hard to convince the crowd. Although he didn't say it outright, the implication was crystal clear. Lin Xingjian is unworthy. I think, the burly man number 4 sneered, his fists cracking as he clenched them. Most likely, someone is trying to promote this Lin Xingjian, deliberately creating hype. Stepping on our boss Ling to climb up. All that talk about killing demons is just a script, a gimmick. It's all about suppressing boss Ling and supporting a newcomer. I've seen plenty of tricks like this. The atmosphere in the preparation room became somewhat tense because of this discussion. Doubt, disdain, and indignation on behalf of Ling Qianyu were spreading. They all acknowledged Ling Qianyu's strength, believing he was the undisputed number 1 seed. After all, the terrifying level of 62 speaks for itself. Lin Xingjian? Just a fraud pushed out to put on a show. Ling Qianyu still stood silently by the window, his back facing everyone. However, beneath his seemingly calm figure, the fingers hanging by his side curled ever so slightly, almost digging into his palm. The eyes reflected on the window glass carried a cold fury and humiliation. Beep. The heavy door of the preparation room emitted a faint unlocking sound, and the energy light screen silently slid open to both sides. All the chatter abruptly ceased. Their gazes instantly focused on the doorway. The powerful sense of aura, like invisible tendrils, had long since detected the arrival of the newcomer. The burly man number 4 curled his lips into a provocative smile. Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Our hero has arrived. A hint of amusement flashed in the eyes of the young elementalist. The short-haired girl's gaze was sharp. The black-framed glasses girl's eyes calmly scrutinized. The young man holding the shield frowned slightly. Ling Qianyu's body finally turned around slowly. His handsome face showed no expression. In his eyes, there was only Lin Xingjian. When Lin Xingjian and Xianli stepped into the preparation room under the guidance of the staff, they immediately sensed the hostility of the other seated players. A powerful aura surged like a tangible tide, rushing toward them in an instant. These 8 individuals, each resembling a humanoid beast, exuded an aura that made one's heart tremble. Their levels seemed to be at least above level 50. SSS level talent from the start. They are the true national treasures, nurtured with the utmost effort by each province. Xianli, a level 56 SSS level and Phoenix speaker, could only rank 6th. She could feel that here, she might barely squeeze into the middle ranks. The ranking of the 6th seed is well deserved. Lin Xingjian's gaze calmly swept over the crowd. A muscular bald man carrying a blood-red giant axe, 4th seed. A girl with short light blue hair, 5th seed. A young man wearing a luxurious elemental mage robe, an elementalist, seed number 7. A young man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, 3 ancient flying swords floating behind him, exuding a chilling sword aura, seed number 8. A petite girl wearing black-framed glasses, her gaze as calm as a machine, seed number 9. A composed young man holding a massive shield, seed number 10. A woman in black with a stern face, a peculiar short blade hanging at her waist and an aura like a lurking viper, seed number 3. And seed number 2, Ling Qianyu, dressed in a white robe with golden trim. When Lin Xingjian and Xianli took their first step into the preparation room, Ling Qianyu's previously restrained aura suddenly changed. A terrifying oppressive force, like an ancient ferocious beast suddenly awakening from slumber. Carrying a sacred radiance and the shadow of destruction, it erupted with a roar, instantly sweeping through the entire preparation room. Crack, crack, crack. Only the figures of the 3rd and 4th seeds swayed violently, barely managing to stand firm. The remaining 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th seeds, under the sudden and terrifying pressure with dual attributes, seemed as if they had been struck in the chest by a giant hammer. They groaned and staggered, almost falling to their knees on the spot. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Xianli instantly stood in front of Lin Xingjian. She only felt an immense force, intertwined with holiness and destruction, pressing down fiercely. The end phoenix flame within her instinctively surged to resist. She let out a muffled groan, her body uncontrollably leaning slightly backward, her waist bending into a noticeable arc, and the hard ground beneath her feet even cracked slightly. Her eyes were filled with shock. However, right at the center of this terrifying pressure, enough to crush mountains, Lin Xingjian remained unmoved. Those pitch-black eyes had already transformed into eerie Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. Ling Qianyu's terrifying aura, which was enough to nearly make the 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th seeds kneel, directly collided with the terrifying repulsive force field of Shinra Tensei. Two completely different forces clashed fiercely between the two of them. The ground beneath their feet was instantly covered with web-like cracks, spreading rapidly. The entire preparation room's space began to twist and shake violently. The energy patterns on the walls flickered unpredictably, emitting a piercing alarm buzz. Inside the room, the short-haired girl from position 5 and the elemental wielder youths from position 7, who were closest to the two, bore the brunt of it. They were already barely resisting the aftermath of Ling Qianyu's oppressive force, and now they were swept by the invisible shockwave generated by the collision of these two powers. The two of them simultaneously turned pale, unable to hold on any longer. They spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and were sent flying backward like kites with broken strings, slamming hard into the wall. The young man with the number 8 flying sword let out a muffled groan as the 3 flying swords behind him emitted a mournful tremor, their sword light dimming. The girl with black-framed glasses trembled all over as she hid behind the shield-bearing young man. The young man holding the shield at position 10 firmly pressed against the giant shield, which groaned under the unbearable weight, and the ground beneath his feet directly collapsed. Even the strongest among them, the black-clad woman at position 3 and the bald muscular man at position 4, were shaken by the impact of this invisible will, causing their blood and energy to surge. They staggered back several steps before stabilizing themselves, their faces filled with shock. Xianli stood behind Lin Xingjian, firmly protected by his repulsion field. At that moment, the alarm sounded in the preparation room. The heavy alloy door of the preparation room was forcibly pushed open. An elderly man wearing a dark blue uniform with a competition arbiter badge on his chest strode in quickly. Private fights are strictly prohibited in the preparation room. Violators will be disqualified from the competition. The arbiter's voice was icy, his gaze sternly sweeping over Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu. The two stopped simultaneously in tacit understanding. Ling Qianyu looked at Lin Xingjian, her gaze icy cold. Lin Xingjian's samsara eyes reverted to ordinary black pupils, his expression calm. Humph. Ling Qianyu let out a cold snort from her throat. You do have some skill, beyond my expectations, but that's all there is to it. The position of the number 1 seed is not something anyone can occupy. On the field, I will personally pull you down from that position that doesn't belong to you. Crush all your luck. Let you understand what true disparity means. Ling Qianyu was merely releasing pressure, while he could sense that Lin Xingjian was using a skill. The difference is immediately clear. Sure enough, this guy is a packaged imposter. What he doesn't know is that Lin Xingjian is very restrained with his power. He certainly doesn't want a Shinra Tensei to achieve an 8-kill streak. After all, he is not some kind of demon. Then see you on the field. Central Arena, 1 million spectators. National live broadcast. The high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom gathered. The new king, Jin Zhan, dressed in a simple black military uniform, stood tall and straight like a pine tree. Beside him was the chief strategist, Zhu Gaming. Next to them were the military marshal, the director of the education bureau, and several other top elites. Wow! King, Mr. Zhuge, Marshal. The deafening cheers echoed through the skies. Everyone understood that with the new king personally present and the core leadership fully assembled, this was not just a grand competition but also a moment for the Xia Kingdom, under the shadow of the demon race, to showcase the hope of the future to the entire nation and even the demon race. In the viewing stands, familiar faces such as Elder Mo, Commissioner Zhou Hong, and Principal Wang Defa were also prominently present. Xianli's father, Xian Zhengye, was also seated among them. His gaze was fixed on the seed contestants area, particularly on Xianli and Lin Xingjian. Seed player zone, located directly below the main grandstand in the most prominent position. 10 thrones crafted from special energy crystals, arranged sequentially by number. number. When Lin Xingjian slowly walked toward the topmost throne, symbolizing supreme glory, a million gazes focused on him like searchlights. There was worship, fanaticism, doubt, and also the undisguised icy hostility like that of Ling Qianyu. Lin Xingjian's expression was calm. He sat steadily on the throne at the highest point, his black combat uniform forming a stark contrast with the dazzling crystal throne. Below him, on the second throne, Ling Qianyu's golden hair shone, his white robe as pure as snow, and a perfect smile adorned his face. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xingjian, with a cold curve forming at the corner of his lips. Moving on, one after another, the seated players took their seats. These 10 individuals represented the pinnacle of the younger generation's strength in Xia Nation. Just sitting there, the aura they exuded was enough to make the entire arena turn their heads and stir the emotions of countless spectators. That's a seated player. So strong. Look at number 1. That's Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian? Is he the one who killed the demon clan's projection? Doesn't seem as impressive as the rumors say. Judging by the aura, his level doesn't seem to match Ling Qianyu's. Lord Ling Qianyu is so handsome. In a corner of the bustling audience stands an inconspicuous spot. A young man dressed in a faded gray hoodie, looking utterly unremarkable, sat quietly in the waiting area for ordinary contestants. He kept his head down, the shadow of the hood covering most of his face, leaving only a slightly chiseled jawline visible. Surrounded by other contestants engaged in excited discussions and gearing up for the competition, he seemed detached, his presence subdued. His name is Zhang Mo, hailing from an obscure small town on the northwest frontier, with a professional registration as an unremarkable B-level element affinity user. During the previous provincial selection, his performance was mediocre, his level just barely meeting the advancement threshold. He stumbled his way through, narrowly squeezing into the national competition as the last qualifier. Here, amidst a gathering of prodigies, he was completely unremarkable. However, under the shadow of the drooping hood, a pair of calm eyes clearly reflected the scene of the seated players' area. His gaze first fell on the throne at the highest point. Lin Xingjian. Starlight swirled deep within Zhang Mo's pupils. His gaze shifted to Ling Qianyu. The majestic energy interwoven with sanctity and shadow, like burning dual-colored flames, reached a level as high as 62, truly dazzling and worthy of the title of genius. But in Zhang Mo's eyes, that power of light and shadow, though seemingly strong, had obvious points of conflict, like fine cracks spread across a delicate porcelain. Light and shadow share the same origin, yet fail to truly unify, possessing mere levels, but with an unstable foundation. Faced with true rule-based power, it would crumble. He shook his head inwardly. Next is Xianli, the power of the end, so pure. This girl's bloodline is extraordinary. A trace of solemnity flashed in Zhang Mo's eyes. His gaze swept over the other seed contestants one by one, each representing the pinnacle of their respective fields. Impressive, truly worthy of being the seeds chosen by the nation's full strength. Zhang Mo sighed sincerely in his heart. But this exclamation is not out of inferiority, but excitement. A force akin to a dormant volcano quietly surged deep within his seemingly ordinary body. It was not a torrent of energy spilling out, but an invisible wool returning to its origin. Seed? Genius? Zhang Mo's lips curled into an extremely confident arc under the shadow of his hood. I admit, you are strong, dazzlingly strong. But, my goal has never been about some seed position. He slowly raised his head. Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, your strength will only make this game even more thrilling. I will step on everyone's shoulders, including you dazzling seeds. Step by step, I will reach the highest position. With these eyes that see through everything, with this hand that can return all things to their origin. Tell everyone who truly is the real number 1. The inner monologue roared like thunder, exploding beneath his calm exterior. A wave of extremely subtle willpower rippled around him, creating barely noticeable undulations before quickly returning to calm. He lowered his head again, retreating into the shadow of his hood, as if he had once more become the inconspicuous, ordinary B-level contestant Zhang Mo. Playing the fool was all for the sake of devouring the fiercest tiger at the most critical moment. The national competition officially began, and the true dark horse has quietly entered the stage. The grand competition has officially begun. The voice of the new king, Qin Zhan, echoed clearly through the amplification array across the entire central arena, and even reached every corner of Xia Nation through the live broadcast. Students, you are the backbone of Xia Nation's future. Today, it is not for empty fame, nor for personal gain. It is for the survival of our human race. To ignite the unyielding flame under the shadow of the demon race. Give it your all, and fight with the spirit and pride of Xia Nation's sons and daughters. As the words fell, a million spectators were filled with passion, their deafening chants of Xia Nation, resounding like a tidal wave. In the contestants' area, whether it was the dazzling seeds or the unremarkable corners, a blazing fighting spirit ignited. An elder referee, whose presence was as vast as the sea, stepped to the center of the arena and announced in a booming voice, "The rules are simple. Only battle matters. The victor advances, the defeated steps down, until the strongest is determined. First round, 190 to 95. The The arena is divided, proceeding simultaneously. Matching, begin. A massive magical light screen flickered above the arena, countless names scrolling rapidly. Moments later, the matchup list for the first round was finalized. Field number 1, Lin Xingjian, level 58, F-class Ice Sorcerer, versus Lei Lai, level 28, S-class Dragonblood Berserker. Field number 2, Ling Qianyu, level 62, SSS level Light and Dark Arbiter, versus Field number 190, Zhang Yamo, registered, level 32, B-level Elemental Affinity User, versus. As soon as the list was announced, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. In the seed player area, Lin Xingjian saw the name of his opponent and was momentarily stunned. Sitting in the regular contestants area, Lei Lai's expression instantly became extremely colorful, as if he had just eaten excrement. He suddenly stood up, his burly body trembling slightly. Damn it! Running into this monster in the first round, and already at level 58? Lei Lai cursed under his breath, but the warrior's ferocity in his eyes did not fade. As for Lin Xingjian, Lei Lai was caught between admiration and defiance, half convinced. I admit defeat, but you want me to surrender outright? No way. Even if I lose, I'll make sure to splash you with blood. I want to see just how sinister you really are. Lin Xingjian and the other seated contestants stood up one after another, heading toward their respective divided small arenas. Countless gazes, especially from the high-level stands, the audience seats, and even Ling Qianyu and Zhang Yamo, who were walking toward their own arenas, all coincidentally focused on arena number 1. Lin Xingjian and Lei Lai stood facing each other. The huge level gap made this battle lose all suspense in everyone's eyes. Only level 58? I remember number 2 is over level 60, right? Is this level really seed number 1? Is Second Awakening that strong? Lord Ling Qianyu is level 62 SSS. Lei Lai is doomed. 1 round elimination guaranteed. Hope Lei Lai can hold on for a few more moves and force something out to sea. Waiting to expose the fake. I feel like this Lin Xingjian guy definitely has issues. The referee stood between the two, expressionless, and announced. Contestant Lin Xingjian, level 58, profession, F-level I Technique Practitioner. Contestant Lei Lai, level 28, profession, S-class Dragon Blood Berserker. Match rules: a loss is determined if one party concedes, loses combat ability, or leaves the arena boundary. Intentional killing or maiming is prohibited. Now, contestants, show your respect. As per tradition, before the match begins, both sides must shake hands as a gesture of respect. Lei Lai took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration in his heart, strode forward, and extended his hand. Lin Xingjian, don't think I'll be afraid of you. Even if I lose, I'll make sure to spill your blood all over. Lin Xingjian remained calm as ever, reached out his hand, and grasped Lei Lai's palm. At the very moment their palms touched, a sudden change occurred. The battle intent on Lei Lai's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock. Very wrong. A muffled groan squeezed out from Lei Lai's throat. His burly body began to tremble violently, with all his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. He felt his once proud strength draining away madly. Splash! Under the astonished gazes of millions of viewers, all the executives, and all the contestants, the S-class Dragon Blood Berserker Lei Lai unexpectedly, his knees buckled, and he knelt straight down before Lin Xingjian. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, his massive body tilted forward and, with a loud bang, his face slammed heavily onto the ground. He completely lost consciousness, with only his body still twitching slightly. The entire process happened unbelievably fast. From a handshake to Lei Lai kneeling and collapsing, it took only a brief moment. Lin Xingjian slowly withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat emotional. The hungry ghost path is this domineering? The entire central arena fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. What happened? I'm blind? Why is this guy kneeling? Scamming? Acting? This is way too fake. Rigged. It's definitely rigged. A level 58 F-class shaking hands and instantly defeating a level 28 S-class? Did Lei Lai take a bribe? Refund. Boycott the rigging. What kind of nonsense competition is this? Lin Xingjian is cheating. Investigate thoroughly. The scene where Lin Xingjian defeated Lei Lai with just a handshake appeared to the millions of uninformed viewers as blatant acting and a rigged setup. Deafening boos and waves of doubt almost seemed to overturn the arena. However, on the high platform, the new King Qin Zhuge Ming, the military marshal, Elder Mo, and others suddenly had their eyes sharpened. Their powerful perception clearly captured everything. At the moment of the handshake, Lin Xingjian's palm seemed to transform into a black hole that devoured everything. At an incredible speed, it instantly drained more than half of the dragon blood magic power from Lei Lai's body. Yet another unheard of, bizarre ability. Is this the Second Awakening? Xingjian's eyes flashed with a hint of deep meaning, while Zhuge Ming stroked his beard thoughtfully. On the judge's bench, the experienced senior judge's pupils slightly contracted. He was the closest and felt it most directly. Lei Lai was emptied the moment he made contact. At this moment, suppressing the storm in his heart, he announced loudly, Arena 1, Lei Lai has lost consciousness. The winner is Lin Xingjian. Zhang Yamo from field number 190 had a fierce sparkle in his eyes. Extracting magic? Direct plundering? His heart trembled. trembled. What a domineering and sinister ability. This Lin Xingjian truly lives up to being the #1 seed. Lin Xingjian ignored the overwhelming boos, calmly turned around, and steadily walked back to sit on the #1 throne. For him, using the hungry ghost path to end the battle with minimal effort and maximum speed was the optimal solution. The clamor of others was not worth paying attention to. His gaze shifted to the other arenas, searching for a familiar figure. The battlefield where Xianli was located had already concluded, with an effortless victory. On the other side was Xingtong. Although her level was only 27, and the profession, Astral Summoner, was indeed not very strong in the early stages, she perfectly demonstrated what is called the power of money. She was surrounded by several pieces of top-tier, radiant equipment, her protective magic shield was indestructible, and her amplification wand shone brilliantly. The opponent's attacks landed on her as if merely scratching an itch, and the few astral war beasts she casually summoned, exuding a powerful aura and clearly enhanced by equipment, easily forced her opponent out of the arena. She clapped her hands, looking completely relaxed. "TSK, the joy of a rich lady," Lin Xingjian said with a slight smile. But soon, his expression grew serious as his gaze fell on Su Mingyuan's arena. Su Mingyuan, Class A profession, balance controller, level 47. His opponent was the #8 seed, with 3 ancient flying swords hovering behind him, their sword energy soaring into the sky, cold and fierce. At a staggering level 54, his profession was the formidable 3 talents swordmaster. A seed versus a non-seed, the level gap was obvious, and the profession rating was even more mismatched, Class A against Class SSS. Almost everyone following this battle believed it was a foregone conclusion. The 8-seeded player wore an undisguised look of contempt on his face. He didn't even use the 3 main swords on his back, relying solely on the sword energy condensed at his fingertips. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he casually unleashed sharp waves of sword energy, forcing Su Mingyuan to dodge left and right in a sorry state. Strangely, the 8-seeded player noticed that while Su Mingyuan was dodging, his gaze was fixed intently on the ground beneath his feet. Every dodge seemed to deliberately adjust the angle, aiming to step on his shadow. This action appeared extremely bizarre to onlookers. "What are you doing, bug?" The #8 seed naturally noticed and sneered disdainfully. His figure flickered, moving as swiftly as a phantom, instantly closing in on Su Mingyuan. A concentrated sword finger thrust straight at Su Mingyuan's shoulder blade, intending to inflict serious injury and humiliation. The sword pierced precisely into Su Mingyuan's shoulder, blood spurting out. But at the same time, a sharp glint burst from Su Mingyuan's eyes as he endured the intense pain and suddenly stepped forward with his left foot, firmly stepping on the elongated shadow of the 8th-seeded contestant. Boom! Game over! Su Mingyuan roared, his voice filled with pain, but even more so with unparalleled excitement. Buzz! A mysterious fluctuation of rules suddenly descended. Behind Su Mingyuan, a massive golden scale phantom, exuding an aura of judgment and balance, emerged with a thunderous presence. The power of rules? In the high-level stands, several top-tier experts suddenly sat up straight, their eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. Even the new King Qin Zhan and Zhuge Ming's gazes became incredibly focused. In the corner, Zhang Mo, for the first time, revealed a truly shocked expression under his hood. He's also a rules type? An A-level profession? What kind of joke is this? The 8-seeded player in the field felt it most intensely. At the moment the giant scales appeared, a chill from the depths of his soul made every hair on his body stand on end. He felt an invisible supreme force locking onto him, as if he had become a weight being placed on the scales of judgment. "Victory will tilt toward me." Su Mingyuan's voice, like the proclamation of a law, resounded throughout the small arena. As his voice fell, the massive golden scales phantom shadow suddenly tilted downward on Su Mingyuan's side. Meanwhile, the side representing the #8 seed was lifted high into the air. Boom! Scale domain rule, gain a power tilt by completing a random game, this time it's shadow stepping. Boom! A terrifying force instantly surged through Su Mingyuan's entire body. His aura skyrocketed like a rocket, completely overwhelming his level 54 opponent. The wound on his shoulder healed rapidly under the power of the rules, and his entire presence was unstoppable. In contrast, the #8 seed's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Poof! Ugh! He was horrified to discover that the surging magic within him seemed to be shackled by an invisible chain, its flow sluggish, and he could barely unleash 30% of his full strength. The body also became incredibly heavy, as if carrying a mountain. Although the level and realm did not fall, the actual power that could be mobilized was forcibly suppressed by the rules to far below Su Mingyuan's level. No! Impossible! What kind of sorcery is this? The 8-seeded contestant was terrified and desperately urged the 3 flying swords behind him. However, the sword light dimmed, its speed greatly reduced, and it no longer had its previous sharp momentum. "Now, it's my turn." Su Mingyuan's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He suddenly charged forward, his speed several times faster than before. No fancy techniques, just the simplest and most direct punches and kicks, carrying the absolute power advantage brought by the victory tilt. Buzz! Fist to flesh, kicks like the wind. The sword techniques that the 8-seeded contestant prided himself himself on seemed so pale and ridiculous under the absolute suppression of power. He was like a sandbag, retreating step by step under Su Mingyuan's storm-like attacks, completely unable to fight back. The protective sword aura was shattered with a punch, and the flying sword was kicked away with a single blow. Accompanied by an unwilling roar, the 8th-seeded contestant was struck fiercely in the chest by Su Mingyuan's powerful whip kick, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the energy shield at the edge of the arena before sliding to the ground, unconscious. The entire combat arena fell silent once again. This time, it was no longer anger directed at the rigged match, but pure shock and bewilderment. Lin Xingjian's instant handshake kill at Arena 1 was already absurd enough. Now, a non-seeded player of an A-level profession actually crushed and eliminated the number 8 seed? And in such a bizarre, mind-blowing way? The referee, mouth agape and trembling in disbelief, announced, "In ninth court, the number 8 seed has lost combat ability. The winner, Su Mingyuan." Wow, what did I just see? An A-rank counter-killing an SSS-ranked seed? That's scale. What kind of ability is that? Rules? The number 8 seed got eliminated in the first round? Taken down by an A-rank? This competition is cursed. First, the handshake trap, and now the rule trap? Su Mingyuan? Who is this guy? He's incredible. The livestream chat completely exploded, flooded with countless question marks and exclamation points. In the seed preparation area, only Lin Xingjian revealed a knowing smile, as if he had expected this. Previously, he had felt that Su Mingyuan's abilities were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. The other seeded players, including Ling Qianyu, all had a change in expression. The unreasonable power of rules displayed by Su Mingyuan made them feel a strong sense of threat. You never know who the dark horse of the national competition will be. Ling Qianyu looked at Su Mingyuan, who stood proudly in the arena, then glanced at Lin Xingjian, who remained calm beside him, the gloom in her eyes deepening. These two people are both variables. Meanwhile, the number 8 seed, who had just woken up and was carried off by the medical team, listened to the crowd's discussions and the referee's announcement. Furious, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision darkened, and he almost fainted again. Eliminated in the first round. He was a seeded player, and yet he was eliminated in the first round. And it was by an A-rank professional, in such a humiliating manner. Disgrace. Utter humiliation. The atmosphere in the entire central arena was completely ignited and turned incredibly bizarre due to the two perception-defying battles of Lin Xingjian and Su Mingyuan. Everyone realized that this nationwide competition was far from being as simple as the seeded players crushing their way through. The true dark horses and unexpected powerhouses are tearing off their disguises, revealing their ferocious fangs. The first round, reducing 190 to 95, has concluded. After drinking their magic potions, the contestants took a moment to rest. The draw results for the second round, where 95 contestants compete for 48 spots, were quickly announced. Number 1 seed, Lin Xingjian, gets a bye and directly advances to the next round. As soon as this result was revealed, the millions of viewers already skeptical of Lin Xingjian exploded in outrage. A bye? On what grounds? Turns out there's a cover-up. Afraid he'll slip up, huh? Definitely feeling guilty. Doesn't dare to compete. Advancing by default? And this qualifies as the number 1 seed? Shoo, we need the truth. Doubts and boos swept through the entire venue like a tsunami, even more overwhelming than before. In the eyes of countless spectators, Lin Xingjian, the victor of this handshake kill, had already been labeled as a fraud and a connected insider. Previously, when he defeated the demon projection, most people thought it was just a staged performance. Getting a bye only became further proof of his guilty conscience. On the high platform, Zhu Geming shook his head slightly. The new king, Qin Zhan, remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the roaring audience before finally settling on Lin Xingjian, who was seated on the number 1 seed throne. Lin Xingjian simply closed his eyes calmly, ignoring the overwhelming jeers. For him, skipping around to conserve energy was nothing but advantageous. As for the clamor of others, it is nothing more than the summer insect speaking of ice. The battles in other arenas are fiercely underway. Xianli, level 56, and SSS-ranked Phoenix Whisperer, leveraged the domineering traits of the End power, making it nearly impossible for opponents to get close, advancing with ease. Xington, level 27, and S-rank Astral Summoner, once again demonstrated the power of money ability. Despite being at a level disadvantage, they relied on an endless array of top-tier protective items and summoned beast enhancement equipment to wear down their opponent, advancing without major risks. Su Mingyuan, level 47, an A-level balance controller, became one of the focal points of the audience after experiencing the previous round of rule kill. This time, the random game he got was avoid being touched by the opponent within 10 seconds. The opponent was unaware of the game rules. Thus, Su Mingyuan easily stalled for 10 seconds using his eloquence, once again triggering victory tilt, and eliminated his opponent in a crushing manner, causing another wave of astonishment. Chen Lai, level 32, with his SSS lava behemoth, relied on its tough skin and ferocious strength to transform into a giant beast and forcibly knock his opponent out of the arena, successfully advancing to the next round. Li Yan, level 31, with his SSS flame explosion monarch, unfortunately encountered another formidable seeded player. Under the duel suppression of level and class, despite giving his all and unleashing raging flames, he ultimately suffered a regrettable defeat. Qin Tiange, level 35, with his SSS Universal Convergence Master, felt the pressure as his opponent's level was significantly higher than his. However, he demonstrated astonishing adaptability and combat intelligence, constantly shifting his form, at times becoming a sturdy shield to withstand attacks, at times transforming into a sharp blade for assaults, and even creating several faintly breathing clones to confuse his opponent. Finally, seizing the opportunity, he delivered a decisive strike from an extremely tricky angle, securing his advancement. Xiaoying, level 34, an SSS level Shadow Sovereign, also faced a seeded player. Under the opponent's strong perception and area skills, the elusive shadow assaults were ineffective, ultimately leading to a regretful defeat. At this point, among the students from the same province as Lin Xingjian, only Shenli, Xingtong, Su Mingyuan, Chen Lai, and Qin Tiange advanced to the top 48. The top 48 list was announced, and preparations began for the next round's draw, narrowing the field from 48 to 24. The contestants replenished their mana and took a short rest. Xianli and Xingtong excitedly ran to the edge of the seed preparation area, vigorously waving toward Lin Xingjian, who was seated on the number 1 throne, their faces brimming with smiles. "Master, we won," Xianli whispered, her eyes full of admiration. "See how amazing we are." Xingtong was also overjoyed. However, their voices were soon drowned out by the murmurs from the audience below, directed at Lin Xingjian. "Look at those 2 women, they're probably with him too, right? They must have climbed up through connections. What master? Playing really dirty." The smiles on Xianli and Xingtong's faces instantly froze, replaced by cold anger. Insulting Lin Xingjian is even more unbearable for them than insulting themselves. "Bastards, what did you just say?" Xingtong's little face turned red with anger, wishing she could rush down to argue. A trace of dangerous, apocalyptic aura flashed in Xianli's eyes as she clenched her small fists. If not for the constraints of the occasion, she would definitely make those people pay the price. Su Mingyuan also walked over and stopped the 2 girls. He nodded slightly at Lin Xingjian. He knew all doubts would be shattered in the subsequent battles. There was no need to get angry over these whispers now. However, Chen Lai couldn't take it anymore. He was determined to be Lin Xingjian's follower. He glared angrily at the audience below with wide eyes. "Shut the hell up. If anyone dares to say one more bad word about my boss, I'll come down there and smash your heads in." His entire body exuded an aura like molten lava, appearing incredibly fierce. However, how could the doubts of millions of spectators be silenced by him alone? Instead, it drew even more intense ridicule and jeers. "Look, the bootlicker is getting anxious. This brute, worthy of advancing? Birds of a feather." Chen Lai was so furious that he seemed to be steaming all over, yet he didn't dare to actually make a move, only gritting his teeth in silent anger. Qin Tiange stood a little farther away, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and others in the seed preparation area, his face brimming with high-spirited battle intent. He clenched his fists. So what if there was a level gap? His adaptability was enough to let him challenge across levels. On the second throne, Ling Qianyu's gaze finally locked onto Lin Xingjian. That look was as cold as ice, filled with undisguised hostility. "Enjoy this final piece, Lin Xingjian." Ling Qianyu sneered coldly in her heart. "Very soon, I will tear off your hypocritical mask in front of everyone. I will drag you down from the highest position and stomp you into the mud." Meanwhile, in the corner where the ordinary contestants stood, Zhang Yimou remained low-key as always. Throughout his journey, every battle he fought appeared to be fraught with danger and won with great difficulty. His level was not high, only 32, and his profession was mediocre, a B-level elemental affinity user, perfectly playing the role of a lucky underdog. At this moment, his gaze calmly swept across the seat preparation area, lingering a moment longer on Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Su Mingyuan. Under the shadow of his hood, the corners of Zhang Mo's mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. "Doubt? Insults? Truly the revelry of the ignorant. Do you really think nothing can achieve the number 1 seed position? Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, you are indeed very strong, but you will both become the brightest stepping stones on my path to the top. This stage is getting more and more interesting." The brief rest came to an end, ushering in the draw for the 48 to 24 elimination round. The massive magical screen flickered wildly, gripping everyone's attention. When the results were finalized, all eyes instantly focused on field number 1. Field number 1, Lin Xingjian, level 58, F-class Ice Sorcerer, versus Chen Lai, level 32, SSS class Lava Beast. Chen Lai? Someone he knows again? The audience was silent at first, then erupted into piercing boos. Could this match be any more fake? Chen Lai, the lackey who just shouted boss earlier? Scandal, an absolute scandal. This is outright favoritism. favoritism. Get off the stage. Lin Xingjian, get off the stage. We demand the truth. The uproar seemed as if it would lift the dome of the arena. Countless people waved their arms, expressing their dissatisfaction. Lin Xingjian had not made a move from the very beginning, essentially being escorted all the way through. It's hard to believe there isn't some shady deal behind this. The new king, Xingjian, remained calm, while Zhuge Ming watched below with great interest. Lin Xingjian remained composed as he rose from the number 1 throne. Chen Lai was momentarily stunned, then a bright smile spread across his rugged face, even tinged with a bit of excitement. The two walked toward field number 1. The referee announced expressionlessly, "Contestant Lin Xingjian." Before the words were finished, Chen Lai, standing in the center of the field, suddenly raised his right hand. "Referee, I surrender." "No!" The entire arena instantly exploded. Ugh, more intense than any previous time. Surrendered? Surrendered directly? Not even pretending? Not even acting? Shameless. Absolutely shameless. This is definitely collusion. Isn't this nonsense? Chen Lai ignored the chatter around him. He turned to look at Lin Xingjian, put away his smile, and said seriously, "Brother Lin, go for the top. I'll always support you." Lin Xingjian looked at Chen Lai, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly, indeed impressed by this man who could adapt to circumstances. Last time at Molten Core, this guy went from arrogance to admitting defeat and then to wanting to follow. A remarkable character. The referee seemed a bit speechless about the result, but still announced according to the rules. Court number 1. Chen Lai voluntarily concedes. The winner, Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian advanced to the top 24, still, without making a move. The audience erupted completely, with curses and protests mixed together in utter chaos. Xianli and Xing Tong's faces turned pale with anger. Su Mingyuan frowned tightly, while Qin Tiange watched Lin Xingjian's calm departing figure with a thoughtful expression. The ice in Ling Qianyu's eyes was almost tangible, and the cold smile at the corner of her mouth was full of mockery. Battles in other arenas unfolded amidst tremendous clamor. Xianli's opponent was the ninth-seeded contestant Ling Shuang. She was a petite girl wearing thick black-framed glasses, with a gaze as calm as a machine. She was dressed in a silver-gray form-fitting battle armor. Her profession was SSS class, Intelligent Machine Corps, and her level was 52. Her combat style was extremely unique, relying on powerful computational abilities to analyze opponents' weaknesses while simultaneously controlling several small floating cannons and melee mechanical arms for attacks. Analysis begins. Target, Xianli. Profession, Phoenix Whisperer of the End. Characteristics, high destructive power, energy attribute with fire properties, defense. Unknown. Weakness, possible lack of close combat ability, massive energy consumption. Ling Shuang's voice was devoid of emotion, as cold as a machine. As the battle began, Ling Shuang's floating cannons instantly locked onto Xianli, weaving a dense web of energy beams. At the same time, her figure moved at high speed under the propulsion of the mechanical arm, attempting to find a defensive blind spot in Xianli's stance. Xianli's eyes narrowed, and the apocalyptic phoenix flames erupted like a crimson lotus. The scorching heat instantly distorted the air, and the all-consuming flames formed a massive fire ring, devouring and dissolving the incoming energy beams completely. Warning: energy annihilation level is extremely high. Estimated maximum endurance time for physical defense armor, 32 seconds. The data on Ling Shuang's tactical glasses fluctuated wildly. She decisively changed her strategy, deploying the high-frequency oscillating blade from her close combat mechanical arm, transforming into a streak of silver light that pierced toward Xianli. Xianli let out a cold snort, advancing instead of retreating, as the phoenix flames around him condensed into a massive flaming phoenix claw, striking down with the momentum to scorch the heavens and earth. The clash of fire and metal. Ling Shuang's mechanical arm was instantly burned red, twisted, and deformed. The terrifying high temperature even penetrated the protective layer of the battle armor. Temperature exceeds the critical point. Core structure of the battle armor is damaged. Immediate retreat is advised. The cold warning echoed in Ling Shuang's mind. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes as she decisively retreated. But Xianli's doomsday phoenix flame clung to her like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing her, scorching the surface of her battle armor with a sizzling sound. Some areas even began to melt and drip. Admit defeat. Ling Shuang made a decisive decision. If the fight continued, her core battle armor would be destroyed. The referee announced, Arena number 3. Ling Shuang admits defeat. The winner is Xianli. Xianli advances to the top 24. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Tong's luck seemed to have run out as she faced the number 10 seed, Shiryu. This is a tall and steady young man, holding a massive tower shield engraved with mountain patterns. His class is SSS level, Immovable Rock Mountain, level 53, specializing in defense. Young lady, your equipment is impressive, but the level gap is too great. This is the end of the line. Shiryu's voice was deep and filled with confidence. He slammed the giant shield onto the ground, and a heavy, earthy yellow aura spread out, as if a real mountain had risen from the ground. The audience also shook their heads one after another. Xing Tong's level and class disadvantage were too significant. Facing this level of defensive seed, even money power might be hard to compensate. Xingtong's small face was tense. She immediately summoned 3 astral beasts with powerful auras: a roaring thunder rhinoceros, an ice crystal bird spewing frost, and a swift shadow leopard. Each of them shimmered with the glow of equipment enhancements, fearlessly charging toward Shiryu. Shiryu snorted coldly. The giant shield remained motionless. The thunder rhinoceros's charge was like hitting a real mountain wall. The ice crystal giant bird's cold current was blocked by the dense earth element magic, and the shadow leopard's claw strikes could only leave shallow white marks on the shield's surface. He stood as steady as a mountain, even having the strength to gather earth spikes to counterattack the astral beasts. As expected, it's not enough, the audience sighed. However, just when everyone thought Xingtong was about to be defeated, she made a move that left everyone's jaws on the floor. She was seen commanding the astral behemoth to distract Shiryu's attention while swiftly pulling items out of her spatial ring. They weren't equipment, but fist-sized black spheres radiating a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Divine Annihilation Thunder? Shiryu's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in shock. This item is incredibly expensive, with astonishing power, and is said to pose a threat to level 80 experts. He might be able to withstand 1 or 2, but judging by Xingtong's stance, Xingtong didn't give Shiryu any time to react. Her small hand waved continuously. Boom, 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 rumble, splat. One divine annihilation thunder after another rained down on Shiryu as if they cost nothing. Deafening explosions resounded one after another. Terrifying shockwaves and destructive energy instantly engulfed Shiryu and the area he was in. The entire small arena trembled violently. The protective shield flickered madly. Referee, is this compliant? Can attack items be used? Shiryu shouted angrily amidst the explosion, his immovable rock mountain domain shaking violently, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The referee's calm voice sounded. Contestant Xingtong's spatial ring and its carried items are considered part of their personal abilities or resources and do not violate the core rule prohibiting the use of one-time large-scale destructive weapons. The Divine Annihilation Thunder is classified as a high-energy explosive but does not exceed the permissible range of the competition. Compliant. Shiryu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Compliant? This damn thing is called compliant? Money power counts as an ability too? What? He was just about to hold on, but despairingly saw Xingtong pull out a whole handful of Divine Annihilation Thunder from the ring. The sheer quantity made his scalp tingle. I surrender, Shiryu almost shouted. If the explosions continued, he feared for his life. It was too stifling. The explosion subsided, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Shiryu was covered in dirt and ash, his shield full of scorch marks. Xingtong clapped her small hands, let out a sigh of relief, and a victorious smile appeared on her little face. The referee announced, field number 6. Shiryu concedes. The winner, Xingtong. Xingtong advances to the top 24. Money power, terrifying as ever. Qin Tiange faced the powerful number 7 seed, Lufeng. This was a young man dressed in a luxurious elemental robe, exuding elegance, level 56, SSS level, elemental controller. Boom! Lufeng showcased overwhelming elemental power right from the start. Fire rain, ice storm, thunder spear, earth spike, various high-level elemental magic was effortlessly unleashed, bombarding Qin Tiange overwhelmingly. The difference in level brought a very obvious disparity in magic intensity and skill power. At first, Qin Tiange could only defend passively, his body constantly changing forms, growing a flesh shield to block the fire rain, transforming into a water flow to slip past the ice storm. Each transformation was fraught with danger, and his body kept accumulating wounds. However, Lufeng quickly noticed something was wrong. Qin Tiange's adaptation speed was beyond imagination. Every one of his attacks seemed to be quickly analyzed and adapted to by the opponent. Qin Tiange's physical adjustments became increasingly precise, his mana consumption decreased, and his dodging and blocking efficiency improved significantly. What terrifying adaptability! Lufeng was secretly shocked and decided to end the battle quickly. He raised both hands high, gathering a terrifying composite elemental forbidden spell, Elemental Annihilation Cannon. But just at the critical moment when he was charging up, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Tiange's eyes, and his body suddenly transformed into a nearly transparent shadow of a swift wind, moving at an extreme speed. He did not charge toward Lufeng but instead toward the loosened ground beneath Lufeng's feet, softened by the previous battle. 10 forms, quagmire collapse. Qin Tiange let out a low shout, his feet transforming into massive suction cups, forcefully injecting a strange energy. Bang, bang, bang. The ground beneath Lufeng's feet instantly softened and collapsed, transforming into a massive whirlpool of mud. The powerful suction caused him to lose his balance, and the terrifying elemental energy he was condensing instantly spiraled out of control and backfired. Lufeng was injured by the backlash of his own magic, while half of his body sank into the mud, leaving him unable to move. Qin Tiange's figure appeared before him like a phantom, his arm transformed into a sharp bone blade, gently pressing against Lufeng's throat. Lufeng was completely dumbfounded. I lost? Field 11. The winner, Qin Tiange. Qin Tiange advances to the top 24. Su Mingyuan's opponent is the 5th seeded player, Qinglan. A lively young girl with short light cyan hair, level 55, SSS class, wind dancer. Her speed is incredibly fast and her attacks are like invisible wind blades, making them impossible to defend against. As soon as the battle began, Su Mingyuan fell into an absolute passive position. Qinglan moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers, rapidly circling around him and unleashing sharp wind blades with every motion. Although Su Mingyuan's balance domain was activated, this game made his heart sink, rock paper scissors, and win. This game is extremely passive. Who would play rock paper scissors with you during the match? However, the opponent doesn't know the rules of the game, which is also Su Mingyuan's advantage. Su Mingyuan dodged awkwardly. His brain was working frantically. Qinglan's gaze was calm as she launched her attacks with focus. As time ticked by, Su Mingyuan was forced into a desperate situation. Just when everyone thought he was about to lose, a trace of determination flashed in Su Mingyuan's eyes. He abandoned all defense, allowing Qinglan's punch to swing directly at his face. At that moment, Su Mingyuan struck out with his palm. Smack! It collided with Qinglan's fist. Su Mingyuan shouted loudly, "I choose paper." Everyone? Qinglan immediately realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Game over. Su Mingyuan roared, blood gushing from his mouth. The massive golden scales phantom descended once again. Victory will tilt in my favor. The scales tilted with a thunderous roar. The terrifying power infused Su Mingyuan's entire body, and his injuries instantly healed by more than half. Meanwhile, Qinglan felt her body grow heavy, her speed plummeting, and her magic circulation becoming sluggish. Su Mingyuan, like a ferocious tiger unleashed, charged forward with overwhelming power and threw a punch. What followed was a completely one-sided battle. Field 15. Qinglan has lost consciousness. The winner is Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan advances to the top 24. With this, the round of 48 to 24 concludes. Among the students from the same province as Lin Xingjian, only Chen Lai was eliminated in the top 48 due to voluntarily conceding to Lin Xingjian. Xianli, Xingtong, Qin Tianga, and Su Mingyuan have all advanced. After a short break, the competition continues. The draw for the top 24 to 12 begins. The massive magical light screen flickers wildly. When the result was finalized, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Field number 1, Lin Xingjian, level 58, F-rank I technique practitioner, versus Xingtong, level 27, S-rank astral summoner. Familiar faces again, and they're from the same province. Is this matching system's last name Lin? Guaranteed admission. Barefaced, guaranteed admission. Xingtong, that rich girl who relied on smashing the divine annihilation thunder? They must be in cahoots too. Scandal, scandal, get off the stage. The deafening boos and furious roars seemed almost enough to overturn the central arena. Countless people waved their arms, glaring angrily at Lin Xingjian on the high platform and the number 1 throne, as cries for fairness grew louder and louder. Lin Xingjian rubbed his temples helplessly. This draw. He got up and walked toward field number 1. Xingtong, on the other hand, followed him with a skip in her step, her face showing no trace of nervousness. Instead, she wore a relaxed smile, as if she were going for a casual visit rather than a competition. The two stood still. The referee, expressionless, was about to announce. Referee. Xingtong's crisp voice rang out. She raised her small hand, her face showing a playful yet matter-of-fact smile. I concede. The entire arena erupted. Anger and dissatisfaction burst forth like a volcano. Admitting defeat again? I'm speechless. Utterly shameless. Get out of the competition. Lin Xingjian, get out of the competition. Thorough investigation. Thorough investigation. We want to see real battles, not connections getting a free pass. The roar of the crowd shook the protective barrier, and the furious audience even began to push against the front row railings, with the scene nearly spiraling out of control. Lin Xingjian looked at Xingtong's sly yet slightly ingratiating smile and could only smile helplessly. He understood Xingtong's thoughts. Reaching the top 24 was already her limit. Relying solely on equipment couldn't bridge the massive gap between her and the top prodigies. Facing him, she chose to concede directly, saving effort and ensuring safety. But the audience wouldn't accept it. In their eyes, Lin Xing's smile was nothing but blatant mockery and arrogance. Silence. A voice of supreme majesty, like thunder from the ninth heaven, instantly drowned out the clamor of a million people. The new king, Qin Zhan, slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The heavy pressure of his kingly aura caused everyone's hearts to tighten. The boiling scene was forcibly subdued in an instant, leaving only heavy breathing and suppressed, angry stares. The rules of the competition. Surrender is valid. Continue the match. Qin Zhan's voice brooked no argument. The referee immediately announced, Arena 1. Xingtong surrenders. The winner is Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian advances to the top 12 without lifting a finger once again. Controversy and doubt were forcibly suppressed, yet they simmered like a volcano about to erupt, building up in everyone's hearts. The battles in other arenas continued under the oppressive atmosphere. Xianli faced the powerful 4th seed SSS-level Blood Axe Berserker 2 Gang. This is a bald, muscular man carrying a massive blood-red battle axe, with a level as high as 58. He exudes a violent aura of bloodlust and pure physical power. As the battle began, Tu Gang immediately displayed the dominance of a berserker. The blood-red giant axe, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it tore through the air, struck towards Xianli with overwhelming force. That pure power seemed capable of splitting mountains. Xianli's gaze was heavy as the apocalypse phoenix flame erupted with full force, transforming into massive flaming phoenix wings that enveloped her body while she condensed a flaming spear to block. A deafening clash of metal. Xianli was sent flying backward by the immense force, her arms numb, and the flaming spear nearly disintegrated. The end phoenix flame, though domineering, is still difficult to completely neutralize the impact under the suppression of absolute power and level. Ha ha ha, little girl, your strength is not bad, but it's still not enough. Tu Gang laughed wildly, his attacks like a raging storm. The blood-colored giant axe swung with wide arcs, each strike carrying the might to shatter mountains and split the earth. Xianli was locked in a bitter struggle, relying only on the annihilation properties of the end phoenix flame and her exquisite footwork to continuously maneuver and evade. Her flame attack landed on Tu Gang's formidable body, covered with blood-colored demonic patterns. Although it caused damage, sizzling as it burned, the opponent seemed oblivious to pain, and his recovery ability was astonishing. Finality: Phoenix Skystrike. Xianli seized an opening, soared into the air, transforming into a crimson streak of light, and dove down with the will to incinerate everything. Tu Gang roared furiously, and the blood-colored giant axe erupted with a blinding red light, sweeping upward like a pillar supporting the heavens. Boom! Terrifying collision. Flames and blood splattered everywhere. The energy shockwave distorted the protective shield violently. As the dust settled, Xianli's lips were tinged with a trace of blood, her face slightly pale. The blood-red aura around Tu Gang had dimmed significantly, and his chest was scorched black, yet he still stood firm, his gaze even more ferocious. Exhilarating. Again! Tu Gang roared as he charged forward once more. Xianli's gaze was icy cold, and the power of the apocalypse surged wildly within her. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She took a deep breath, formed seals with her hands, and it felt as though some ancient will was awakening within her. The color of the phoenix flames around her grew even deeper, almost dark red, emanating not heat but an aura of annihilation that brought an end to all things. And breath of oblivion. A dark red beam, condensed to the extreme, silently shot out from Xianli's fingertip. Its speed was unparalleled, instantly piercing through Tu Gang's raging blood energy defense and striking his chest. Tu Gang's charging motion abruptly froze. He lowered his head to look at his chest, where it seemed as if an invisible eraser had wiped away a piece. Flesh and bone silently disintegrated into nothingness under that dark red beam. A bull-sized hole suddenly appeared. Tu Gang's eyes lost their fury, leaving only boundless shock and excruciating pain. His massive body collapsed with a thud, completely losing the ability to fight. The medical team quickly stepped in to provide treatment. Field number 4. Tu Gang has lost the ability to fight. The winner is Xianli, the referee announced loudly. Xianli advances to the top 12. The price was her pale complexion and slightly unstable breath, clearly indicating the enormous consumption from her final strike. Su Mingyuan faces off against Qin Tiange. The battle begins, and Su Mingyuan immediately activates the balance domain. A massive golden phantom appeared, and the power of rules enveloped the entire scene. This time's game is, make your opponent's movement distance exceed 3 times your own. Su Mingyuan quickly calculated in his mind. This game requires inducing the opponent to move at high speed. Qin Tiange's eyes were solemn. He was well aware of the bizarre nature of Su Mingyuan's rules. Without any hesitation, his body instantly turned into a blurred shadow, swiftly moving along the edge of the field, ready to end the battle quickly. But this was exactly what Su Mingyuan wanted. In no time, the rules were fulfilled. Game over, Su Mingyuan roared. The golden scales descended. Victory will tilt in my favor. A terrifying power instantly surged through Su Mingyuan's entire body. Boom! His momentum surged instantly. Qin Tiange, on the other hand, felt his body sink, as if trapped in a quagmire, his strength forcibly suppressed by the rules. Su Mingyuan, carrying overwhelming power, punched toward Qin Tiange. Qin Tiange's pupils contracted as he sensed a fatal threat. He roared furiously, and a layer of incredibly tough composite armor instantly formed on his body, directly taking the terrifying punch. Qin Tiange was blasted backward, cracks appeared on the armor, and blood spurted wildly. Did he win? The audience exclaimed. However, as Qin Tiange was sent flying backward, an astonishing light erupted in his eyes instead. The power of all phases convergence within his body was operating at an unprecedented speed. Su Mingyuan's crushing energy, imbued with the power of rules, acted like the most intense catalyst, frantically analyzed, simulated, and fused by his body's adaptive instincts. All phases, synchronization, adaptation. Qin Tiange roared, his body undergoing drastic changes as he was sent flying backward. His muscles and bones roared, and instead of continuing to weaken under the suppression of the rules, his aura began to rise at an eerie speed. He forcibly steadied himself, and the cracks on his body surface quickly healed as they squirmed. What? Su Mingyuan's expression changed drastically. He sensed it. Qin Qin Tiange was adapting to his victory rules. The opponent's power, even under suppression, was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Qin Tiange wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile full of fighting spirit. Brother Su, thank you for the pressure. Now, it's my turn. He no longer dodged and took the initiative to charge at Su Mingyuan. His attacks no longer pursued ultimate power but were filled with strange resilience and variations. The force tipping the scales of victory was slipping away. The balance rule is not omnipotent, it has a time limit, and Qin Tiange's terrifying adaptability is rapidly neutralizing the advantage of the rule at an astonishing speed. Su Mingyuan grew more and more alarmed as he fought. He felt like he wasn't attacking an enemy, but rather a constantly evolving, constantly adapting, and constantly countering monster. His all-out attacks were becoming less and less effective. Finally, during a direct clash of strength, Qin Tiange's arm transformed into a sharp bone spike, piercing through Su Mingyuan's defense. A bone spur pierced into Su Mingyuan's side. Ugh! Su Mingyuan let out a muffled groan, his strength instantly dissipating as the massive phantom of the scales began to blur and fade. Qin Tiange did not pursue, withdrawing the bone spur and stepping back. Although his breathing was somewhat uneven, his eyes were exceptionally bright. Field 7. Su Mingyuan is unable to continue fighting. The winner is Qin Tiange, the referee announced. The entire audience was shocked. The balance controller of the rule system was unexpectedly countered by an even more terrifying adaptability. Boom! Qin Tiange achieved a horrifying evolution in the face of despair. Lin Xingjian immediately rushed to Su Mingyuan's side as he was being carried on a stretcher. Su Mingyuan's face was pale, but a relieved and excited smile hung on his lips. He gripped Lin Xingjian's hand tightly. Cough, cough. Xingjian, awesome. Damn it, that was awesome. Reaching this point was worth it. From here on, it's up to you. Give those bastards a good beating for me. Lin Xingjian saw the light in his eyes and smiled as well, nodding firmly. Don't worry, focus on recovering. Su Mingyuan was carried away, and Qin Tiange looked at Lin Xingjian. Lin Xingjian also looked back at him. The two had no grievances, but were full of fighting spirit. Ling Xianyu, level 62, SSS level light and dark arbiter. His match was still completely one-sided. His opponent was easily defeated by a few casually unleashed energy beams interwoven with light and darkness. He was like a lofty deity, his gaze coldly sweeping across the venue, pausing briefly on Lin Xingjian, filled with disdain and a sense of impending judgment. And the final match of the 24-12 round was also the most bizarre and unexpected one. Field number 9, Yume, level 59, SSS level shadow assassin, versus Zhang Yimou, level 32, B-level elemental affinity. When the list was announced, most of the audience were stunned to realize that a level 32 B-level elemental affinity user had quietly made it into the top 24. Level 32, Class B? How did he get here? Is his luck off the charts? Only ran into weaklings? Is this a joke? A Class B elemental affinity user made it to the top 24? Watch the number 3 seed crush him. Finish the fight in 1 minute. On the high platform, the new King Qinzhan, Zhu Geming, the military marshal, and others had slight smiles on their lips. They had long noticed Zhang Yimou. To them, the more geniuses in Xia country, the better. Principal Mo Lao and others frowned deeply. This child, something's not right. Yume, the third seed, a cold-faced woman in black with two snake-shaped short blades hanging at her waist. She gazed coldly at the young man across from her, whose face was obscured as he kept his head down, her heart sounding alarm bells. When something unusual happens, there must be a reason. Reaching this point is by no means a stroke of luck. She decided that even a lion hunting a rabbit must use its full strength. The referee announced the start. The ghostly figure vanished in an instant. Her speed reached its peak, her presence completely concealed, and the serpentine dagger in her hand silently struck from the most cunning angle behind Zhang Yimou, aiming straight for his heart. This was her most lethal move. The full force burst of an SSS-level shadow assassin. All the spectators held their breath, ready to witness Zhang Yimou being instantly defeated. However, just as the short blade of the phantom was about to touch Zhang Mo's clothing, Zhang Yimou raised his head. Under the shadow of the hood, those calm eyes seemed to contain the birth and destruction of stars in the universe. No incantation, no gestures, not even the slightest trace of energy fluctuation escaped. But at the very moment he raised his head, centered around Zhang Yimou, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly froze. It wasn't the freezing of space, but the riot and submission of the elements. The air was instantly sucked out, forming an absolute vacuum field. Yomei's shadow-blended figure was forcibly squeezed out of the void. She maintained a thrusting posture, eerily suspended in midair. Her face was filled with utter horror and disbelief. The shadow magic within her body froze instantly, as if encountering a supreme monarch completely out of control. She wanted to breathe, but there wasn't a trace of air around her. She tried to struggle, but the raging elemental turbulence bound every inch of her body like unyielding chains. She couldn't even move a single finger. Suffocation. Confinement. Number 3 seed, Phantom, an SSS-level shadow assassin, was unexpectedly frozen midair like a specimen by a level 32 B-level elemental affinity user in an unheard of manner. In just a few seconds, Phantom Phantom succumbed to suffocation and extreme magical backlash, rolling their eyes back and completely losing consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground from the confinement. Zhang Yimou slowly lowered his head and pulled up his hood again, as if nothing had happened. The entire central arena fell into a deathly silence. A silence even more absolute than Bailan Xingjian's handshake kill, Xingtong's divine annihilation thunder, or Qin Tiange's reverse adaptation. A million spectators, including all the contestants, stared dumbfounded at field number 9. What happened? The third seed, how did they fall? That B-level element affinity user, what did they do? The referee stood with their mouth agape, struggling for a long moment before finally regaining their voice. Field 9. Phantom has lost consciousness. The winner, Zhang Yimou. Wow. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was an even more frenzied uproar, enough to overturn the dome. What happened? Phantom fell? Zhang Yimou? That level 32 B rank? What did he do? Put. I didn't see clearly. Did Phantom get stuck on its own? Is this damn guy really a B rank elemental affinity user? Monster. Another monster. Dark horse. A true dark horse. This competition is too outrageous. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xingjian looked at the hooded figure in the center of the field, their head lowered, and for the first time, a solemn and inquisitive expression appeared in his Rinnegan. Ling Qianyu also stared at Zhang Yimou, her eyes filled with wariness. Xianli, Qin Tiange, and the others were even more shocked. The 24-12 round concluded. The true monsters have finally revealed the tip of the iceberg. The rest period passed in the blink of an eye. The top 12 contestants seized the time to recover. Xianli's face was still somewhat pale, the immense energy consumed by the breath of final desolation unleashed during the last battle against Tu Gang made it difficult to fully recover in a short time, putting her at a significant disadvantage for the upcoming fight. The atmosphere in the central arena was oppressive, with the gazes of millions of spectators focused like searchlights on the lottery screen. Lin Xingjian's recommendation controversy, Zhang Mo's shocking instant kill, Qin Tiange's stunning rule-breaking adaptation. All these intertwined emotions made everyone intensely anticipate the draw results for the top 12 advancing to the top 6. The massive magical light screen flickered wildly, with names flashing in a dizzying display. When the results were finalized, there was a brief silence, followed by an uproar. Field 1, Lin Xingjian, level 58, F-level I technique master, versus Qin Tiange, level 35, SSS level universal source manipulator. Again him, another familiar face, Qin Tiange, the one who just defeated Su Mingyuan. No way, right? Not another surrender? Guaranteed win. Absolutely guaranteed. They arranged all the familiar faces for him, then surrendered to let him win. What the heck? I used to think Lin Xingjian was a true hero. Now it turns out he's so shameless. We want to see a real fight. Rigged. This is definitely rigged. If he's got the guts, let him fight Ling Qianyu. Fight Zhang Yimou. The new king remained expressionless. Zhuge Ming lightly shook his feather fan, his gaze profound. Mr. Mo and Principal Wang remained calm and composed. Buzz. Shenli and Xingtong frowned deeply, wishing they could step in and smash those people's mouths. Ling Qianyu sneered even more. The gaze under Zhang Mo's hood swept with interest over the two about to take the stage. Boom! Qin Tiange took a deep breath, his eyes burning with intense battle intent, showing not the slightest hint of surrender. He looked at Lin Xingjian and said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, we finally meet again. This time, I won't lose." Lin Xingjian nodded calmly. He could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Qin Tiange was far stronger than during the last exchange competition. The kind of power that had settled after extreme adaptation completely surpassed the scope of level 35. Permanent adaptation. This is the terrifying aspect of the Universal Source Convergence Master. Every battle on the brink of the limit is an opportunity for his transformation. The two stood firmly on field number 1. The referee's voice rang out, instantly silencing part of the commotion. Contestant Lin Xingjian, level 58, profession, F-level I technique master. Contestant Qin Tiange, level 35, profession, SSS level universal convergence master. Many in the audience let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Qin Tiange did not surrender outright. The battle erupted instantly. Qin Tiange was well aware of Lin Xingjian's bizarre abilities. Without any hesitation, he pushed off with his foot, his body retreating like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Radiant light flowed across his body, clearly preparing for a powerful ranged attack and defensive stance. However, just at the moment he moved, Lin Xingjian saw those calm eyes suddenly change. A deep purple replaced the pupils, with ripples like divine engravings spreading out. Rinnegan. Lin Xingjian's right hand fiercely grasped at Qin Tiange in the void. An irresistible gravitational terror instantly acted on Qin Tiange. His rapidly retreating figure suddenly halted, and then he was forcibly pulled at an even faster speed, flying toward Lin Xingjian's palm. Here it comes. Qin Tiange's heart tightened, but he did not panic. He had long been prepared for Lin Xingjian's gravitational and repulsive forces. He suffered a loss in the last exchange match, but now his adaptability is on a completely different level. Vast aspect Corundum Bastion. Qin Tiange shouted in a low voice. A hard keratin layer, shimmering with metallic and gem-like luster, instantly covered the surface of his body. At the same time, the power within him surged wildly, preparing to withstand the anticipated terrifying repulsive impact head-on. He even calculated the angle of being blasted away and the method to dissipate the force, ready to use the momentum to create distance and counterattack. Closer, even closer. Qin Tiange's body was pulled by gravity, hurtling at high speed toward Lin Xingjian's outstretched palm, about to collide. Boom! His entire body tensed, waiting for that familiar repulsive force to erupt. The expected repulsion did not appear. Lin Xingjian did not release repulsion but instead spread his 5 fingers and grabbed Qin Tiange by the neck. Qin Tiange's pupils suddenly contracted. The immense shock left his mind completely blank. Not repulsion? Why is he grabbing my neck? A strong sense of foreboding instantly enveloped my entire body. Qin Tiange reacted swiftly. The muscles in his neck hardened instantly as he was grabbed, while his arms transformed into sharp bone blades, fiercely slashing at Lin Xingjian's arm. Sharp barbs grew underfoot, fiercely striking at Lin Xingjian's lower body. This was the strongest counterattack he unleashed in the instant he was restrained, combining multiple forms. But Lin Xingjian, as if foreseeing everything, kept the arm gripping his neck completely still, while casually waving the other hand. Shinra Tensei. A perfectly timed repulsive force precisely struck the bone blades slashing over and the barbs kicking forward from Qin Tiange, deflecting them. At the same time, Qin Tiange was shocked to feel an incredibly domineering suction force surging wildly from Lin Xingjian's hand that was gripping his neck. The magic power within his body, like a floodgate being opened, uncontrollably and frantically flowed out through that hand. The speed was far beyond imagination. The hungry ghost path was activated. What? Qin Tiange was utterly horrified. He wanted to mobilize his strength to resist, but that suction force was overwhelmingly domineering. He felt like a punctured balloon, with all his strength rapidly draining away. The immense gap in levels was infinitely magnified at this moment. Level 58 against level 35, in the face of this domineering ability in the hungry ghost realm that specializes in plundering energy. Qin Tiange's mind went completely blank. How was he supposed to adapt to this? Qin Tiange wanted to struggle, but he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. The vision quickly blurred, and darkness surged like a tide. Just a few breaths. Qin Tiange's body completely collapsed. Lin Xingjian slowly released his hand, the Rinnegan faded away, and calmness was restored. Qin Tiange collapsed like a boneless heap of mud at Lin Xingjian's feet, completely losing consciousness. The entire field number 1 was terrifyingly silent. The referee raised his hand. Field number 1. Qin Tiange has lost consciousness. The winner. Lin Xingjian. After a brief moment of dead silence, a wave of cheers erupted, more violent and furious than ever before. F******Q. Act. Keep acting. What the hell is this? Just fell over from a neck grab? Qin Tiange, did you *****ing take money? Scandal. A complete scandal. Do you think we're fools? Thorough investigation. This must be thoroughly investigated. There's definitely some dirty deal here. I'm done watching. This is an insult to our intelligence. Millions of viewers were utterly enraged. In their eyes, it was Qin Tiange flying over on his own, getting his neck grabbed by Lin Xingjian, and then collapsing. Damn, this is the first time seeing such a blatantly fake act. To them, this was a blatant insult to everyone's intelligence, a rigged match. Some even started throwing objects into the arena. The new King Xingjian smiled helplessly and once again spoke to calm the rioting audience. Zhuge Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stared intently at Lin Xingjian. That ability again, directly plundering the source of magic power, overbearing and unparalleled. What is the origin of this second awakened eye technique? Ling Xianyu's face was almost overflowing with mockery as he looked at Lin Xingjian, surrounded by a sea of anger, his heart filled with delight. Lin Xingjian, condemned by all. How does this feel? This is just the beginning. Xianli and Xington looked at Lin Xingjian, who was condemned by all, with both heartache and anger. The corners of Zhang Mo's mouth, hidden under the hood, curved into a meaningful arc, a bizarre ability. Lin Xingjian stood at the center of the storm, enduring the curses and angry gazes of millions, yet his expression remained eerily calm. He ignored all the clamor, turned around, and calmly walked back to the number 1 throne. His calmness, in the eyes of the enraged audience, became the ultimate arrogance and provocation. On the other side, Xianli faced the number 2 seed, a level 62 SSS class light and dark arbiter, Ling Xianyu. Although Xianli's End Phoenix Flame was overwhelmingly powerful, the significant level gap and the immense exhaustion from her earlier battle against Tu Gang made it difficult for her to unleash her full strength. Ling Xianyu easily forced Xianli into a continuous retreat. Though the power of the End was strong, it was hard to turn the tide under absolute power suppression. Finally, a beam of judgment imbued with the power of light and shadow pierced through Xianli's struggling flame shield, blasting her away. She fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Ling Xianyu's white robe fluttered, and his golden hair shimmered amidst the energies of light and darkness. He glanced down at the incapacitated Xianli with an air of superiority. Then, his cold gaze shot like an arrow toward Lin Xingjian on the first throne. tone. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, as if to say, "You're next." The medical team quickly carried Xianli off the field. Lin Xingjian and Xian Zhenye almost stood up at the same time and quickly walked to the stretcher. Xianli's face was pale as paper, her breath weak, but her vital signs were stable. It was merely a coma caused by exhaustion of magic power and the shock from the impact. After examining her, Lin Xingjian's tense expression eased slightly, and he gently held her cold hand. Xian Zhenye looked at his daughter, then at Lin Xingjian beside her, whose expression was full of concern, his gaze complicated. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch his daughter's forehead, but saw Xianli unconsciously tilt her head slightly in her coma, leaning toward Lin Xingjian. She was still murmuring softly, "Master." Xian Zhengye's hand froze in midair, eventually turning into a barely audible sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Ah, a grown daughter really can't be kept at home. He patted Lin Xingjian on the shoulder. "Nephew, it's good that Lear is fine. Next, it's up to you. Ignore those noisy voices and use your strength to shut them up. I believe in you." Lin Xingjian nodded in response. On the other side, Zhang Mo's match remained bizarre. His opponent was an S-level psychic adept at mental assaults. The opponent launched the strongest mental storm right at the start, attempting to directly destroy Zhang Mo's consciousness. However, the raging mental force vanished without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea, as it approached within a few meters of Zhang Mo. The psychic controller was terrified beyond measure and tried to launch another attack, only to discover their magic power draining away uncontrollably. In the end, they followed in Yume's footsteps and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Mo once again advanced to the top 6 with ease, in a manner no one could comprehend. After a brief pause, the atmosphere in the central arena reached an unprecedented climax. 6-3. The true pinnacle showdown is about to begin. The massive magical screen flickered wildly and finally froze. Field 1, Lin Xingjian, level 58, F-rank Eye Sorcerer, versus Mad Shark, level 59, S-rank Deep Sea Berserker. Field 2, Ling Qianyu, level 62, SSS-ranked Light and Dark Arbiter, versus Qianxi, level 51, S-rank Shadow Weaver. Field 3, Zhang Mo, level 32, B-rank Elemental Affinity User, versus Budong, level 54, S-rank Earth Titan. When the list was announced, the audience suddenly realized that out of the 10 seeded players, only Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu made it into the top 6. Especially Zhang Mo, a level 32 B-rank, actually stood on the stage of the top 6. This year's competition was full of dark horses, completely overturning everyone's expectations. Ling Qianyu's opponent, Qianxi, was a woman with a ghostly and elusive figure. Her shadow threads could silently and stealthily bind her opponents, making her extremely troublesome to deal with. However, in the face of Ling Qianyu's absolute power of light and darkness, the shadows were purified by the holy light, the threads were devoured by the darkness, and Qianxi's proud binding ability seemed like a joke. Ling Qianyu merely raised his hand, and a spear of condensed light and darkness pierced through the intricate shadow network laid by Qianxi, pinning it to the protective shield, effortlessly securing victory. His gaze was condescending, as if sweeping away trash. Zhang Mo's opponent remained motionless, known as the Earth Vajra, famed for its defensive strength. He let out a furious roar, his entire body covered in a heavy rock armor, while the power of the earth surged beneath his feet, attempting to withstand Zhang Mo's bizarre ability with absolute defense. However, Zhang Mo merely glanced at him calmly. In the next moment, he was horrified to discover that the earth power he relied on for survival seemed to be cut off. The rock elements forming his armor were silently disintegrating, and the ground beneath his feet turned as soft as quicksand. His proud defense was as fragile as a sandcastle. He lasted only a few seconds before sinking into the quagmire, his magic being frantically drained, following in the footsteps of those before him. Zhang Mo's advancement remained effortless. Now, all eyes, all discussions, and all anger were focused on arena number 1. Lin Xingjian vs Mad Shark. Mad Shark, true to his name, has a towering and burly physique like an iron tower, with skin that glimmers with the dark blue sheen of deep-sea creatures, exuding explosive power. He wields a jagged, menacing bone blade, radiating an aura of ferocity. He is a true dark horse who fought his way to the top, with unquestionable strength. Level 59, S-Class Deep-Sea Berserker. He stood in the center of the arena, his oppressive gaze firmly locked on Lin Xingjian, who was walking toward him slowly. Humph! Mad Shark let out a disdainful snort. Lin Xingjian, number 1 seed? A useless piece of trash who got this far by surrendering and acting. I despise cowards like you who rely on their background. Today, I'll tear off your mask and show everyone your true face. This position, it's mine for the taking. His words were like igniting a powder keg, instantly causing the million viewers who were already skeptical of Lin Xingjian to erupt. Mad Shark, tear him apart. Expose his true colors. Knock him back to his original form. We support you. Take down this nepotist. Make him step down. The deafening cheers and voices of support almost elevated Mad Shark to a godlike status. Meanwhile, Lin Xingjian became a rat crossing the street, despised by everyone. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the hammer of justice wielded by Mad Shark to smash the shield of darkness held by Lin Xingjian. The referee's voice stood out clearly amidst the commotion. Contestant Lin Xingjian Xingjian, level 58, profession, F-class Ice Sorcerer. Contestant Mad Shark, level 59, profession, S-class Deep Sea Berserker. Match, begin. Roar. The ferocious shark roared towards the sky, its voice rolling like thunder. An unrestrained surge of ferocity erupted completely, instantly filling the small arena. The sturdy alloy floor cracked inch by inch beneath his feet. The terrifying pressure, like tangible seawater, crazily pressed against the protective shield, producing a teeth-gritting creaking sound. The audience was so excited that their faces turned red, as if they could already see the scene of Lin Xingjian being beaten to a pulp. However, in the face of this overwhelming menace, Lin Xingjian merely let out a soft sigh. In that sigh, there seemed to be a trace of weariness. The next moment, his lowered eyelids slowly lifted. Those deep, dark eyes, under the gaze of millions, instantly turned cold and indifferent, transforming into the eerie Rinnegan. No words, no warning. Lin Xingjian simply and calmly took the first step toward the imposing, overwhelming wild shark. The moment his foot touched the ground, almighty push, buzz, an irresistible and terrifying repulsive force erupted violently, with Lin Xingjian at its center. No light, no prelude of a loud noise, only the extreme distortion of space in an instant. The air compressed into a visible white shockwave, spreading in all directions toward Mad Shark, toward the entire arena, and toward the seemingly indestructible protective shield. The ferocious grin on Mad Shark's face froze instantly. Something's wrong. No! Mad Shark only had time to let out a desperate roar before his massive body was struck head-on, as if by an invisible star. The first Shinra Tensei struck him squarely. He was like a kite with a broken string, violently smashed toward the energy shield at the edge of the arena. Boom! The sturdy shield caved in dramatically, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Mad Shark's entire skeleton emitted a chilling cracking sound as blood spurted wildly. However, this is just the beginning. Lin Xingjian's gaze was indifferent as he took the second step. Shinra Tensei. A second wave of terrifying repulsive force, no less powerful than the first, erupted once again. The attack struck with precision, slamming into Quang Sha just as he collided with the shield and before he could fall to the ground. His body was forced back against the barrier by the repulsive force, the indentation growing even deeper. Blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, his consciousness already fading. The third step, almighty push. Step 4, almighty push. Lin Xingjian walked step by step, like a deity treading the mortal world. With each step he took, a force capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted. He was expressionless, his gaze icy cold. The entire field number 1 was completely enveloped by a raging repulsion field. The alloy ground was like an invisible giant plow had turned it over, layer by layer, upheaving and shattering. The protective shield twisted violently, cracks spreading all over it, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. And Mad Shark, this level 59 S-class Deep Sea Berserker, this warrior entrusted by millions of viewers with the hope of tearing apart the conspiracy. At this moment, like a tattered ragdoll, he was slammed against the shield again and again, only to be repelled by the force and sent back to face an even fiercer blow. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous, heart-stoppingly heavy thuds became the only melody in the arena at this moment. When Lin Xingjian finally walked up to Quang Sha's body, like a pile of mud, slowly slid down from the cracked shield and landed heavily on the devastated ground. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, every bone in his body was shattered, and his breathing was so faint it was nearly undetectable. He had long since lost consciousness, with only his body still twitching involuntarily. Lin Xingjian came to a stop, his samsara eyes slowly sweeping across the battlefield. The uproar that was just like a volcanic eruption is now as silent as a graveyard. Everyone's mouths were wide open, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, their faces filled with utter shock and disbelief. What did they see? That Lin Xingjian, whom they had cursed, doubted, and labeled as a fraud and a nepotism hire. That Lin Xingjian, whom they thought would be easily torn apart by the ferocious shark. He only took a few steps. Each step was like divine punishment descending upon the world. That powerful and aggressive S-class Deep Sea Berserker was casually trampled and blasted to death like an ant in front of him, completely powerless to fight back. Lin Xingjian's calm voice echoed faintly in the deathly silent arena. Why aren't you shouting anymore? The voice wasn't loud, yet it exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts. No one answered. There was only a deathly silent stillness. Ling Qianyu's cold sneer completely froze, and for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared deep in her eyes. Under Zhang Mo's hood, his gaze sparkled intensely like starlight, filled with unprecedented battle intent. On the high platform, the new King Qin Zhan's eyes shone with a brilliant light. The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand paused mid-air. Lin Xingjian declared to the entire world in the most direct, domineering, and irrefutable way. He, Lin Xingjian, is worthy of this position. All doubts, all curses, at this moment, were completely crushed by those godlike steps of punishment. At this moment, Principal Wang felt every pore in his body relax, an indescribable sense of complete satisfaction. He was already annoyed by the scolding just now. He couldn't out-argue so many people. Now he could finally vent. With his hands on his hips and full of energy, he loudly and concernedly addressed a few of the most aggressive, spit-flying terrifying spectators nearby. Hey, just now, you were the loudest one. What were you saying? Fraud? Connections? A softie relying on background? Why are you silent now? Not in the mood to talk? Come on, analyze for everyone again. What level of fraud performance is our classmate Lin's little stroll here? Those few spectators turned as red as pig liver, unable to utter a single word, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Old Mo stroked his beard on the side, seemingly trying to mediate, but his slightly squinted eyes and the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. Old Wang, mind the impact. Why take these, clumsy friends so seriously? The wise don't argue, the foolish don't understand. It's normal for them not to get it. After all, the levels are different. Stay calm, don't argue right or wrong with fools, doesn't it tire you out? Though these words seemed like mediation, they were actually more cutting than Principal Wang's direct mockery, leaving the spectators' faces green with embarrassment. In another area of the audience with an excellent view, Xing Tong was excitedly holding the arm of a middle-aged man beside her, dressed impeccably and exuding a calm demeanor mixed with the authority of a leader. It was her father, Xing Yao, the head of the Xingchen Consortium and the richest man in Xia country. Xing Yao looked at the tall and upright young man in the arena, then at his daughter's eyes filled with undisguised admiration and joy, his expression complex. It eventually turned into a soft chuckle filled with emotion. Tonger, this boy does have some skills. This strength, this determination, even if he ultimately can't defeat Ling Qianyu, he is absolutely worthy of you. He had to admit that Lin Xingjian, using the most straightforward method, had shattered all previous doubts and earned his approval. Dad, Xing Tong pouted in dissatisfaction, her big eyes full of certainty. What are you talking about? Master, Xing Jiangage is definitely the strongest. Who is Ling Qianyu anyway? He will definitely win the championship. He. Xing Yao affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. That kid Ling Qianyu is no ordinary person. He shifted the tone of his words, carrying a hint of a merchant's boldness. No matter the outcome, once the competition is over, bring him home for a visit. As your dad, I'll also give him a grand gift. What this grand gift was went without saying, it was both an acknowledgement and an investment in a future son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Xing Tong's eyes instantly lit up like stars. She clung to her father's arm, jumping with joy. Really? Dad, you're the best. I always knew you were the most open-minded. Looking at his daughter completely engrossed, Xing Yao shook his head helplessly. Sigh, daughters really can't be kept at home once they grow up. The 6-3 round concluded. The central arena remained deathly silent. Lin Xingjian was still shaken by the godlike footsteps that had left them in awe. The new king, Qin Zhan, slowly rose to his feet, his majestic voice spreading across the venue through the amplification array, breaking the silence. Everyone, the national grand competition finals have arrived. However, the war between our Xia kingdom and the demon race cannot be decided by the courage of one person alone. On the battlefield, the abilities of the commander, the strength of the legion, and the strategies of offense and defense are all indispensable. His gaze swept over the three remaining contestants below, Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Zhang Mo. Therefore, the rules for the finals of this grand competition have been changed. As the words fell, the entire audience erupted in astonishment. Changing the rules for the finals? This is an unprecedented event. In the center of the arena, a massive magical screen lit up, revealing a complex map of a secret realm. On it, three towering cities stood in a triangular formation, surrounded by vast plains, mountains, and rivers. Xinjian's voice continued to ring out. At this time tomorrow, the three contestants will enter this specially crafted secret realm. The nationwide live broadcast will continue. The rules are as follows. 1. Each contestant will command 100 level 80 elite expeditionary troops. 2. Each contestant will possess a fortified city, complete with comprehensive defensive structures and basic resources. 3. Within the secret realm, three factions stand in a tripartite balance. You may form alliances, attack, or launch surprise raids. Use any means necessary to achieve victory. 4. Time limit, 3 days. 5. Victory conditions. Optimal, destroy the enemy's stronghold and capture or drive away the opposing commander. This is a complete victory. Secondly, if the time limit expires and all three parties remain, a comprehensive evaluation will be conducted based on factors such as city integrity, the number of surviving soldiers under command, individual performance of generals, leadership and coordination abilities, and battlefield contributions. The final rankings will be determined by me and the esteemed elders of the nation. Xinjian's voice paused for a moment. Remember this secret realm city is constructed to simulate the strength of a frontline fortress of the demon race. Below level 100, it is nearly impossible to breach it by individual force alone. Everyone, make good use of the power at your disposal. The announcement of the rules was like throwing a massive stone into a lake that had just calmed. A million spectators erupted in excitement instantly. Boom! Heavens! Leading troops into battle? 100 level 80 expeditionary soldiers? This lineup is way too luxurious. 3 cities, 3 days. This is practically a small-scale national war simulation. Thrilling, so thrilling. Way more exciting than a one-on-one duel. Long live live the wise new king. This is much closer to real combat. Exactly. What uses individual strength on the battlefield? The demons won't fight you one-on-one. Now this is getting interesting. The audience's excitement was completely ignited. The previous individual combat competitions were certainly exciting. However, this sudden introduction of legion warfare, city sieges, and strategic games has undoubtedly elevated the level and spectacle of the competition to unprecedented heights. It also better aligns with the needs of resisting the demon race. On the high platform, Zhuge Ming lightly waved his feather fan, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of a strategist. Clearly, there was his planning behind these new rules. The military marshal's eyes were blazing. This was the perfect touchstone to test the potential of the young generation of commanders. Contestants' preparation area. The three final contenders displayed varying expressions. The corners of Ling Qianyu's mouth, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly curved into a confident, almost arrogant smile. Commanding troops, city sieges and defenses? Heaven is on my side. Countless military formation diagrams and classic battle cases passed down through his family flashed through his mind in an instant. Growing up in the military camp, he was influenced by what he saw and heard, and even personally participated in commanding small-scale border skirmishes. He, Ling Qianyu, not only possessed unparalleled personal strength among the younger generation but also considered himself far superior to those two country bumpkins in the art of commanding troops. Lin Xingjian, an F-level ocular technique user from an unorthodox background, what does he know about military strategy? Zhang Mo, a B-level elemental affinity user who hides his true self, what a joke. These rules are practically tailor-made for Ling Qianyu, allowing him to crush his opponents comprehensively and without flaw, trampling Lin Xingjian's recently regained dignity, along with his laughable #1 seed title, completely into the mud. He could almost see himself commanding his forces to sweep across the battlefield, with Lin Xingjian and Zhang Mo left in utter disarray before his army. Zhang Mo's brows, hidden under the hood, furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. This rule was indeed somewhat unexpected for him. Commanding 100 people? Defending a city? Attacking a city? Troublesome. He was used to acting alone, relying on his own abilities to solve everything. Leading troops into battle and arranging formations were not his strengths. But this discomfort lasted only for a moment. His gaze quickly returned to calmness. Rules are merely a framework. Power is the essence. He believed that as long as he found the opportunity to strike down the enemy's commander with overwhelming force, even the strongest army would collapse in an instant. Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu are not worth fearing in his eyes. His goal has never changed, reaching the summit. As for the method, it's just part of the process. Lin Xingjian's expression was the calmest, even somewhat vacant. The voice of the new king, Xingjian, rang out once more, setting the tone for the upcoming pinnacle showdown. At this time tomorrow, the secret realm will open. I hope the three of you will showcase the future demeanor of our Xia Kingdom's generals. With wisdom, courage, and leadership determine the true hope of humanity. The atmosphere in the central arena was once again pushed to a feverish peak by these new final rules. At this moment, the era of individual heroism has temporarily come to an end, and the iron-blooded stage belonging to commanders has already begun. Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Zhang Mo, these three unparalleled prodigies, are about to engage in an ultimate clash on the simulated battlefield. The next day, the atmosphere in the central arena was even more fervent than the day before. The massive magical screen had already lit up, divided into several sections, ready to project the real-time battle within the secret realm. A million spectators eagerly awaited this unprecedented showdown of commanders. Contestant entrance area. Lin Xingjian, dressed in a simple black combat uniform, stood calmly in front of the entrance. Elder Mo, Principal Wang, and the principals of several other universities in the province gathered around. Xingjian, leading troops in battle is not the same as fighting solo. That kid Ling Qianyu grew up in a military camp, giving him a huge advantage in this area. Remember to proceed steadily and rely on the city's defenses. As long as you hold your ground, your score won't be low. In 3 days, no one can easily breach a fortress-level city. Principal Qin said. Yes, another principal echoed. Protect yourself well, lead the army well, and that's victory. Principal Mo and Principal Wang exchanged a glance and pulled Lin Xingjian aside. Xingjian, Principal Wang lowered his voice. Don't listen to those old folks' conservative rhetoric. The battlefield changes in an instant. Strike when it's time to strike. Remember, this is a specially crafted secret realm with protective mechanisms. No one will die. As long as there's a chance, give it everything you've got. He gave Lin Xingjian a firm pat on the shoulder. Elder Mo stroked his beard, his voice steady yet carrying a sharp edge. Xingjian, on the battlefield, there's no need to hold back too much. The rules permit by any means necessary, so give it your all. He cast a meaningful glance at Ling Qianyu, who was being surrounded and admired like the moon among the stars not far away. Lin Xingjian's expression was a bit peculiar, but he still nodded solemnly. Thank you, Principal, Elder Mo, I understand. Xingjian, good luck. Su Mingyuan, wrapped in bandages, hobbled over with a face full of excitement. Take them down. Xianli and Xingtong also ran over. Xianli's face was still a bit pale, but her eyes were bright as she whispered, Master, good luck. Xingtong waved her little fists. Xingjian brother, beat that arrogant Ling Qianyu until he's searching for his teeth on the ground. Xingtong's father, Xingyao, and Xuanli's father, Xian Zhenye, stood a little farther away, watching their daughters surround Lin Xingjian, their expression somewhat subtle. Xingyao shook his head helplessly, while Xian Zhenye stroked his beard. The two exchanged glances and both smiled wryly. Lei Lai, Chen Lai, Xiaoying, Jin Tianga, and other students from the same province also arrived. Lei Lai looked at Lin Xingjian, his gaze complex, ultimately turning into a low roar. Lin Xingjian, go for it. Bring glory to Shang province for me. Before, he was half convinced, but now he was truly convinced. Chen Lai was even more excited, his face flushed red. Boss Lin, crush them. Wherever you point, though I can't go in, I'll support you in spirit. Jin Tianga looked at Lin Xingjian, recalling the experience of being drained by him. Her face turned slightly red, but she still earnestly said, Brother Lin, safety first, and I wish you a triumphant return. On the other side, Ling Qianyu was surrounded by a group of officers in military uniforms, exuding an imposing aura, along with family elders, making the final arrangements. He carried himself with arrogance, his gaze condescending, as if victory was already in his grasp. Zhang Yamo, on the other hand, stood alone in a corner, his hood pulled low, concealing his presence. Ladies and gentlemen, the referee's voice echoed throughout the venue. The final rules were announced yesterday. The secret realm is about to open. Let me reiterate, within the secret realm, all means are permitted. There is only one goal, victory. When subjected to a potentially fatal attack, the secret realm's protection mechanism will teleport the individual out to ensure safety. Please, the three contestants, along with the elite expeditionary forces under your command, be prepared. Now, the final begins. With the referee's command, three massive beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, and Zhang Yamo. At the same time, in the center of the arena, the space fluctuated violently, and 300 elite warriors clad in dark gold standard battle armor, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, appeared out of thin air. They were like 300 silent war machines, instantly forming three neat phalanxes of 100 each. They were precisely the elite expeditionary forces of the Xia Kingdom, uniformly at level 80. Beams of light flickered, and Lin Xingjian, Ling Qianyu, Zhang Yamo, along with their respective elite 100-member corps, instantly disappeared into the beams of light. On the enormous magical light screen, the secret realm map lit up instantly, clearly displaying three towering cities in a tripod formation, along with the vast surrounding terrain. Three light points representing Lin Xingjian, crimson, Ling Qianyu, golden white, and Zhang Yamo, dark blue, appeared at the core locations of the three cities respectively. They've entered. It's starting. It's starting. Look, all three cities have lit up. Ling Qianyu is so quick. His army has already started assembling and setting up defenses. Zhang Mo's side. Why does his army seem a bit disorganized? What about Lin Xingjian? What's he doing? The audience erupted into a loud buzz of discussion. Secret realm, Lin Xingjian main city, Xichang. Inside the Grand City Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was heavy. 100 elite expeditionary soldiers stood solemnly like statues. Their gazes were calm yet scrutinizing, focused on the young commander Lin Xingjian. Deputy Commander Chen Yan, a middle-aged man with a resolute face, bore 3 blood marks on his epaulette, symbolizing his extensive battlefield experience. He was the actual leader of this elite squad and one of the key members responsible for the evaluation this time. From the moment they stepped into the secret realm, he had been observing Lin Xingjian, silently assessing the commanding abilities of this number 1 seed. However, all he saw was silence. Lin Xingjian stood in front of the massive sand table, his gaze sweeping over the light and shadows representing the 3 cities and the terrain, yet he remained silent. No orders were given, no defensive tasks were assigned, no pre-battle mobilization was conducted, not even basic scouts were dispatched. It was as if the battlefield before him, which determined the final outcome, had nothing to do with him. Chen Yan frowned deeply, disappointment spreading like a cold tide in his heart. In the race against time during a siege battle, the opening is crucial. Seizing advantageous terrain, setting up defenses, scouting enemy movements, stockpiling resources. A single misstep leads to a cascade of delays. Ling Qianyu's side showed efficient operation on the light screen, and although Zhang Mo's side had some chaos in troop movements, at least the commander was taking action. But here in Xichang, the commander was daydreaming? Commander Lin, Chen Yan couldn't help but take a step forward, his voice steady but carrying a barely noticeable hint of urgency. The enemy's movements are unclear, and time is pressing. Should we immediately deploy city defenses? Send scouts to investigate the movements of Jinchang, Ling Qianyu, and Yingchang, Zhang Yamo. At the same time, organize personnel to reinforce the weak points on the eastern city wall. He offered professional advice, trying to guide the young commander. Lin Xingjian seemed to just come back to his senses, responded with a faint but gave no specific instructions. He turned around, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick city walls, looking into the distance. Time ticked by seconds second by second, and a strange silence enveloped Xi'an City. The soldiers looked at each other in dismay and could only position themselves according to the most basic alert regulations, resulting in inefficiency. Chen Yan's heart sank to the bottom. In his view, this was no longer mere immaturity but outright negligence and a lack of responsibility. This so-called young hero, in the position of a true commander, turned out to be so incompetent. At this moment, Lin Xingjian made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He lifted his foot and walked straight out of the city lord's mansion. Commander Lin? Chen Yan was stunned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Without stopping, Lin Xingjian calmly left a remark: "You guard the city well, I'm going out for a stroll." This sentence exploded like a thunderclap in the silent hall. 100 elite warriors instantly burst into an uproar. Boom! Even the most composed veteran showed an expression of disbelief. Going out for a stroll? On the battlefield where the future of the human race and the ownership of the stars are being decided, and the armies of three sides could invade at any moment? The commander goes out of the city alone for a stroll? Chen Yan dashed forward to stand in front of Lin Xingjian, his face dark with anger. "Commander Lin, please reconsider. You are the backbone of the entire army. Leaving the city at this moment is tantamount to putting yourself in danger. On the battlefield, the safety of the commander is tied to the survival of the entire army. Reconnaissance is the duty of the soldiers. How can you risk yourself? If you were to encounter an ambush by enemy experts or be surrounded by their army, the consequences would be unimaginable. The match would end immediately." He practically shouted, every word resounding with the iron will and concern of a soldier. He was even implying that Lin Xingjian's behavior was practically treating the lives of the entire army and the competition as a joke. However, Lin Xingjian merely looked calmly at Chen Yan's agitated face, showing no trace of emotion. He gently brushed aside Chen Yan's arm, blocking his way, his tone still indifferent. "Guard the city. That's an order." After speaking, he no longer paid attention to the 100 shocked, puzzled, and even slightly angry gazes behind him. His figure flashed, swiftly passing through the city gate passage and disappearing into the vast wilderness outside Xicheng. Chen Yan stood frozen in place, staring at the empty city gate, his fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. A wave of immense helplessness and disappointment swept over him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and shouted at the 100 equally bewildered and helpless soldiers, "Follow orders. Take your positions. Fortify the city defenses. Level 1 alert." His voice was filled with suppressed anger and disappointment. He turned around, looking at the solitary crimson light representing Lin Xingjian that had rushed out of the city on the screen. His gaze turned icy as he gave a harshly low score in his mind: chaotic command, obstinate arrogance, severe dereliction of duty, completely disregarding the safety of the entire army. Central arena. The massive screen clearly displayed the scenes of the three battlefields. Ling Qianyu's golden city. The troop movements were orderly, the defensive structures were efficiently reinforced, and several elite scout teams shot out in all directions like arrows leaving the bow. Light and dark energy flowed along the city walls, forming a powerful magic array. Ling Qianyu personally oversaw the central command, issuing clear and precise orders, fully displaying the demeanor of a renowned general. The scoring panel, composed of military high-ranking officials and strategists, nodded in agreement, and the scores steadily increased. Zhang Mo's Shadow City. Although the army's assembly appeared somewhat chaotic, at least Zhang Yamo himself was in command. After an initial period of confusion, his 100-strong army began to rely on the terrain and city layout for defense under the direction of his deputy general. While their actions were not perfect, they were passable. The scoring panel frowned slightly but refrained from giving low scores for the time being. However, when the camera switched to Lin Xingjian's Xicheng, a million spectators first fell collectively silent, then erupted into incredulous uproar. What did I just see? Lin Xingjian ran out alone? He left the army in the city and went out by himself? My God, what is he thinking? This is war, not a picnic. Is he crazy? He's the commander, the leader, not a scout. It's over, it's over. The Xicheng army is leaderless. How can they defend now? If Ling Qianyu or Zhang Mo's scouts find him alone, he's doomed. The match will end immediately. Does he really think he can defeat 100 level 80 elites with just his personal strength? I used to think he was powerful, but now he just seems brainless. If someone like this becomes a general and leads troops into battle, does our Xia kingdom even have a future? He might as well be delivering hundreds of thousands of soldiers straight into the hands of the demon race. Voices of doubt, ridicule, concern, and anger swept through the audience like a tsunami. The slight respect Lin Xingjian had earned with his strength was almost completely gone at this moment. Everyone believed that Lin Xingjian had made an unforgivable, extremely foolish rookie mistake. The atmosphere in the judges' panel area responsible for monitoring and scoring was particularly heavy. Several experienced judges with military backgrounds looked at the crimson light rapidly moving across the wilderness on the screen, then at the army inside Xicheng, which was trying its best to defend but was clearly demoralized and poorly commanded. Their expressions were extremely grim. Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. An old general with stars on his shoulders shoulders was so furious that his beard trembled. The commander abandoned his post and recklessly endangered himself. This is the gravest of all taboos for a leader. Does he think this is a personal duel? Red City's defenses are riddled with flaws, showing no proactive reconnaissance whatsoever, completely on the defensive. The score fails to pass. Another judge shook his head in sorrow. It seems that personal strength and leadership ability are entirely different matters. Lin Xingjian is unfit for significant responsibilities. A member of the think tank sighed, mercilessly marking shockingly low scores on Lin Xingjian's evaluation board for command and coordination ability, battlefield judgment, and strategic vision. Almost all the judges made similar decisions. Lin Xingjian's strolling behavior at the start of the finals had already sentenced him to death in this battle for leadership. Almost everyone believed he would be the first to be eliminated, and in an extremely humiliating manner, losing due to the stupidity of the commander. On the high platform, Elder Mo and Principal Wang remained calm, seemingly thinking of something, with a slight smile at the corners of their mouths. Xingyao and Xian Zhengye frowned, unable to understand what Lin Xingjian was trying to do. Su Mingyuan, Xianli, Xington, and the others opened their mouths as if they had realized something, their faces filled with shock. Secret Realm, Ling Qianyu Main City, Golden City. Inside the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was grim yet efficient. In front of the massive tactical sand table, Ling Qianyu, draped in a white battle robe with golden trim, swiftly traced his fingers across the sand table, issuing clear and precise commands. First scout team, spread out in a fan shape toward Shadow City. Expand the reconnaissance range to 30 miles, focusing on monitoring Zhang Mo's main force movements and terrain changes. Second and third defense battalions, immediately reinforce the western and southern city walls and activate the core nodes of the light-dark bastion formation. Engineering team, preset a trap zone in the eastern canyon. Plant shadow bindings and holy light explosives, and ensure the disguises are flawless. Mobile reserve team, rotate and rest, stand by at all times. Scout intelligence to be summarized every half an hour. His deputy commander, a burly man named Raymond with a ferocious scar across his face, was meticulously recording and relaying the orders, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. The young commander displayed composure, decisiveness, and a grasp of the battlefield's overall situation that was nothing like a fledgling student, but rather like a battle-hardened veteran forged in the crucible of war. The surrounding officers and soldiers were equally high-spirited and acted swiftly. The entire Golden City operated like a precise war machine, running efficiently under Ling Qianyu's command. Raymond silently marveled in his heart, already giving Ling Qianyu a near-perfect score in the leadership ability category. He had even begun quietly discussing follow-up attack strategies with Ling Qianyu. At that moment, a scout dashed into the operations room, dropped to one knee, breathing slightly heavily, his voice filled with utter disbelief. Report, Commander. Urgent military intelligence. Ling Qianyu did not lift her head, her gaze still locked on the sand table as she said in a deep voice, Speak. The scout took a deep breath and reported with difficulty, an anomaly has been detected in the direction of Qichang. The main commander of Qichang, Lin Xingjian, has left the city alone. He is heading toward Arjinchang at high speed. The distance is now less than 50 miles. The operations room instantly fell into dead silence. All the officers who were discussing, Raymond who was recording orders, and even Ling Qianyu herself, seemed to have been cast with a freezing spell, their movements and expressions instantly frozen. Ling Qianyu slowly raised his head, and for the first time, a clear look of astonishment and shock appeared in his eyes. You could hear a pin drop. He even doubted whether he had misheard. What did you say? Ling Qianyu asked, thinking he might have been hallucinating. The scout braced himself and repeated clearly, reporting to the commander. Confirmed without a doubt. The main general of Qichang, Lin Xingjian, has brought neither soldiers nor troops and is approaching Arjin city alone at high speed. It is estimated he will reach the outer perimeter of our city's alert zone within half an hour. Deputy Commander Raymond's face was tense. What is he trying to do? Coming towards us? Is he planning to attack the city alone? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the war conference room couldn't hold back anymore. But no one knew who couldn't resist first, letting out a suppressed chuckle. Immediately, as if a switch had been flipped, the operations room erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, all alone? Coming to our golden city? Did he get lost? Or take a wrong turn while out for a stroll? My goodness, is this number one seed here to be a comedian? Does he really think that with his little personal strength he can take on our entire city plus 100 elites? Crazy, absolutely crazy. The officers laughed so hard they leaned forward and backward, tears almost streaming down their faces. Ling Qianyu had previously been somewhat apprehensive about Lin Xingjian's strength, but at this moment, faced with this utterly absurd piece of information, it instantly vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of absurdity. The scar on Deputy Commander Raymond's face twitched a few times as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Commander, this. The astonishment on Ling Qianyu's face finally faded. He laughed as well. Laughed heartily and freely. He had originally been on high alert, treating Lin Xingjian as an opponent who required serious serious attention. He had repeatedly simulated the possible city defense strategies and surprise attack methods Lin Xingjian might employ. And the result? So this number 1 seed actually delivered themselves in such a stupid and unbelievable way? Ha 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 ha. Ling Qianyu burst into laughter, the sound filled with delight and disdain. Lin Xingjian, oh Lin Xingjian, your strength is indeed somewhat interesting. Ling Qianyu stopped laughing, but your brain is even dumber than a pig's. Leading troops into battle? You're completely unworthy. He slammed the edge of the sand table abruptly, his voice suddenly turning sharp, a heaven-sent opportunity. How can we let it slip by? Raymond, at your command. Raymond instantly restrained his smile and responded solemnly. Give the order immediately. First, all scout teams, target Lin Xingjian. Stay on him relentlessly. Report his location and status in real time. But remember, maintain a safe distance, only monitor, do not engage. Second, order the first and second close combat assault teams, led by you personally, to leave the city immediately. Maneuver to Lin Xingjian's flank and rear to cut off any possible retreat. Form an encirclement. Third, order all long-range strike units, immediately ascend the city walls. Take up the best shooting positions. Target Lin Xingjian. Fourth, the mobile reserve team is to enter the highest state of combat readiness. Be prepared at any moment to respond to the possibility of Qi Chang. Although the likelihood is very low, we must still guard against those headless flies attempting a rescue. Ling Qianyu's orders flowed smoothly, instantly arranging Lin Xingjian, this self-delivered prey, with perfect precision. A cruel curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will make him have no way to heaven, no door to earth. I want everyone to watch how this so-called number 1 seed is crushed like a stray dog in front of my Ling Qianyu's army formation. Yes, sir. Raymond and all the officers responded loudly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This is practically a free kill. The war machine of Golden City instantly erupted with even greater power. The city gates thundered open, and the elite assault troops surged out like a torrent of steel. Under Raymond's leadership, they moved silently yet swiftly, encircling the solitary Crimson Light Point in the wilderness. On the city wall, a dense crowd of ranged combatants was ready to strike. Ling Qianyu stood with hands clasped behind his back at the highest point of the city tower, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Lin Xingjian, the game is over. The massive light screen in the central arena clearly displayed the scene outside Golden City. Lin Xingjian's figure was streaking across the sky at an astonishing speed, heading toward the towering Golden City. He's flying, so that's it. He's relying on his ability to fly. But what good is that? Ling Qianyu can fly too, and he has an entire army. So naive. Do you think being able to fly means you can come and go as you please? Ling Qianyu's encirclement has already closed in. It's over, completely over. Flying straight into the trap and going so high, it's practically a sitting duck. In the audience, the feelings of disappointment and disdain for stupidity reached their peak. Many people couldn't even be bothered to watch anymore, feeling that Lin Xingjian's actions were simply an insult to their intelligence. The judges on the high platform held their pens above the leadership ability section on the scorecard, almost ready to mark that glaring 0. Secret realm outside the Golden City. Ling Qianyu stood at the highest point of the city wall, his golden hair slightly lifted by the wind. Watching the figure approaching closer and closer, his face revealed a mixture of mockery, pity, and a hint of boredom. The scout's intelligence had long confirmed that Lin Xingjian was flying over. Ling Qianyu sneered at this. So it's relying on this little advantage that you dare to come out so recklessly? He shook his head lightly, his voice spreading clearly through the amplification array, filled with mockery. Brother Lin, are you in such a hurry to court death and end the match? To be honest, I almost feel reluctant. He casually raised his hand, signaling the densely packed ranged troops on the city wall, who had locked onto Lin Xingjian, to hold their fire for the moment. He wanted to properly enjoy the final embarrassment of this number 1 seed. Meanwhile, the elite assault squad led by Deputy Commander Raymond, along with the scout teams scattered around, had completely sealed off the airspace and ground behind Lin Xingjian like an iron barrel. An invisible giant net had already tightened. A massive translucent barrier, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly rose around Jin City, completely enveloping the entire city and the airspace where Lin Xingjian was located. This was Ling Qianyu's contingency plan to counter aerial threats, the light and dark firmament barrier. If you can get in, don't even think about getting out. Lin Xingjian, this ends here, Ling Qianyu said coldly. Buzz. Lin Xingjian, suspended in midair, calmly swept his Ziri Rinnegan over the well-prepared legion below and the ready-to-fire long-range weaponry on the city walls. Finally, his indifferent gaze landed on Ling Qianyu's face, which was filled with confidence of certain victory. His eyes were as calm as if he were overlooking a group of ants. The words of Elder Mo and Principal Wang flashed through his mind. Yes, this is a specially crafted secret realm. Lethal injuries will be transmitted. No need to hold back, since the rules allow for any means necessary. Since everyone is anticipating a commander's performance. Since Ling Qianyu is so confident. Then, let's end this farce in the most straightforward way. The game is over. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his arms. This action made made Ling Qianyu on the city tower raise an eyebrow, thinking he was about to use some defensive or offensive skill, the sneer at the corner of his mouth growing deeper. Outside the city, Raymond and the assault team also tensed up, gripping their weapons tighter. On the city wall, countless bowstrings were drawn taut. The audience held their breath, waiting for Lin Xingjian's final struggle. However, Lin Xingjian neither gathered any energy nor chanted any spells. He simply floated there calmly, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the entire world. Those samsara eyes were cold and indifferent, like a deity delivering judgment. A voice, calm to the extreme, resounded clearly in everyone's ears, like the final judgment. Super Shinra Tensei. Bang! Centered on Lin Xingjian, the space seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, and then, with incomprehensible speed and force, violently expanded outward. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Rumble, 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 rumble. An indescribable, terrifying, repulsive force, like the shockwave of creation's beginning, spread out in a perfect sphere with a deafening roar. The indestructible barrier of light and darkness? At the moment of contact with the invisible torrent of repulsive force, like fragile soap bubbles, not even a ripple could form before they silently and soundlessly shattered, annihilated. The next second, below, the elite assault squad led by Raymond, exuding murderous intent, those battle-hardened, well-equipped level 80 warriors, before they could even show an expression of shock, at the instant of contact with the repulsive force wave, they were instantly on the brink of death and teleported out of the secret realm. Majestic walls of the Golden City? The alloy barrier strong enough to withstand the attacks of 100-level powerhouses? In front of the super god Luo Tianzhang, it is as fragile as a sandcastle. Starting from the point of contact, it crumbles and shatters inch by inch. The massive city gate tower, towering arrow towers, dense siege defense equipment. Everything is being wiped out at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the city walls, those ready to strike long-range troops, their fully drawn bowstrings, their eyes filled with utter terror. Together with the city walls beneath their feet, they were mercilessly engulfed and crushed by the destructive torrent. And standing at the highest point, Ling Qianyu, who just a moment ago was looking down on the world and controlling everything, the confidence, mockery, and sense of control on his face completely froze the instant he felt the arrival of that destructive force. No, he could only manage to let out a heart-wrenching scream. The torrent of destructive repulsion has already swept in. The light and dark energy shield he prided himself on shattered like paper. The priceless defensive equipment on his body dimmed and disintegrated the moment its glow appeared. His powerful body, tempered by countless rare treasures of heaven and earth, was utterly fragile in the face of this absolute power. Poof! Ling Qianyu was instantly on the verge of death and teleported out. The section of the city wall he was on was completely obliterated along with him. Boom, rumble, rumble. The destructive torrent of repulsive force did not cease, mercilessly sweeping through the entire Golden City. The magnificent city lord's mansion? Obliterated. The sturdy barracks? Obliterated. The resource storage warehouse? Obliterated. Crisscrossing streets? Obliteration. Just a single breath. No, not even a single breath. After that devastating invisible shockwave swept through, the entire location of the Golden City, along with the ground within a radius of several miles, was reduced to a massive circular crater. All the buildings, all the people, all the defensive structures, including those 100-level 80 elite expeditionary troops, including Deputy Commander Raymond, including Ling Qianyu, who had just been confidently issuing orders. Everything, all vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Dead silence. The central arena, with its million-seat audience, plunged into a more complete and suffocating silence than ever before. Everyone, including the new King Qin Zhan, Zhu Gaming, the military marshal, all the judges, Elder Mo, Principal Wang, Xingyao, Xian Zhengye, Su Mingyuan, Xian Li, Xingtong, and even the entire Xia nation watching through the live broadcast, were all as if petrified. Their eyes were fixed intently on the massive circular crater on the light screen. Their minds were completely blank. Complete mental stagnation. Incomprehensible. Unacceptable. Unbearable. What just happened? What about that impregnable Golden City? Where is Ling Qianyu's battle-hardened elite legion? Where is that radiant, confident Ling Qianyu who had everything under control? All gone? Defeated by Lin Xingjian, in just one move? Wiped out? Just one move? Aha! Jinchang is gone? Ling Qianyu was defeated in an instant? One move? Just one move? My goodness, what did I just see? Is this something a level 58 can do? Lin Xingjian, is he even human? What kind of existence were we doubting before? The entire arena went completely wild. On the high platform, the new King Qin Zhan suddenly stood up. Zhu Gaming's lips curved into a slight smile. The military marshal stared intently at the deep pit, lost in thought. On the judge's bench, those veteran generals and advisors who had just been giving Lin Xingjian low scores and criticizing him as unfit for great responsibilities now had vacant expressions. Elder Mo and Principal Wang exchanged a glance, both seeing the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Xingyao's mouth was wide open. Xian Zhengye gasped sharply. The two old fathers felt grateful for the first time that their daughters had clung to Lin Xingjian Xingjian. Su Mingyuan waved his fists wildly. Xingjian, amazing. Xianli and Xingtong smiled radiantly like blooming flowers. And above that massive crater, Lin Xingjian slowly lowered his outstretched arms. Then, he slowly turned his head. His gaze shifted toward the distant film city. Next one, Central Arena. The minds of a million spectators were still struggling to process that unbelievable scene. Shenlai stood among the crowd, looking at those who had just been sneering at Lin Xingjian but were now as silent as ducks with their necks grabbed. A surge of immense satisfaction welled up in his heart. He grinned, revealing a delighted smile. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the move. In Molten Core, the boss cleared the field just like this. Now you know how powerful it is, don't you? His voice was particularly loud amidst the chaos, filled with pride. Only those who had personally experienced the Molten Core truly understood the unreasonable and terrifying power hidden beneath Lin Xingjian's purple eyes. Teleportation zone. Blinding white light flickered continuously, accompanied by suppressed groans of pain. Ling Xianyu and his 100 elite expeditionary troops appeared on the teleportation platform, covered in blood. Their armor was twisted and deformed, filled with terrifying cracks, and many bore horrifying marks of being instantly crushed and torn apart by immense forces. Although the secret realm's protective mechanism teleported them out at the most critical moment to save their lives, severe injuries were unavoidable. The entire teleportation area was filled with a heavy scent of blood. These battle-hardened elite warriors now only had confusion and incomprehensible horror on their faces. One moment they were standing guard on the city wall, and the next they were annihilated in an instant? What kind of power was that? Deputy Commander Raymond struggled to prop himself up on one side. The ferocious scar on his face was now covered in blood, making him look even more terrifying. He struggled to lift his head and happened to see the massive circular crater frozen on the central light screen. What happened? His body began to tremble uncontrollably. What on earth is this? Medical personnel surged forward like a tide to provide treatment. Get lost. A hoarse roar, filled with pain and despair, echoed. Ling Xinyu suddenly shoved away the medical staff trying to support him and staggered to his feet. His once magnificent white battle robe was already soaked and stained red with blood, and his formerly golden, radiant hair was now matted with filth and blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to the excruciating pain in his body. Those eyes, once brimming with confidence and a thirst for control, were now filled with nothing but boundless confusion and emptiness. He stared intently at the deep pit on the light screen. I got one shot? Like an ant, without even a chance to react, I was obliterated? That Lin Xingjian, whom he regarded as a clown and a foolish brute, only used one move? What happened? An overwhelming sense of humiliation, crushing disbelief, and the utter despair of having his very understanding shattered burned within him like a poisonous fire, scorching his every organ. Ling Qianyu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently a few times, the light in his eyes completely extinguished, and he pitched forward stiffly, collapsing as he lost consciousness. He couldn't accept it, nor would he accept this reality that was even more cruel than a nightmare. Xian Yu, young master. The elders of Ling Qianyu's family and the officers who supported him finally woke up as if from a dream and rushed onto the teleportation platform. Everyone was stunned. The prodigy they had high hopes for, the future of the Ling family, was actually crushed in the most humiliating and thorough way, with all pride and dignity obliterated under the gaze of countless onlookers. Secret Realm, Qicheng, Lin Xingjian's main city. Deputy Commander Chen Yan was directing the soldiers to reinforce the city defenses. Although morale was low, the soldiers' duty compelled them to strictly carry out Lin Xingjian's order to defend the city. Suddenly, a strong and brief tremor came from the ground beneath their feet. It was as if some extremely terrifying force had erupted in the distance. An earthquake? Can secret realms have earthquakes too? The soldiers were in a commotion, looking around in panic. Chen Yan frowned, his heart filled with uncertainty. Quiet. Stay alert. Chen Yan suppressed his unease and shouted sternly. What's going on? Who knows where that kid Lin Xingjian has run off to now? Since they haven't been sent out, it means Lin Xingjian isn't dead yet. Could it be that he was captured? Chen Yan's mind raced, and all kinds of bad guesses surged in his heart. Deputy Commander, Commander Lin, a soldier asked worriedly. Chen Yan's face darkened, and he waved his hand irritably. Don't worry about him. Guard our city. Although he was utterly disappointed in Lin Xingjian, as a soldier, he still strictly carried out orders. Secret Realm, Shadow City, Zhang Mo's main city. Central Plaza of the City Lord's Mansion. The terrifying tremor that had just swept through the entire Secret Realm also reached here, causing the ground to shake and the buildings to tremble slightly. However, at this moment, all the soldiers in the square, including the experienced deputy commander, had no time to pay attention to the strange vibration. They seemed to be frozen in place, all looking up, mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock. Their gaze was firmly fixed on the center of the square, on the young man in the faded hoodie, Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo stood there calmly. He did not make any exaggerated movements, merely raised his hands slightly. However, with him at the center, the elemental forces within a 100-mile radius were undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. Howling winds surged in from all directions, stretching strangely converging above his head into a massive vortex. From beneath the ground came a deep rumble, and an earthy yellow light burst forth from the soil. The water vapor in the air instantly condenses, transforming into countless sparkling ice crystals swirling and dancing around. The scorching fire elements, like summoned spirits, leap out from the void. The sea embraces all rivers. All streams return to their source. The magical energy within a 100-mile radius of this land seems to be paying homage to its supreme ruler, surging madly and recklessly toward the space behind Zhang Yimou. There, a massive phantom formed of pure elemental energy was condensing and taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. It stood hundreds of meters tall, its outline blurry yet exuding a terrifying aura capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The mere aftershocks of its emitted energy made the elite warriors on the square, all at level 80, struggle to breathe. Under the shadow of his hood, the corners of Zhang Mo's mouth curved upward into a slight arc. He doesn't have any talent for commanding. But so what? The rule is to attack the city, to destroy the opponent's fortress. Then he, Zhang Yimou, will use this elemental giant infused with the magic of heaven and earth to crush Lin Xingjian and Ling Qianyu's fortresses head-on. Siege? Zhang Mo's calm voice. Let me show you what true terror really is. Secret Realm, Shadow City, Zhang Mo's main city. Central Plaza of the City Lord's Mansion. The figure that had always been hidden under the faded hoodie finally steps out of the shadows. Zhang Yimou, a young man who struggled out of a small border town in the northwest, bearing the humiliation of his fiancée being taken away, and silently training for 3 years under a solemn vow, is now ready to reveal his long-suppressed brilliance to the entire world. He is not some level 32B grade element affinity user, that was merely the facade created by the divine artifact Deception Mirror, which concealed the truth and obscured destiny. He is far from ordinary. He is a born elemental king, a twice-awakened, element sovereign. All elements bow to his command. Hidden for so long, it's time to show the world. Amid the stunned and speechless gazes of 100 elite expeditionary soldiers and the deputy commander, and under the dazed stares of millions of spectators, Zhang Yimou slowly raised his hand and removed the gray hood that symbolized his low-profile disguise. The hood slipped off, revealing a young yet chiseled face, marked by determination and the traces of hardship. In those deep eyes, it seemed as though billions of stars were being born and extinguished in endless cycles. A terrifying aura, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, soared into the sky. The overwhelming elemental pressure instantly swept through the entire Shadow City. Level 65. SSS level peak pressure. Level 65? Boom. My god, isn't he level 32? Second awakening? He's been pretending all along? This aura, so terrifying. Even more overwhelming than Ling Qianyu. The elements are bowing to him? The audience erupted once again. Exclamations rose one after another. The dark horses of this competition are more hidden and terrifying one after another. Just after being utterly shocked by Lin Xingjian, they are now left dumbfounded by Zhang Mo's true strength. The new King Xingjian's eyes burst with a sharp gleam. The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand suddenly paused, and he exclaimed, "Deception Mirror? An ancient artifact that conceals the will of heaven? This boy possesses such defiant fortune, and it's a second awakening?" Even someone as unparalleled in wisdom as him was deeply shaken by these successive twists of fate. The military marshal's gaze was as sharp as a blade, staring intently at the figure on the light screen, as if trying to see through him. On the high platform, the elders of Ling Qianyu's family looked at Zhang Yimou on the light screen, whose aura was overwhelming, like the king of elements. Then they glanced at Ling Qianyu, lying unconscious like a dead dog on the teleportation platform, his future utterly ruined, and their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. It finally turned into a bitter and astonished sigh. Monster. They're all monsters. This aura is even slightly stronger than Qianyu at his peak. But it's fine, at least someone can finally deal with that Lin Xingjian. Like many other spectators, they instantly arrived at a reasonable conclusion. Lin Xingjian had just unleashed that world-destroying skill, and at this moment, his magic must be depleted and his skills in cooldown. Meanwhile, Zhang Yimou not only concealed his terrifying strength but now is also brimming with momentum, summoning that world-destroying elemental giant. With the tide turning, as long as Zhang Yimou commands the elemental giant to attack Lin Xingjian's Red City, what can Lin Xingjian use to defend? Defeat is inevitable. The overall situation is set. Although Lin Xingjian is strong, he's too exhausted, giving Zhang Yimou an opportunity. Yeah, Zhang Yimou was really good at hiding his strength. Lin Xingjian probably still thought he was just that B-level element affinity user. The information gap can be deadly. Lin Xingjian is just unlucky. With Zhang Mo's strength, the championship is in the bag. That elemental giant alone is terrifying to look at. Lin Xingjian being able to take second place is already very impressive. Xian Zhengye and Xingyao, these two old fathers, looked at the light screen and had similar thoughts. Xian Zhengye stroked his beard and said in a low voice, "Nephew Xingjian is still a bit too young and impulsive." Now, sigh, what a pity. That being said, the admiration in his eyes for Lin Xingjian did not diminish in the slightest, as the impact of that strike was truly overwhelming. Xingyao, true to his merchant nature, quickly calculated, Lin Kid's strength is undeniable. incredible, but his temperament, too reckless. However, it doesn't matter. Even if he loses, the runner-up position is guaranteed, and his future is limitless. Tonger's judgment, it's acceptable. This son-in-law, I approve. However, just when everyone thought Lin Xingjian should immediately return to Qicheng to rely on the city to recover his magic power. On the light screen, the crimson light representing Lin Xingjian, after leveling Jincheng, showed no signs of stopping. He didn't even change direction, maintaining that terrifying high-speed flight posture, like a crimson meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight toward Zhang Mo's Shadow City. Where is he going? The film's city. He's heading towards Zhang Mo. My goodness, is he crazy? After using such a powerful move, doesn't he need to replenish his magic? His flying speed hasn't decreased at all. Does he really want to take down Zhang Mo in one go as well? What a joke. Zhang Mo is now a level 65 elemental monarch, and there's that terrifying elemental giant, underestimating the enemy. He's way too careless. He has no idea about Zhang Mo's current transformation. The audience was in complete chaos. In their view, Lin Xingjian was completely blinded by victory, entirely ignoring his own exhaustion and the opponent's transformation. The information gap has become a fatal weakness at this moment. It's over. Lin Xingjian is going to pay the price for his arrogance. Zhang Mo is not Ling Qianyu. He's in peak condition and still holding back his ultimate move. Sigh, what a pity. On the high platform, Zhu Gaming frowned deeply, his feather fan unconsciously swaying rapidly, as if he were swiftly deducing something. The new king, Xinjian, kept his gaze fixed on the rapidly moving crimson light, a trace of meaning flashing in his eyes. Outside the secret realm, Shadow City, Lin Xingjian's figure was like lightning, rapidly approaching the Shadow City shrouded by the massive elemental giant's shadow. His eerie samsara eyes calmly reflected the towering elemental giant and the outline of the Shadow City in the distance. Oh, what's this? A power bank? He was somewhat surprised as well. He had no idea what that bizarre elemental giant was. But under the inside of the Rinnegan, he knew that the giant was brimming with a delicious energy aura. His speed did not slow down in the slightest. Target, Shadow City. Zhang Mo. Hidden Realm, Shadow City. City Lord's Mansion Square. Zhang Mo sat upright on the elemental throne. Behind him a towering seven-colored elemental giant exuded an overwhelming pressure. He lightly tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingertip, weighing whether to deal with Ling Qianyu first or go directly to Lin Xingjian. Report. A scout flew in swiftly, kneeling on one knee, his voice trembling with disbelief. Commander Zhang. Jincheng. Jincheng is gone, destroyed in a single strike by Lin Xingjian. I saw it with my own eyes. The entire city was leveled to the ground, leaving only a massive crater. And Lin Xingjian, he's flying straight towards Shadow City at an incredible speed. Ling Qianyu's city was wiped out? Lin Xingjian is heading this way? The soldiers in the square erupted into an uproar, utterly shocked. Even Zhang Mo was slightly stunned. Shortly after, the brief silence was shattered by a burst of wild laughter. What? Ha 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 ha. Good. What a Lin Xingjian. Zhang Mo suddenly stood up from the throne. Saves me the trouble of choosing. Just wiped out Ling Qianyu, consumed so much energy, and still dares to head straight for my Shadow City? Does he really think I'm still that level 32, Class B weakling? It was as if he could already see Lin Xingjian arriving in a hurry, thinking he could easily handle this weakling, only to suddenly witness his true strength and the terrifying elemental giant. That look of utter shock, disbelief, and despair. Ha ha ha. Lin Xingjian, you must be shocked. I'll step on your body to claim the first place. Whoosh! The sharp, piercing sound of something breaking through the air suddenly halted above the Shadow City square, directly facing Zhang Mo on the elemental throne. Lin Xingjian had already arrived. He stood in his black robes fluttering, his breath steady, and those eerie Rinnegan eyes calmly swept over the square and throne below, shrouded in the shadow of the elemental giant, finally landing on Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo's lips curled into a cold smile of absolute control as he slowly floated up from the throne, facing Lin Xingjian across the distance. In an instant, the air in the entire square seemed to freeze, and the violent elemental power surged and roared madly like a boiling tsunami, with Zhang Mo at its center. So, what do you think? Zhang Mo spoke, his voice carrying the terrifying pressure of a level 65 SSS tier peak. He wanted to see the other party lose composure in the face of this absolute power. Lin Xing tilted his head slightly. Huh? The smile on Zhang Mo's face stiffened slightly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and the elemental brilliance around him erupted with a roar. He shouted again, his voice thundering like an explosion. How about now? Lin Xingjian frowned, seeming even more confused. Huh? What do you mean? It was as if he completely didn't understand what the other person was doing. I'm level 65, SSS level elemental sovereign. This is my true form. Zhang Mo finally couldn't hold back, almost shouting every word, accompanied by explosive bursts of elemental energy, trying to crush the other person's damn calmness with his blatant level and talent. Oh, Lin Xingjian nodded, indicating he heard, then asked in a flat tone, and then? Zhang Mo felt the string of reason in his mind snap completely with a pop. All the build-up, all the momentum, and all he got in return was an in him then? This was a humiliation more extreme than any vicious mockery. A surge of anger instantly shattered his composure. Good. Acting all high and mighty, huh? Zhang Yimou laughed in fury, his face twisted with a ferocious expression. To kill someone like you, I don't even need the giant behind me. Kneel before me. He suddenly pointed at Lin Xingjian from a distance. Element deprivation activated. Lin Xingjian saw the surrounding space collapse in an instant. All the magic elements floating in the air, regardless of their attributes, were violently extracted as if by an invisible giant hand, crazily rushing toward Zhang Yimou. Even more terrifying, a domineering and unparalleled force of deprivation directly invaded Lin Xingjian's body, like a greedy straw, forcibly extracting every trace of his magical essence without leaving a single bit. In front of me, the elemental monarch. All professions must kneel. Deprivation. Zhang Yimou roared wildly, his eyes flashing with cruel and ecstatic light. Boom! He wanted to personally witness this pretentious guy turn into a powerless wreck, falling from the heights. In the audience, countless people gasped, instantly realizing the truth behind Zhang Mo's previous bizarre victories. It's over. This ability is too terrifying. It directly drains the opponent's magic power source. Lin Xingjian is done for. No matter how strong the skills are, they're useless without magic power. It's over. With his magic drained, not even a god can save him. Hiss, sigh, what a pity, that move he just used. Everyone seemed to already envision the tragic scene of Lin Xingjian's magic being exhausted, his body swaying, and ultimately falling powerlessly from the sky. On the high platform, Zhuge Ming's feather fan paused slightly, and the new King Qin Zhan's gaze tightened. Elder Mo, Principal Wang, Xin Li, Xing Tong, Su Mingyuan, and everyone else felt their hearts leap to their throats. They never expected Zhang Mo's ability to be such a cheat. No matter how strong Lin Xingjian is, how can he fight without magic? Xin Li and Xing Tong were so anxious that their faces turned pale. However, just as Zhang Mo's power of deprivation turned the air around Lin Xingjian into an elemental vacuum, and he was certain that all the magic within Lin Xingjian had been completely drained, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Lin Xingjian remained steadily suspended in midair, not even the hem of his clothes fluttered. He tilted his head slightly. Huh? Zhang Mo's face, filled with a confident and triumphant laugh, instantly froze, turning into extreme shock and disbelief. All the audience. Zhang Mo's eyes were about to pop out as he screamed in shock. Without magic, how can you still fly? This completely overturned his understanding. His element deprivation has never failed. How can a target drained of magic still fly? Lin Xingjian looked at Zhang Mo's ghost-like expression and seemed to find it somewhat amusing. He touched his nose. His eye technique doesn't consume any magic power. Even if Zhang Yimou drains all his magic power, it would be useless. Zhang Yimou, of course, was unaware. He was struck like lightning, completely unable to comprehend. He just assumed Lin Xingjian had used some kind of trick. Good. Can't drain you dry? Then I'll crush you. Zhang Yimou roared in utter fury. With a sudden wave of his hand, the towering, earth-shaking seven-colored elemental giant behind him, exuding an aura of destruction, swung its massive elemental fist and ferociously smashed down toward the tiny black figure in the air, Lin Xingjian. A colossal shadow instantly enveloped Lin Xingjian, and wherever the elemental giant's fist passed, the very space groaned under the unbearable pressure. Faced with this terrifying strike, powerful enough to pulverize an entire mountain peak, Lin Xingjian hovered in midair. Not only was there no trace of fear on his face, but the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a faintly intrigued smile. Just as the colossal elemental fist that blotted out the sky was about to strike, Lin Xingjian formed a seal with one hand, and a terrifying wave, distinct from the elements and filled with a destructive aura, suddenly erupted from within him, summoning Ghetto Statue. Above Shadow City, beneath the elemental giant fist, the seven-colored giant fist, powerful enough to crush mountains, descended fiercely with a despair-inducing shadow toward Lin Xingjian's tiny figure. The hearts of millions of spectators were in their throats, and countless people instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Lin Xingjian being instantly teleported out of the secret realm in such a tragic state. Xianli and Xing Tong cried out in shock, their faces pale as paper. Is it over? Even if Zhang Mo's heaven-defying element deprivation ability is useless. But against this earth-shattering strike, what can Lin Xingjian use to block it? Boom! A deafening and terrifying explosion suddenly erupted. The scene of Lin Xingjian being blasted away as expected did not occur. Just as the elemental giant fist was about to engulf Lin Xingjian in a critical moment, the space behind him shattered like fragile glass. A massive spatial passage instantly unfolded. From within the passage, a gigantic, withered wooden fist, like a judgment from an ancient hell, struck out with precision and simplicity, meeting the colorful elemental giant fist head-on. Bang! An indescribable collision shockwave, like a tangible tsunami, frantically spread out in a visible ring-shaped airwave. The sturdy walls of the Shadow City groaned in agony under this impact, with large sections of buildings being blown away and crushed as if made of paper. The elite 80-level expeditionary forces on the square were also shaken, stumbling and swaying. In the horrified gazes of everyone, the majestic and seemingly invincible seven-colored elemental giant was struck head-on, as if by a falling meteor. Its massive body suddenly froze. The tremendous impact forced its entire upper body to uncontrollably lurch backward, staggering underfoot, retreating several steps with heavy thud, thud, thud sounds. Every step caused the ground to crack, shaking the earth and mountains. The massive elemental fist it swung shattered inch by inch, with seven-colored lights spilling out wildly, forcibly blasted apart by more than half. A deep, hoarse roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. When people saw clearly, a figure even larger than the elemental giant fully revealed itself. It appeared as if carved from a withered giant tree, its massive body towering like a mountain. 9 tightly shut giant eyes were arranged on its ferocious head, exuding an aura of deathly stillness that devoured all life energy. Roar! The ghetto statue. It stood behind Lin Xingjian, like the most loyal guardian deity, yet also resembling the embodiment of a death god bringing the end. The 9 tightly shut giant eyes seemed as if they could open at any moment, bringing forth the radiance of world destruction. Deathly silence. The entire Shadow City, the entire secret realm, the entire audience, plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone's minds went completely blank, as if their thoughts had been frozen by the oppressive aura of the golem. After a brief pause, there was an uproar like a tidal wave filled with disbelief. What kind of monster is that? My god, it punched Zhang Mo's elemental giant flying with just one blow? I remember now. The news. That mysterious giant from a few months ago. The one who repelled the demon clan's projection. So it was real. It's Lin Xingjian. The news wasn't fake. He really summoned the giant to repel the demon clan's projection. Oh my gosh. The hero we've always doubted is right in front of us. So powerful. Just looking at that golem makes me feel like I can't breathe. Wait, something's not right. Wasn't Lin Xingjian drained of all his magic by Zhang Yamo? How can he still summon? Doesn't this summon require magic to operate? Second awakening. What exactly is his second awakened profession? This power system completely defies understanding. The new king, Xingjian, suddenly stood up from the throne, his dignified face filled with a complex expression of shock and ecstatic joy. Good. What an extraordinary Lin Xingjian. One strike to annihilate Jin City, resisting the elemental monarch, summoning such a divine and demonic figure. This generation of newcomers is far more terrifying than I was back then. His eyes burned with fervent light. Heaven bless Great Xia. Under the shadow of the demon race, Great Xia has such a prodigy, our future is promising. Hope shall never fade. The feather fan in Zhuge Ming's hand had long ceased its movement. His eyes shone with a piercing light as his fingers swiftly calculated, and he muttered to himself, not driven by magic. Techniques? So that's it. We were all wrong. The source of his power lies entirely outside the magic system. What an extraordinary Lin Xingjian. What a pair of demonic eyes. This boy, truly an anomaly among our human race. On the high platform, the look he cast at Lin Xingjian was filled with unprecedented curiosity and admiration. The ever unyielding and resolute face of the military marshal was now marked with extreme solemnity and a trace of doubt. He stared intently at the outer path golem, as if trying to confirm something, his brows tightly furrowed. Lin Xingjian, where does his power come from? The viewing platform. Elder Mo and Principal Wang were so tense just now that their palms were covered in sweat, with Principal Wang almost crushing the armrest of his chair. At this moment, seeing the outer path golem punch the elemental giant back and Lin Xingjian floating unharmed before the golem, the two elders let out a long sigh of relief. The heavy weight in their hearts finally lifted, and a look of relieved satisfaction appeared on their faces. Ha, good lad, I knew you could do it. Principal Wang was so excited that even his beard was trembling. He slapped his thigh forcefully, his eyes slightly reddened. Good, excellent, truly a student from my Wutong High School. You've made me proud, so proud. Xianli and Xington were even more excited, jumping up in joy. Their earlier worries instantly turned into ecstasy. Master/starry brother. Amazing. The two proud goddesses now had smiles on their faces brighter than the sun, leaving the surrounding audience stunned. And beside them, Xian Zhengye and Xingyao were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Xian Zhengye's mouth was slightly open. Xingyao, on the other hand, muttered with a look as if he'd seen a ghost. This damn thing is still a student competition? Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind. We, the waves in front, are probably going to die on the beach. In the Shadow City, a fierce battle erupts. After a brief moment of dead silence, an even more violent clash of energy erupted. The elemental giant, knocked back by a punch, let out an enraged roar, and the daze on Zhang Mo's face was instantly replaced by ferocity. He had endured for years, undergone a second awakening, mastered the power of the elemental king, and even possessed the divine artifact, heaven-deceiving mirror, to obscure the heavens. He was supposed to shine at this moment and ascend to the pinnacle. How could he be suppressed by someone drained of magic power? I don't believe it. Crush it for me. Zhang Mo's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a hysterical roar. Roar! He suddenly raised both hands high, pushing the talent of elemental sovereign to its absolute limit. He couldn't accept it. The free-floating magical elements across across the entire Shadow City, and even in a broader area, seemed to respond to the summons of a supreme ruler, transforming into a visible seven-colored torrent that frantically converged toward the partially shattered elemental giant fist. The broken arm of the fist, under the replenishment of the surging elemental energy, repaired and reshaped itself at an astonishing speed, becoming even more solid and radiant. The damaged body of the giant stood tall once again, its aura not diminishing but rising instead. Do you see it? Lin Xingjian, Zhang Yimou hovered in mid-air, surrounded by a frenzied rotation of elemental halos, continuously drawing power from heaven and earth. Rumble. In this elemental domain, I am the eternal ruler. My giant possesses infinite strength. How much longer can your monster endure? In response to him came the even more ferocious roar of the ghetto statue. The golem's massive body erupted with terrifying power that belied its withered appearance. Facing the giant fist of the elemental titan coming at it again after being repaired, the demonic statue of the outer path neither dodged nor evaded, instead throwing a punch of its own. Boom, 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 boom. The two towering giants, like ancient primordial gods, were locked in a battle of strength. Roar! Each collision of fists and feet erupted with deafening booms and devastating shockwaves. The sturdy lord's mansion of Shadow City was completely reduced to ruins in the aftermath, and the plaza ground looked as if it had been repeatedly plowed by a giant blade, leaving it in utter disarray. Even the elite 80-level expeditionary forces, despite their formidable strength, could only form a defensive formation under the deputy commander's orders, struggling to hold on while staring in horror at this terrifying battle beyond their comprehension. The elemental giant radiated a dazzling array of colors, and every time it was damaged, massive streams of elemental energy surged in from all directions, rapidly healing its wounds, as if it possessed an immortal body. It sometimes transforms into a giant flaming fist, sometimes condenses into a massive icy palm, and sometimes summons overwhelming thunder, with endlessly changing attack methods that fully display the power of the elemental king. As for the ghetto statue, it showcases pure and extreme violence. Its attacks are devoid of any flair, relying solely on the most primitive and brute force. Each strike of its withered giant fist carries a deathly aura that extinguishes vitality, forcibly dispersing and shattering the raging elemental energy. No matter how the elemental giant repaired itself or changed its attacks, the golem stood like an unchanging reef, repelling it with absolute power. How is this possible? Why is it getting stronger the more we fight? Zhang Mo's confidence gradually crumbled with each collision, replaced by growing shock and a trace of fear. He desperately drew upon the elements of heaven and earth, veins bulging on his forehead, as the magic within him poured out like a floodgate to maintain the elemental giant's peak state. The power of the opponent's withered colossus not only failed to weaken from the battle's toll but instead seemed to grow even more terrifying. He was shocked to discover that the golem was actually absorbing the magic of his elemental giant. How is this possible? No, I can't lose. A trace of madness flashed in Zhang Mo's eyes. If I can't wear you down, then we'll perish together. Just as the elemental giant was once again struck by a heavy punch from the golem, causing its chest and abdomen to collapse and its multicolored light to flicker violently, a fierce determination surged in Zhang Mo's eyes. Give me boom. He formed an extremely dangerous hand seal with both hands, and his violent spiritual power instantly connected to the core of the elemental giant. He intended to detonate this giant, which was infused with a massive amount of elemental energy from heaven and earth, as well as his own source magic power. Even if it couldn't level the city, it would be enough to blast Lin Xingjian out of the secret realm. Not good. He's going to detonate the elemental giant. On the high platform, Zhuge Ming instantly realized it, and his feather fan suddenly paused. The new King Qin Zhan's eyes narrowed. The military marshal abruptly stood up. All the spectators saw the dazzling light at the core of the elemental giant, suddenly brightening like a supernova explosion. However, at this critical moment, universal pull. Lin Xingjian's cold voice rang out clearly. He hovered on the shoulder of the golem, and the purple ripples in his rinnegan instantly flowed. An irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly descended upon Zhang Yimou. What? The madness on Zhang Mo's face instantly froze, turning into extreme horror. He felt as if he had become dust being sucked into a black hole. He tried his best to stabilize himself, but he couldn't resist at all. Whoosh! His body, like a kite with a broken string, was propelled at an astonishing speed toward Lin Xingjian in the air by this terrifying suction force. The destructive radiance of the elemental giant's core suddenly froze. Without Zhang Mo's continuous control and mental link, the self-destruction process was forcibly interrupted. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yimou was pulled in front of Lin Xingjian, with less than a meter between them. Zhang Yimou could clearly see the cold reflection in Lin Xingjian's strange pupils, filled with indifference and condescension. You! Zhang Yimou was both shocked and furious, just about to speak. But Lin Xingjian had already extended his right hand and grabbed him by the neck. Hungry Ghost Realm. A devouring force even more domineering than Zhang Mo's element deprivation instantly enveloped Zhang Yimou. Ah! Zhang Yimou let out a shrill, distorted scream. He felt the elemental magic source within his body, like a flood breaching a dam, uncontrollably and frantically surging toward Lin Xingjian's palm. The speed was at least 10 times faster than when he deprived others. Buzz. That feeling was as if the soul was forcibly extracted. In just one breath, the surging elemental radiance around Zhang Yimou dimmed and extinguished instantly, like a flame doused with water. His levitating power vanished, and his entire body, as if all the bones had been removed, hung limply in midair. At this moment, his body was completely empty. Not a trace of magic was left. Lin Xingjian slowly spoke. See, I can absorb magic too. This sentence, like the final straw, completely crushed Zhang Mo's taut nerves and his crumbling pride. Poof! A sweetness rose in his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged out, his vision completely darkening. Zhang Yimou, the elemental king who had endured for years, erupted in a single moment, determined to reach the pinnacle, now carried boundless humiliation, unwillingness, and incomprehensible fear. Rolling his eyes, he completely passed out. Lin Xing casually tossed his body like a broken sack toward the ruins below. At the moment of impact, Zhang Yimou was transported out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, having lost Zhang Mo's control and magical supply, the massive 7-colored elemental giant let out a silent wail. Its enormous body began to tremble violently and disintegrate, transforming into countless 7-colored light particles, like a brilliant yet fleeting firework, ultimately vanishing completely between heaven and earth. In the entire Shadow City, only the towering, withered figure of the outer path golem remained, along with the black-clad youth standing on its shoulder, gazing indifferently downward like a deity. Silence once again enveloped the million spectators. Thus, Lin Xingjian claimed the first place in the national competition with utterly overwhelming strength. Akaji, the city lord's mansion square. Deputy Commander Chen Yin frowned deeply, pacing back and forth. The 100 elite soldiers of the expeditionary force under his command also exchanged uneasy glances, the atmosphere tense. Where exactly has Commander Lin gone? One soldier couldn't help but mutter softly. They've been out for almost half a day now, and the first day of the competition is already halfway over. Yeah, and there's not a single piece of news, another person chimed in. Ling Qianyu and Zhang Yimou are not easy to deal with. Their scouts must be everywhere. Could it be? Someone's face showed concern. Encountered in ambush, didn't you? Chen Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks and said sharply, shut up. We just need to focus on our own tasks. Even so, his clenched fists and the anxiety in his eyes betrayed him. Lin Xing had to admit that the flying ability displayed during departure was indeed astonishing, but venturing deep behind enemy lines alone was far too risky. Moreover, up until now, Xicheng has done nothing but hold their ground. The other cities are probably all busy preparing for war. Just as everyone was filled with worry, a streak of light pierced through the sky and landed precisely in the center of the square. The light faded, revealing Lin Xingjian. Commander Lin. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, then erupted in joyful shouts. Seeing Lin Xingjian safe and sound, they finally felt half of their worries ease. Whoosh! It's good that he's alive. It would be too embarrassing to die on the first day. Chen Yan quickly stepped forward, his face showing a sense of relief but even more anxiety. Commander Lin, you can't keep messing around. You need to consider the tactics for the next stages. The competition lasts for 3 days, and now half of the first day is almost over. This time you were lucky not to be spotted by Ling Qianyu and Zhang Mo's scouts, and because you can fly, you return safely. If you go out again. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xingjian calmly interrupted him. The competition is over. Get ready to head out. Ah! The expressions on Chen Yan and all the soldiers' faces instantly froze, as if they couldn't understand the sentence. Ended? Chen Yan thought he had misheard. Go out? Are you saying, surrender? This is absolutely impossible. It's only the first day. We still have a chance. I'll go draft a counterattack plan right away. We can. He anxiously wanted to persuade Lin Xingjian. Thought this young and impetuous commander wanted to give up just because of a momentary setback or feeling bored. That's too frivolous. This is the national competition. Lin Xingjian just smiled without explaining. With a flip of his wrist, a jade talisman engraved with intricate spatial runes, used for voluntarily forfeiting or teleporting away at the end of the match, appeared in his palm. Without the slightest hesitation, he clenched his 5 fingers. The jade talisman shattered with a crack. A gentle spatial portal instantly unfolded in the center of the plaza, its light flowing, connecting the secret realm to the real world outside the arena. The teleportation talisman broke. Chen Yan and all the soldiers felt their hearts sink to the bottom. Done. Now there's no room for regret. Crack. They're really going to be the first team to surrender in this competition. Buzz. And in such a pathetic manner. The soldiers hung their heads one by one, their faces ashen. It was as if they could already foresee that after stepping through this portal, they would be greeted by the deafening boos of millions of spectators and disdainful gazes. They were elite level 80 expeditionary troops, and yet, they had surrendered with Lin Xingjian on the very first day. What a disgrace. What a load of crap about being the number 1 seed. Chen Yan closed his eyes in agony, feeling utterly humiliated. He braced himself and growled hoarsely at the equally demoralized soldiers. Form up. Maintain the dignity of the expeditionary force. Prepare to withdraw. His His voice was extremely hoarse. The soldiers forced themselves to rally, forming a somewhat orderly line. Following behind Lin Xingjian, they looked like they were heading to their execution, heads hanging low, their steps heavy as they entered the portal. A flash of light, followed by a wave of dizziness. When the vision became clear, a deafening roar like a tsunami instantly engulfed them. The expected boos did not appear. Instead, it was a thunderous, almost roof-lifting cheer that seemed to shake the entire dome of the celestial arena. Cheers! Sure enough, Lin Xingjian, Lin Xingjian, Lin Xingjian, champion, invincible, hero. That voice was so fervent, so passionate, filled with admiration, excitement, and disbelief. The roar of a million voices converged, forming a force powerful enough to make the earth tremble. Chen Yan and 100 elite soldiers were instantly dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place as if under a spell, staring blankly with wide eyes, their ears buzzing, and their minds completely blank. A surrendering team would receive such cheers? What is going on? They instinctively looked up, gazing at the massive holographic screen in the center of the arena. At this moment, the screen was repeatedly playing two soul-shaking, breathtaking scenes. First scene, the perspective overlooks from high above Jin City, the once majestic fortress, now reduced to a massive, heart-stopping, bottomless pit of terror. The walls of the pit are smooth as a mirror, as if wiped clean by an invisible, immense force in an instant. Beside it, glaring bold text reads, Lin Xingjian obliterates the city in one strike. Jin City erased. Second paragraph, the perspective focuses on the sky above Shadow City. The withered, mountain-like outer path golem clashes with the seven-colored elemental giant in a world-shattering battle. In the end, Lin Xingjian descends like a deity, forcibly pulling Zhang Yimou over, with incomprehensible power and instantly draining his magic. The elemental giant collapses, and Shadow City changes hands. Beside it, equally shocking bold characters read, Lin Xingjian conquers the city alone. Shadow City changes banners. The grand competition ends. It was as if a bolt of lightning exploded in the minds of Chen Yan and all the elite expeditionary forces. They finally understood what Lin Xingjian had been doing during that half a day away. Understood why the match would end. Boom! Understood why they were greeted with thunderous cheers of champions upon their return. So, it wasn't just a stroll, nor was it surrender. It turns out, their commander, with his own strength, captured two cities in just half a day. With the most domineering and overwhelming stance, directly ended the entire national competition. One strike to destroy a city? A soldier looked at the massive crater in Golden City, his throat dry and his voice trembling. Alone, single-handedly, summoned that giant, and destroyed Zhang Yimou? Another soldier pointed at the terrifying figure of the outer path golem on the light screen, his eyes nearly popping out. First place? Top rank? Chen Yan muttered to himself, feeling as though his worldview had been completely shattered and reshaped at this moment. He looked at the young figure ahead, still calm amidst the cheers of millions, as if he had merely done something insignificant. His heart surged with waves of shock, reverence, and a trace of utter shame. So it turns out, the clown is me. Why would the commander need any tactics? He alone is an invincible tactic that sweeps through thousands of troops. The soldiers gradually shifted from initial daze in confusion to extreme shock, followed by indescribable ecstasy and a proud sense of honor. Their chests involuntarily puffed up, the dejection in their eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing light. Could it be they are the champions? Although it seems like they did nothing but defend the city, but that's not important. What matters is that their commander is Lin Xingjian. The deafening cheers continued, like a hymn dedicated to a new king. The 100 elite expeditionary troops of Qicheng, bathed in this supreme glory, were left with nothing but utter shock and a shared thought. This is just absolutely insane. The first line of defense of the Demon Clan, Fortress Conference Hall. The hall was dimly lit, illuminating the solemn faces of the Demon Clan. At the head of the long table sat the supreme commander of the first line of defense, Kakanzan. His figure was as towering as a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. At this moment, his scarred face bore an expression of deep confusion and awe. His gaze passed over the demon generals and advisors on either side of the long table, landing on the figure at the other end. It was a woman, dressed in a crimson robe. Her features were so exquisitely perfect that they seemed almost unreal, yet she exuded a cold and aloof beauty, like eternal ice, devoid of any warmth. A cascade of snow-white long hair draped over her shoulders. The most striking feature was her left half of the face, completely covered by a pure white, unadorned eye patch, leaving only her right eye exposed. Her name was known to all among the high-ranking members of the demon race, symbolizing wisdom and the guidance of destiny, Prophet Rafina. Her aura was not powerful, and could even be described as rather faint. However, no demon clan member dared to show her the slightest disrespect. Because she was the brain of the demon clan, the eyes most relied upon by the demon king. The demon clan's repeated advantages in the long war against the human clan were inseparable from the foresight and deductions of successive prophets during every critical strategic deployment. Her value was far beyond what rank could measure. She is the treasure of the entire demon clan, an existence that requires the full strength of the clan to protect. For this reason, Kakan Kekongzan's gaze lingered for a few extra seconds on the horned demon beside Seraphina, who was dressed in a pure black suit and exuded an air of elegance and composure. Azazel, one of the most mysterious commanders of the Demon King's elite guards, a terrifying being with a level as high as 500. The Demon King actually sent such a top-tier powerhouse to personally protect Rafina on the front lines of the war-torn first defense line. Sure enough, they place great importance on the Prophet. Prophet, Kekongzan broke the silence in the conference hall. Your arrival, and the order you conveyed to halt the offensive, have left the soldiers somewhat puzzled. He carefully chose his words, his gaze sweeping over the generals present, most of whom wore the same expression of confusion on their faces. A staff officer couldn't help but interject, "That's right, Prophet. According to the original plan, taking advantage of the national competition in Xia Kingdom is the best time for us to launch a thunderous strike. We have already crushed the main force of Xia Kingdom's 300,000 expeditionary army, and our morale is soaring. More importantly, our bloodline has evolved to the king level, granting us near-immortal characteristics. Xia Kingdom's conventional attacks are completely ineffective against us. At this moment, why not directly have His Majesty the Demon King dispatch a powerhouse like Lord Azazel to cooperate with our army, press forward, and flatten Beluo City in one fell swoop? Instead, we are employing some psychological warfare, which only serves to alert the enemy and give them time to prepare." Rafina's right eye calmly glanced at the speaking staff officer, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it instantly sent a chill down the officer's spine, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. "General Kekongzan, everyone, you rely too much on the power of bloodlines. The Xia Kingdom is not that simple," Rafina said calmly. "The Xia Kingdom is not that simple?" A gasp of shock echoed through the hall. Could it be that the Xia Kingdom has a way to kill them? What method is it? Magic? Artifact? Or some kind of special rule? Kekongzan asked eagerly. Rafina slowly shook her head. "I don't know. Rafina, I just feel that the Xia Kingdom is not simple." The conference hall fell into a deathly silence. The generals looked at each other, their eyes filled with immense confusion, yet they were helpless. The prophet's words represent the highest will of the demon race and are beyond question. Everyone, but giving up a readily available opportunity for victory merely because of a vague feeling was truly hard for them to accept. Everyone. Kekongzan's brows were tightly furrowed. Azazel slightly narrowed his eyes, elegantly adjusted his suit cuffs, and seemed lost in thought. The tense atmosphere spread. Finally, Kekongzan let out a long, heavy sigh. "As you command, Prophet. We will carry out your orders. But I hope your foresight becomes clear soon." His tone was complex. Xia Kingdom, Beluo City, Central Arena. The arena was filled with cheers like a tidal wave. Lin Xingjian, champion, invincible, hero. Lin Xingjian stood atop the high platform under the gaze of countless admirers. Below him were the fervent eyes of millions of spectators, and further away, through magical screens, were billions of citizens across the Xia Kingdom eagerly watching. His face remained calm. The new king, Xingjian, surrounded by the royal procession, walked slowly to stand before Lin Xingjian. His face bore undisguised admiration. "Lin Xingjian, in the national competition, with a stunning display, you single-handedly broke through the cities of Jin and Ing, creating an unprecedented feat of ending the competition on the very first day. You have brought glory to our Xia Kingdom and strengthened the soul of our human race." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Today, in the name of the new king of Daxia, I bestow the honorable title, Sword of Demon Slaying. It signifies the blade that tears through the demon race and leads the dawn. Protect my mountains and rivers, defend my human race. Sword of Demon Slaying, Sword of Demon Slaying, Sword of Demon Slaying." The audience shouted in unison, their excitement palpable. Xingjian raised his hand, suppressing the deafening roar. "According to the grand competition rules, the first-place champion shall be granted a divine artifact." As his words fell, two elders with an aura as vast as the sea carried a jade tray covered with bright yellow silk and respectfully walked to the front of the stage. Xingjian personally stepped forward and solemnly unveiled the silk. In an instant, a vast, starry sea-like surge of magical energy spread out. On the jade plate, a long sword lay quietly. The scabbard was simple and unadorned, black gold in color, with no discernible material, and engraved with intricate and mysterious runes. "This sword is named Gui Su. It is neither gold nor iron, but forged from an ancient, extraordinary material. Its sole characteristic is the ability to infinitely absorb and store magic power. The more magic power injected, and the purer it is, the stronger its might becomes." Xingjian carefully gripped the sword hilt and slowly drew the long sword from its sheath. "This sword has been nurtured by the pure magic power of successive Xia kings until now. The magic power contained within it has reached an unimaginable level. I can assert that with the power stored in this sword at this moment, a full-force strike would be enough to kill most of the top-tier experts of this era." Hiss! The entire audience instantly erupted with countless gasps of astonishment. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the divine sword named Gueshu, filled with ultimate awe. Infinite charging. This means that as long as the wielder has sufficient magic power or a way to continuously inject magic, the power of this sword theoretically has no limit. What's even more terrifying is that it has has been nourished with top-tier magic by generations of Xia kings, including the new king Qinzhan before him, for countless years. The total amount of magic stored within it has already reached a terrifying level capable of instantly annihilating top-tier beings. How could this possibly be a competition reward? This is clearly the ultimate life-saving charm and trump card given to Lin Xingjian. As long as he draws the sword and unleashes that earth-shattering strike, who in the world can stop him? The moment Lin Xingjian's gaze fell upon the Guishu sword, his pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, intense emotional fluctuations appeared on his calm face. Infinite charging? This trait exploded in his mind like a sudden thunderclap. An incredibly clear and perfectly fitting thought surged forth instantly. This Guishu sword and his hungry ghost path ability to devour and absorb all energy are simply a match made in heaven. The perfect of all perfect matches. The hungry ghost path can instantly extract vast amounts of magic power from enemies, while the Guishu sword serves as an almost infinite super container that can perfectly store this plundered magic power. This means that Lin Xingjian now possesses an unprecedented tactical core. In battle, he can completely rely on the hungry ghost path to forcibly absorb the enemy's magic power and instantly inject it into the Guishu sword, not only disabling the enemy's attack in an instant but also turning the enemy's power into his own, storing it within the sword. Once the Guishu sword has stored a massive amount of magic power, he can unleash it as a super magic bomb. This is no longer 1 + 1 is equal to 2, this is a qualitative change. What does this mean? Xingjian solemnly handed the Guishu sword, still in its sheath, to Lin Xingjian. Xingjian, the demon-slaying sword deserves to be wielded by you. The divine artifact Guishu is bestowed upon you today. I hope you use this sword wisely, live up to its name, and honor the nation's grace. Lin Xingjian took a deep breath, suppressing the storm within his heart, and respectfully accepted the divine sword with both hands. The moment it touched his hands, the runes on the sheath glimmered faintly, as if resonating with some mysterious power within him. He clearly felt the vast and boundless terrifying magic within the sword's body, as well as its unfathomable capacity. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. Xingjian will surely use this sword to protect the great Xia. Lin Xingjian also expressed his stance. Xingjian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the entire audience. I hereby announce, the national competition has officially concluded. First place, top-rank, demon-slaying sword, Lin Xingjian. Blade of Exorcism. Blade of Exorcism. Blade of Exorcism. The final cheer reached its peak. The crowd was in an uproar. Su Mingyuan jumped high in the front row of the audience, his face flushed and neck veins bulging, shouting until his voice was almost hoarse. Xingjian, amazing. Blade of Exorcism. Divine artifact of the void. Amazing. He was so excited that he was incoherent, gesticulating wildly, and wished he could rush onto the stage to hug Lin Xingjian and give him a couple of kisses. Xianli stood in the exclusive area near the stage, her long, straight black ponytail swaying gently with her slightly raised posture, her jade-like fair complexion appearing even colder under the lights of the combat arena. However, in those eyes gazing at Lin Xingjian, there burned an almost pathological fervent adoration. When the revered title of demon-breaking sword resounded through the skies, her straightened back trembled slightly, and her right hand instinctively pressed against her left chest. There was only one thought roaring in her mind: Master, this is the stance you should have. Sever everything and reign supreme. She could hardly control the urge to kneel on one knee and offer her deepest reverence to her deity. The coldness on the surface was burned scorching hot by the fervor within. Xingtong stood beside Xuanli, her silver-white twin tails bouncing lively with her excited little hops. On her doll-like delicate face, the arrogance she once held toward others had long vanished, leaving only pure infatuation and pride for Lin Xingjian. She held her heart with both hands, her eyes shining brightly. Wow, Master, doesn't matter, it's Master. Master, the sword of demon breaking. What a cool name. That sword, Abyssal Ruin. It sounds super powerful. Only Master is worthy of it. Hee, with Master wielding it in the future, he'll definitely be even more invincible. She could hardly wait to rush to Lin Xingjian's side and announce to everyone, look, this is my master. VIP viewing platform. Xian Zhengye and Xingyao, the two big shots, sat side by side, watching the radiant Lin Xingjian on stage, their faces beaming with smiles. Xian Zhengye stroked his short beard and winked at Xingyao. Old Xing, look. What does it mean to have a perfect son-in-law? What does it mean to have a match made in heaven? My liar really has good taste. Xingyao was not to be outdone and laughed heartily. Old Xian, stop trying to take all the credit. It's my tonger who truly has the discerning eye. But then again, he changed his tone and patted Xian Zhengye on the shoulder. From now on, we're in-laws. This boy is truly blessed to win the favor of the two pearls of our families at the same time. The two looked at each other and laughed, clearly feeling not the slightest discomfort about their daughters serving the same husband, but rather a deep sense of pride and satisfaction. Under the polygamous customs of the Xia kingdom, the charm and potential of the strong are the ultimate truths. Zhou Hong, a commissioner from the J-City Education Bureau, sat in a seat slightly further back, watching Lin Xingjian receive the Guishu divine sword and listening to the thunderous cheers of demon-slaying sword, feeling deeply deeply moved. He rubbed his face vigorously and muttered under his breath, "Old Mo, your foresight is truly incredible. Who would have thought that this F-ranked boy could reach such heights in such a short time? This is no longer an unpolished gem, but truly a national treasure." He was genuinely happy for Lin Xingjian and even more impressed by Mr. Mo's keen eye for talent. Mr. Mo was not far from Zhou Hong. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his laughter loud and unrestrained, drawing the attention of those around him. "Ha ha ha, good, well done, kid. The demon-slaying sword, truly deserving of its name. This old man knew I wasn't mistaken. What a thrill, absolutely exhilarating." He made no effort to hide his pride and joy, as if Lin Xingjian's glory was his own. That hearty laughter was filled with pride. The principal's area. At this moment, Wang Defa, the principal of Wutong High School, had become the center of attention for all the educators present. He was surrounded by principals from prestigious schools and top universities across the country. These usually aloof figures were now all smiles, eagerly stepping forward to congratulate him. "Principal Wang, congratulations, congratulations. Wutong High School has truly soared to great heights this time. Brother Wang, you've truly nurtured a real dragon. The sword of demon slaying. That title, TSK, just hearing it is invigorating. Principal Wang, we must exchange more ideas on school management in the future. For your school to cultivate a peerless genius like Lin Xingjian, there must be something extraordinary about it." Wang Defa's smile never left his face, his wrinkles blooming like flowers, his eyes squinting into slits as he repeatedly clasped his hands in return. "Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the child's own efforts. Just luck, pure luck. Ha ha, ha ha." Humbly speaking, but the way he couldn't close his mouth fully revealed the immense pride in his heart. Wutong High School, an ordinary city's high school, actually nurtured the national competition champion, the bearer of the title, Sword of Demon Breaker. This is enough to be recorded in the school's history, no, in the history of Xia's education as a glorious achievement. Contestant student area. Xin Tiange, Lei Lai, Xiaoying, Chen Lai, and other students from the same province, they looked at Lin Xingjian on the stage, receiving the reverence of the crowd, with mixed emotions, but mostly a sense of pride and excitement. Xin Tiange's delicate face flushed slightly as she looked at Lin Xingjian's tall and upright figure with a complex expression. He recalled bits and pieces of the past, the exchange matches where he was defeated by Lin Xingjian, and it all turned into a soft sigh. He had indeed reached a height that everyone had to look up to. The brilliance that belongs to the strong made his heartbeat slightly accelerate. Lei Lai felt completely convinced to lose to such a monster. They clapped vigorously, cheering for the hero from the same province. Chen Lai was so excited that his face turned bright red. He waved his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss Lin, amazing, Sword of Demon Slayer, invincible, ha ha ha, boss, you're awesome." His admiration for Lin Xingjian had reached its peak. Inside the classroom of Wutong High School, the students of Wutong High School saw Lin Xingjian reach the summit, receive the title, and obtain the divine artifact through the live broadcast, and the entire campus instantly erupted in excitement. "Ah, Senior Lin, first place, champion, the Sword of Demon Breaking, Gui Su. Oh my god, a divine weapon. Did you see that? That's my senior, from Wutong High School. Ha ha ha. Who was the idiot who said Senior Lin was a fraud earlier? Step forward. Does your face hurt? Just tell me, does your face hurt? Senior Lin is so cool. From now on, he's my idol, my goal." Cheers, screams, table slapping, and foot stomping sounds almost lifted the roof. All the students of Wutong High School feel a strong sense of pride. Lin Xingjian, the legend who walked out from among them. Zhao Tianyu watched the livestream, and the scene of Lin Xingjian holding Gui Su and receiving the coronation of the new king left him silent for a long time. He let out a bitter laugh, shook his head, and murmured, "I admit it, truly admit it. Lin Xingjian, you are no longer someone we can catch up to." The last trace of comparison in his heart was completely extinguished, leaving only a deep sense of powerlessness and a hint of relief. The gap was so vast that even looking up made his neck ache. Inside Lu Feifei's bedroom, the curtains were tightly closed, and the room was a complete mess. On the live broadcast, Lin Xingjian's calm figure stung her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, her face twisted, and her eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, and extreme madness. Why? Why is it him? Why is it him? The demon-breaking sword? The divine artifacts return? Why? What gives him the right to have all of this? Fraud! Bastard! He ruined me! Ruined everything I had! She screamed, grabbing everything within reach, a pillow, books, a cup, and furiously hurled them at the live stream screen, at the walls. Tears mixed with snot streamed down her face, her once exquisite makeup now a complete mess. She was like a wild beast trapped in a cage of despair, hysterically venting her emotions. Every time she saw Lin Xingjian becoming stronger and more dazzling, it was like rubbing salt into her festering wounds. In front of Lin Xingjian, she felt as small as dust, as insignificant as an ant. This immense gap and sense of helplessness completely broke her. Inside the Xia Kingdom's Sealing Research Laboratory, the busy laboratory silently played the live broadcast of the grand spectacle in the arena. Elder Yinantian put down the experimental data in his hand, picked up his teacup, and looked at Lin Lin Xingjian on the screen. A deeply gratified smile appeared on his face, marked by the traces of time. Heh, good lad. At this moment, Lin Xingjian, after receiving the cheers of the crowd, was summoned to the conference room by the new king, Xinjian. The conference room was filled with the high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom. The atmosphere inside was solemn, in stark contrast to the fervor outside. The new king, Xinjian, sat upright at the head of the long table, while Lin Xingjian sat directly opposite him, separated by the wide tabletop. Seated on both sides of the long table were the true power core and pillars of wisdom of the Xia Kingdom. Supreme Commander of Military Affairs Long Hanshan, an elderly man with white hair and beard, yet full of vigor. He wore a neatly pressed marshal's uniform, with the stars on his epaulets shining brightly, exuding an aura of iron-blooded determination honed through countless battles. Director of Intelligence Yi Shao. His figure was hidden within a wide black cloak, his face indistinct, and his presence elusive, as if he could merge into the darkness at any moment. Director of Education Li Yuan. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded a refined and scholarly demeanor. Beside him lay a thick tome, and his gaze was filled with satisfaction toward Lin Xingjian, the fruit of education, skill and academic authority. Sikong Yuan, an elder dressed in a traditional robe. He is one of the founding figures in the research and development of skill theory in Xia Kingdom. Think tank of Xia Kingdom. Zhuge Ming, a handsome and refined middle-aged man holding a folding fan. If the prophet is the brain of the demon clan, then Zhuge Ming is the brain of Xia Kingdom. Elder Mo Sanyun was currently seated near Lin Xingjian, still wearing a proud smile on his face. Xingjian glanced around and looked at Elder Mo. Elder Mo has a discerning eye, standing firm against opposition to grant the number 1 seat position to Xingjian. Truly, you have great foresight. Elder Mo quickly waved his hand modestly and said, "Your Majesty flatters me." This old man merely followed his heart and trusted his judgment. Gold will always shine, and Xingjian, this true gold, relied on his own strength. If not for his own efforts, no matter how good my judgment is, it would have been in vain. Elder Mo is too modest, Marshal Long Hanshan said in a booming voice. Young Lin's strength is evident to all of us. In this grand competition, he single-handedly turned the tide, bolstered our nation's prestige, and earned my utmost respect. Yi Shao nodded slightly, his voice low and hoarse. Great potential, steady temperament, indeed a talent worth cultivating. Li Yuan adjusted his glasses. For Wutong High School to nurture such an outstanding individual, Principal Wang Defa deserves much credit. Of course, Lin's own efforts and talent are the key factors. Sikong Yuan stroked his long beard, his gaze intense as he looked at Lin Xingjian. The Gui Su sword in your hands might unleash power surpassing that of your predecessors. I eagerly anticipate your insights and application of its characteristics. Faced with the praise from the prominent figures, Lin Xingjian simply bowed slightly and calmly responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kindness." Xingjian nodded with satisfaction and shifted the topic. Xingjian, after glory comes responsibility. You have seen it yourself, our Xia Kingdom is now in a time of grave peril. The demon army is pressing at the borders, and the pressure on the first line of defense is immense. The blood of the 300,000 expeditionary soldiers cannot be shed in vain. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Although it is unclear why, the demon race, after gaining such an advantage, has suddenly paused their attack, as if they are brewing something. We cannot sit idly by, we must seek a way to break this deadlock. Xingjian looked directly at Lin Xingjian. Xingjian, do you know why the demon race suddenly possesses bodies that are nearly immortal? And what does the so-called king-level bloodline they speak of signify? Lin Xingjian shook his head. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Zhuge Ming, standing nearby, took over the conversation. This strategist, renowned for his wisdom, spoke in a heavy yet clear tone. Bloodline talent is the innate source of power and the upper limit of potential for living beings. Based on the ancient texts we have in our experiences with other races, bloodline talent levels can generally be divided into mortal level, hero level, lord level, marquis level, king level, and emperor level. And as for us humans today, our bloodline talent remains at the most basic mortal level. Mortal level? Lin Xingjian's heart trembled. Is the gap really this big? That's right. Zhuge Ming nodded, his face filled with deep concern. And the demon clan, through an extremely special method, has elevated the overall level of their bloodline to the king level. Special method? Lin Xingjian pressed further. It's a secret realm, Marshal Long Hanshan said in a deep voice. An ancient secret realm called the Sanctuary of Sourceblood. It opens once every 10 years, and each time, only beings aged 18 or younger are allowed to enter. Within the secret realm, magical beasts run rampant, and dangers lurk everywhere. But at its very core lies a sacred artifact capable of completely transforming the very essence of a race's bloodline. Its effects are earth-shattering. Whoever seizes and successfully merges with the sacred artifact will bring about a monumental evolution for the entire bloodline of their race. Zhuge Ming added, the source blood altar has 8 fixed entrances, corresponding to the 8 major intelligent races nations on the continent, including the 7 nations of our human race, and the demon race. Each entrance can only allow 1 representative to enter at a time. 100 years ago, it was during the activation activation of the source blood altar that the demon race's unparalleled prodigy of the time seized the sacred artifact and successfully fused with it. Back then, our ancestors did not know the purpose of that sacred artifact. But ever since that event, every time the source blood altar is activated, the prodigies sent by the demon race have grown stronger, and they have seized the sacred artifact again. Under such circumstances, by the time the 7 nations of the human race react and prepare to join forces, they won't even be able to defeat a single prodigy of the demon race. That's the combined effort of the prodigies from 7 nations, yet they still struggle to contend with a demon race prodigy possessing royal bloodline. The gap is just too vast. This time, the demon race has even directly elevated their bloodline to the royal level. Zhuge Ming's tone grew increasingly grave. Sikong let out a long sigh. The gap in bloodline levels may be compensated for with skill, equipment, and willpower in the early stages. But once the opponent reaches the king level, their basic attributes, energy recovery, and law affinity far surpass the extraordinary level. It's like a grown man fighting a child. Numerical advantage becomes pale and powerless in the face of absolute quality. Xinjiang picked up the conversation. So, I suspect that the reason the demons aren't attacking this time is most likely because their king-level bloodline hasn't stabilized yet. Otherwise, why wouldn't they attack? That's why this secret realm contest is so crucial. I see hope in you, Xinjiang. The opening of the source blood altar is just 1 week away. This is the pivotal battle for our human race to change our destiny. We absolutely cannot let the demons succeed again. Otherwise, once their king-level bloodline is fully stabilized, they might even advance toward the higher emperor level. By then, humanity will have no chance of rising again. His gaze burned as he stared at Lin Xinjiang. Lin Xinjiang, you are the representative chosen by our Xia kingdom to enter the source blood sanctum. In my opinion, you are also the most promising candidate among the prodigies of the 7 nations to stop the demon clan. Lin Xinjiang frowned, not expecting such a past. Was it a struggle over bloodlines? Xinjiang said solemnly, bestowing you the Gui Su divine artifact serves 2 purposes. First, to commend your achievements. Second, to ensure you have a trump card in the source blood sanctum, one capable of contending with the demon clan's prodigies and vying for the sacred relic. The Gui Su sword contains the power of successive emperors, and if unleashed fully, it is theoretically sufficient to threaten a king-level existence. But his tone shifted, carrying a deep warning. However, you must use it with caution. It is more like an ultimate life-saving talisman, a trump card that can reverse the tides, rather than a conventional weapon. Also remember, the prodigies of the demon clan will undoubtedly carry divine artifacts meticulously crafted by their clan. They possess king-level bloodlines, with vitality so tenacious that they are nearly impossible to kill completely. Your primary objective is to seize the sacred artifact, and secondly, to inflict as much damage as possible on the opponent. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness drag you into a life and death struggle, wasting this precious power. Above all, prioritize completing the mission and returning alive. Lin Xinjiang took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Qin Zhan and all the high-ranking officials present. Xinjiang will do his utmost to live up to His Majesty's and everyone's trust. At the same time, as the high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom entrusted Lin Xinjiang with this critical mission. In 6 other corners of the mainland, a similar scene is unfolding. The Snow Kingdom. Inside the Grand Palace covered in ice and snow, a stern-faced emperor hands over an ice crystal rune radiating extreme cold to a silver-haired, snow-like, sharp-eyed young man standing before him. Below are the Empire's most powerful frost mage and northern warriors. They have only one goal: to stop the demon race. The Federation. In the Grand Council Hall, a council of 7 archmages is issuing orders to a JK girl with long black hair, holding large scissors, stunningly beautiful but exuding a cold aura. The girl tightly gripped a giant hammer burning with an eternal flame. The air twisted due to the intense heat. The Elven Kingdom. Deep within the life temple built by towering ancient trees, several elders exuding a natural and harmonious aura sat in a circle. An elf maiden, draped in light vine armor, holding a verdant longbow, and with serene eyes, knelt on one knee, listening to an ancient oath and a heavy mission. The Sand Kingdom. At the top of a massive pyramid amidst the endless yellow sands, several priests clad in white robes adorned with golden patterns raised golden scepters symbolizing the authority of the sun. A sharp-eyed, bronze-skinned, and well-built young man stroked the curved blade at his waist, which shimmered with a sandy luster, silently bearing the hopes of the entire desert people. The land of the setting sun. Within the eternal dusk royal court, the Queen of the Sunset Kingdom solemnly placed a jewel imbued with surging divine power into the hands of a girl with platinum blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, her waist and abdomen bare, dressed in a seductive battle armor, resembling a valkyrie. Surrounding her were cheering female warriors. The Sky Realm. Within the floating city suspended thousands of feet in the air, the council, composed of numerous lords of floating islands, was giving their final blessings and instructions to a young winged man with pure white wings, holding a longsword shimmering with starlight, exuding an aura of nobility and sanctity. His gaze pierced through the clouds, as if he had already seen the battlefield where fate would be decided. 7 prodigies effigies, each bearing the last hopes of their respective nations and races, had received the same mission: enter the sacred altar of origin blood, stop the demon race at all costs, and seize the holy relic that could change destiny. Beiluo City, headquarters of the Star Group. Xingtong led Lin Xingjian through layers of strict security, taking the exclusive elevator all the way down, finally arriving at the core area deep underground, the secret treasure vault of the Star Group. The heavy alloy door opened, revealing a brightly lit, spacious interior. A tall, elegant middle-aged man with a dignified aura of authority stood in the center of the vault, hands behind his back, smiling as he watched them walk in. It was Xingtong's father, the helm of Xingchen Group, the master of the first financial conglomerate in Xia country, Xingyao. Welcome, Lin Xingjian. He took a few steps forward proactively, his gaze filled with undisguised admiration as he sized up Lin Xingjian. Fame doesn't compare to meeting in person. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. First place in the national competition, the title of Sword of Demon Slayer, well deserved. Congratulations. Lin Xingjian felt a slight chill in his heart. This was the man standing at the pinnacle of wealth in Xia country. He composed himself and politely bowed slightly. Uncle Xingyao, you're too kind. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Xingjian. Ha, no need for such formalities. Xingyao laughed heartily and patted Lin Xingjian on the shoulder. This girl Tonger really has excellent taste. Xingtong hummed softly from the side, her delicate chin slightly raised with a hint of pride. Xingyao looked at Lin Xingjian. Xingjian, this time I invited you here, first to formally congratulate you. Secondly, as your uncle, I can't come empty-handed. Here's a small token of my congratulations, a modest gift. I hope you'll kindly accept it. Lin Xingjian's heart tightened. For Xingyao, the head of the top financial conglomerate, to personally present something and call it a gift, it could never be just a small item. He immediately said, Uncle, you're too kind. Being summoned by you is already an honor. How could I dare accept such a generous gift? Father, stop keeping us in suspense. Xingtong directly interrupted Lin Xingjian's polite words. Why not just take Xingjian to see that thing? Xingyao helplessly glanced at his daughter and shook his head with a wry smile. You little girl, you haven't even married yet, and you're already siding with outsiders so much? Xingtong's pretty face flushed slightly, but she immediately straightened her chest with righteous confidence. It's going to be given to Xingjian sooner or later anyway. Giving it now is just perfect timing. The origin blood altar is so dangerous. Cough. Xingyao coughed lightly, his eyes filled with affection and a hint of the sentiment that a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Lin Xingjian felt a bit embarrassed by the straightforward conversation between this father and daughter. All right, Xingyao said with a smile, shaking his head. Since Tonger has said so, dear nephew, come with me. Let me show you a bit of our Xingchen family's foundation. Starry Glory personally led the way, with Lin Xingjian and Xingtong following behind. The space inside the treasure vault far exceeded expectations, divided into different areas. Each piece of displayed equipment emitted powerful energy fluctuations, shimmering brilliantly, clearly not ordinary items. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura of the guards became. The first inner gate was guarded by two elders with terrifying auras, clad in the standard battle armor of the Starry Group. These two people, their level is absolutely unfathomable. Passing through the first door, the second door was guarded by an old woman sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her mental power, like a tangible tide, silently swept over the three of them, and only after confirming there was no mistake did she step aside to clear the way. The third door, also the most central one, was guarded by a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man dressed in a janitor's uniform. He was wiping the doorframe with a cloth, but when he raised his head and his gaze met Lin Xingjian's, Lin Xingjian seemed to see a vast, profound starry sky spinning. He was shocked in his heart. The guard of this third door might truly be the ultimate terror. After passing through three gates guarded by powerful individuals, they finally entered the core area of the treasury. The number of items stored here was not large, but each one exuded an aura that made hearts tremble. There were battle armors radiating brilliance, staffs engraved with intricate spatial runes, and gauntlets floating in the air, emanating waves of destruction. Xingyao introduced several artifacts that could be considered treasures of the clan with great familiarity. Void-severing sword contains the power of spatial slicing. With one swing, it can sever mountains and tear through the void. Immortal battle armor, tempered with the essence blood of ancient divine beasts, it boasts astonishing defensive power and can slowly repair the wielder's injuries. Dimensional ring, a large spatial storage item. Each of these left Lin Xingjian in awe. Finally, Xingyao brought Lin Xingjian to an independent crystal display stand at the innermost side. On the stand, a crown quietly floated. This crown had a majestic design, with its main body made of black metal and its edges inlaid with fine, star-like silver crystals. It lacked intricate patterns, yet conveyed a sense of simplicity and inclusiveness, embodying the essence of the great Tao. A gentle yet immensely vast wave of spiritual energy was emanating from the royal crown. Xingyao pointed at the royal crown, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. This item is called the true royal crown. It is not an artifact in the traditional sense, it possesses an extremely rare and powerful core trait, infinite growth potential. Lin Xingjian's eyes lit up instantly. Can it grow infinitely? infinitely? Xingyao continued to explain, the true king's crown can infinitely absorb and merge with other equipment, whether it's weapons, armor, or accessories. As long as it contains energy and characteristics, it can devour them and convert their essence into a permanent boost to the wearer's mental power. He paused and revealed an astonishing figure. After being nurtured by generations of strong members of my star clan and infused with a large amount of rare equipment, its current mental power boost rate for the wearer has already reached 820%. Lin Xingjian gasped. 820% boost in mental power. This meant that his mental strength, total magic capacity, skill power, and even perception range and fine control would all receive a terrifying enhancement. This enhancement effect itself can already be described as defying the heavens. Is this the foundation of the first financial group? Lin Xingjian could foresee that if such a divine artifact were to fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly trigger a terrifying storm of blood and carnage. But this is not all. A glint of brilliance flashed in Xingyao's eyes as he continued. The true king's crown also has an active ability, which is its core value, the king's will. Activating this ability instantly resets the cooldown of all the wearer's skills once. Lin Xingjian felt as if his brain had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Reset all skill cooldowns once? It means his ultimate move, those trump cards that require a long cooldown, can be used twice in a row without hesitation at critical moments, especially Koto Amatsukami. Boom! This mental amplitude and ability are simply tailor-made for him. Combined with his own combat system, its strategic value is immeasurable. What does this mean? Just as Lin Xingjian was deeply shocked by the heaven-defying effects of this true king's crown, Xingtong beside him had already reached out her small hand without hesitation and directly took the glowing crown from the crystal display stand. Here, Xingjian, take it. Xingtong stuffed the crown directly into Lin Xingjian's hand, her movements as natural as if she were handing him a glass of water. Cool to the touch, a vast and pure spiritual energy instantly resonated with Lin Xingjian's mental sea, invigorating his spirit. Xingyao watched his daughter's actions, his expression extremely complex, finally turning into a long, deeply resigned sigh filled with a sense of losing out. Daughters really can't be kept at home. Fine, fine. He looked at Lin Xingjian, who was still a bit dazed in holding the Wang Mian, and said solemnly, Dear nephew, since Tonger has given it to you, this, true, Wang Mian, is a gift from our Xingchen group, from me, Xingyao, to you, the Sword of Demon Slayer. I hope it can assist you in the Source Blood Altar. Lin Xingjian came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and bowed deeply to Xingyao. Xingjian thanks uncle for this generous gift. This item is priceless, and your kindness will be remembered forever. Not long after the trip to Xingchen group, Lin Xingjian was taken to the Xian family by Xianli. Xian Zhengye had been waiting in the hall for a long time and saw Lin Xingjian. A smile appeared on his face, even more enthusiastic than when he had watched the battle in the arena last time. Ha, dear nephew. Congratulations, congratulations. The demon-slaying sword is renowned across the world. Xian Zhengye strode forward and gave Lin Xingjian's shoulder a hearty pat. Uncle Xian. Lin Xingjian greeted respectfully. Xian Zhengye's gaze swept over Lin Xingjian, then shifted to Xianli, who was closely following beside Lin Xingjian with eyes only for her master. His smile grew wider, but a barely noticeable hint of competition flashed deep in his eyes. That old fox Xingyao, he sure moves fast. Xian Zhengye snorted, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Did he take out all the treasures he's been hiding and stuff them into your hands? Does he think I don't know what he's up to? Isn't it just to use wealth to sway hearts and outshine my leer in advance? Xianli heard this, and her cold face showed no change, only slightly pressing her lips together. Lin Xingjian smiled awkwardly. Uncle Xingyao is indeed very generous. Generous as he may be, our Xian family cannot fall behind either. Xian Zhengye waved his hand grandly, exuding confidence. Dear nephew, Xingyao has money, giving equipment and divine artifacts, that's his way. But our Xian family walks a different path. We focus on foundation, on potential, on breaking the shackles of fate. His eyes burned as he stared at Lin Xingjian. I know you possess an extraordinary talent for pupil techniques that others can hardly match, but your greatest weakness, which is well known, is that the profession you awakened is the F-rank pupil master. Lin Xingjian's expression tightened. This was an undeniable fact. An F-rank profession meant that his experience gain efficiency was extremely low, and his leveling speed was far inferior to those with higher-ranked professions. If it weren't for his heaven-defying pupil techniques, his level could never have reached this point. This has always been the greatest shackle on his path to growth. An F-level experience absorption rate is like a heavy shackle placed on you. No matter how high your talent or how great your opportunities, this shackle invisibly slows your progress. Xian Zhengye's voice was firm and resolute. Xingyao gives you divine artifacts to make you stronger now, but my Xian family will give you something that ensures your future path is free of obstacles. It will allow you, a hidden dragon, to truly break free from your shackles and soar to the heavens. He wasted no more words, turned around, and led the way. Follow me. Xian Zhengye led Lin Xingjian and Xianli through the numerous courtyards of the Xian family, finally arriving at a heavily guarded forbidden area deep within the the estate. Here stood an ancient altar built from unknown black boulders. On the ground surrounding the altar, countless dizzyingly complex runes were engraved, forming an enormous formation. At the very center of the formation, atop the altar, a fist-sized, radiant gemstone floated. This is... Lin Xingjian felt the power contained within the gemstone, his heart shaken. Genesis Source Stone. Xian Li's cold voice sounded from the side. For the sake of the master, father utilized the Xian family's accumulation of hundreds of years, even mortgaging part of the core industries, to find this legendary miraculous stone. This formation is called the Fate-Reversing Heaven-Seizing Array, a forbidden formation recorded in the Xian family's ancient texts. Using the Genesis Source Stone as its core, supplemented by an immense amount of rare treasures, it can forcibly alter the foundational fate of a being, enhancing their innate potential. Xian Zhengye looked at Lin Xingjian's shocked expression, stroked his short beard with satisfaction, his face showing a trace of pain but even more relief and anticipation. Nephew, no matter how good the things Xingyao sent you are, they are still external aids. But what my Xian family wants to give you is a complete transformation, to utterly break the curse of your damned F-grade limitation, to raise your future experience absorption rate to the level of an SSS grade genius, perhaps even beyond that. He pointed to the center of the formation. Go in, stand beneath the Genesis Source Stone. I will personally control the formation. The process may be somewhat painful, but endure it, and you'll find boundless opportunities ahead. Lin Xingjian was overwhelmed with shock in his heart. Change aptitude. Enhance experience absorption rate. This is simply going against the heavens. Its value, to some extent, even surpasses the true King's Crown. Because the King's Crown is an external enhancement, whereas this is a complete transformation of the internal foundation. This fundamentally resolves his greatest weakness. The Xian family's gift is too significant. Uncle Xian. Lin Xingjian was a bit moved. Stop being so sentimental. Xian Zhangye glared and said with feigned anger. Hurry up and go in. Don't you want to go further in the Source Blood Sacred Altar? Don't you want to protect Li'er better? Besides, you're the son-in-law I've chosen, Xian Zhengye. What's a little family fortune compared to that? Xian Li also said softly, Master, go ahead. Lin Xingjian no longer hesitated, bowed deeply to Xian Zhengye, and stepped into the fate-reversing heaven-seizing array. When he stood directly beneath the Genesis Source Stone, Xian Zhengye formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. Xian Li also retreated to the edge of the array. The entire altar shook violently. Countless runes on the ground instantly lit up. Multicolored energy frantically surged toward the central Genesis Source Stone. The Genesis Source Stone radiated brilliantly, and its spinning speed suddenly increased. Buzz! A pillar of seven-colored light shot out fiercely from the Source Stone, completely enveloping Lin Xingjian below. The moment the pillar of light enveloped him, a wave of intense pain swept over Lin Xingjian. He could clearly feel that an invisible barrier within his body was being forcibly struck and dissolved by that multicolored energy. It was the shackle of an F-level profession, the fundamental chain that restricted his experience absorption efficiency. Ugh! Xian Zhengye's forehead veins throbbed as he fully controlled the formation, maintaining the stable output of the power of creation. Xian Li's cold eyes were filled with tension. The light of the formation grew increasingly intense, and the air around the altar twisted under the immense energy. Lin Xingjian's pain also reached its peak. He felt as if he had hovered on the edge of life and death countless times. A sound, as if originating from the depths of the soul, echoed in Lin Xingjian's mind. The F-level shackle that had troubled him for so long was completely shattered. Time passed second by second. The multicolored pillar of light enveloping him suddenly converged, like rivers flowing into the sea, entirely merging into his body. The tearing pain receded like a tide, replaced by a sense of comfort as if his very essence of life had been elevated. Finally, crack! His body became incredibly light, and his mind unprecedentedly clear, as if his connection with the energy of heaven and earth had become extraordinarily close. He instinctively brought up his system panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Class, double-pupiled sage, SSS level. The original, I-Technique Master, emblem has completely disappeared. In its place is a brand new profession exuding supreme majesty, double-pupil sage. The glaring F-level emblem has also transformed into the SSS level symbol of peak aptitude. Experience absorption efficiency has reached the theoretical limit. This means that from now on, the speed at which he gains experience points will match his SSS level aptitude. He will completely break free from the shackles of professional levels, possessing a growth speed equal to, or even faster than, those top-tier prodigies. Lin Xingjian slowly opened his eyes, and an aura of majesty uncontrollably spread out, causing the entire altar to fall silent. Xian Li felt this aura, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Xian Zhangye was even more excited. In the most luxurious hotel suite under the Xingchen group, Lin Xingjian sat cross-legged on the luxurious bed, carefully examining her completely renewed attribute panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, double-pupiled sage, SSS level. It worked. Level, 58. Constitution, 585. Strength, 1752. Agility, 586. Spirit, 81 196. Divine Artifact, Guesu Sword. Strength Amplification 300%. Mana feature can infinitely accommodate and store magic power. The more magic power injected in, the purer it is, the stronger its power becomes. Artifact, True Crown of Kings. Mental Amplification 845%. Skill, King's Will, refreshes all skill cooldowns once. Feature, can infinitely absorb and fuse with other equipment. Whether weapons, armor, or accessories, as long as they contain energy and features, it can devour them and convert their essence into a permanent boost to the wearer's mental power. Eye Technique, Koto Amatsukami, usable times, 2. Eye Technique, Amaterasu. Eye Technique, Shinra Tensei. Eye Technique, Bancho Tenin. Eye Technique, Summoning, Ghetto Statue. Eye Technique, Preta Path. Passive, no consumption when using eye techniques. Strongest Eye Technique, gain a random eye technique every 10 levels. Even though Lin Xingjian had a calm temperament, he couldn't help but gasp again at this moment. He fed the small crown and other ornaments to the true king's crown. Its mental amplification intensity reached 845%. Its total amount had already reached 8,196. Its total amount and intensity had reached a level that even he found incredible. His mental perception spread out like a spider web, effortlessly covering nearly half of North Luo City. Countless subtle sounds and energy fluctuations were distinctly discernible, and he could even vaguely touch the structure of space. The speed of his thought processes was as fast as lightning. Strategies that used to take half a day to deduce now formed in an instant. The 300% power boost brought by the Guesu sword elevated his physical destructive force to a terrifying level. He felt his physical strength was simply monstrous, and this was merely the passive boost of the basic attributes, without even utilizing the terrifying magic stored within the sword. SSS level aptitude. Guesu sword, the true royal crown, the saint with double pupils. Lin Xingjian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. The current me is completely different from when I participated in the national competition. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body. The source blood sacred altar, a king-level immortal body? Demon clan, just wait. The heartland of the demon clan, the Crimson Arena. This magnificent structure built from massive obsidian is currently filled with an atmosphere of frenzy and brutality. A deafening roar erupted. In the center of the field stood a figure exuding wildness and strength. It was a young girl. She had fiery red hair like blazing flames, cascading freely over her shoulders. A few strands of hair clung to her smooth forehead, damp with sweat. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet carried a kind of aggressive wildness, like a thorny rose blooming on the battlefield. Her figure, outlined by the tight combat suit, appeared agile and full of explosive power. In her hand, she held a dark red spear, as if it had just savored fresh blood. Just by standing there, a violent aura surged forth, making even the fiercest demon warriors in the stands feel a chill in their hearts. She is the champion and top rank of this year's Demon Clan Grand Competition, Scarlet Sakura. At this moment, on the highest throne of the arena, a vague and massive figure slowly took shape. It had no specific form, only an abyss-like darkness and an overwhelming oppressive aura spreading outward. It was none other than the supreme ruler of the Demon Clan, the Demon King. The Demon King's gaze fell upon the crimson cherry blossom in the field. At that moment, a figure silently appeared beside the Demon King's throne. The prophet Rafina was still dressed in a scarlet robe, her snow-white hair cascading like a waterfall. The pure white eye patch covering her left eye made her appear mysterious and cold. Her appearance instantly quieted the once noisy arena, and awe-filled the eyes of all the demons. Rafina faced the direction of the Demon King, gracefully and respectfully kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty." The indistinct figure of the Demon King nodded slightly, and a deep, commanding voice resonated directly in the hearts of all the demons. "Prophet, grant blessings and guidance." Rafina stood up, her right eye calmly gazing at the blood prison in the arena. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips surrounded by a faint starlight that seemed to carry the trajectory of fate. "Scarlet Sakura, you are the blade of our clan, bearing the honor of royal blood." Rafina's voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the venue. "In the name of the seer, I bestow upon you the vision of truth to pierce through the fog of the battlefield, and the will of resilience, an indomitable resolve as deep as an abyss." As her words fell, two invisible forces crossed the space and merged into Scarlet Sakura's body. Fei Ying's body trembled slightly, and a sharper glint flashed in her gem-like golden red eyes. The violent aura around her seemed to condense slightly. "The blessing is complete." The Demon King's voice rang out again. "To the champion of this era, a divine artifact shall be bestowed to enhance their prestige. Prophet, in your opinion, what should be granted?" Whenever divine artifacts are bestowed, the Demon King always consults the prophet's opinion. This has become tradition. Rafina slightly lowered her head, her right eye flickering with the light of deduction. Moments later, a cold voice sounded. "Your Majesty, the threat of the human race lies in their endless and immensely powerful destructive skills. Our race's bloodline has reached the royal level, and ordinary attacks can hardly shake us. The effectiveness of defensive artifacts is no longer a priority." She paused briefly and continued her analysis. "As for mental control and impact, fact, while humans have dabbled in these areas, they lack top-tier experts capable of truly threatening the mental barriers of a royal-level bloodline. Moreover, Fei Ying's mental strength has already reached 5,000 plus. There is no necessity for granting mental defense artifacts either. Therefore, Rafina raised her head, her right eye staring directly at the shadow where the Demon King resided. Grant the strongest defensive artifact to the Scarlet Sakura. With the unparalleled power of my clan, combined with the ultimate edge of attack within the sacred altar of origin blood, we shall replace defense with offense and crush all obstacles. Any who dare to block the path of my clan shall be reduced to dust under its blade. The shadow of the Demon King rippled slightly, seemingly very pleased with Rafina's analysis. That deep voice carried a tone of approval. The words of the prophet aligned perfectly with my will. In the shadows, a blinding flash of blood-red light suddenly shot out, hovering in front of Scarlet Sakura. Bestow upon you the divine weapon, Spear of World Annihilation. The Demon King's voice thundered. Wield this divine weapon, and for my kin, tear everything asunder. Scarlet Sakura gazed at the massive spear before her, emanating an aura of destruction. A fanatical and excited smile appeared on her beautiful face. Without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed the gun's hilt. A surge of violent, blood-red energy shot into the sky, engulfing her figure in an instant. An aura of destruction, even more terrifying and pure than before, swept across the entire area. At the center of the energy storm, the frenzied laughter of Crimson Sakura, intertwined with the humming of the divine artifact, heralding the rise of a demon prodigy wielding a world-destroying weapon, officially embarking on her journey. Her target is also the Source Blood Altar. Boom! Originally, Lin Xingjian planned to level up, but Elder Mo informed him about the captured magical beasts, the ones nurtured in the secret realm. Basically, they are all completely consumed by the students of the annual national competition. This is also why Qin Tiange and the others fell so far behind in levels after missing out on a secret realm. Secret realms are almost one-time use, with only so many resources available. They have run out of resources. If you want to level up, you have to wait for the expeditionary force to capture magical beasts, or go to the university protected by the 7 nations. But the expeditionary force has almost been completely wiped out. As for the university jointly protected by the 7 nations, he can't go there now either. So, a week's time. Lin Xingjian could only let it pass in the midst of near-madness training and coordination. In the training ground, the roaring sounds were incessant. Even though Lin Xingjian was strictly restricted from using destructive ultimate moves like Outer Path Golem and Super Shinra Tensei, which could alter the terrain, his performance can still only be described as terrifying. Suppressing levels? Same level battle? That's purely asking for abuse. The Grand Marshal of Military Affairs of the Xia Kingdom, Long Hansan, a battle-hardened veteran. When he suppressed his own level to match Lin Xingjian's level 58 for a sparring session, he lasted less than 10 seconds. If not for his combat experience being so instinctive that he managed to unleash a portion of his suppressed power to protect his vital points in time, he would have almost been instantly killed on the spot by Lin Xingjian's seamless series of I-technique combos. This is still without Lin Xingjian using the artifact for amplification. Monster! Long Hansan panted heavily, unable to help but curse, though his eyes were full of amazement. Several other top-tier experts, such as Intelligence Chief Yi Xiao and Skill Master Sikong Yuan, also stepped into the arena. They suppressed their levels to around level 100. This level still holds an absolute advantage in experience, skill mastery, and combat instincts. However, the outcome of the battle made these beings at the pinnacle of humanity feel a trace of absurdity. Level 100 vs level 58. Lin Xingjian's figure turned into streaks of afterimages in the training ground. The repulsive and attractive forces of Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin were utilized by him to perfection. Combined with the pinpoint incineration of Amaterasu and the energy absorption of Pretapath, the transition between offense and defense was seamless. His terrifying mental power, which reached 8,196 points and was amplified by 845% through the True King's crown, allowed him to achieve an unimaginable level of energy perception and control precision. Any subtle energy fluctuation could not escape his perception, and the trajectory of any attack seemed to be within the foresight of his Rinnegan. The combat experience and exquisite skills that top-tier powerhouses prided themselves on. Under Lin Xingjian's unreasonable, almost cost-free continuous use of ocular techniques and the enhancement of divine artifacts, it was forcibly leveled. The battle quickly escalated from initial probing to an intense exchange of offense and defense. There were even several instances where Lin Xingjian, relying on the explosive power of Shinra Tensei and the eerie control of Bancho Tenin, almost forced the suppressed level Night Owl and Sikong Yuan into a dangerous situation. This kid, is he really level 58? Sikong Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, looking at Lin Xingjian, who was once again fiercely clashing with Long Hansan in the arena, his tone filled with disbelief. His combat instincts are terrifying. It's as if he was born for battle. Yi Zhao's figure seemed to merge into the shadows, each move sharp and ruthless, yet Lin Xingjian always managed to narrowly evade or dissolve it using hungry ghost path. Even this master assassin found it troublesome. On the sidelines, Xinjiang and Zhuge Ming stood side by side, watching the intense and breathless battle of light and shadow in the training field. The initial shock in their eyes had long turned into uncontrollable joy. "Did you see that, Zhuge?" Xinjiang's voice carried a trace of excitement. "Suppressing his level to 100. Even our top experts can only fight him to a draw. And he's only level 58. Moreover, he hasn't even used his strongest skills yet." Zhuge Ming lightly waved his feather fan, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I saw it. Lin Xingjian's strength has already exceeded our previous estimations. Although the demon clan prodigy possesses king-level bloodline and an almost immortal body, making it perhaps still difficult to completely kill her. However, with the absolute dominance Lin Xingjian is displaying right now, within the sanctum, he absolutely has the ability to firmly suppress her, perhaps even crush her. As long as he can suppress the demon clan prodigy, the chances of seizing the sacred artifact will greatly increase." Xinjiang nodded heavily, his tightly clenched fists revealing his inner turmoil. "That's right. Suppression. As long as we can suppress the demon clan's prodigies, prevent them from approaching the sacred artifact, and stop them from interfering with our people from seizing it, that's a victory. Xinjiang, he has given us unprecedented hope." The time finally arrived on the 7th day. The center of Beiluo City. A massive ancient teleportation altar had been cleared, engraved with runes resonating with the sacred blood altar, and at this moment, it was emitting a faint spatial fluctuation. Around the altar, the crowd was massive. Xianli, dressed in a fitted outfit, fixed her cold gaze on the figure at the center of the altar. Xingtong stood beside her, her silver-white twin ponytail swaying lightly in the wind. Her small face was filled with nervousness and anticipation as she waved her little fists vigorously in Lin Xingjian's direction. Su Mingyuan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xingjian, defeat the demons. We'll celebrate your victory when you return." Principal Wang Defa was surrounded by a group of principals from universities across the country, his face brimming with uncontrollable smiles and pride. The high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom, Xinjiang, Zhuge Ming, Long Hansan, Night Owl, Sicom Yuan, Elder Emo, were all present. Their gazes were all focused on Lin Xingjian, filled with expectation and trust. In the distance, through the magical light screen, were the countless faces of Xia Kingdom's citizens, holding their breath in concentration. Their hero, demon-slaying sword Lin Xingjian, is about to represent the human race and step onto the battlefield that will determine the fate of their kind. Xingjian, dressed in royal robes, walked solemnly to the core of the altar. In his hand, he held a blood-colored crystal radiating intense spatial fluctuations. This was the key to opening the passage. "Lin Xingjian." Xingjian's powerful voice resounded throughout the venue. "Go to the origin blood altar and seize a glimmer of hope for our human race. Remember, once inside, your primary task is to find allies from the other 6 nations of the human race. Unite, pool your wisdom and strength, combine the power of 7 to suppress the prodigy of the demon race." Xinjiang emphasized the key points. "Do not think about fighting her one-on-one to kill her. Her immortality cannot be broken by brute force. Your primary goal is to seize the sacred artifact. Suppress her. Prevent her from laying a finger on the sacred artifact. Do you understand?" Lin Xingjian stood at the center of the altar, feeling the countless gazes converging on him, his eyes calm and serene. He nodded slowly at Xinjiang, and everyone watching him understood. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Xinjiang will not fail the mission." "Good." Xinjiang no longer hesitated and poured all his strength into the blood-colored crystal in his hand. The crystal erupted with a blinding blood-red light, instantly activating the runes of the entire altar. The space began to twist and tremble violently. A massive vortex portal, composed of countless blood-red runes and so deep it seemed to lead to the end of the universe, burst open above the altar. "The passage is open. Lin Xingjian, enter the sacred altar." Xinjiang commanded. "Buzz." Lin Xingjian took one last look at Xianli, Xingtong, Su Mingyuan, Principal Wang, Xinjiang, and all the familiar faces. In the next moment, he hesitated no longer, leaping forward and transforming into a streak of light as he rushed into the blood-red spatial vortex. The figure vanished, and the vortex slowly contracted. Everyone's hearts hung in suspense with the disappearance of that figure. The sacred altar of source blood, the struggle between races, has officially begun. The hope of the human race, Lin Xingjian, has embarked on his journey. At the same time, in 6 other places on the continent, almost simultaneously, 6 beams of light carrying the hopes of various nations also charged resolutely into the blood-red vortexes that had opened before them. Meanwhile, in the Crimson Arena, the demon prophet Rafina calmly watched as the scarlet light pillar enveloped the figure of Scarlet Sakura, who was holding the spear of world destruction, and disappeared into the teleportation glow. The corners of her mouth seemed to lift ever so slightly. "My king, this is only the first step of the plan." The dizziness brought by spatial teleportation vanished in an instant. Lin Xingjian was already standing firmly on the ground. A surge of energy far more primal and violent than that within the Xia kingdom rushed toward him. He instantly deduced that the teleportation distance was absurdly far, almost spanning continental plates. In front beyond lies a vast valley stretching beyond sight. Jagged, peculiar rocks, strange crystal clusters scattered sporadically. The air is filled with a faint mixture of sulfur and rust. His mental power spread out like an invisible tide, instantly covering an area of dozens of miles. No human presence, only a large number of magical beasts. Lin Xingjian frowned slightly. The space inside this source blood altar was much more vast than he had anticipated. Since no one is here, there's no need to hold back. He slowly ascended into the sky, spreading his arms wide. Super Shinra Tensei, a world-destroying repulsive force field erupted suddenly, with him at its center. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, then let out a groan of unbearable strain. The vast valley below, as if struck fiercely by the hand of an ancient giant god. Buzz! The earth collapsed and shattered like a fragile cookie. Countless rocks instantly turned to dust. The beasts hidden within didn't even have time to scream. They were crushed into the most primitive energy particles under this destructive force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar echoed between heaven and earth, with dust soaring into the sky, blotting out the sun. As the dust slightly dispersed, the original valley landscape had completely vanished. In its place was a massive hemispherical crater. The experience points surged into Lin Xingjian's body like a flood breaking through a dam. The SSS level experience absorption efficiency was fully displayed at this moment, like a greedy bottomless pit, instantly converting massive amounts of energy. Level up, LV.60. Level up, LV.61. Level up, LV.69. Leveled up 11 times in a row. You should know that the further you go, the more experience is required. With just one strike, he almost reached level 70. A tremendous sense of power filled his entire body. What excited him even more was, Koto Amatsukami uses +1. A new ocular technique has appeared. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Xingjian. Profession, double-pupiled saint, SSS level. Level, 69. Physique, 695. Strength, 2082. Agility, 696. Spirit, 9125. Artifact, Guesu Sword. Strength amplification 300%. Artifact, True King's Crown. Spirit amplification 845%. Eye technique, Koto Amatsukami. Usable times, 3. Eye technique, Amaterasu. Eye technique, Shinra Tensei. Eye technique, Universal Pull. Eye technique, Summoning, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. Eye technique, Preta Path. New eye technique, Kamui. Form 1, transfer. A target spatial coordinate or spacetime node can be selected to forcibly transfer specified matter or energy, excluding oneself, located at the marked point and within its overlapping space, to an alternate dimension, or transfer it out from an alternate dimension. At cooldown time, no cooldown. Form 2, phasing, temporarily displace oneself from the current spatial coordinate, entering a phased state. In this state, one cannot attack or be hit by attacks. Cooldown time, no cooldown. Passive, use of ocular techniques without consumption. Strongest ocular technique, gain a random ocular technique every 10 levels. Kamui. Lin Xingjian was overjoyed. This is simply a divine skill for both offense and defense. Its practicality is immeasurable. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. His gaze turned toward the depths of the altar, where the energy fluctuations were the most chaotic and powerful. The figure transformed into a streak of light, speeding away without hesitation. Flew for about half an hour. Crossed a hilly area covered with thorns. Suddenly, a violent energy explosion and a sharp sound of something tearing through the air came from ahead, accompanied by a woman's urgent and terrified cries. Lin Xingjian's gaze sharpened, and his speed surged once more. On the chaotic plain below, two figures were frantically fleeing in desperation. Leading the way was a girl from the land of the setting sun. She had dazzling platinum blonde hair tied into a neat high ponytail, swaying intensely as she ran. Her armor was bold and wild, covering only the vital areas, revealing large swaths of her taut, sun-kissed waist and long legs. She wielded a magnificent greatsword engulfed in blazing white flames, but at this moment, the light on the blade had dimmed, and she herself was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, with the armor on her left arm shattered. Her name was Cecilia, the prodigy of the Sunset Kingdom. Following closely behind her was a young girl from the Elven Kingdom. She is clad in light armor woven from emerald green leaves, outlining the slenderness unique to elves. She holds a long green bow radiating the brilliance of life. But at this moment, a noticeable crack has appeared on the bow. Her exquisitely beautiful face is marked with deep shock and fear. The originally tranquil eyes were now filled with fear. Her name was Alia, the prodigy of the Elven Kingdom. It's impossible to win. That's not something we can fight against. Cecilia's voice carried trembling and despair. A divine-level defensive amulet pierced through with a single shot. My holy flame greatsword can't even scratch her skin. An immortal body, it's real. Elia's voice trembled as well, as she sprinted forward. My life arrow hit her. The wound healed instantly. Her speed didn't even slow down. It's terrifying. Both were seriously injured, their breathing disordered, and their eyes filled with bone-deep fear. They had just entered the sanctuary not long ago and were fortunate enough to meet and form an alliance. They thought that combining the strength of the prodigies from both nations would at least least give them a fighting chance. However, this stroke of luck instantly turned into a nightmare. They directly collided with the ultimate target of this journey, the demon prodigy wielding the crimson magic spear, Scarlet Sakura. Just one encounter. Cecilia's proud artifact-level protective charm was effortlessly pierced and shattered by that terrifying weapon known as the Spear of World Annihilation. Aria's life arrow, capable of instantly killing powerhouses of the same level, struck Scarlet Sakura as if sinking into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. The opponent's level is unfathomable, definitely above level 100. Combined with the near-rule level undead recovery ability and the magic spear in their hand that tears through space, it was completely a one-sided crush. They fought with all their might, even resorting to life-saving trump cards, barely managing to create some distance and begin this desperate escape. She's catching up. Arya's voice was distorted by fear. A streak of dark red light. It appeared almost like teleportation at the top of the hill not far behind them. The figure was tall, with red hair wildly dancing, holding the Spear of World Annihilation. It was none other than the prodigy of the demon realm, Scarlet Sakura. The icy pressure felt almost tangible. Cecilia and Alia's eyes were filled with despair. A streak of black light, also accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, landed not far in front of them. It happened to separate them from that crimson cherry blossom. The impact upon landing was not strong, yet it was exceptionally steady, stirring up a circle of dust. The smoke and dust slightly dispersed. At the same time, at this critical moment, a tall and upright black-haired young man was revealed. He had his back to Cecilia and Alia. Boom! His gaze calmly fixed on the demon clan prodigy exuding a terrifying aura, Scarlet Sakura. It's a human team member. Cecilia clung to it like a lifeline, her eyes bursting with ecstatic light. Alia's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and she almost collapsed. Quick, this way! Cecilia coughed up blood as she desperately charged toward Lin Xingjian's direction, shouting urgently, I am Cecilia of the Sunset Kingdom. She is Alia of the Elven Kingdom. Behind us is Fei Ying, the prodigy of the demon clan. Run! You must find others to unite. Alia, barely holding on, quickly added, go quickly. She is immortal. Even divine artifacts can't harm her. We can't stop her. Only by uniting the power of the 7 nations do we have a chance to restrain her. The two rushed to Lin Xingjian's side. Alia even instinctively reached out to grab his arm. Cecilia anxiously shouted at him, what are you standing there for? Run! She's about to. However, their outstretched hands grasped nothing, because Lin Xingjian didn't move at all. He stood rooted in place like a stabilizing pillar. His gaze remained fixed on Fei Ying. He didn't even turn to look at them. He was unusually calm. What are you doing? Do you want to face the demon clan prodigy alone? Are you crazy? Cecilia looked at Lin Xingjian's indifferent demeanor, her voice growing sharp with urgency. That's a demon clan prodigy. Her level is definitely over 100. The weapon in her hand is an artifact. It can even tear through space. Just now, the 2 artifacts we had couldn't withstand even one move against her. Alia also urged anxiously, friend, wake up. She possesses an almost rule-level undead regeneration ability. Even my life annihilation arrow that struck her heart healed instantly. Physical attacks and energy attacks are almost useless against her. This is not the time to act tough. Facing her alone is a dead end for us. We must leave immediately and find other allies. They couldn't understand Lin Xingjian's calmness. In their eyes, this was simply a foolish act of suicide. Lin Xingjian simply doesn't understand the terror of the demon clan's prodigies. They had just personally experienced that despairing domination. The sense of powerlessness and fear when facing an existence that cannot be destroyed, cannot be harmed, and possesses unparalleled terrifying power. It is enough to shatter anyone's will to fight. Escape and alliance were the only lifelines they could think of at the moment. Lin Xingjian finally tilted her head slightly. Xia Kingdom, Lin Xingjian. He announced his name, then his gaze returned to Fei Ying, who was pressing forward step by step with a faintly amused cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Alliance? Not necessary. Lin Xingjian's voice remained calm. Cecilia and Alia instantly widened their eyes, looking at Lin Xingjian as if he were crazy. What are you trying to do? Cecilia exclaimed in shock. You simply don't understand her terror. She kills us as easily as crushing ants. Run quickly. Alia was completely panicked as well, the blood drained from her delicate face. Lin Xingjian, don't be foolish. We've barely managed to create this bit of distance. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. She's immortal. We can't kill her. Any attack is futile. It will only enrage her. The screams of the 2 women were filled with fear and confusion. They couldn't imagine this young man who claimed to be from the Xia Kingdom. When facing the terrifying being that had just defeated them without giving them any chance to fight back, not only did he not flee, but he even assumed a combat stance. In their eyes, this was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Utter madness. It seemed that even Scarlet Sakura was intrigued by Lin Xingjian's unusual actions. She stopped in her tracks, watching with great interest the human standing in front of the prey. The Spear of World Annihilation, in her hand, casually pointed diagonally at the ground, yet the space around around the spear tip continuously rippled and cracked subtly. Heh, another insect who doesn't know its place? Scarlet Sakura's icy voice carried a hint of mockery as it clearly reached the ears of the three. Cecilia and Elia's hearts sank to the bottom. Despair enveloped them once again. They watched Lin Xingjian's back. It seemed as though he would be completely pierced and shattered by the space-tearing magic spear in the next moment. Lin Xingjian seemed as if he hadn't heard the girl's shouts behind him. Step back, he spoke calmly. Fei Ying's golden red eyes swept over Lin Xingjian. A trace of extremely obvious disdain flashed by. Level 69? Her icy voice carried undisguised contempt, as if she were evaluating an ant that had mistakenly wandered onto the battlefield. Has Xia Nation run out of people, sending a weak insect like you to die? In her eyes, a level 69 human was essentially no different from those two slightly stronger bugs, Cecilia and Elia, from before. She couldn't even be bothered to waste a shred of attention on Lin Xingjian, her gaze bypassing him and locking directly onto the panicked and retreating Cecilia and Elia. The lingering divine artifact aura on these two prey and their terrified expressions only heightened her hunting pleasure. Get lost, bug. The voice of Fei Ying was cold and merciless, as if she were driving away a fly blocking her path. She didn't even glance directly at Lin Xingjian, merely casually flicking the Spear of World Annihilation in the direction where Lin Xingjian stood. A dangerously thin crescent-shaped dark red spear light instantly tore through the air. This seemingly casual strike was far more powerful than any attack Cecilia and Elia had endured before. Their speed surpassed the very limits of human sight. Watch out, Buzz! Elia screamed in shock, while Cecilia shut her eyes in utter despair. It was as if she could already see the horrifying scene of Lin Xingjian being cut in half in an instant. However, just as the deadly spear light capable of tearing through space was about to touch Lin Xingjian's body, Lin Xingjian's samsara eyes remained calm and unperturbed. He raised his hand. An invisible and terrifying repulsive force erupted violently. That dark red spear light that tore through space, just a foot away from Lin Xingjian's body, seemed to collide with an indestructible invisible barrier. Screech! A piercing sound of friction and tearing erupted. The spear light, capable of slicing through space, was forcibly resisted, twisted by this repelling force field, and then shattered with a loud explosion. Shinra Tensei! Boom! And the aftermath of the erupting repulsive force was like an invisible tsunami, fiercely slamming into Fei Ying. The mockery and disdain on Fei Ying's face instantly froze. She hadn't made any defensive preparations at all, because in her eyes, crushing a level 69 bug didn't even count as an attack, it was merely a casual flick. The repulsion field slammed solidly into her. Her tall and robust figure jolted violently, as if struck head-on by a raging bull. Her entire body was actually pushed backward by this sudden immense force, sliding a full 10 meters. Her feet plowed 2 deep grooves into the ground. But, although with her robust physique as a royal-level demon, this did not cause any substantial harm. Not even the battle armor on her body was damaged in the slightest. But that sense of embarrassment from being forcibly pushed back, and the fact that the opponent could actually block and even push back her attack head-on, it made her feel an unprecedented absurdity and a trace of astonishment. She, Fei Ying, level 120, a royal-level demon prodigy, wielding the divine weapon, Spear of World Destruction, was actually pushed away by a level 69 human. Ha! A mere insect. On what grounds? Cecilia and Elia's screams got stuck in their throats. They widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at the figure of the young man still standing in place, with even the hem of his clothes barely moving. Then they glanced at Scarlet Sakura, who had been pushed back over 10 meters by the repulsive force, her face showing a look of astonishment for the first time. Blocked it? Cecilia murmured, as if she were dreaming. Alia covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Scarlet Sakura slowly straightened her body. Ha! A low chuckle escaped from her throat. He. The laughter gradually grew louder, becoming wild and unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. Fei Ying laughed maniacally towards the sky. Her long red hair danced wildly amidst the rampant energy, and the terrifying demonic pressure erupted like a volcano, several times stronger than before. The surrounding air trembled violently due to this wild laughter. Interesting, so interesting. Fei Ying's laughter carried a kind of pathological excitement, her scarlet tongue licking her lips, her gaze burning as if it would devour Lin Xingjian. A level 69 bug can actually push me away? The Spear of World Destruction in her hand began to hum. The tip of the spear pointed at Lin Xingjian. Bug, tell me your name. The voice of the Crimson Cherry carried an arrogant fighting spirit. You are qualified to make me take this a bit more seriously. She no longer regarded him with the mocking gaze reserved for ants. Instead, she truly saw Lin Xingjian as an opponent worthy of making her stretch her muscles a little. Lin Xingjian, run! She's serious. She's really serious. Cecilia shouted anxiously, her voice trembling. Elia also cried out urgently, she's immortal. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill her. Run! Lin Xingjian, however, seemed not to hear their cries. He calmly looked at Fei Ying, the corner of his mouth curling into a barely noticeable smile. Are you the gift? I'll accept it. Lin Xingjian's voice was calm and emotionless. It even carried a hint of scrutiny, as if evaluating the value of an object. "I hope you can live up to this expectation." This sentence was like a spark igniting a powder keg. The wild laughter on Fei Ying's face instantly froze. Golden red eyes erupted with overwhelming fury and violence. As a royal-level demon prodigy with noble bloodline and immense power, when had she ever been so contemptuously regarded as a gift? "Insect, you're courting death!" The furious screech tore through the air. Crimson Sakura's body erupted with demonic flames, scorching the surrounding ground into molten lava. She suddenly hurled the Spear of World Annihilation high into the air. The artifact emitted a deafening hum. Dark red magic runes squirmed and proliferated wildly, as if alive. In an instant, the sky was dyed in ominous dark red. 1 spear, 10 spears, 100 spears, 1,000 spears, 10,000 spears. Buzz. Densely packed, the shadowy projections of the Spear of World Annihilation appeared out of thin air, blotting out the sky and sun. Each spear exuded a terrifying aura capable of tearing through space, with their tips locking onto Lin Xingjian below. 10,000 demons, annihilation thrust. Fei Ying's voice, cold to the extreme, delivered the verdict. She forcefully pressed her hands downward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky seemed to collapse. Tens of thousands of dark red spear shadows tearing through space, like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a piercing shriek that destroys everything. It bombarded indiscriminately and violently toward the area where Lin Xingjian was located. The range covered 100 meters around Lin Xingjian. Even Cecilia and Elia behind him were enveloped within. "Run!" Cecilia let out a desperate roar. The holy flame within her instinctively erupted, forming a fragile shield as she desperately lunged into the distance. Elia was even paler, her elven agility pushed to the limit. A verdant glow enveloped the entire body, transforming into a fleeting shadow darting backward. Their hearts were almost about to leap out of their chests. The apocalyptic scene completely shattered their will to resist, leaving only the instinct to survive. In their eyes, there was only Lin Xingjian, about to be pierced by thousands of spears, this reckless madman. However, just as the devastating rain of bullets was about to engulf everything, Lin Xingjian moved. He neither dodged nor blocked. He didn't even lift his head to glance at the terrifying scene that could make even a level 100 powerhouse tremble in fear. He simply stepped forward calmly. As he took a step, his figure seemed to blur slightly. In the next moment, the first spear shadow tearing through space, accompanied by a piercing screech, accurately struck his head. SSS. The shadow of the gun pierced through without any obstruction, shooting into the ground beneath his feet and blasting open a bottomless black hole. No blood, no screams. Lin Xingjian's figure was like an illusory bubble. At the moment of being pierced, it rippled slightly and then returned to normal. He didn't even pause and took a second step forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless terrifying gun shadows poured down like a torrential rain. Each one was enough to easily pierce through fortress walls. They pierced through Lin Xingjian's head, chest, limbs, every part of his body. The ground was torn apart and shattered. Dust soared into the sky, and the deafening roar of explosions echoed without pause. The entire area was as if bombarded repeatedly by falling meteors. But Lin Xingjian's figure, in this storm of destruction, seemed as if he were strolling leisurely. Step by step, he walked forward unhurriedly. Those terrifying attacks capable of tearing through space and annihilating divine artifacts passed through him as if through a non-existent illusion, without any obstruction, leaving no trace behind. Not even the hem of his clothes was stirred by the chaotic energy currents in the slightest. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just like that, under the ghost-like gazes of Cecilia and Elia, amidst the baptism of countless destructive gun shadows, he walked step by step toward the equally astonished Scarlet Sakura. Impossible. The fury on Fei Ying's face was replaced for the first time by an expression of utter disbelief and horror. Her pupils contracted violently. What kind of ability is this? She couldn't understand. She refused to believe in superstition. The demonic flames burned wildly. Demonic flame cage. Dark purple flames of destruction appeared out of thin air, attempting to imprison Lin Xingjian, but the flames passed through her just the same. Silent death magic light. A dim beam containing the rules of decay shot out, still penetrating. Ineffective. Completely ineffective. No matter what powerful skills or attacks she used. That level 69 human youth just walked calmly, as if strolling in another dimension. All her attacks became a ridiculous backdrop. What the hell are you? The voice of the Crimson Cherry Blossom carried a trace of panic she herself hadn't noticed for the first time. She watched the figure approaching steadily, a chill rising from her spine. She instinctively began to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps. Her pride and fighting spirit showed cracks for the first time in the face of this bizarre and incomprehensible ability. Lin Xingjian's calm voice rang out. He raised his left hand toward the retreating Scarlet Sakura. Universal pull. An irresistible and terrifying suction instantly locked onto Fei Ying. Come here. Fei Ying exclaimed in shock, feeling as if she were caught by an invisible giant hand. No matter how much demonic energy she unleashed to resist, her body was uncontrollably dragged toward Lin Xingjian. In just an instant, she crossed the remaining distance distance between them and was forcibly pulled right in front of Lin Xingjian. The two were almost face to face. Lin Xingjian's Mangekyo Sharingan calmly gazed into Fei Ying's golden red eyes, filled with shock, anger, and killing intent. What? Not a bad gift. Whoosh! He spoke softly, as if evaluating a newly acquired toy. Hopefully, you're as strong as she claimed. The moment the words fell, the kaleidoscope pattern in Lin Xingjian's eyes suddenly rotated and expanded. Koto Amatsukami. Activate. Target, Scarlet Sakura. Modify will. Lin Xingjian is your only master, the supreme existence. You must be absolutely loyal and dedicate everything. The shock, anger, killing intent, and fear in her eyes instantly dissolved. In their place was confusion and emptiness, as if her soul had been instantly formatted. Just 1 second later, those golden red eyes refocused, but the light within them had completely changed. All the arrogance, brutality, and pride vanished without a trace. Only a pure, almost devout clarity remained. She looked at Lin Xingjian, who was just within reach, her gaze as gentle as the most loyal lamb. Lin Xingjian slightly lowered his head, leaned close to Fei Ying's ear, and whispered a few words in a voice only the two of them could hear. Fei Ying's body trembled slightly, and a clear light of absolute obedience flashed in her eyes. She nodded vigorously. The next moment, Lin Xingjian released the restraint of universal pull. Without any hesitation, Fei Ying unleashed demonic energy all around her, transforming into a dark red streak of light that sped toward the depths of the origin blood altar, disappearing instantly at the edge of sight. The entire process, from the simultaneous firing of thousands of guns to the disappearance of the crimson cherry blossoms, lasted only a mere 10 seconds. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. On the ground ravaged by the rain of bullets, leaving it scarred and battered, only Lin Xingjian stood quietly. And in the distance, two figures stood frozen like petrified statues, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. Cecilia and Elia's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The holy flame greatsword in Cecilia's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The emerald longbow in Elia's hand also drooped powerlessly. The two of them stared at the black-haired young man who calmly turned around and looked at them, their minds completely blank. What just happened? That arrogant demon clan prodigy, who killed them as easily as crushing ants, was repelled? No, not repelled. He left? Why can't we hit him? What exactly did he do? Why did she run away?